Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Mason Miller's 8th pitch to Perdomo. Here it is. Oh, the championship! The United States takes down the powerhouse that is the Dominican Republic. 2-1 the final score.
Good morning, Metroplex. We are live with the Monday edition of Sean and RJ.
Baby.
Here on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. Hopefully you had a fantastic and win-free weekend. Don't know about the last part. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, Cowboys insider Bobby Belt. We got Peyton Phillip Russell playing a little America to start off the show after the 2-1 WBC semifinal. You had St. Patty's Parade. You had IndyCar stuff. If you were in Arlington, let us know about it. But a big matchup last night.
It was.
And March Madness.
And Team USA gets the 2-1 victory. They win the game on a strikeout that did not come close to crossing home plate.
Team USA in the home plate ump got a victory last night, which we thank you for your service, sir.
It crossed home plate, just not above that knee.
What nationality and origin does the umpire have to be from in that game?
Well, apparently it doesn't matter because noted Dominican Austin Wells played for the Dominican Republic. I don't think it's Persian accent. Yeah, it's a good question. I think you got to be like
don't you have to have a non-U.S. and non-Dominican umpire?
It's like with college football when they have like an SEC, a Big Ten, SEC versus Big Ten, they have to have a referee from like the Big 12 or the ACC.
Right.
You got to have a different. I don't know. Cuba, Puerto Rico,
Corey Blazer.
Not Cuba. Not Cuba. Again, though, because there was a Fisher on Team Italian, Team Italia. So you never know anymore. But, you would think you would have one that was an impartial third observer. That was not an impartial strike three.
Skeens, Severino, bullpens.
Yep, that's basically what it was. And, the World Baseball Classic is like, it's all different. I mean, you see so much different emotion than you see in a regular Major League Baseball game or even the playoffs. You get the catchers refusing to shake hands. And then Severino's out there, like the first strikeout of the game. I mean, he is just like fist pumping and just going crazy. And then the second strikeout is doing the same thing. And it's just like you see the raw emotion that these guys have. And it's cool to see it like from different countries and how they react to success, happiness, home runs, everything. Junior Caminero, completely different than Gunnar Henderson when he hits a home run.
No, and there was a lot of, yesterday on social media, you saw a lot of people just commenting on, holy cow, like Paul Skeens can actually show emotion. And look at him. He's fired up. Oh, my gosh, we just need a cam on Paul Skeens because we're never going to capture this again of just how intense he is with all this.
Over $630 million in payroll between the two sides. $338 for the U.S. against $295.
Man, and that's just for this year. So I guess when you factor in all the contracts, I mean, you're so far north of billions of dollars in money that was on the field yesterday. And, like all these teams are just like, they're so clenching their what's, hoping nobody gets hurt. Because we saw this with the Olympics. You guys getting hurt left and right in the Olympic Games, and Sydney out, and then Rantanen out, and all these guys like missing a week, 2 weeks, the whole rest of the year, whatever it may be. We saw this with Diaz a couple years ago in the World Baseball Classic, and that's why you have a lot of guys who couldn't play in this because they couldn't get insurance. They couldn't get the insurance to play in these games. So, like Trout wanted to play, couldn't get insured to play.
Who would insure that?
Nobody. You're an idiot if you insure Mike Trout at this point.
It was a good crowd and a good scene in Miami.
Might be the biggest crowd they have all year in Miami. Maybe opening day, I don't know. But that might be the biggest crowd. And, I mean, you'll see this, and we saw this when Team USA played Mexico down in Houston. It sounded like more than 50% of the crowd was rooting for Team Mexico. And it sounded like more than 50% or around 50% was rooting for the Dominican Republic last night. And it's just wild to see, like, are these fans that are traveling to the game? Are they just people who grew up there or people who have, like...
Might be some Dominican fans in Miami.
Might be some. Or they just, like, they were born in the U.S., they just have parents from there or what? Just some nationality, ethnicity that is from the Dominican Republic, and they're just rooting for them.
Do you know anyone who went to IndyCar in Arlington?
Yes.
I know.
I do, quite a bit.
One person at least. Kevin Walker was there, I know. Just because I saw that on his socials. And I assume he was the one sharing it to our fan social page, but I do not know. Somebody was there covering it for the fan, it looked like.
They have done a great job. Who was it?
I think it was Carter.
They had done a great job of making it feel like an event, though.
Oh, yeah.
I was like, maybe I would have been interested in going to this if I saw the station ticket giveaway.
Yeah.
But, nah.
No, I was trying to stay away from Arlington, period, because I knew it was going to be absurd down there. And they had it was like the track built around the outside or whatever of the stadium. I mean, that whole thing, it's like, how reliable can that even be, I wonder?
I had gotten tickets to go, and then my kids had their baseball schedule switched to Saturday from Sunday because they knew the weather was going to change. So that couldn't go, so I gave the tickets to my ex-wife's husband.
Oh, that's not awkward.
And he brought his kids. No, it's cool. He's cool. So he brought his kids. He said it was awesome. It was a great setup.
Meanwhile, the madness has been unveiled with RJ Choppy all over the bracketology for the NCAA tournament. What are we looking at?
Well, Duke got the bracket of death. That is the bracket. That's the toughest bracket. That is the 4 Hall of Fame coaches from Bill Self, Tom Izzo, Patino. Danny Hurley will be in the Hall of Fame. So there's your 4. TCU, they said, hey, Horned Frogs, y'all are starting the whole thing off. They got the first game of the whole tournament.
Oh.
And that's the worst game to have. If you get beat in that first game, you feel like you didn't even play the tournament. Like, you want to play Friday. I don't want to play Thursday. You play Thursday, it feels like you weren't even invited. You weren't even there. I got a big problem with the committee in one thing, and it has nothing to do with Auburn and Bruce Pearl. Houston is the 2 seed in the South. Florida's the 1 seed. They're playing in Houston. That's what the regional is. For years, you had it where the team could not play in their host city. But the loophole is that Houston wouldn't be the host of the game. The host of the game, I think, is Rice. So now Houston they can play. I mean, they can look out their window at the stadium and play this. The 2 seed should never have home ice advantage over the 1 seed. But your 4 1 seeds are Duke in the East, Arizona out west, Michigan in the Midwest, and Florida is going to be the 1 seed in the South. And I've named them all these regions. The Midwest, the region of great guards. The West is the unfairness region. I think it's very unfair that you got Iowa State as a 2 seed playing potentially a 10 seed Missouri in St. Louis. I don't think that's very fair at all. Although I think geographically, Iowa and Missouri are quite close. They are quite close.
So I was looking at your kenpom.com, your favorite website.
You filled out, 16 you said already, brackets?
It was actually 18, it looks like.
Whoa!
But there's only one real one. The others are just trying to win money. But I'm looking at this, and based on this would tell me that your Tennessee Volunteers were underseeded. Would you agree with that?
We had about 5 or 6 games. We were up by 10 points in the second half, and we lost because we're a stupid team. We're dumb. Mm-hmm. We're very, very stupid. So I could see how our metrics would be better. But no, I mean, you lose those games, you don't deserve to be ranked higher. I like our draw. I like if we get by the first game, which could be the winner of SMU Miami. Virginia's a fraud. I could see us making a little bit of a run to the Sweet 16, maybe the Elite 8, and that's where it would stop.
Duke has the shortest odds of the 1 seeds to win it all. Houston has the shortest odds of the 2. Illinois has the shortest odds of the 3. Arkansas for the 4. Pepe, are you excited already as they were making fun of your future bracket, or maybe you've already picked it?
Yeah, last night I had a nightmare that I once again was hosting by myself from 5 to 5 or 5:30 to 6. So no, I mean I filled out one bracket. This is a money bracket. I'm actually in Choppy's league. Me and him are in the same league with the Tolo Robbie, who hit us up saying, "Hey, join my league." So hopefully we get some money there. But
see, this is the one where I would like at the money league.
Yeah,
do your little chalk thing, right? You try to win some money.
Yeah.
Is that going to be the same bracket you fill out here? The one you filled out there?
It'll be different. And the one that Odyssey does, because it's like if I do one slightly different, I got a better chance at not doing the worst in all of them. You know,
it is enough.
I just need to win one.
That's enough of a pain for me to even fill out one. I don't know how I'd be like, all right, let me change like 2 or 3 different strategies.
Yeah.
Way too much for me to keep track of.
There's a lot to change.
Oh, ESPN makes it easy. ESPN, you go to create bracket, and it goes, fill it in. It gives you like 8 different options to autofill it, and then from there you can change like 2 outcomes.
Alabama's a 4 seed, but their odds in Vegas to win it all is 150 to 1. Wow. And then Iowa and NC State have the shortest odds of any lower seed to win the tournament, all from Bet Online.
Okay, so that's interesting that Iowa and NC State would have. They have. You say they have better odds than Bama?
Iowa and NC State, they have the Iowa and NC State have the shortest odds of any lower seed.
Oh, okay, all right, very good. Texas is going to play NC State in the first 4. The second straight year the Horns are in Dayton. And this is, it's kind of like, last year they lose to Xavier. This year they'll get NC State. We got Texas Tech. They get the 5 seed. They were a little bit punished with injuries, obviously on the floor. They won their first 3 games after Toppin got hurt, and they lost a few. That's a better team than a 5 seed. Obviously, if Toppin's there, they are a legitimate Final Four contender. They're still a good team, and they get Akron, who also is a good team, and they get that's a team with good guard play. Miami of Ohio plays SMU.
Did you just go 3 syllables on Akron?
Did I say Akron?
Yeah, I think you said Akron.
LeBron would be upset with you.
LeBron would be upset, yeah.
877-881-1053 in order to hit us up with the early predictions for March Madness on the Franklin Franco Injury Attorney text line. Peyton informed us in the commercial break. We have 2 big giveaways this morning and throughout the week. Dave Matthews tickets in the 7 o'clock and 9 o'clock hours. What are you up to, 11?
Yeah, 11 concerts.
Dave shows?
Yeah, 11 shows. I think I've capped it. I'm done. I don't foresee myself going. It's not my scene anymore. It's a little older.
Amanda wanted me to go to some Tiesto.
Oh yeah, Tiesto. The what's his the trance DJ. Trance. T-R-A-N-C-E. Come on. What's that?
Trance. Tiesta?
Trance.
It could be Tiesto or Tiesta.
Tiesta. You know what?
Tiesta. She's like, yeah, she's like a undercover music head from back in the day, and she's like, let's go out here. And I was like, all right, what time is it? Number 1, concerts I don't really want to go to. She's like, it's at like 3. And I was like, all right, if you really want to do it, we'll go. And then she finds out that the door's open at 3.
Door's open at 3.
And he's going on at 6 or 6:30, and I was like, no, that's not happening. So we were in the downtown area on Saturday, and then she's like, there's this club that I've been wanting to go to. It's underground. It opened at like 6, I think. So I'm downstairs in some 30-degree basement for like 10 minutes drinking egg yolk martinis, and I'm like, we're out of here.
Yeah, man, I'll tell you, if I see a place that's like you got to go downstairs to get in, like you're down under, I'm like, that's not a place for me.
We go, and they're looking at you like, oh my God, you guys are old. You're like first ones in line. We're going to go there, have one drink, then go to dinner. They open this door to tell us we have to wait a little bit, and the stank of the old bar smell that has not totally been clean. I'm like, where's the Fabuloso? Where's the cleaner?
Yeah.
I'm not smelling that.
That's all, baby.
Brian in there wanting to clean everything.
Dude, it smacked me right in the face. I was like, one drink and we're out.
So you say that she's a big music head from back in the day. So clearly she's had
Skin's like texting her like off her Instagram story, like, yeah, I have a record of this.
But it's low key. So is there something you had to say goodbye to, an interest that fell by the wayside after marriage?
Maybe grilling.
Grilling did?
Yeah.
Did it?
Really?
No, I mean, I grilled over the weekend. No,
I feel like I think there's stuff Kristen stopped that I stopped, where it's just like, once you're married, if they're not as interested in it, it's
like
really
what?
hard to keep it up. That's what I'm trying. Like, I know it used to be all the old like movies I'd go see. Like, I'd go sit, like I was talking about it last night. I didn't realize the Oscars were going on, but I used to run through as many old movies as I could.
Yeah, I can't see you really giving up anything like that. If you don't want to.
I can't just sit there for 3 hours, 2.5 hours, and watch something if she's not going to watch it.
All right, it's the Monday edition of Sean and RJ on a chilly Monday morning here on DFW Sports Station. Jerry Jones comments on the Cowboys' moves. Max Crosby doubles down, and Bobby has Jerry and Steven's next moves ahead. Inside the Star on the home of the Cowboys after this. And this is the Tolo team of attorneys. It's Mark, Scott, and Gina, Franklin and Frankel. You had a fantastic weekend except for one.
911.org for more. Safe digging starts with one simple step.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck ride, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck attorneys in Dallas.
From news and notes to the coaches and players for America's team, let us go inside the Star on 105.3 The Fan.
And we do so here on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. The Dallas Cowboys took a break over the weekend from adding 3 new defensive starters. And Jerry Jones wanted to, of course, take in some IndyCar racing, but he did comment on some of the moves. On Rashawn Gary from the Packers, quote, he started as a first-round draft pick, and he's played at that level, in my mind, all the way through his career. He gives us a strong player right there that can give us pass rush, give us run stopping, give us both, and he fits this scheme. Did Jerry Jones know who Rashawn Gary was before the deal?
Ooh.
No.
Yes.
Oh, man.
Yes, he did. Did he know a week before the deal? Maybe not. But he knew before the deal because they would have been brought up in personnel meetings.
That's the test that I give my mom, like if she knows who somebody is, that they're really a famous person.
Oh, yeah. If your mom knows they're super famous.
And if Jerry knows who they are in football, it's like, oh, wow, they must be good.
I did hear Jeff and Keller over the weekend. He called in to another show, and he was talking about Rashawn Gary, and he goes, look, I'm a Detroit fan. We never worried about Rashawn Gary, okay? You guys are jokes if you think that's going to fix you. And so then I had to look, and he has more than twice as many sacks against the Lions than he does any team that he's ever played. So
dang, Jeff.
You should have worried about him a little bit more, Jeff.
The over-under has come in from Vegas on Rashawn Gary's sack total. I also have it for Hendrickson in Baltimore, if you're bemoaning the fact that they did not give Trey that Ravens deal. The over-under is 7.5.
Okay, I was going to say 6.5.
7.5 for Gary, and for Trey, it's 9.5.
Okay, and
that's higher than I would have expected on Gary. Actually, I would have thought 6.5.
Okay, and the cost difference
is. Yeah, it's in terms of guaranteed money, it's significant.
Well,
in terms of per year, it's like it's half.
Like 15 to 28.
It's 16 to like 30 basically this year.
I mean, that's value, right?
Yeah, I mean, half the cost for a 2-sack differential.
70% of the production, yeah.
If Vegas is right.
Right, of course.
But Trey Hendrickson has led the league in sacks.
Yep.
Yes, he has. I mean, he has historically gotten home on a higher percentage of his pass rushes than just about anybody.
Trey Hendrickson is a little like pass rushing Mike Evans for me, where I'm like, I don't think back of you like think back on you like being as productive as you were, and then I look at him like, holy cow, gosh, he's like raked.
But Mike's gonna go to the Hall of Fame, right?
Yeah, Mike will. Hendrickson probably won't.
Jerry on the Osa trade to San Fran. We needed to spread it around a little bit on what we have available to us with the cap. More importantly, we can put it in some places that probably get more mileage out of what's done. That's not taking anything away from the individual, but we've got 2 outstanding football players inside. We have other backup players, plus we don't want to rule out drafting a player, so we thought that was the best move. And then he went on to speak about Osa's character, and he goes, okay, well, are you going the right way as a football team when you get rid of guys that have that makeup? And he kind of covered that while taking in the Indy cars. We got the third. It'll be very helpful to us. Also lets us put those resources that we're going to spend there in some other spots that we need help.
Yeah, look, I mean, Osa's a good player. He's going to be better in San Francisco than I think he was in Dallas. I think he's going to be productive enough that people are going to be like, was that worth it? Should you have done that? But the reality is that, yeah, it was worth it. That's it. You needed extra draft capital. You had to. It's the same question that we've talked about with Pickens, where it's like, do I want to get rid of Pickens? Not really. But, I need picks, and I got to start, evening things out a little bit on the roster.
Yeah.
Will it get to the point where he has a good enough run in San Fran where you will hear the chat? Now, obviously, you're going to hear the chatter anyway on social media. Well, why would we get rid of him? Yada, yada, yada. But, it'll be hypocritical. People will be hypocritical about it.
What do you mean hypocritical?
Well, we're all saying, yeah, it's the right move. He doesn't fit the scheme, yada, yada, yada. But
he plays well enough that they're going to go, I knew we were giving up a Quinnen Williams type,
right.
That kind of thing. I'm sure, yeah, if he plays that well, I'm sure somebody will.
It sounds like the Cowboys, because 30-40% of the fan base was upset with Delium in the first place. Basically, everyone who lives here that works for PFF upset about it. It sounds like Max Crosby will not be a part of one of those next moves if you listen to Max.
Like, I'm a Raider. Like, I know this is hard, and I know the hard days are hard, but it's going to mean that much more when we win. And like guys like Aaron Donald, it took him 9 years to get that Super Bowl ring. And the biggest moment, he was more than ready, and he goes out there and helps his team get a win. Like, that's how I see it. And I just, like, no matter what, if I went to some really good team and contender and like went and win a Super Bowl, like, that would be the greatest thing ever. But like, in the back of my head, I'd be like, I feel like it just wouldn't feel the same if I did it on another team. So that's why I like Kobe, MJ, guys like that.
So there is Max on the Glory Days pod, and every indicator looks like he's staying in Vegas.
MJ did end up in the Beltway at the end of his career, too.
Yeah, I'd like clearly a bandwagon move.
I would like to point that out. But no, I don't know.
Let me go team up with Kwame.
Was Gilbert there yet?
No.
I don't have
he would have murdered Gilbert Arenas. I don't think Gilbert was there.
I don't have a good read on what they're doing at this point in terms of the Raiders. Like,
because you all thought they were bluffing last week.
Yeah, and I still do for the most part, because the biggest factor was they didn't want to trade him. They couldn't calm him down. They couldn't get him to just say, well, I want to be here. He kept telling them, like, nope, you guys have crossed the line.
Yeah.
And so to me, it was like, all right, well, Max will come back. He may play ball for a little bit. But I wonder if just now he getting like the rug pulled out from him with the Ravens, then he's a little bit like, well, maybe grass isn't greener on the other side. Every organization's going to screw you, so I'd rather stay here. Maybe he really has had a change of heart. I think the Ravens
and they went and spent all that money.
Yeah, I think the Raiders always wanted him. I think the Raiders always wanted him to stay. It's just he wanted out. Now I don't know. When I hear him talk, I don't know if he totally wants out anymore.
Look, if he doesn't want out, then obviously it's much, much, much more likely that he stays. And I understand what he's saying, right? If you win a title somewhere else, doesn't mean the same. If you're like a legacy type player, if you leave after your rookie deal and you go somewhere else, that's no big deal. But if you've been like a sign in a second contract, you're like that. You're the face of a franchise, and you go somewhere else, doesn't mean the same.
What other moves do you think could be coming, Roberto?
So they've got, I would guess, and this will tell you how pleased or displeased you are with the offseason. I think they've got 2 moves left, probably.
Well,
like, I mean, realistically, maybe
12 and 20.
Maybe they add no. That's 4. Maybe they add a special teamer here or there in addition to it. But in terms of like real, like, oh, they acquired somebody who's supposed to contribute, I think they have 2 moves left. So they need to get a defensive end, a defensive lineman, somebody to play in the 3-4 now that Os is gone, and they need to go get a linebacker. They've got those 2 right now that they don't have anybody who realistically could start. So I was looking at this over the weekend. I was trying to figure out where they might go since things have kind of died down a little bit, which, by the way, I did go back and watch Kobe Durant over the weekend. He's a good player. Like, I had known he was solid. I hadn't like all the details on him, but going back and watching him, he's a good player. He can start for them. But looking at it, there's a couple names that I think are interesting. One, Jerry Tillery, who is a former first-round pick, sort of a failed first-round pick from the Chargers, but there's a connection there where Christian Parker was on staff with Notre Dame when Jerry Tillery was there, and your defensive line coach, Marcus Dixon, had brought him to Minnesota based on the testimony from his like mentor who had been with the Chargers, and he played better in Minnesota than he had played in other spots. And so I wonder if Tillery might be a guy, since he's kind of a flexible tackle end player. And then the other one that when we talked to Todd Archer, who Todd Archer is very plugged in. When we talked to Todd in Indy, what was it that he said? He talked about at linebacker or whatever they would acquire. Because I think the one thing they have to get, or the one thing I would expect them to get, is they need a veteran linebacker. Because they need a green dot to like really call this defense. So when you look over the linebacker group, it's picked over. You might be getting somebody who's a little bit older, but they didn't get a Demario Davis or a Bobby Wagner. It doesn't sound like they want a Bobby Wagner or anything like that. So I wonder if that might be Shaq Thompson, who's played in a similar scheme before, coming off of a decent year in Buffalo. Not the same player that he once was, but still solid and plays with a lot of length, and somebody who's been a green dot on defense before. And so if they added Tillery and Thompson, and they've got their 2 draft picks, and they've really committed to this whole we want position flex, and we want the ability guys who can do multiple things and different things like that. I think the way they look at it is we have 15 rotational players on defense now after we get done with all this. And we can, because of how different they all play, I think this is the Christian Parker mindset, because of how different I want them to all play and the different looks I can give and the different mixing and matching, it's going to feel like there are 20 different players that we're rotating because they're all doing different things. And so Rashawn Gary may have his hand in the dirt in a 3-4 look. He may be standing up on a 3-4 look. On a 4-3 look, he's going to be playing an end. On third down pass rush opportunities on the 4-3, he may bump inside and play tackle. And then you've got guys that, Jalen Thompson. Jalen Thompson may play nickel. Jalen Thompson may play strong or free safety. Jalen Thompson may be up in the box as a pseudo linebacker in some looks. Marquise Bell, who's on this roster still. Marquise Bell can play safety or Marquise Bell can do linebacker for me. I've got this guy who can play outside or inside, this guy who can do this position or that position. And so I think a big function for them is that wasn't just talk when they talked about the whole multiple thing. That's their focus, is making everything as varied as they can. 3
linebacker names that I've either heard or just wondered about. Number 1, and I completely dismiss this, Fred Warner, San Francisco. I don't know why people have been talking about Fred Warner getting out of there.
There was some chatter. I don't remember where it started. I think it was just an internet rumor that basically like he might be on the block because of some of their acquisitions, but that doesn't sound like it. It sounds like if they moved him, I think Brian had asked about this at one point, and I think he heard him take a first.
Ugh.
What?
Yeah.
How old is he?
He's 29. He's one of my all-time favorite players. I'd think about a second.
He's a badass.
I love him that much.
Great player, but man, first.
No, never would get a first. How much better was Demario Davis than Bobby Wagner? Because Demario Davis, Chiafalo, and others talking about him here. He ends up signing with the Jets. Bobby Wagner's a free agent. And I saw Jesse Holley making the push for him over the weekend. And then you talked about Buffalo linebackers. I've always loved this dude. He just can't stay healthy. Matt Milano.
Yeah. I think with Wagner, the issue is just, they don't want to gamble on that age. He's, 37 or whatever he is. Demario Davis, to me, is better than Wagner is at this point. And I think Demario Davis has been pretty consistently better over the last few years. But
Bobby's PFF grade was a 78.
Wow.
For what it's worth. And then Demario Davis's grade was a 81.
So
wow,
I think that
solid.
Warner is not on the table. I don't think that's an option.
No.
Wagner's
and they're
too
not
old.
Trading him here.
Milano, maybe.
We just traded Mosa.
I mean, I've not heard his name get brought up anywhere, but I mean, Matt Milano's a good player. And so if they wanted to go there, I got to look and see what his size is exactly, because he might be, I don't know, he might be too small for them. That may be part of the issue there, because they are very particular right now about all the positions. That's not just a...
Well, we just went and got a smaller corner.
No, but it's what are you comfortable with? What are you comfortable with at each position? So forget just what the long-standing corner thoughts have been. I think at linebacker, they are specifically been very narrow with the qualifications they want. I think that's why it's been really hard for them to acquire one, is because I think they entered free agency and wiped half of them off the board.
Would they rather...
And I think that's a coaching philosophy thing. I don't think that's personnel department.
Okay, would they rather a linebacker who fits all the size metrics or one that is a fast processor?
They want both. Like I'm saying, their new philosophy, they're not playing around with guys that they don't think can fit both things they want, but they are going to have certain size thresholds with linebackers that they're not going to pass over.
A little inside the star here on what could come next. Bobby has telegraphed some of the safeties. Let's see what's on deck for week 2 of NFL free agency. Is Texas Tech going to change the way you work out today and this week moving forward? Next on Sean and RJ.
After we get you over to Platinum Chrysler Dodge Ram Jeep, it is, of course, us Stephen Gilchrist owns store. It's Gilchrist.
Amazon.com/hub delivery. That's Amazon.com/HUB delivery.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market, upgrade your vehicle. Get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine today. The #1 Chevy dealership in the world, 3 years straight. They've got more new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 through 2025.
Jared Sandler, Rangers Insider.
Meow.
Overall sports lover, new dad, will join us from Surprise, Arizona at 7:20 this morning. Then a Dave Matthews ticket giveaway. We want you to win as part of the 6 a.m. club. We'll have them in the 9 o'clock hour as well.
Fantex, Dave Matthews is a gateway drug.
To what?
Weed?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yes. Dave Matthews is a gateway drug.
Crash Into Me is still one of the greatest songs ever.
It is. It's a fantastic song.
My high school crush, the mixed doubles. I always hated Dave Matthews because that was her all-time crush.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Really? He was balding even when you all would have been in high school.
Yeah. But he just
had too much hair for her? Is that it?
Is he married? Who's he married to?
I don't know.
Isn't he considered an all-time douche, kind of? Like he's a difficult guy to work with?
I think all those... I think in order to be...
all those what, musicians?
Yeah, I think in order to be like a genius, you have to be a jerk.
Yeah, look at me.
Yeah, it doesn't look like he's married to anybody that I can see.
Oh, there you go. That would prove Bobby's point.
Yep. Yeah.
Texas Tech comes in at a number 5 seed last night for March Madness and your brackets, and apparently they are changing things up with weight training. Jim Bro, RJ Choppy here to tell you if the Red Raiders are doing it right.
So fitness Twitter blew up on this over the weekend. I didn't know if you guys knew.
You had a separate category. You like siphon out your post by fitness Twitter?
I do not.
You got your WBC group. You got your Olympics group.
Fitness Twitter, right?
Which was probably blowing up yesterday with Team USA. Congrats, hockey team.
Yes, it did. Yes, it did.
Clean sweep.
Absolutely. Yeah, the Paralympic team winning. So 3-0. I think they're just dominating all the Olympic events. But Texas Tech is kind of, I don't say broken the mold here, but one of the things that somebody has posted was about when they were doing this piece on their strength and conditioning program is they have a ban on dumbbells that weigh less than 40 pounds. And one of the things is they're saying there's no excuses, there's no shortcuts, right? So no weights under 40 pounds. By the way, really well done by the Tech social media department. All the plates have the interlocking TT logo straight up and down. Right? They're all so when you go down the line, they've all been moved to be straight up and down. That's kind of cool, right? It's branding, right? It's all about branding. But this kind of took over because J.J. Watt got a hold of this, and he responds to the initial tweet. Tech took every weight under 40 pounds out of the weight room. I love this. There's no shortcuts. J.J. responds with, hopefully this is performative and not actually true. Would be wildly irresponsible. Jumping straight to 40 would literally be a shortcut. So no shortcuts doesn't really apply.
I first saw this from John Owning from PFF over the weekend where he had tweeted about it. And John's a big Brazilian jiu-jitsu guy, big gym guy. And John had said same sort of thing. He's like, I'm guessing this is just like a thing they're doing for social media. But he's like, if they really took weights under 40 pounds out of there, they are stupid.
Because there's so many things that you would do that don't require 40 pounds or just a warm-up. Like, if you don't warm up, that's literally a shortcut, is it not? I think that's what JJ is saying. So
what's wrong with the shortcuts?
That's right.
But that's the motto.
That's the motto. The motto they have is no shortcuts. Now, also, but football players don't work out like the rest of us. I remember Corey Proctor put me through one of his workouts one time.
Wow.
And like on a bench press, you would always go down to your chest, but not like when an offensive lineman would be doing it. When they're trying to do functional, they have this thing where they set it up like way high, so it's just a push, right? It's the push you're trying to simulate. So your arms are almost extended. You're just getting like the last 25% of the workout. So they work out completely differently anyway.
Right, but I would imagine that J.J. Watt would know how they're supposed to work out.
I would imagine J.J. Watt would know exactly what they're supposed to do.
Darren Peterson, speaking of the tournament, the controversial, always injured star, checking himself out of games for Bill Self in Kansas, has finally kind of addressed his issue, and he talks about full body cramps. That's what's been getting him. Full body cramps that has him limited for the Jayhawks. My follow-up would be, all right, does that mean you're not conditioned? Does that mean that your body is just shutting down? You got a, Scottie Pippen type migraine, Terrell Davis issue? Because the kid at BYU, AJ, he's played 34 games and he plays 34 minutes.
That's a lot in college. 34 minutes a night? That's insanity.
And Peterson is not playing that much.
I mean, did Peterson even...
And Boozer's at 33 games and 33 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, that's a lot of minutes. They are riding these guys. And then Darren is probably playing in the 20s, which is fine.
He's played 22 of 31 games. He averages 28 minutes.
And that's still a decent amount. I mean, that's not quite 75% of the game, but it's still a decent amount. But he does not play as many games. And when he does play...
I mean, the other guys are on the floor at least for 5 minutes more a game.
And how many times has Darren basically checked out of the second half? Like, he'll go out of halftime, he'll come back, he'll play a few minutes, first time out, he signals, I'm done. I could think of at least 3 times that he did this, including the BYU game, where we all wanted to see Peterson and DeBonsa. We all wanted to see those two, and he just checks out of the game in the second half. And he had like 18 points in the first half.
He is going to be individually solely responsible for the combine hype and coverage.
Yes.
His interviews be Shador-like.
No doubt. He is a tremendous talent. Tremendous. Like, you would be lucky to be able to walk into a talent like him. Does he want to play? You can say that you don't love I don't love when they say, does he love football? But I want somebody who actually enjoys playing it. I can understand you not loving practice.
Yeah,
I get it. Nobody loves practice. But I understand what they're saying. You got to respect and you got to love the craft that you're doing. But this guy doesn't even seem like he loves to play.
I don't know if it's different with the NBA because obviously there was chatter about Anthony Edwards that was similar, and then he ended up fine. I just know that every single player who has sounded like Darren Peterson's issues going into the NFL draft that I can remember, like that's what they found out about them during the draft process, all of them busted.
Like who?
All of it. I mean, Kelvin Joseph was that way. Jerry Tillery, who we just talked about last segment, there was some discussion about him that way. Generally, whenever guys get that kind of label slapped on them early in their career during the draft process, I can't remember one who rose above it and was really, really great.
It seems that in football, because, what would you say, 80% of the season is practice time? Something like that?
Probably.
I understand you got to love it. In baseball, if you can't deal with failure, you can't play baseball. And in basketball, I don't know what it is. I don't know what the prereq is, because the guys that don't want to play, I mean, they don't play anyway. Like half these guys are playing 50 games a year. Just taking a load management day. Someone's going to take them very high. You might get a team that say, we're going to
He might go back to school. He's kind of talking about that. I mean, I doubt it, but
and the guy everyone is loving on, and I hope he has a really bad tournament, so the Mavs can get him is Acuff at Arkansas. They need a guard. Let him run the point. He is tough as nails. He's like Jameer Nelson with better shot making ability and smaller biceps.
Mavs got the win last night. Cooper Flagg finally bouncing back, and they're still sitting here in the number 7 spot. I just simmed it. Then they're drafting at 7.
Yeah, you got to describe it the right way. Mavs lost last night.
Yeah,
because they won, and that's troubling. That's 2 wins in like 3 or 4 games now for them.
2-8 in their last 10.
Yeah, but it's like 2 in their last 3, and that's I don't like that trend. I don't like the upward trend of that while we're trying to get a good draft pick.
New Orleans with the pick going to Atlanta is above us by a game, and then we're 3 games behind Utah. So it's tough. Utah's lost 3 in a row. So that's where we are with Tankathon. Be careful how long you sit on that toilet this morning to scroll that phone.
Excessive phone use while on the toilet has led to a 50% rise in hemorrhoids over the last several years. The excessive use on the toilet. They're saying that that's obviously social media frequency. A lot of dads, a lot of moms, they hide. I don't know about you guys.
Oh yeah, my wife, she's gone for 20 minutes.
Yeah, it's the quiet time. It's an escape. It's become an escape in the bathroom.
I'm having to pee sitting down now with Ava because I go into the bed. If she sees me go in, she comes and cries when I close the door, and I can't stand up and do it.
Oh yeah,
because she's
starts grabbing a thing.
Yeah, she thinks it's a splash pad.
Imagine.
Yeah, so I have to
laughing over there.
I have to sit down with her in there.
Yeah. And then
she wants to reach in the toilet. She wants to hit the stream. No good.
The hand underneath the door when it's closed. That's always the freaky hand. But only 7% of non-bathroom phone users have hemorrhoids.
Okay, what is a hemorrhoid? How does it develop? Why would me sitting there longer?
I think it's
like a swollen vein that will break open. So the longer you're spread apart and
it
pushing,
just gravity,
the more that it'll do it.
Yeah, my dad had them bad. Oh man, I'm sitting there. We went to we had a baseball, and we're out there shagging flies in the outfield. I'm probably 12. And he comes running over. He catches a ball. He comes running back. He throws it back in. I'm like, nice catch, old man. And he says, I got to go. I'm like, why? He goes, I cut myself. And I go, what do you mean? And he turns around, and it's just all in his back. And I'm like, oh, I'll see you, Dad.
Dude, I had one years ago that I'm not kidding. I thought I was.
Tamps. I thought man tamps on his back there.
I thought I was dying because I discovered it by getting up and then looking in there going, that entire toilet bowl is blood. The entire thing. And I was like,
Bobby,
that can't be real. So then I went to the doctor and I talked to him. They're like, yeah, that'll bleed pretty heavily if you're not careful. So they're like, you're fine. And I was like, okay.
It's scary, man. It's like they told me when I went for my colonoscopy, they said, you've got some, I'm going to give you some medicine for it. So I was like, okay, cool. So I go to the pharmacy to get the medicine. And I said, hey, can I got a prescription. And they said, yeah, we're not going to fill this. I'm like, why? They said, your insurance declined. It's going to be $1,200. And I said, $1,200? There's not a hemorrhoid medicine you can give me for less than $1,200?
You'll just do some Kegels rather than pay $1,200.
A Dave Matthews ticket giveaway on the way, along with Rangers insider Jared Sandler at 7:20 when we go commercial free in the Expressway. Thanks for being a total. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. We also have best and worst of the weekend. We have an update on A.J. Brown being moved out of Filthy. A former Cowboys wide receiver moves on, and how will team needs in the division affect that Cowboy draft? Around the rest of the NFL is next on Sean and RJ 105.3 The Fan. But let me go ahead and get you set up with DFW Security. I got the
studio. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
What is up with A.J. Brown now? Good morning, Metroplex. Hopefully you had a fantastic weekend. Got the entire morning family with you. Sean Trafe, RJ Choppy, Bobby Belt, and Peyton Phillip Russell running the Odyssey app, the Fan Cam Twitch and YouTube, Jared Sandler, and a Dave Matthews ticket giveaway coming up, commercial-free Expressway, along with best and worst of the weekend. Diana Rossini reports, after serious conversations with both the Rams and Patriots, the Eagles will not trade A.J. Brown at this time. Both teams remain interested. No move is imminent. If a trade were to happen, it would likely heat up closer to June 1st. So that is the A.J. Brown update with the Rams and the Pats.
I would guess if I was an NFL team, I've gone through the first wave of free agency. I've put 15 months into the draft. Unless a sweetheart deal comes by, I'm hanging on to my picks at this point. Like, it had to be a good deal. Like, we're so close to it. It's like, is this not the most value these picks will ever have? Is within the final month of the?
I don't know. People say that. I always think that there's always more value on the mystery box. Like, you know who's in the draft now, and like you're gonna have a hard time convincing yourself, is this pick gonna be better than A.J. Brown? Probably not.
That's the number one thing in sports I still don't understand is the currency.
Of draft, of prospects.
So giving up a fourth is a fifth next year. And, that's the number one thing I still don't understand in sports. Don't even try to explain it to me because I'm like, all right, if Choppy owes me the $500 Barstool money, next year if he pays it, I'm not looking at it like, well, that's really $490 now. With the depreciation of the draft.
I don't even know what depreciation is. I'm such an idiot. I'm going to go try to do it on my taxes, I think, but I have no idea what it is.
No, I think it's more like I'm going to give you trying to think of a better comp for it.
Like a player has a fourth-round grade, the next year to me still has a fourth-round grade.
Sure. So the idea would be that you may be you don't know if you'll end up picking at the back of that round with the pick because you don't know where it is.
Yeah.
And if you pick at the back of the round of that pick, you're probably not getting a player graded in that round. So the idea to them is that, if I'm picking in the top half of the round, like if I get a first, if I'm picking in the top half, I'll find a first-round graded player. If I'm picking in the back end of the first, I'm probably picking a second-round graded player. So they treat it as if, since I don't know if that's going to end up being the last pick in the first round, I've got to treat it as if I'm getting a second-round player with this pick they're sending me.
Yeah, but then wouldn't that eliminate doing a deal with the Jets, versus the Patriots? I can't look at them the same way because I have to assume that New England's going to have a much better year.
But I would have, last year, if I would have made a trade with the Patriots for their first-round pick, I would have assumed it was going to be in the top end of the first, and now it's like one of the last.
Yeah.
And so instead, I got to look at it like, okay, I've got to anticipate that New England may pop and be good, and that pick is not what I thought it was going to be.
I wouldn't do that, though, if I'm trading with the Jets. I'm not going to be
probably not, but you got to have a little bit of thought there.
Apparently, the Rams considered trading, as they considered trading for A.J. Brown, they explored moving Devontae Adams because you're like, why do they need AJ when you got Devontae and you got Puka? Well, they were thinking about moving Devontae.
I don't know why the Rams are so eager to shake things up. It doesn't make sense to me.
I don't know if it's what's a shakeup.
They've revamped the entire secondary,
which no one would argue has not been an improvement. They fortified it.
No, they're good, but again, we always know free agent acquisitions. They're dicey. You don't know how somebody's going to come in and fit in, and if you just wasted a bunch of money on that, and then being willing to move on from Devontae. It's like the biggest thing they had that was wrong with them was their special teams. That's why they lost games last year.
I think their secondary was supposed to be an issue, too.
It was not as great as it has been in the past. It was fine for most of the year. The defense was fine for most of the year. They literally lost the first game they lost to the Seahawks. That was because their special teams was so awful.
And if they two-point conversion, right?
Yeah, and that was they allowed the punt return for a touchdown, and they were not good. They fired their special teams coordinator like week 12.
I like it. I'm jealous of it.
I think
I would love for the Dallas to be moving that way.
But if I was that close, I wouldn't think I'd want to change so many parts. Is the only thing.
They improved. Like no one's going to argue they didn't improve the secondary with those two guys. They improved at their corner.
Yeah, in a vacuum, like better players.
Yeah.
I don't know.
And if you get AJ for Devontae, AJ is an improvement over Devontae.
Unless AJ comes in there and starts stirring. So that's what I mean. Like, you don't know what kind of a factor he'll be coming in there.
He would not be the Philly factor because he'd actually have a quarterback who can get him the football.
I mean, look, they're also
much quieter, I believe, in L.A. Not that he's not a pain in the ass.
they are also operating in a completely different football world than I would say 30 other teams.
This is RJ's number one winner of the offseason and free agency. He says the Rams and everybody else.
I think they have separated themselves from the pack.
They've made good moves. I don't have problems with their moves. I just in general think if I was close, I'd look for let me get one thing to push me over, because I felt like I was the best team in the NFL for a lot of the year. I need one thing to change that really needs to push me over. I think it's just a little bold to say, let's swap out a few different starters, and we don't know how this chemistry fits.
Like, we only got our corner because he can't play there anymore.
Yeah, I mean, they made honestly, he would have been back if they wouldn't have gotten those guys.
And, they're operating, I think, on a one-year window. They have to operate year to year with Stafford. Like, they don't know.
And McVay.
Yeah, for sure. And, like, I think they're just sitting there accepting at the moment Matt decides to retire and Sean McVay's probably going to leave, that they're going to be in for a problem, and they're like, we're just going to go all in, and we'll deal with our lumps later. And they have the blessing of the ownership.
Speaking of receivers, Jalen Tolbert is signing with the Miami Dolphins on a one-year deal. Apparently, Tolbert is close with Malik Willis, who was his quarterback at the Senior Bowl. 1,000 receiving yards and 10 touchdowns with the Cowboys over 4 seasons. And Wanye Thomas is a former Cowboy as he signs with the Indianapolis Colts. So all the best to Wanye and Jalen.
Yeah, Wanye was a really good guy here. I think by the end things had not gone the way he wanted them to, and that was a little frustrating for him. Jalen Tolbert, I hope you get the reset. Hope it helps, because I still think that was a talented player coming out of school. That was a guy who was really Alontae Taylor, who just got paid a bunch of money. You can go turn on Jalen Tolbert's junior tape, and he's hanging 180 yards on him when they play Tennessee. And so hopefully a reset works for him.
All right, Bob, let's look at where team needs stand above us after week 1 of free agency.
Yeah, so now that we've kind of had the pass through and everybody's wondering, all right, well, what are we going to get? Are we going to get somebody to fall down to us like Sonny Styles, Caleb Downs? What do these teams even ahead of us even need? That's the biggest thing where people usually go wrong with these mock drafts, is trying to figure out what did the team actually need. Like, I saw one yesterday, swear to God, they had assigned number 12, Jermod McCoy, after the Cowboys said, we're not doing redshirt players, and they would be taking a redshirt player. And then number 20 was Mekhi Lemon, the wide receiver from USC. That's somebody who doesn't know what the hell they're doing when they're mock drafting. So let's figure out, what do these beat reporters say each team needs? So this was over at The Athletic. They decided to take a look at what every team needs. So now we know the Raiders are taking a quarterback number 1, so it doesn't totally matter what they do.
By the way, is McCoy for sure a redshirt?
No, he's not a redshirt this year, allegedly. But that's the thing, nobody knows. And they're not going to risk on that, I don't think. So at the Jets, they're picking number 2. Their top need is still wide receiver. According to their beat reporter, Zach Rosenblatt, said wide receiver is the easy answer here. Said they do have 2 picks in the first round, though, 16 and 2. So they will likely address receiver more with the 16 pick. Number 2 likely to be somebody on the defensive side of the ball.
I'm already out on this. Their number 1 need is a quarterback.
Yeah.
No, I know. I think they're talking about, like,
realistically, who's
there's
available.
There's no quarterbacks out there to get, and there's no quarterback in the draft. The Arizona Cardinals pick number 3. This is what brought us was spending all week in Indy.
By the way, real quick, and I don't want this to carry over into a fight. If you're the Jets, you're taking whoever the second quarterback on your board is.
Yeah, I mean, look, unless he's a complete, unless I look at him and I'm like, this guy just is a bum.
Yeah,
I would probably trade down if I could.
If I've got 16, and the second quarterback's probably going to be there at 16.
Yeah. But otherwise, they do have 16, right? Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's what I would do. I would try to trade down from 2 if I can, because I don't want to pay the highest non-quarterback, and then I would take a quarterback at 16.
The thing that Broadus was trying to figure out all week in Indy was who their Cardinals going to pick, because he couldn't figure them out at all. And so he was talking to Arizona people and looking at some things, and Broadus came away from there going, I think they might be taking an offensive lineman, which would help Dallas. You need some offensive players to come off the board ahead of you. Doug Holler over at The Athletic says that GM Monty Austin-Fort did a nice job bolstering the offensive line during free agency. Cardinals added a couple veterans, but he says that there is still work that needs to be done. At some point, the line can't be something the team pieces together every offseason. The Cardinals have an anchor in left tackle, Paris Johnson Jr. They need to find another in the draft, keep building up front. So we're hearing now out of the Cardinals they're going to draft an offensive lineman, which helps. And if they've got a left tackle, then that means they need a right. And both of the tackles in this year's draft, Spencer Fano from Utah and then Francis Maui-Noa from Miami, both those guys are right tackles. So the next pick behind them, Tennessee. Tennessee's one that I've seen ruin some things for Dallas in some of these mock drafts. They said offensive weaponry is the biggest Titans need remaining. Says though a difference-making edge and reliable starters
has been for 30 years
at center and right guard also would help a lot. So, okay, if you're talking about a difference-making, like, playmaker on offense, that's Jeremiah Love to me. Like, and if Love could go at 4, that would be roughly the range that he could end up going. Maybe they look at a receiver there, like Carnell Tate from Ohio State. But the difference-making edge is the one that would be a little bit would start taking players off the board that you're interested in if they go get David Bailey or if Arvell Reese didn't go to the Jets at number 2. Next pick on here is the New York Giants, who we've all seen what they've done this offseason and the way that they've kind of aggressively built in the Harbaugh mode that they're looking. They say take your pick between right guard and defensive tackle. Well, that's about the 2 positions that the Cowboys need the very least because they drafted Tyler Booker in the first round last year, and they've sunk a ton of money into defensive tackle. It said, looking at the way that the Giants have played free agency, it said patience could pay off for the Giants. They need a starting right guard and starting defensive tackle, though, to ease concerns about the state of their lines. So if you were able to get those 2, because they've had a lot of different times where Sonny Styles has been a very popular pick to them in mock drafts, and that's, I think, one that a lot of people feel like could be a difference maker for the Cowboys. The Cleveland Browns, next on this list. They've got 2 separate picks in the first round, and there's been chatter that they are the first trade-out team that says they want to get out of pick 6.
Yeah.
So if they could get out of pick 6, sounds like they'd love to do that. But it said the Browns added 3 offensive linemen and brought back another, but needs remain across the offense. This is all setting up pretty nice to me. Everything behind it so far is a lot of offensive needs. The most pressing need is either at wide receiver or quarterback, but for now we'll assume that the Browns plan to let Shedeur Sanders try to lock up that quarterback job. But they talk about a thin, unreliable receiving core that ultimately could open things up behind them. And then the Commanders next on this list, they say Adam Peters has done so far what he could to build up the defense, prioritize the pass rush. Said out of all these new acquisitions they've had, though, they still need offensive playmakers. That's their biggest need.
Love has been mocked here, too.
Saints are next up on this list. And, yeah, Love has gotten a lot of stuff there. Saints are next on this. Larry Holder says that as a whole, the Saints should be applauded for the work that they've done. They went out and got Travis Achan and guard David Edwards. New Orleans could still use help at wide receiver, though. So this is a lot of offensive heavy stuff behind the Cowboys that would help them push it down. The only problem is it's such a defensive intensive group of players that
doesn't match up with the needs.
Teams may go, that doesn't fit our needs, so we'll just have to address this a little bit later on. Chiefs, their top remaining need still is edge rusher. They could use, obviously, some guys in the secondary. The Bengals, they say, is going to be a defensive focus as they look to rebuild. And then the Dolphins is the secondary.
All right, so it's sounding nice, but it's not really lining up with the boards.
Right. And so do you have some teams that go, like, for instance, the Jets, if their top need is receiver, they're like, that's nice. We're not taking a receiver at 2, though, because we don't have anybody there that we would grade that high. And we've got another pick later, so we will take a defensive player there. So that's the only thing is that does it throw some things. I think definitely you need Tennessee and the Giants to go offense to really help start pushing stuff down the board.
How good of a discount or not would Cleveland have to give you to move to 6 to get a player that you want?
So he would do it for Bailey.
Yeah, if Bailey got down there, I would trade 12 and 20 for 6 and 39. That is about equal on the trade chart.
Fantext asking, what if Love is at 12?
There are some people who say they would absolutely take him. I would not. It's not a good use of resources.
What if I tell you he's Jameer or Bijan?
Wouldn't do it.
You'd probably be likely to trade down then, right? You'd be able to?
I'd look for something to turn it into more capital, but I can't go picking more offensive players.
What are the top baseball stories coming out of Surprise? Let's talk Rangers, opening day starter, and WBC with our boy Jared Sandler. Commercial free in the Expressway with the Dave Matthews ticket giveaway next.
After we get you over to Base Power, you've been trying to save money.
It's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan. It is the Expressway right now on The Fan, and it's brought to you by the On-Time Experts.
Join the red, white, and blue. Fly ball right center field. Rodriguez and Tatis going back. It is gone. Roman Anthony gives the U.S. the lead.
FS1 with the call as the United States advances with the semifinal win 2-1 yesterday. This is Sean and RJ on your home of the Texas Rangers 105.3 The Fan. So you got the WBC taking place. Nate Eovaldi is going to start again for your Rangers on opening day. We are commercial free in the Expressway with a Dave Matthews ticket giveaway. Best and worst of the weekend at 7:40. Let's say good morning to our good friend Jared Sandler live in Surprise on the D&M Leasing Hotline here on DFW Sports Station. Good morning, brother. How are you?
Good morning, guys. I'm great. How are you guys?
Doing well. Where are you with the early fathering? I can't keep track when you're in the Metroplex or back in Arizona. And how old is the baby girl? All right. Where?
Yeah. Are you in trouble?
I'm standing outside the gym that I go to in Surprise. I'm actually near the Sonic Drive-In. And I guess, someone broke a law.
Yeah, give me the top two crimes or what an ambulance out there.
It's Surprise.
Yeah.
It's going to be a heart attack is the
Someone
number one.
slashed a wheelchair.
Yeah, no, they unplugged your little scooter. They took the battery out of your scooter. They stole the copper.
That's right. You all in on the WBC?
Not really. I mean, I was all in last night, but. It's tough. The U.S. clearly doesn't care as much as some of these other countries, so why should I care as much as, it's and the talent is so.
Are you talking about the
so
U.S.
incredible.
players or the U.S. fan base?
Maybe both.
Yeah.
I don't, maybe both. Listen, there's nothing wrong with it. It's not that they don't care, but you just look at the passion and the energy that some of these other countries demonstrate and some of the things they say. I mean, the players from the Dominican, Julio Rodriguez said, I want this as much as I'd like to win a World Series. And Albert Pujols, who has won a World Series, their manager said that, and these are words, right? But he said, this would be the greatest accomplishment of my career. I don't know, and I'm okay with some of the U.S. players not feeling that way.
Yeah.
If Nathan Eovaldi was there and he said, I want this more than I want to win another World Series, I'd be like, that's great. I kind of would like another World Series, but I'm obviously not, I'm not playing. But I watched last night. I think it's a great tournament. It's unfortunately, there's just not a great time for this tournament to take place to get the full experience where Paul Skeens can go 7 or 8 innings instead of being capped and all that stuff. But that was such a fun game last night. I hate that it ended on a horrible strike 3 call, but that was a really fun game to watch.
I know Aaron Judge said, last night, the crowd was much better than the World Series. What was the reaction the players had to the whole Cal Raleigh handshake gate?
Yeah, so I'll tell you, RJ, I think you said last week, I was listening, that Cal Raleigh cost the Mariners, right? I would say Randy Arozarena, if you want to blame someone, I blame Randy Arozarena, because why are you going to the media with that? If you've got an issue with what Cal Raleigh did, why are you making a deal of it? Just handle it privately. Like that, Randy Arozarena is a fun player. He's a good player. I don't know that I'd say he's a great player. He's a good player. There's a reason that the Cardinals moved on from him before he became Randy Arozarena, and there's a reason the Rays weren't upset to move on from him either. I think that some players probably had a little bit of an eye roll with Cal Raleigh not doing that, just because during the regular season it happens all the time. Now, it might not be a full dap. It might just be, the bat tap to the shin guard or some sort of some sort of verbal acknowledgement that we might not be able to see. I just think that, to be honest with you, a lot of the players thought it was odd that a teammate would go to the media to bash a teammate over that. And I don't know that it's going to have any sort of a ripple effect in the season for the Mariners. But if there is, that's on Randy Arozarena more than it's on Cal Raleigh. I don't blame Cal Raleigh for being dialed in. Now, he probably could have just been like, hey, or said something to him or whatever. But yeah, Randy Arozarena going to the media and making a deal of it, that to me was that was the biggest red card violation of the whole thing.
Jared Sandler from Surprise here on the home of the Rangers, 105 through the Fan. What are the top spring training storylines that have jumped out to you so far?
Well, the biggest issue for the Rangers the last 2 years, their lineup, and specifically maybe lack of approach, lack of plate discipline, not necessarily doing what the game tells you to do, playing situationally. And so that's been a big point of emphasis. Now, again, you guys have heard me say this 1,000 times. I have zero clue how to translate what we see in spring training into the regular season because there's zero evidence that suggests that any of these things really have a guaranteed correlation. But you'd much rather see positive results than negative results. And the Rangers, going into yesterday's game, led Major League Baseball in walks. And, they've been one of the top offensive teams. And it's clear that situationally, while you're not seeing things like moving guys over with the same intent that you might in the regular season and bunting and whatnot, the Rangers are just more locked in on having an approach. I also think that, some of the additions they made help reshape the identity of this lineup because you don't have as much aggression. You still have some guys like Jake Berger and Corey Seager who are very aggressive swingers, but you balance that out with Brandon Nimmo and Danny Jansen and maybe Andrew McCutchen, guys who see pitches, guys who will draw walks. And it just seems like this lineup has a much different identity. I know that people wanted the Rangers to sign Kyle Tucker or, the best hitters out there. The Rangers probably would love that. It's clear now that they were working with a certain amount of financial resources and had to do whatever they could with that. You don't leave $50 million of potential free agency money unspent. And what they did was they made a huge upgrade from Jonah Heim to Danny Jansen. They made a huge upgrade from Adolis Garcia to Brandon Nimmo. Those guys were each about 30 to 40% better offensively last year than the guys they're replacing. It's not going to be a high bar to clear for whoever takes over at second base, if it's Josh Smith or if he ends up bouncing around, to exceed what Marcus Semien did offensively. And now if you get just a little bit better production from Jake Berger and Josh Young and Jock Peterson, maybe this lineup has a little bit of a different look to it. But it's got to start with them having an approach and having much better plate discipline, which was just something we haven't seen the last 2 years.
Are they is it as simple as just not chasing pitches out of the zone?
I mean, that's one part of it. Yeah, I mean, if you were to try and simplify it, I would that would be the way to do it. I also think though that they're going up there with a runner at third and one out. Listen, if you want to take your A cut, your best cut on an 0-0 pitch, fine, do it. But when you're down 0-2, you got to change your approach. You got to realize, hey, I got to do whatever I can to get this guy in. Things like that, understanding. And also knowing, is it a one-run game? Is it a 7-run game? Are we facing Tarek Skubal and we just need to scratch out whatever run we can? Do we have a pitcher on the ropes and we don't need to let him off the hook with a 5-pitch inning, right? Like, that's the other thing, too. When you got a guy like he labored the inning before, you got his pitch count up, you're one inning away from getting to the bullpen and getting this really good pitcher out there. Too many times last year, the Rangers would go up with such an aggressive approach, that pitcher would have a 5-6 pitch inning, and it gives him another inning. That's another inning of facing a really good pitcher as opposed to getting into the bullpen earlier. It also hurts your pitcher because that pitcher probably just worked a standard length inning, maybe a long inning. He only has a 5-pitch inning to catch his breath. It all kind of comes together. But if you were to boil it down to one thing, yeah, I think balls and strikes, plate discipline, that's got to improve in a big way.
Jared Sandler joining us here on 105.3 The Fan. Jared, so, we always talk about this whenever there are changes of, any major coaching aspect of any sports team that we talk about. But, you talk about plate approach being different. I know that Skip Schumacher talked about when he got hired about how much he doesn't like, pitchers. Like, I don't like pitchers who give up free bases. I want my guys to get walks, aggressive base running and all that. What are you think the things we're going to notice most about this Rangers team that you go, okay, that's a philosophical shift from Bochy to Schumacher?
Well, I'll tell you this, and I don't mean this as a slight at all against Bruce Bochy, because when you win a World Series with a group of players, I think you give them a leash that maybe, a new manager doesn't feel as inclined to give them because he wasn't a part of that. These guys didn't win Skip Schumacher World Series. And I don't know if this is a philosophical thing, Bobby, but, we talked last year about accountability. And I just think that, there is going to be an understanding that, we'll give guys a leash. We don't want guys walking on eggshells. We don't want guys feeling like if they have a bad week, they're cooked. But I think eventually there's going to be a point where, hey, if you're not doing what we need you to do, then that's fine. I'm just not going to write your name in the lineup. Or I'm going to give you some time off to try and figure it out, right? Again, it's always a balance because you don't want to create an environment where players start playing scared for their jobs because, they know that they're on a thin ice. But I do think that there's a degree of accountability that we'll see. At least that's what I hope, and that's what, Skip Schumacher has said. And I think that that's important. I think, job competition is important. And sometimes you create that because you got three guys fighting for one spot. Sometimes you create that because even if your backup isn't a guy you think threatens you, think of last September. It's not like anyone was thinking that Cody Freeman was going to, take over for Marcus Semien necessarily. But you better believe that when a guy's not playing, whether he's hurt or getting benched or whatever, and the guy in there is starting to produce, that lights a fire under people's asses, right? And so I just think you can create job competition through accountability. And I think that you're going to see, or at least I believe that they're going to try and create a little more accountability if guys aren't doing what they're supposed to be doing.
Jared, we talked a little bit already about how offense has been good during spring training, and you can't always project that out. Whether somebody's been good or bad, it doesn't always project out well to the regular season. With that being said, still, how concerning is it, I guess, that Jock Peterson, who they're really counting on to hey, we need you to bounce back a little bit, has struggled a little bit this spring?
Yeah, Bobby, it's just tough for me to be concerned about that because I'm so conditioned that I don't want to say none of it matters. It matters. But there are a million examples of guys who suck in spring training and then they're great in the regular season or vice versa. And I just said that, hey, they're drawing all these walks. I want to make it very clear. I'm not playing both sides here. I say that with a caveat of I don't know if that's going to translate, but it's better than, them going up there and not drawing walks and not showing any plate discipline. But there's no guarantee that it translates beyond the fact that you do have some guys on your roster who have a track record of being that type of a hitter. But, Rougned Odor looked great in spring training for several years. And you guys know that he was like my wubby. I love Rougned, and it never quite materialized. I'd say this, Bobby, the reason I wouldn't be super concerned is because, I think if Jock Peterson has a rough, 3-4 weeks to start the season, I just talked about accountability. I don't know that you're going to be running him out there like you did last year because he's also on the last year of his deal, perhaps. And so, with Jock last year, understood why you had to keep doing it. And you didn't really have a lot of great options, to begin with. I do think, though, that there is a level of confidence that, he's in a lot better shape and that, once this season gets going, he's going to be in a much different position. He's a veteran and he's not competing for a job. I know that might upset some people that think that, well, he should be because of, how bad he was last year. But I think that sometimes veterans, especially veterans who know that they've got a role and they're comfortable with their role, they're not going to be the guys that you worry about if the numbers aren't there. It's maybe guys who you feel like they are competing for jobs that you would be a little more concerned about.
Jared Sandler, Rangers insider, joining us from Surprise on the home of the Rangers here on Sean and RJ 105.3 The Fan. So much of the season feels like it's going to be offensively on, these kids got to take the leap, right? Evan Carter and Wyatt and Josh Young through his struggles. So where are we with the young offensive players and your feeling about what could happen with them this year?
Yeah, well, let's identify two of them and specifically, talk about what the Rangers need out of them. With Evan Carter, the Rangers just need him to be, competitive against left-handed pitching. I think that Skip Schumacher would love to be able to write Evan Carter's name in the lineup against lefties and righties, but he's got to earn that. And I don't think that he needs to be as good against righties as good against lefties as he is against righties. But he's got to be able to do something, right? Whether it's sell out for power and just be a higher slug, lower on base guy, or take more of his identity against righties and amplify it and just be someone who tries to get to 4 balls before 3 strikes. And I'm not saying you go up there looking for a walk, but you go up there with, even more of an intense focus on finding your pitch. And at least if you're hitting 9th in the order, being a pain in the ass for the other pitcher, not being an easy out. He's got to be able to do something like that. And with Josh Young, they really need him to hit left-handed pitching. It's the flip side here. The Rangers right now, you look at some of the PECOTA projections and whatnot, and forget the projections, just look at their lineup. They are built to crush right-handed pitching. They are a very lefty-heavy team. They got righties who can hit righties, then lefties like Jock Peterson and Josh Smith and Evan Carter, who, are much more favorable against righties than lefties. The question is, how are they going to hit lefties? Well, you got White Langford, and then you got Nimmo and Seager who can hit lefties. But who's that other right-handed bat who's going to make decisions tough for an opposing manager? It's not just about when you face a left-handed starter. It's, hey, I got two nasty lefties in the bullpen who are great at getting lefties out, but maybe not as good against righties. Who are the right-handed hitters who are going to make that decision tough for the opposing manager? And right now, I think that's a big question mark for the Rangers. How are they going to be able to hit lefties? And they're going to get tested early because 2 of the first 3 games they're going to play against Philadelphia will be against Christopher Sanchez and Jesus Luzardo. And those are 2 very good lefties. And then, again, it's not just about lefty starters. It's lefty relievers, too, in game 6th, 7th, 8th inning matching up. You want to be able to protect your hitters. You need another right-handed bat other than White Langford who's going to force a manager to think twice, or if he doesn't, alter his decision, going to make them pay for bringing in the lefty to face that one lefty who's sandwiched by 2 righties.
The Cowboys' defense just has to give a little bit to the offense to make them a really, really good team. The Rangers' offense just has to give a little to this pitching staff to make them a good team. Which one do you have more confidence and faith in, the Rangers or the Cowboys' defense after getting your guy Rashawn Gary?
Yeah, I do think that the Cowboys are in a decent position to do something with all these draft picks and whatnot, and they're the 2 draft picks in the first round. But I think I have more confidence in the Rangers offense just simply because they have more guys who have done it before. I don't know, correct me if I'm wrong, but it's not like the Cowboys defense is littered with guys who just had down years with great track records.
Yeah.
I think I have more confidence for that reason. I like the moves that the Rangers made offensively. Yes, again, would have loved for them to have gotten Kyle Tucker or just, name a great offensive player, a really good offensive player. But, it seems like they did the best that they could with whatever, money they had. And they did make upgrades, not just in position, but like in style and identity. So I think I like that. The question I have, guys, is just the bullpen. And I think it will sort itself out, but it might take some time figuring out who's best fit for what role. And, it's tough when you don't have that nails lockdown closer. Is it going to be Robert Garcia? Is it going to be Chris Martin? Well, it's tougher to be Chris Martin if you can't pitch back-to-back days. I think the Rangers would like to protect him by avoiding that. So, is Robert Garcia ready to take a step forward and be this team's closer? We'll have to find out. I think the Rangers have some options to have a good middle relief and maybe setup core, but you still need that guy to be able to lock down the 9th inning, and that's a question mark I think that a lot of people have.
Sandler, we know Nate's on the mound for opening day. How are you setting up, obviously to Grom next, but how are you setting up 3 through 5? And is that changing when everybody is healthy and available?
So are you talking about like Cody Bradford and Jordan Montgomery?
Sure, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it could, but, that we're looking around the All-Star break. So if the Rangers are all, they're healthy 1 through 5 in their rotation at that point, then that would be an amazing problem. I think with Bradford and Montgomery, you're probably easing them back in. I wouldn't be surprised if Bradford starts in a, multi-inning relief type role. We'll see with Jordan Montgomery because obviously, we love Monty. And the last time he wore a Rangers uniform, he was great, but he hasn't been great since. Now, maybe he comes back healthy, rejuvenated. I know he's pumped to be back here, and there's a lot to be said about, just being happy where you are. But, yeah, I think that you go – I mean, Mackenzie Gore and RJ, remember, how a team structures their rotation 2 through 5 isn't necessarily, how they rank them. But if you were to do it in that way, then, Gore 3, Leiter 4. And I think Jacob Latz is the lead dog for 5. Signing Jalen Beeks, I think, gives them a little more flexibility to have Latz in the rotation by adding a lefty to the bullpen. And I think that Kumar Rocker – starting the year in AAA is not a bad thing when you consider he's thrown 44, career innings in the minor leagues in AA and AAA combined. In no world would we look at anyone and say, hey, he's got 44 innings in AA and AAA. He's ready to be a major league pitcher. Now he's 26 years old. We obviously, would love for him to be, a forward in this rotation, but he's not there yet, and that's okay. And thankfully they've got a great rotation, so it doesn't feel like it's a huge miss right now. That he's not there, but you get him started in AAA and then you bring him up whenever there's a need. That's my guess on how it will play out. But, they might look at Kamal Rocker and say, hey, we need to see what he can do. And, maybe they feel like Jacob Latz fits better in the bullpen right now, big picture. But I think Jacob Latz is probably the lead dog to be the fifth starter.
Who is your NCAA champion, and what is your hot tip for everybody's bracket?
Well, I like Santa Clara winning their first-round matchup. I like St. John's. I don't think, Kansas is a weird kind of – and I love Kansas. I'm a big Kansas basketball fan. One of my brothers went to Kansas, but they're just kind of weird and broken. I like St. John's. They're playing some really good basketball. I trust I trust the mob leader, on the sideline. I do wonder, though, is this the first time since '97 that a West Coast team wins the title? Arizona, I don't think has advanced beyond the Sweet 16 in almost a decade or a little over a decade, but that's a really good team. Koa Pete's a stud. I like Tommy Lloyd. So is this a year that Arizona gets to the promised land? It's crazy. A West Coast team hasn't won in maybe Peyton. I don't know when Peyton was born, but basically Peyton Russell's lifetime. So I like Arizona. I mean, Duke's got some injury issues that I think can maybe they can buy some time by getting out of the first week. But I do like Duke. But that's a tough bracket. I mean, there's a lot of really good programs in that in that draw in that region. But I like Arizona. What are you guys thinking? Who's y'all's early pick?
You're right. Duke has got a tough bracket. All those Hall of Fame coaches.
We can't spoil our brackets, Jared. That'll give away our content later in the week.
I haven't gotten past
is that for the OnlyFans subscribers?
Yeah.
The only one I have so
pay
far
$6.99
is I put Houston in my Final Four. That's the only one I have completed so far.
Hey, I think Florida's fun to watch, but I think Houston, like if Florida and Houston match up, I'm taking Houston. Florida's not a great three-point shooting team, and Houston, the way they pressure the ball makes life miserable for opponents. I do like Houston still.
Thank you, brother. Congrats on the little one. See you when you get back.
See you, fellas.
Jared Sandler, Rangers Insider, here, commercial-free in the Expressway on Sean and RJ 105.3 The Fan.
He could have just said it instead of Peyton's birthday. The last time a West Coast team won the title was Jason Terry was on that team.
Gosh.
Yeah, it's 97.
Jason
Miles
Terry,
Simon, Mike Bibby.
It was a good team.
It was a very good team. And a Big Ten team hasn't won it since 2000.
Let's hook you up right now for turning it on, leaving it on.
Celebrate, we will.
All right, so let's right now. Call number 10-877-881-1053 wins a pair of tickets to see the Dave Matthews Band at the Dos Equis Pavilion in Dallas on Saturday, May 9th. That's call number 10-877-881-1053.
The segment probably the only segment where all of our loved ones tune in to figure out what we got into over the course of the weekend. It's best and worst.
Ladies and gentlemen, the weekend.
I'm having a bad fucking weekend.
877-881-1053. 877-881-1053 to hit us up on the Franklin Franco Injury Attorney text line for best and worst of the weekend. I'll start off very, very busy. We actually got invited to go to someone else's house for dinner. And we were blown away by it. Yeah, because usually it's us doing the inviting and the cooking and the buying and all this.
I did invite you a couple weeks ago.
Yes, that's true. A very nice time. And it was a lovely time on Friday. But Saturday was the best, as the wife and I said, all right, we need a day out.
Yeah, you went to Tiesto.
Going through, did not go to Tiesto. She wanted to go to Tiesto, but we went to 5 places in about 5 hours.
Holy cow.
We did it big. Rooftop bar to start. Reitman met us before the Stars game.
Were these all walking place to place?
Oh, no. It was like getting my Ubers in Indy. I mean,
God.
That wasn't for recreation. That was for getting a freezing cold morning walk to the morning show and back after the new Odyssey policy. We went to the dinner spot, which has moved into my top 5, that we actually went to in Arizona with the entire group. I think it's called Culinary Dropout.
Yes.
It was fantastic. It was awesome. Got denied entry in my next place.
Citizen?
Hell no. I wish that place burned to the ground. I think they're gone. I don't know what's a whippersnapper, can of room. I don't know. Went to a place and I set it up. Got a table and everything for the 4 of us. And I had shorts on. Had to sit outside in the little waiting area with like little bonfire tables. It ended up being okay because we sat there and talked for a while anyway, but it was really embarrassing. It was awful. And they were like gym shorts or nice dress shorts.
Yeah.
Did not matter. Shut down.
See, I don't care for that. This is Texas. There used to be the jean. You got to wear jeans, can't wear shorts in some of these places. I'm like, guys, it's 110 degrees outside. Now, obviously, it wasn't this weekend,
right?
But in July and August, I don't care where it is. I'm not wearing jeans. Yeah. I'm not wearing pants in July and August. Here.
We did it big on Saturday. Worst of the weekend was yesterday, as the wind shortened Ollie's first t-ball practice. I mean, how all these kids didn't get blinded with the dirt in their eye. It was insane.
Did you enjoy watching it? Did you get any enjoy, or was it way too early?
It's too windy.
Yes, but too early in his baseball career.
No, yeah, I like watching it. You know, I think we got to get him a bat and cleats now. He's got his glove. And I need to go ahead and break that in. But, you know, he listened. He followed the instructions.
Good.
They were all worried about keeping their hats on. Yeah. That's all it was. Instead of chasing balls, they were all chasing their hats. It was, as you know, crazy wind. That was the worst of the weekend, messing up the first practice.
It was brutal yesterday. My son wanted to go to the track and run. He wanted to do some hurdles. Hurdles kept falling over because of the wind.
Yeah.
And I was like, this is crazy here, man.
And then he wanted to shoot basketball?
He wanted to play basketball. Like, we're not going to find an outdoor hoop. You're going to aim 8 feet to the right if you want to get this thing to even go in.
Yeah.
We played some golf over the weekend. Sarah and I went out to play golf and just sitting there on one of the holes, and I'm talking, and the green, one of the other greens right there, Choppy yelling out my name, saying that they love the show. Saw a few Tolos out there. So that was the best. It got a lot of yard work done. Sarah was face down, butt up in the air, in the flower bed. Because I told her, I says, picking weeds, that's woman's work.
Dang.
Okay, that's what I said. That's what I said. I'll take care of the mowing. I'll punch the yard. I'll edge. I'll weed eat. I'll mow. But that picking weed stuff, she found 2 snakes. They're little tiny gray ones, nothing big. And then I when I was weed eating, I cut into my sprinkler wire on accident.
Oh, lovely.
So I had to fix that.
You fixed it.
Luckily, the wires didn't break. It was just the pipe around it.
Oh.
So I went and I got some kind of a pipe to put over it and put some silicone caulk down there. I got a big caulk gun.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. Big.
How big is it?
It was clear. It was clear.
That's
clear.
average.
It was a big caulk gun though.
Shoots out the goo.
Shoots out the goo. It does. that was the worst.
Oh, that's what it is. It was nothing but bad this weekend. So Kristen left town with the girls. She is in Johnson City, seeing her uncle right now. And whenever they go out of town, it's always some good and some bad.
And you don't go on that trip because?
So they were going to be gone till Tuesday.
Oh.
So I'm taking off next week. But they were going to be gone till Tuesday. So I was like, all right, well, if y'all aren't going to be back in time for Monday, then I can't go. So she went on the trip, whatever. When they make that trip, it's always a little tough because I do enjoy my quiet time. I do. It's nice to just be able to get home and then go crash out on the bed and then get up and watch TV for a little bit and then sleep some more. That's good. That's fine. But it's only for a period of time where I like being alone. Where once they're gone for too long,
How
it's
long?
like, this is an afternoon.
That's
really,
it?
Yeah, after an afternoon, I'm just kind of like, I wish somebody was here. I'm kind of going crazy.
I wish someone was here to ignore them.
I figured, no. Very involved. Very involved. I would, oh, never mind. I'm never going to go there. But very involved. But I was like, all right, this will be good. I'll keep myself busy. I'll go out. I'll go find something to do. This will be good. Well, of course, Saturday, early afternoon, I end up feeling like hell, and I was sick all weekend. And so that was lovely. So I stayed in bed literally the whole time and just kept floating in and out of consciousnness. And then by the time I actually felt good, it was time to write the prep email. And so I lost the whole weekend. That sucked. Then there's also another issue that I've got that I think
What
I'm
were
getting.
you sick with?
It was feverish. I was feverish and had a bad headache and was starting to cough. And I was like, this isn't good, but it passed pretty quick. I think I might be getting set up for a scam. We're in 3 weeks in a row now where 4 times I've received a Zelle payment of exactly $7 from someone I don't know.
You're getting it?
Yeah, it's getting dropped into my bank account, which is fine, I guess, because there's nothing I have to do to engage with it. But I'm worried this is setting me up for some sort of scam attempt.
Yeah.
Because I do not know who this is. I Google the name, can't find it. It's nobody I know. It's nobody Krista knows. But it's just exactly $7 deposits into my account.
Yeah.
4 times. So
that's sinister.
I think I'm gonna have to talk to PNC and be like, hey, y'all are gonna have to do something about this.
Well, you don't want to get the money taken out.
But I mean, it's not like enough to like matter.
Yeah.
It's just enough to be unsettling.
Right.
You know?
It's definitely unsettling.
And so
I keep getting an email. Probably my Instagram got hacked or Facebook. People saying they got messages from me last night.
Really?
Yeah, and I'm like, oh, well, good luck with
You
that.
asked people to subscribe to our podcast?
I did.
Podcast scam?
No, but like I keep getting these Facebook code emails, like Facebook code to log into your account.
yeah, those are either somebody is trying to hack into your account or that's just a attempt to get you to share your info somewhere.
Pay.
Well, this weekend Mackenzie left me, guys. She's gone. She's just on her just on her bachelorette trip, but she's gone for the whole week. She went to Gulf Shores, Alabama, with her friends there. So she's in Alabama for the week. So the house is all to myself, just me and the dogs there. I mean, dishes were dirty in the sink. You know, shoes are left wherever I want them. I was able to sleep in the middle of the bed there. So life is good right now. But you know, I decided to do more activities, and I painted the master bedroom or the bathroom. Along with my parents over the weekend. So, and I thought it was going to be easy. It sucks, man.
Yeah.
It sucks. Painting, you know, and my mom was able to tape everything. So that was the, you know, I thought was the hard part. But then it's like you paint one side and you're like, I got to do another coat of this. I can still see the other, because the other color on the wall was like a sky blue color. So I had to, and we were using a tannish kind of, I think it was casual khaki was the exact color. But you know,
khaki.
right by the door frames, you know, you had to get exactly right there. Didn't want to get paint all over that. And so I was, you know, I was doing my best Picasso skills, you know, just going right, small brush, right back and forth. Still not done yet. I just have to go over a few more edges, but should be done today or tomorrow. But yeah, repainted the entire bathroom.
They always have the strangest names for paint colors. Casual khaki, cozy California.
Oh yeah,
Mexico mist.
Why?
Why do they have the strangest names for these things?
Why didn't you do the shared bachelorette trip?
Oh yeah.
Well, ask Dak.
Ferg did it. Ferg just did it with the Cavender. They got on the PJ to go do the shared trip.
Two rich people, though. I mean, you know,
And didn't you see? You
could have gone to Alabama.
Were you the one who sent the Cavender photo of he was hanging out with the twins were hanging out with Lane Kiffin?
Oh yeah, Lane. He's such a pimp, dude.
No, he's such a douche.
Oh, well,
the worst.
a douchey pimp.
He's like 50-something, just constantly hanging.
He's this era's Larry Eustace.
Oh, wow, what a name.
What a name.
Peyton, who's that?
Comedian.
Yep, nailed it. Got it.
He was. Very good.
Best and worst of the weekend. Every Monday at this time with the Dave Matthews ticket giveaway. We'll give away those tickets as well tomorrow at this time and this morning and every day in the 9 o'clock hour. Thanks to the promo department for that.
People in the fan text, those $7 deposits, they'll keep doing them. Then they will ask for a refund from you. After you give them the refund, the stolen credit card will attempt to reclaim the money for your account, and you'll be out the total amount.
Okay, all right, that's what it is. And then there are other people on here saying I've also been getting random Zelle deposits.
Well, I need that. Give me some
how
money.
many
Come on.
scams giving you the money?
I'll take
think about it. The $28 investment to be able to come back and get your credit card info might be worth it.
RJ Choppy unleashes a March Madness college basketball kegger next. And I'm unleashing Wild Fork Foods on you.
D&M Leasing Studios. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
He threw it away. Hitting Podolski. Did we just see what we think we just saw? Wow!
Confetti!
Oh, the brackets have been released. My favorite day. I don't know about you guys. I do this when I'm excited about things.
You have 12 favorite days of the year.
I know.
Yeah.
I just walked around the house yesterday. As soon as the bracket show was over, as soon as I found out where Tennessee was going to play, I was just going around the house just randomly, just like this.
You were Jason Garrett.
I am literally the clapper at my house. Now, not in a penicillin kind of way, but I was just walking around, just a random 10 clap. Does anybody else do this when they're excited about things? You guys just clap in the house? I clap.
I've seen when something if I'm watching a sports game and a big moment happens, I'll do one of I'll get where it's just I gotta almost stim it out a little bit. But that's it. Sean, you've been around him long enough now.
Explain to me the stim thing, because we had a little concern in the house yesterday with one of the kids. Amanda has me all paranoid.
No, it's almost like a tick to get energy out, but it's often associated with
autism.
It can be, but everybody tends to do it.
Okay,
in some form or fashion.
Ava, for probably 45 minutes, maybe longer, back and forth, hilariously laughing at herself. I was like, why do we have to ruin everything?
No, that's bad.
Why do we have to ruin this girl? I could picture my mom there just laughing and being like, oh my God, she's in heaven. What a good, happy little baby. And then Amanda's like, that could be autism. And I'm like, why do we have to mess up everything? And then I'm looking it up and I'm researching it all.
Yeah.
So now I'm, sitting there.
You drive yourself nuts.
Nah.
You drive yourself nuts, dude. Because, also
she doesn't do it often, but it was a good 45, 50 minutes.
Yeah.
Did we give her red dye?
No, I think that's. I think that's
red dye. Is that what it does? It.
She was. Babies will do that. Kids that age, when they're 2 and under, they'll do that. So I wouldn't. I mean, Laura used to do that all the time. Laura used to just walk around and like she was Beavis and Butthead. Yeah. So wait, you've been around him long enough to know. What do you think his actual favorite sports day of the year is? Since he does have 12. What's the one that you're you get genuine?
I think he would. I would probably think it is March Madness days 1 and 2.
Mm-hmm. I was thinking Masters maybe.
Yeah, but then it's is it Masters Sunday? See, for that you need the leaderboard to look right. You pretty much have the same feeling every single year.
That's true.
No doubt. Yeah. It's this one. I will if there's something else that I have going on a Masters Thursday or Friday. I know I can miss Thursday or Friday. I can always catch the replay later on that night. This, I'm locked in from start to finish. By the way, TCU will start the entire tournament off. I'm not counting the first 4. They will start the regular tournament off against Ohio State on Thursday afternoon.
Local teams, you should count the first 4.
That's right, because Texas
and SMU.
And SMU are in. SMU plays Miami of Ohio on Wednesday. Texas will play NC State Thursday night. Tuesday night, the game is going to be at 8:15 in Dayton. The first game of the day will be UMBC against Howard. But the brackets were released not before there was. I mean, look, I love a good announcer call. I did not know, and we started this, Sean. You and I started this with Troy's help and the boss's help, doing the songs in the middle of these calls. We were just ahead of the game. We were ahead of the time.
Oh, the Texas Legends bits?
The Texas Legends bits, because on the ESPN broadcast, and ESPN was the one they wanted to run me out of town. They wanted to run us out of town. We got Cal Baptist doing Michael Bublé song references.
For Linhart. A screen from Davis. He rolls, puts it up for Davis. He missed the dunk. CBU says save the last dance for me.
There you go. It's a good song.
Dude, you should get copyright.
Is that the only one they did, though?
What's that?
Was that the only one they did?
What do you mean?
Are you sure that's a Bublé reference, or do they just not? Are they just throwing it out there because they're going to the dance? And they
maybe. And also, this was the last ever WAC tournament. The WAC's going away, right? Because that's where Tarleton State is in. The conference tournament's going away. They're changing conferences. I don't know. I thought that was good. I like a good call like that. So we'll see. We'll see if that gets any hate, but it won't, because it was great, and I support that. Even though, and I love the song. The East is the bracket of death. Duke is the overall number 1 seed. You got 4 Hall of Fame coaches in Izzo, Patino, Self, and Hurley. TCU mentioned they get Ohio State, and then they'll get Duke in the second round. That game's going to be in Greenville, so that's kind of like a home game for Duke anyway. TCU's very good. Duke's got to be on high alert. TCU is a very good team. They will pull an upset on you, and they're well coached as well.
Duke is 13-4 to win it all, plus 325 right now.
Does that make them the favorite?
Yes.
Yeah. St. John's is I think a very underseeded 5 seed in that region. Duke, credit to the committee, because they get an underseeded 5 or the best player arguably in the tournament, in Darren Peterson in the Sweet 16. Then they got to worry about Michigan State or UConn. Louisville could be nasty. I thought South Florida got a little bit hosed because Louisville is underrated and South Florida is a bracket buster. So there's your East. In the West, Arizona, the number 1 seed. Arkansas is the 4. Wisconsin is the 5. Texas will play NC State in the first 4. Second straight year that they are in Dayton. BYU and Gonzaga. I love the committee kept them out west. They're out in Portland. I do have an issue with St. Louis hosting Purdue, potentially playing Missouri in the second round. You got to protect your top seeds. You got to protect your top seeds. And by the way, do not tell me this crap isn't rigged when, let's see, North Carolina, who is like a 6 seed, is going to play in Greenville, South Carolina, potentially against a 3 seed Illinois. And Purdue, the 2 seed, has to play Missouri in a road game.
Well, that's South Carolina, not North Carolina.
It's out border. It's right across the border, right there. The amount of Carolina fans that are going to be at that game, just don't tell me it's not fixed.
Well, can you set every game up without the region that's next to them?
You're right. You can't please everybody. Houston's going to get a game in Houston in the Sweet 16 and the Elite 8, potentially against Florida, who's the 1 seed. I hate it. You move Houston. They are so beholden to their seed lines. They need to do it with fairness, I think.
Who's the big team that got screwed that everyone's talking about this morning? Who got left out? What about that team that was undefeated?
Miami of Ohio. So they're in. They got in. A lot of people are coming at Bruce Pearl because Bruce
How is Bruce Pearl in the news every other week, and he's not even coaching the team?
I know. Well, his son's coaching Auburn. All right, and people are saying, well, he quit 2 weeks before the season, so his son had to go be the coach. And they're talking about how he's still on the payroll at Auburn, which he is. But as Doug Gottlieb pointed out yesterday, no one's complaining that Jay Wright was still on the payroll of Villanova when he was on the air at CBS. I mean, look, Bruce is being a dad. He's trying to stand for his kid. What am I going to do? Am I going to get mad at that? They're saying he's not professional. Well, he's not a journalist. He's Bruce Pearl. Like, what do you expect?
The analysis yesterday on CBS, because obviously I've not followed college basketball. I don't follow college basketball regular season closely at all. But
I'm a Longhorn fan. You are.
I'll pop in on them occasionally enough to know they can't play defense. But is that when you watch, like when you watch them yesterday, analyze it. Seth Davis, Bruce Pearl, like they were all talking like, yeah, this was like the year we felt like we knew the 68 as close as it was going to get. Like, it felt like they weren't surprised by anybody.
Right. I think they said SMU was the last team in, and that Oklahoma was the first team out. So it wasn't even Auburn. And Auburn was, Auburn was sitting there on social media all weekend long, giving their resume out. And it was like, there's not really a call for it. Bobby's right. Like those guys said it, that there wasn't really a bubble this year. Last year, we did not have a ton of upsets. So we'll see what winds up happening with the tournament. One guy that I hope stays in the tournament as long as possible is Mick Cronin. Mick Cronin is the coach of UCLA.
Douche.
And he is a great quote. He may be a douche, but he will bring up some good quotes. What do you guys think about this one?
What were you hoping to find out about your team this week, and what did you learn?
Well, you are assuming that I was hoping to find out. I'm with them every day. I already know. So I wasn't hoping to find anything out. So I'm not sure what because you're assuming that I was hoping to find out something with your question.
Shut up.
I never said I was hoping to find out anything. I'm hoping to find out what time we're leaving and if I can get into a good restaurant tonight.
Nope, hate it. Hate it, hate him.
If I could get into, you have problems getting into a good restaurant?
Brian Schottenheimer does.
It probably is having trouble getting into a good restaurant with how he seems to treat everybody. So, I would imagine he's probably pissed off some wait staff over the years. And no, Mick Cronin sucks.
He can't even see over this table.
There are people who have just like natural charm, and then there's who are trying too hard. He's trying so hard.
He's trying very hard.
Yeah.
He's a good coach. He always puts his team in the tournament. He is trying way too hard. I don't know if he's trying to
hey, coach, what did you want to find out about your team during the regular season or the last month of the season?
Fair question.
Want to know if we can play in the cold.
Yeah.
Want to know if we're tough physically. Right. Want to know if our offense is going to be able to run the ball versus air it out in the tougher elements. You know, things that you try to find. I'm with him every day.
And I would say like if he wants to play that game, it's like, okay, so when he goes, I'm with him every day. I know. Yeah, that assumes I need to know something about my team. Okay, so you say you know everything about your team, which means you're comfortable then that they're a 7 seed. You don't think that they've underperformed this year at all. Like, you don't think there's anything you can tap into that's more in the tournament then.
Let's go UCF. I'm trying to think, what's the earliest I can get him out? Let's go UCF.
Get him out quick.
And then UConn. Oh, the bracket of douche?
Yeah, Hurley
against Cronin. Round 2.
Absolutely. For the 6A2, we got up at the sweetheart of the tournament. Again, Robbie Avila. He was at Indiana State a couple years ago. Now he's at St. Louis. St. Louis, put this down. St. Louis is a team that might pull some upsets. He's the guy they called Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, the white dude with the rec specs that just
cream.
Yeah, drains threes left and right. The Midwest is Michigan, the number 1 seed. This is a region of fantastic guards. Fantastic guards. Texas Tech is the 5. They get Akron. Both teams have good guard play. Bama's the 4 seed. LeBaron Philon, fantastic guard. Tennessee with Gillespie, fantastic guard. Miami of Ohio and SMU, they're in the play-in game. They've got good guard play. Iowa State, UVA. This actually might be a weak region from like great teams. I don't think any team in this region has a chance to win the title, but there's some really good guard play there. And then finally, in the South, it's Florida as the 1 seed. Vandy is as a 5. They get Oregon, Peyton. Vandy gets Oregon.
McNeese State, man. Get him out of here. Get him out of here. Don't want it.
This is the guy that Peyton fell for it with
the Buffalo Wild Wings boombox that he was texting us. And then Sean had to sun him in the text over it.
Where he thought it was going to be a 25% split screen on that guy the entire day.
That'd be pretty cool, though.
Oh, yeah.
All right, and obviously I don't know it. I'm just researching. But I do think your Vandy team has a shot to go a little deep.
They do.
Really?
Yeah, they're a good team.
Especially after I actually watched them this Saturday whoop up on Florida.
They're a very good team. Nebraska's in this region. Nebraska is the only team that has never won an NCAA tournament game. They've never won one. They're a 4 seed. They play Troy. And then, of course, A&M is in this one. They get St. Mary's. It's going to be in Oklahoma City. So not total home game. There'll be a pro Aggie crowd.
Give me a team or two that's not a 1 seed that you think has a shot that I can give you some value on.
I think Iowa State's really good.
Iowa State 14-1.
I think Houston's very good.
Houston is 10-1.
I love Illinois. Illinois' got a
18-1
fantastic player in Keaton is a Wagler.
Yeah, fantastic.
Honestly, as a 4 or a 5, I think you could talk yourself into St. John's and
75-1 for both.
I think you talk yourself into St. John's. I don't know about winning the title, but making a little run.
RJ Choppy with a March Madness College basketball kegger right here on 105.3 The Fan. Why she needs to be the wet blanket in your house, and how justified are you for the grudge that you're holding? We have it for you then below the belt with an updated Cowboys mock draft after this.
After we save you some money with Ownwell. Sean and I both signed up for Ownwell last year, 2025.
You're brought to you by the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck attorneys in Dallas.
And the Stars will get to the puck. 2 gone by in overtime. Harley against Edmondson. Thomas Harley scores! Harley automatic in overtime. The Stars win it 3-2.
The game that Jake Riepma left me for on Victory Plus. Good morning, Metroplex. Sean, RJ, and Roberto here on 105.3 The Fan. Thomas Harley gets it done in overtime. 14-0-1 in their last 15 games, matching the longest point streak in club history. The 98-99 Stanley Cup team had a streak of 12 wins and 3 ties. And is it just that they're playing so well, Jake Riepma, that you did not want to stick around for drinks?
Yeah. It was the toughest. Thank you. It was the toughest decision I've ever had, because those are 2 of my favorite things in the entire world: Dallas Stars hockey and hanging out with.
Let's talk hockey.
Amanda Sharif.
You are such a liar. You didn't think about it or contemplate it for a split second.
No.
We were sitting up there on the rooftop, and I was like, all right, let's get some shots. And Riepma had already said, I'm going to go to the Stars game. And I was like, with a press pass, right? I understand if you have tickets. Mm-hmm. But I was like, let's just go ahead and let's rage like we did last time.
That is true. Well, I'm still trying to, gather myself from the last time. I still don't know where my credit card is.
That's right, Javier's.
Yeah. I'm still too embarrassed to go back there. So I needed to redeem myself and not have multiple people looking for me on an evening like I was the first time we went out. So.
Yeah, he got tracked by the fiance.
Uh-oh.
Made sure he was walking home.
Yeah, it was a whole bit with her friend group because I was so messed up, and I called them, and apparently I told them, I'm out with Sean, it's Dallas, baby! And their whole friend group was making fun of me.
Do you share locations?
Oh, yeah, I am an open book when it comes to the relationship. And Sid, if you're listening, I know she's a big fan of the show.
Yeah, I'm sure she's listening right
now. Whatever you want on my phone. Did I like an Instagram photo? Did I,
What's the last thing you got in trouble for?
Oh, Sid is so, it's boring. We're low maintenance. We fight about dumb stuff like, long distance stuff that you deal with. But stuff like that, she'll make fun of me more than anything. Like, you think this sideline reporter's cute or something, something dumb like that. But it's never like a true fight.
All right, so recap this one on Saturday at the AAC and just a little Stars capsule with how they're rolling.
Yeah, I'll start with that because the 15-game heater they're on is just insane, especially when you consider the fact no Mikko, no Rope hints, and depth scoring is stepping up. Yeah. But here's what I'm going to do. It's not going to be all sunshine and rainbows and all praise.
Oh, negative Jake.
No. Yeah, you guys love negative Jake. Sensitive Riepma.
Jake the Riepma.
Yeah, he's freaking out. Yeah, I say one bad thing about him.
14-0-1, but let's hear it.
But there's a weird kind of, it's not even
voice crack.
Yeah, was that me?
Yeah, no one else talking.
Yeah, it's probably weird. Anyways, but in a couple of different games, they've given up third period leads out of nowhere. And Saturday night was a good example because that Red Wings team, I obviously know a little bit about them, but they're down and out. They're banged up. No Dylan Larkin, a couple of other guys, no Michael Rasmussen. And in a 2-0 game in the third period, they should step on the gas and step on the throat and just cruise to victory. That game should have never gone to overtime. And there's been a couple other games the Colorado Avalanche game. They give up a late goal there. And so it's not even and Goliason has talked about this before, it's not a concern of their inability to close games out. It's just something that has oddly shown up multiple times now where we can't just be all good news.
Do you think
throw that in?
Otter is their...
Otter's better!
I don't say weak link,
Linda Smith?
Yeah.
Is this the best he's playing right now?
It is. He's an 11-0-1 in his last 12. Like, you have to put the bottom line in there. But he gives up the strangest goals. The first goal he gave up Saturday night, he made the save and then physically bumped the puck in with his glove trying to cover up the puck. Like, that's middle school stuff, and he's one of the best goalies in the entire world. I don't know how that happens. So it's just peculiar in my dumb brain. I don't know how you can be that good and then have weird slip-ups like that happen. And again, this hasn't been the only time he's given up weird goals like that.
I can't remember a year, because the West has been better than the East, I think, for a long time.
Yeah.
Now, 3 of the top 4 teams in the league are in the West, but then the next 8 are in the East. I can't remember a year where the East was probably deeper and better.
No, it certainly hasn't, and I know we hate when I do this, but I'll give a Detroit comparison. It's the Red Wings have been in the Eastern Conference now for, it's probably been 10, 15 years, and it hasn't been, the East hasn't been this good since they switched over to the Eastern Conference from the Western Conference. The depth there is really impressive, but the playoff format is it's so bad. It's so injustifiably, is that a word? I don't even know. But there's no defending it. The NHL and TNT crew had a lengthy discussion about it, and Darren Pang, really good analyst, former goalie, used to do Blackhawk games, really good, but was trying to make this case that, in the NHL format, you get the best on best right away. You're guaranteed the best on best. No, I don't want the number 2 seed playing the number 3 seed, and then the winner going on to play the number 1 seed. You're taking the best, if the season ended right now, the best 3 teams in hockey, the Colorado Avalanche, the Dallas Stars, and the Minnesota Wild, 2 of them are gone after the first 2 rounds.
Yes.
It's dumb, and the conversation ends right there.
Good job, Jacob. Thank you. Jake Rietma, the only person playing
55% on Money Puck, by the way. Which Jake refused to read that entire time. And by the way, injustifiably is not a word. So
the only person playing outdoor basketball yesterday in DFW.
So crazy.
Jake Rietma. Well, your kid wanted to play.
He wanted to play. He wanted to play. He wanted to do anything.
Bobby, you want wet blanket or grudges?
Let's do the wet blanket.
All right.
So this is always I don't know. You probably have experienced this. I don't know if at your kid's age, if you would have run into this yet. Kristen gets really irritated at times where she's like, you get to be the fun parent.
Yeah.
You get to be the one who just breaks the rules and gives them things and you know what? Let's be crazy. Let's take off school to go do this. And she's like, and then I have to be here and I have to be the stick in the mud parent. And it naturally makes me seem less fun to the kids.
Right.
And that's not fair. I don't know if you ever ran into that, Chop. I'm sure
absolutely.
Did.
You're probably the fun one.
Oh, I'm the Disney dad.
Disney dad.
Yeah,
you taking him to Disney?
I'm not taking him to Disney. But it's also
I'm Six Park dad.
When I
Six Flags.
think when you're divorced, you're not primary custody. I only have them on the weekends, every other weekend. You don't want to have them know those 2 days as you just riding them.
Right.
So you try to be fun and lax.
So you can just print this off then and carry it with you for when it inevitably comes up for you as the children get older with Amanda, because a recent study published in the Journal of Experimental Child Psychology says that mothers and fathers are equally skilled at making their children laugh using playful strategies. However, the shared laughter tends to play a more central role in building a secure emotional bond between fathers and their children. These findings provide evidence that joyful interactions are a meaningful part of family dynamics, though they might function differently for each parent, meaning they are more important for the dad. So what research is basically saying is if you want your kids to be emotionally healthy, the dad has to be more fun to the children than the mom does. The mom has to be a stick in the mud. So you can, next time Kristen complains about it, I'm going to tell him, just say, you're just fulfilling your life's work, your life's destiny, and allowing me to generate a better bond with the children, which is apparently necessary.
Yeah, I think we're pretty equal right now. I told Amanda she's going to have to parent and punish Ava, and I got Ollie, Do
you think that's what it'll be then? You guys are just flipped on who's the fun parent to which child?
Yeah.
Do you have any of that?
Yeah.
What?
Did you have any of that with your parents growing up? Because I know you've said on the air before, you're like, I'm probably my dad's favorite. My brother's probably my mom's favorite.
Yeah, my dad was a disciplinarian type, but fun. And my mom didn't really, crack down. We didn't get in a lot of trouble or anything like that. But it's a whole daddy-daughter thing. It's hard for me to, if I yell at her, I got to turn around and kind of laugh.
I know plenty of parents of a boy-girl. The dad is the dad. The dad takes the son. The mom takes the daughter.
Yeah, it's easier to yell at my son.
Yeah,
much easier.
You're going to want to go on.
Back in the day, he's really good.
You'll want to take him on guys' trips, and she'll want to take her on girls' trips, and that makes sense.
We also have other research.
But I've seen. I think you crack down.
I'll crack down on the girls. It's Kristen's insistence is not that I won't punish them or that I won't hold them accountable. She says you are just not going to see when they break the rules. You're going to be oblivious to it. They're going to have you wrapped around their finger, and then I'll be like, all right, well, then it's just a reverse from what we had. Paul Jacob was in high school, where I saw all of it, and you were just like, I don't know. He seems like he's doing just fine.
Exactly.
We have more psychological research as well. This is from the Personality and Social Psychology Bulletin. Now, I don't know. Whenever I've been really holding on to something, like for instance, when I hold on to how much I dislike Mike Leslie. Okay? I've always said it's
just driving around.
It's just because I don't like him, right? Like so that's
filling Dale's pool. He's not listening.
that's all it has to do with it. New research.
Dale's jacuzzi water, right?
Imagine Dale just turns the speakers on our show, just forces my.
Yeah, it's on the View.
New research says that if you're holding a grudge, you 100% got your feelings hurt. You don't just dislike them. So
is that research to tell me that
I'm
exacting revenge because I got my feelings hurt?
They're saying that research shows that in general you cannot have a grudge. A long-held grudge cannot be held without having some aspect of little bit of got your feelings bruised a little bit. So they say if you're holding a grudge against someone, chances are you don't just outright hate them. But that's the thing. You know how like you can just be like, I hate that guy. I'm gonna make it my life's mission. They're saying no. You can't. You have to in some way acknowledge that they hurt your feelings. They bruised you a little. It's not just I despise this person.
Yeah,
they made you a little bit
Makes
sad.
sense. I mean, like look at umpires. Umpires only throw you out of the game when you argue and they've missed the call. Like they missed the call. You come out and argue. You make them look bad. They know they're already upset with themselves, and then they throw you out.
Now, see, the thing I think for me is my grudges. My brain already operates so differently from a normal human being that I don't know that it can be applied to me the same way. Because most of my grudges are just I have decided I don't like you, and I don't ever want to like you.
Do you have any front burner grudge? Does anyone have any front burner grudges right now? Like real, legit. Like if I could take care of it tomorrow, I'd want to see that person suffer. Choppy's out on this. He doesn't have any grudges. You have any where it's like immediate, like they're a top seed grudge right now?
Yeah, probably.
Do I know what it is? Well, you said probably.
No. Like I mean, because I don't actively think about it, but when it's brought up, I'm like, oh yeah, I would do anything. And yeah, that was now that I think about that one was definitely probably. Feelings got hurt in the process. Mm-hmm.
I'm trying to think if there's someone from high school that maybe I just did not like, but it's like
if it's not immediately coming to mind. You don't have a front burner one.
I can think of the last time you held a really strong grudge was I think definitely related to feelings hurt.
Yeah,
where you enlisted my assistance.
Yes, and you did not come through for me.
I did the work. They didn't take the bait. Yeah. I thought I did actually.
Should have Venmoed them $7 a time. All right, so there it is. Happy Monday to y'all. Thanks for being a total that stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. DFW Sports Station, a Dave Matthews ticket giveaway all week long in the 9 o'clock hour here on Sean and RJ. What the mock drafts are projecting for the boys after week 1 of free agency. Next in Below, right here on The Fan. But let me
If you're in the market, upgrade your vehicle. Get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine today. The #1 Chevy dealership in the world, 3 years straight. More new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations, 2023 through 2025.
The great Bobby Belt.
Bobby knows ball. Hey, let's talk ball. We're the ball knowers and we just talk ball. Who are the Cowboys going to get here in about 6 weeks to top off this busting of the budget? Sean Sharif. Let's talk about it here in Below the Belt, which is brought to you by Academy Sports and Outdoors and Window Nation. How are you feeling today? Because I know Friday you were a little sour.
Very emotional week. I'm starting to hate Max Crosby now. I don't like that. He's like, I'm a Raider for life. It's just gonna mean more. You know, he's like a much better Derek Carr right now with his emotions, his Raider emotions. No one calling Derek Carr shocker. As he, wants everyone to probably line up and cry for him to come back and underperform for their team as well. So I was trying to figure. I was asking myself before free agency started, if you told me the Cowboys after week 1 spent the blank most amount of money, where would I have been happy? And I settled with, if you told me they were a top 10 spender, I'd be happy with the whole bust the budget thing. I'm not expecting you to be top 3. I'm not expecting you to be top 5. If you told me you were number 10 in terms of spending, I think I'd be happy with that.
And you're blindly just looking at, regardless of cap space, because...
Yep.
Okay.
Because they told me.
Right.
They told me Micah was traded up out of here, not just for our Herschel picks, but all the money we had. We can make moves now with that money. That was part of Jerry's justification. He said that over and over again. Now, if you also told me they got how many new defensive starters in week 1, and I said, and you told me 3, I think I'd be satisfied. So I've calmed down a little bit. Now, I don't have the 1 through 10 spending in terms of who has spent the most, but I would not think Dallas was in the top 10.
So,
and they are limited.
Would you prefer to include or not the Gary salary as part of their spending?
I think you have to include it.
Okay, so
right?
without knowing what everybody else did across the NFL, because
they're paying out $15 million.
Any trades anybody else made, I don't know necessarily. I'm not going to have those numbers in front. I just know offhand what Gary got and how to add it to the Cowboys totals.
I mean, you have to count it as them signing a $15 million player, right?
Yeah, I mean, I would think so, because that's how they just chose to spend their dollars that way, was to acquire that player. So they would be, let's see here, 32, 31, 30, 29, 28, 27, 26, 25, 24. Right now they're 24th without the Gary deal. If you go with the Gary deal, they would be 24, 23, 22, 21. They would be like 18th, like middle of the pack.
Yeah. That's not bust the budget to me.
No, but it is. This would be, let me see, what have they spent so far? They have spent about $35 million more in contract value this offseason than they have the previous 6 combined.
Wow.
So they definitely went and spent more relative to that.
Yeah.
But let's look at really the
and 3 new defensive starters. That's solid.
Yeah, and I still think they could go out and get a couple other guys, maybe through the trade market too, which would be bigger players than who you could get in free agency.
Throw those names back out that you did at 6.
So the free agent names that I threw out there were Jerry Tillery, who played for the Chiefs last year and is a 6-year vet or whatever he is. But he's somebody who's played with Marcus Dixon and Christian Parker before and could be a flexible end tackle type of piece. And then the other one who was a free agent, Shaq Thompson, the linebacker who had been with Buffalo last year, who's getting a little older, but still not as old as Demario Davis or Bobby Wagner or any of those guys, and could be a green dot for you on the interior.
I remember him in Carolina.
Yeah, but he was really young when he was coming out of college, so even though he's been in the NFL for forever now, he's 31. So he's not 36, 37 like some of the other linebackers we've talked about. All right, so let's take a look at how some of the mock drafts have changed ever since the free agency period has ended. So we'll start with the first one here. This one from The Athletic, their updated mock draft. And there will be another angle of this that we'll have to talk about. But ahead of you, just within the division, the Giants in the Athletics mock draft take Spencer Fano, the offensive tackle from Utah, who may have to play inside. At 7, the Washington Commanders took Jeremiah Love, the running back from Notre Dame. And then after things fall down to you with no Caleb Downs, no Sonny Styles, at pick 12, the Athletic has the Cowboys taking Mansour Delane, cornerback from LSU, which has been a very common pick assigned to them. Would you, if all things are equal, would you deprioritize corner at this point, or would that still be one of the first 2 you would take?
I would take one. That is one of the first 2.
Even if I told you, like, the linebacker, the edge rusher, and the corner are the same player, like value-wise.
Same player?
Which one would you want to take right now?
Corner or D-end.
Okay, so those are the top 2 for you. You want to see them address that? Okay.
So corner for me would
I can't value linebacker the same.
Right.
I'm not totally dismissing it, but like I can't put that up there with DN and corner.
Unless you're telling me that this is a guy that can
Fred Warner,
or he could be, we're looking at a DeMarcus Ware and a 3-4 LT and a 3-4.
Right, which would be an edge, which would be the edge rusher.
Right.
Pick 20 for them, C.J. Allen, the linebacker from Georgia. So they come out of the first round with no edge rusher on this Athletic mock. Go over to Athlon Sports. Luke Easterling has a new mock draft up. This one I would not love at all. So you do get some of the stuff that you need. You got Francis Mauigoa going ahead of you. Jeremiah Love goes 4 in this draft. Sonny Styles goes 5 to the Giants. 7 with the Commanders. They get it's a trade to Baltimore, and he has Baltimore coming up to get Ruben Bain, which that would probably annoy everybody if they got Ruben Bain and Trey Hendrickson and then Max Crosby for a minute. But then the Cowboys at number 12 take Dylan Thieneman, the safety from Oregon, which feels very high. He's a good player, but that would feel...
He'll be there at 20.
That would feel rich to me. And then at number 20...
If I told you he's not there at 20, would it change your mind?
Probably not. Not after you sign Jalen Thompson. Jalen Thompson's not enough for me to blow off Caleb Downs. He might be enough for me to pick somebody else other than Dylan Thieneman.
Yeah.
20, the Cowboys then take Keldrick Falk, the edge rusher from Auburn, who would be, I would imagine, a hand-down in the dirt defensive lineman in the 3-4 here. So not really a big-time pass rusher that you're acquiring there. Over at the USA Today mock draft that they have, this one is, and by the way, I should say in that last mock draft that we had there from Luke Easterling, he had David Bailey falling to 6 again. And so this is a couple mock drafts that we've seen that have David Bailey, the edge rusher from Texas Tech, falling out of the top 5. If that happens, I would trade the 2 picks and go up there because I want him. He's really, really good. All right, from USA Today, Sonny Styles goes to the Giants at 5. That's becoming a pretty common projection. Number 7, the Commanders take Ruben Bain. Ruben Bain goes at 7 again. Then he has the Cowboys at 12 taking Mansour Delane, the cornerback from LSU, which again seems like a fit. And then a guy we've talked about a little bit, the guy opposite Ruben Bain, the edge rusher at 20, Akeem Mesidor, would be for their pick at 20. And then the final one we have, this one just came out on Saturday. This is from The Ringer. And they're a little all over the place with some of their projections. They have Bain going 4 to the Titans, which would be, to me, right now a surprise. Because I think there are enough teams around the NFL that are just a little like, well, what does he fit everything we need? Like, it's one of those, yeah, but he's a player. But teams historically have not been willing to just say, he's a player, let's take him and figure it out. If you don't check their boxes, they generally will pass on you. Sonny Styles, number 5 to the New York Giants. Jeremiah Love, 7 to the Commanders. And then David Bailey falls to 8 in this draft to the New Orleans Saints.
Whoa.
If the Browns are looking to get out at 6, that would be the spot. So if you want David Bailey, if you're a Cowboys fan and you follow college football and you saw Texas Tech last year and you saw what a monster David Bailey is, that's the sweet spot to me. Pick 6. Get ahead of the Commanders. Handle things there. Caleb Downs goes at 10 to the Bengals. That's becoming a little bit more commonly mocked.
I want to hear from Texas Tech fans who are also Cowboy fans, and I want to know if you would give up the capital to get Bailey. As a Texas Tech and a Cowboy fan, or are you going to say, no, we need more. We need more bodies.
Now, here's the problem. Number 11 is Mansour Delane. Goes to the Miami Dolphins. So in this instance, you kind of get your version of wiped out, where none of the top edge rushers are there anymore. The corner you like is gone. The safety is gone. The linebacker is gone. And at that point, one of these names we have not heard mocked to the Cowboys very often at all. Number 12, the Cowboys in this Ringer mock draft take Clemson cornerback Avion Terrell. who is A.J. Terrell's brother. They write that new defensive coordinator Christian Parker is widely recognized as one of the best defensive back coaches in the league, and he needs a player to build around in Dallas' secondary. Terrell is versatile enough to play man or zone in the slot or outside, blitzing or shadowing top receivers. He plays so much like his older brother that I'm not sure I'd be able to tell their college film apart. Here's the biggest risk about projecting any corner right now to Dallas, and the thing that I'm a little hesitant to do. I can, through history and other things, like just buzz that you hear and stuff, I could probably get an idea of which corners the personnel department may like that the others don't. If Christian Parker, who is a secondary coach, is so particular potentially about what he looks for and what you need to be, that's a factor that makes projecting that position, I think, more difficult than any of the others. Because he could just, there could be some blind spot on a player that you're not even aware of that Christian Parker may hold against him. Not in like in a petty sort of way, but just like, that doesn't fit what I want.
Yeah.
A lot of people would have been like, well, Osa could have stuck around here, or Jadeveon Clowney could have stuck around here, and they couldn't. And that wasn't even in the secondary. So I think that that's relevant here. They end up double dipping in the secondary on this mock draft, even after going and getting PJ Locke, Kobe Durant, Jalen Thompson. They then picked Dylan Thieneman from Oregon at pick 20, which I like the player better at 20 than I do 12. I would be interested in taking him there. But if I've already taken a corner at 12, and the vast majority of my acquisitions this offseason have been in the secondary, I don't know that I want to just throw every single dart at like, well, we'll cover and do nothing else. Now, Christian Parker, that is his scheme. Christian Parker's scheme is not going to get after the quarterback the way Dan Quinn's does. It's going to be more about coverage and making things difficult on quarterbacks to read, and then, you know, you'll be able to generate some pass rush. But Philly hasn't even been, over the last few years, has not been just like
top 5 sacks.
Yeah, they're not one of these teams that just like, oh my gosh, they're in the backfield after 1 second and they're causing you to make mistakes. They make it really difficult for quarterbacks to be able to tell what's happening. What am I doing here? And they think that confusing the
coverage sacks.
They think that confusing the quarterback is more valuable than pressuring the quarterback and making the quarterback make a decision quicker. They think that he could stand up there for 10 seconds. If he doesn't know what he's looking at, it doesn't matter.
Below, every day at this time, a Dave Matthews ticket giveaway. Choppy says the Rangers offense is better. Is Jake DeGrom getting traded? And Team USA, some Diamond Cavs on the home of the Rangers with the Dave Matthews ticket giveaway and the Red Zone next.
Studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Mason Miller's 8th pitch to Perdomo. Here it is, the championship! The United States takes down the powerhouse that is the Dominican Republic. 2-1 the final score.
You're an idiot and you don't know baseball.
Ranger fans, you're not dreaming.
How can you not be romantic about baseball?
How can you not be romantic about getting a chance potentially to avenge your only loss in the World Baseball Classic, which could happen in the finals if Italy beats Venezuela? If not, it'll be USA versus Venezuela in the final after they beat the Dominican Republic 2-1 yesterday in Miami. Great crowd, sold out, looked like at least maybe the biggest crowd they're going to have all year. And I saw some people suggesting, and I think they're insane, but that was the greatest collection of talent ever assembled on a single baseball field last night. And I just think we've had...
Wait, where? On that
field. And I'm like, we've had all-star games that are blowing that away.
Who suggested this?
Social media.
Is this Seth Walder?
It's not Seth Walder. It's not Seth Walder. It's just some social. Probably some 16-year-old started it who's never seen, who doesn't remember the 1998 All-Star game. But this is not, it was nowhere near the best collection of talent ever assembled. But it was a low-scoring game. A lot of people didn't predict that because, you know, the offense of the Dominican Republic is fantastic.
Yeah.
When you've got, you know, Perdomo, who's really turned into a nice hitter, hitting ninth.
They're scoring like 10 runs a game, it felt like.
Yeah. I mean, the first five in that order, Tatis, Marte, Soto, Vlad Jr., and Manny Machado. Hello. That's pretty hellacious, first five of your order. And Team USA is no slouch. You know, they did bench Cal Raleigh last night. They put Will Smith out there. But Cal had been really struggling. Had a hit.
And Bregman got taken out of the lineup.
And Bregman.
Now, let's talk about Raleigh doing this for a second time.
Yeah, he did it again to Naylor. And Naylor is a teammate of his. He plays for Team Canada. So Cal Raleigh refusing to shake hands. We saw Will Smith do this earlier. And then meanwhile, the Dominican Republic I think they were playing Puerto Rico, and they went up and they did a full-on bro hug between the catcher and the hitter. And we're seeing this. That's one of the things I love about the WBC. You see how other nationalities react, how they celebrate, how they play, whether or not they kind of become friends or friendly with you during the contest.
Savannah Bananas mocked this over the weekend. Did you see that?
No.
They did the come up to the plate and he tried to dap him up and the catcher refused, and then they turned it into a whole dance session.
And that also seems like the second guy to do that is setting up Raleigh. I thought Raleigh had told someone please don't. Someone's like, hey, I'm going to come up and fist bump you. He's like, please don't. I'm going to go through this again. And then it happened a second time.
Yeah. See, if he does it there, then I feel like maybe there is a bigger problem. Why didn't you do it with Randy? Who cares if you learn?
Yep.
You should be consistent.
Yep.
So U.S. We'll wait. Tonight, again, it's Italy and Venezuela, and then the winner will take on the United States in the final. Aaron Judge said this crowd and atmosphere is better than the World Series. Is there any chance?
Did he say... This crowd is better than the World Series?
Probably he actually did.
Who rode the bus here?
He's
God, you missed that while you were at his speech. Was pathetic.
Oh, so bad. It was so bad, guys. We're just gonna lean on each other, man. I'm telling you, we're gonna win. I don't know. Maybe he is right.
Of course, it's possible. Of course. International crowds go to a soccer game.
It's better.
Yeah, they're going crazy for every single pitch.
Or also, you're not as likely, for instance, a Rangers game is filled with half the people who are doing it this will be a fun social outing.
Yeah.
Right.
Like the World Baseball Classic is going to be baseball fans going to it.
Yeah, it's like the Rangers home crowd was terrible for the World Series. It was awful. But there's no way that, you could tell in the first 10 minutes, you tweeted it yesterday, that crowd better. Maybe not at old Yankee Stadium. Has Aaron Judge played in the World Series?
Yeah.
Okay.
Not well.
Not this year, but last year.
But maybe, it definitely is probably better than new Yankee Stadium, not old Yankee Stadium. But yeah, these are one game. This is a game 7 versus, I'm going to go crazy if I go to a World Series game, but I still got best of 7.
Where has your so now that we've gotten the semifinals and the finals, your interest level in this is what?
I mean, last night was the peak.
And then
I'll tune in
tomorrow,
to the championship.
Yeah.
I'll check it out. But last night got me with the hype
because of the Dominican Republic.
Yes,
and how good they are.
Yeah. Over $660 million in Major League salaries on the field between the two. I wanted to see Skeens.
Sure.
Skeens pitching was a major addition for me tuning in.
It has not been more than just I'll pop in on it or I'll follow it on social media clips. That's about like the level of interest I've had in it.
I hated that it was on FS1 last night. It's just, to me, like that's a big game. They put Mexico against the U.S. on Fox. I don't know why you wouldn't have put this game on Fox. I went and looked. What did they have last night? They had American Dad.
Oh,
they
that's
had
still on?
Universal Basic, whatever. Family Guy, season 24, episodes 8 and 9. Next Level Chef.
Oh, Gordon.
And I'm like, guys, you can't miss the animation creation.
Well, let me ask you this: how far in advance, do they have to know you're getting? How far in advance do they lock that in?
That's fair because they wouldn't have known that USA and Dominican Republic were going to advance until Friday?
Right.
I get that. That's fair. And then they know they're going to put the final on Fox, and of course you're going to have Team USA. So you'll probably get a decent number. I think they had 5 million for the Mexico game. They had about 5 million watched. Maybe you'll get 7 million for this one.
By the way, I'm going to dispute and I'm not going to go down the list, but the 04 World Series, if you want to Google it, Red Sox Cardinals, that's probably more talent than was even on the field last night. So,
oh wow, that's good. That's good because you have Pujols, you had Manny, Ortiz, Schilling, Pedro.
Yep.
Yeah, wow, good stuff. Okay, so Evan Grant had this when it comes to the Rangers on what they've been trying to do during this offseason and spring training. Sandler touched on this a little bit, but one of the things they're doing is at this point a year ago in spring training, they were swinging at about 33% of the pitches outside the zone. So 1 out of every 3 pitches that was outside the zone, the Rangers were swinging at. This year, they've cut that down from a third to a quarter. All right, so far in spring. I think that's pretty good. Along with that, their swing and miss rate overall is down 5%. Their walk rate is double what it was at this point last year. Their strikeout rate is down 5%. They're slugging fastballs, which is a big issue for them, at a higher rate. At this point last spring, they were slugging 440 on the pitch. During the full season, it was 404. 6th worst. Right now, they're about 460 in terms of slugging fastballs.
6 home runs in 2 innings Saturday. It was an explosion. It was a beatdown.
Yeah.
Let me throw out a crazy. When's the last time you've talked to Booney?
I have not. I have not talked to him.
Wow, just
probably
cut him loose.
We need to check in and see if he's coming back on this year.
Yeah, we can do that.
He'll really give us the intel.
Yeah,
absolutely.
I saw his podcast clips over the weekend. We're getting retweeted.
Crazy theory with what they're trying to get accomplished. Would you be okay with a higher rate of looked at strike 3 calls? Are you following along with what I'm suggesting here?
Okay, so be more patient. Allow the umpire, force the umpire to make the call, or make
it just shows that they're taking more.
Yeah,
so the rate of called strike 3s goes up a little bit.
Yeah, in the name of you're trying to get,
not going to
trying to work the count. Yeah, that's probably fine.
Ooh, yeah, I think
it sounds like Macho Man right there.
Oh yeah, you know,
snap into a vertebrae.
I want to have the team looking at bitches. Yeah.
I would probably listen to a radio show, someone just doing Macho Man the whole time.
Dan Soder, the comedian, he's coming to town in a couple weeks. We should interview him on the condition that he just does Macho Man the entire time.
He's fantastic at it. We got to get him in. Yeah, I think so. The problem is that I'm going to fall into the swing the bat thing at the end. You don't want to strike out looking, but I understand what you're saying. Like, you want to be able to, be more patient and not go ahead and swing. Now that also plays into another topic here, which is I watched a little bit of some of these games over the last couple of weeks in spring training and in.
And I wonder, Bobby, I'll give you a little Simon here. In Diamond Cavs on the home of the Rangers. I wonder if the teams that take the most walks, I'd like to see what their called 3 looking at ratio is to see if there's any correlation. Good luck with that.
That actually, I like that. I like that a lot. So will a pitcher know where the strike zone is going to be on each hitter when this is a new ABS thing, right?
They won an ABS last night.
They did. So, like, normally you would throw a pitch to the knees and the letters over the plate, and like it's a strike. But now it's changed because it's as the guy walks in, not where he's standing. The strike zone is now 27% of your height at the bottom, up to 54% of your height at the top end. No pitcher's out there saying, okay, well, that's 27% of his height. It used to be knees to shoulders or knees to letters. And now it's not anymore. And, like figuring out as a pitcher 27% of Jose Altuve's height is a lot different than 27% of O'Neal Cruz's. So, like, how are you supposed to, do pitchers know where the strike zone is? They're going to get a scouting report. So, I don't know. It's just like I haven't formulated a real hot take on whether or not I love the ABS system, but I just thought that was a little interesting. Diamond Cavs here on Sean and RJ 105 through the Fan. Are the Rangers going to trade their face of their pitching staff?
You mean our number 2 starter?
Our number 2 starter.
By the way, I will say the league leader in walks last year was the Yankees, and they were also 3rd in strikeouts. So before getting swinging looking strikes, they clearly were walking a lot and taking pitches, but they still struck out a lot.
God, I'm a genius.
Yeah, you are. This is Greg Amsinger on MLB Network with his hot take when it comes to the Rangers this year.
I wish those positive thoughts would change my bold prediction for the 2026 Rangers. I just think the division's so improved. There are 3 teams that got better above them. And as much as I love the rotation, I just don't think the lineup's going to score enough runs. So I got 76 wins, 5-win differential from last year. And I think they're going to move Jacob deGrom, who will be the number 1 player. If not Skubal, it'll be deGrom at the trade deadline. So massive headlines coming.
All right. DeGrom at the deadline. He's got the win in 76 games, which is a 5-game step back. And at the deadline, they make DeGrom, along with Skubal, the biggest splash. And look, if the Rangers are 10 games out in the West and 5 back at the wild card at the deadline, they've got to trade Jake, I think.
Yep.
Get something for him.
Yep.
That would give him a year left on his deal after this. But here's the issue. The sport is likely to go on strike next year. So that's going to have to play in. I think the Rangers have to look at this as the last year on his deal.
Okay.
Right? If you don't have a season next year.
Another age added onto it.
And another age added onto it, I think you got to look at this as the last year on his deal. So if you're 10 games out of the division at the deadline or close to the deadline, and you're 5 games back in the wild card.
Yep.
I think it's purge time for everybody. And that may mean Nate, because Nate would be his contract would be over at the same time.
Yeah.
So
I agree. I mean, they're 36 and 37.
Yeah. If you're not in it this year, you get what you can.
I thought Evaldi was 34. He's 36, going to start his 3rd consecutive opening day.
So Dodgers took the most strikes, the 8th most strikes in Major League Baseball, even though they were 2nd in walks. The Yankees, who led the league in walks, they took the 10th most strikes.
Go home, Dodgers.
But the Braves, who were 3rd in walks, they were the exception where they were still swinging at a ton of pitches in the zone.
Shut up. Shut up, Bobby.
You got 2 wins in a row. You had to be checked a little.
That's right.
Pressure index here real quick. So the SI did the teams where the pressure is. World Series or bust was your Mets, your Yankees, Phillies, Blue Jays, Dodgers, Mariners. Postseason run required. Do you think a postseason run is required by this team? Before you want to
expected or required?
Required
to what?
To keep the same plan, be it keep the GM, keep the plan with the players, whatever.
Run meaning they
if they
win more than a series?
No, get to the playoffs.
Oh, see, I think of a run as you make a run in the playoffs.
No, run at the playoffs. If they finish,
I don't know if I like that one.
With 76 wins this year, are you bringing back Chris Young for another year?
No.
I probably will just because of the financial restraints I know he's working under. I don't expect them to make the playoffs, so it's hard for me to blow people out.
It's a really good staff.
76 would be, they got worse. Like, you can't even hold steady.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah. Now I will say this. We're probably not going to get 30 starts from DeGrom. So, if you know what I mean? So, if he gets hurt and you win 76 games, and 5 of those starts are his, you know what I mean? Like, that could be your 5-win total there.
Your Cowboys grade after week 1 of free agency, the winners and losers around the rest of the league. Your Football Fix, the Red Zone, is next.
But let's get you over to
Dealers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck attorneys in Dallas.
How many people want to eat a W tonight?
You know what I like about the media? They think you can just dial 1-800 and get a quarterback.
A very quiet NFL free agency weekend after chaos in week one. This is Sean and RJ, along with Cowboys insider Bobby Belt on your home of the Cowboys. Crosstalk with the Kansas City Masterpiece at 9:40. A.J. Brown trade talks with the Rams and the Patriots are going to be tabled until June, according to Diana Rossini. The Rams considered trading Devontae if they ended up getting A.J. Brown. Max Crosby says, I am a Raider. It's going to make it that much sweeter when we eventually win. And now everyone is kind of copying Todd Archer last week as national reporters are like, oh, Rashawn Gary took less money. He went and took a pay cut in order to come here with the Cowboys reworking the deal. The Todd father, of course, having it first. Grades, winners, losers, so far.
Yeah, we got a couple of different outlets that have decided to take a look at the winners and losers of free agency so far. We'll go to Yahoo Sports first. Frank Schwab, who's also pretty heavy in the betting scene. So I would imagine he's going to have a bettor's perspective
Stump the Schwab?
on this. Different Schwab. But in the NFC East,
rest in peace, Howie.
The New York Giants get a B-. The Washington Commanders get a B. The Philadelphia Eagles get a C- so far. And then the Dallas Cowboys come in with a B-. He says Dallas made a solid trade to get Rashawn Gary. Safety Jalen Thompson is a nice piece for the defense. The massive spending spree that Jerry Jones hinted at hasn't happened. Remember to not be fooled when inevitably he does that again next offseason. The Cowboys have a lot of money tied up in the George Pickens franchise tag, which was necessary as they figure out if a long-term deal is feasible. So that's over at Yahoo Sports. Over at PFF, they are going to always have very different grading systems because it's going to be tied pretty much directly to whatever they have within their database on the player. So the overall grade for I don't understand how the overall grade for the Cowboys came back what it did. And I'll tell you why when we start going through their individual grades for this. What do you think the grade for the Cowboys is?
C- or maybe worse.
Chop.
Because they hated dealing Osa.
D+.
D+. Okay. All right. The Cowboys get a C. Just a flat C. On the Rashawn Gary trade to Dallas, they grade the Cowboys deal, and they just have it as good, average, above average, that kind of setup. The Cowboys deal grade on the Rashawn Gary deal is average. They say Gary's PFF pass rush grade has dropped consistently in each of the past 4 seasons, so the Cowboys are unlikely to be acquiring a major pass rush threat. However, he has remained an above average run defender and still racked up 60 quarterback pressures last season. There's still some upside for Dallas, which sent a 2027 fourth-round pick for the 28-year-old. The Jalen Thompson deal, they list that as an above-average grade. They say the Cowboys need more proven secondary help, and Thompson has never earned a sub-64 PFF overall grade in 7 seasons. His 6.3 missed tackle rate over the past 2 years ranks 5th among qualifying safeties. The 27-year-old was even the 4th most valuable safety in 2023 per PFF WAR. If he reaches those heights in Dallas, this will end up as an excellent signing. PJ Locke, the backup safety, they grade that one as average. The Osa Odigizua trade to the 49ers, which is a big part of this, they grade that as an average deal for the Cowboys.
Oh.
But they say on the 49ers side, it's an above average deal. So they say Odigizua was a consistently good interior pass rusher. He's likely to make a bigger impact than any player at the position the 49ers could have selected in the 3rd round. He's earned a 70-plus PFF pass rush grade each of the past 4 seasons. The Cowboys clear some space and get a decent return for a player whom they seemed set on trading. The Solomon Thomas trade graded out as average. And then they've got the Kobe Durant signing, which has the strongest grade out of all their acquisitions. They grade this one as good. They say this is a really nice value for the Cowboys, landing a player who has earned PFF grades of 66.7 and 63.7 each of the past 2 seasons. He's coming off a season where he allowed 58.6% of the throws into his coverage to be caught and came away with 3 interceptions and 3 pass breakups. So they don't get anything worse than an average on their deal grade. And then they had a couple in there that were above average or good. I would think that would at least be good for like a C+.
And what was it?
Or a B-. It was just a C, just basically average. But there's that Kobe Durant one, which sliding in late in the week, which I'll be honest, we had talked about this. I didn't realize he was even available when they signed him.
Yeah, we didn't preview him at all.
Because that was the thing, is that he was, I didn't realize he was a free agent until late in the process. Then when I realized he was a free agent, I thought he had been scooped up already. Like, it got lost in the mix of everything where I was like, he's still available and he's signing for $5 million. That is a really strong value for the Cowboys.
John Owning tweeted out a little scouting report after doing the film, weekly guest on the G-Bag Nation. Durant is a solid corner who sets a nice floor for Dallas at the position. He does his best work from squat off coverage, where he can play top down and drive on short to intermediate passes. On 2-to-1 reads or against bunches, he can be a tick slow to relate to vertical receivers as he processes the route distribution. Also, due to his lack of size, he can get pushed around a bit out of the break. Still, he's feisty at the catch point, has good ball skills, and understands his responsibilities well in the defensive structure. What did you go back and watch?
I went back and watched the last handful of games that he had played last year. He was really effective in the playoffs, obviously. He had a lot of different, basically he was hovering around the ball, which is a big thing for him. He's a big ball hawk guy. He's in the area.
And John
he's got good instincts.
Didn't play a ton of nickel, more of a boundary.
Yeah, he had been nickel a couple of years ago. He played some nickel reps about 2 years ago. Last year was not nearly as much. Last year he was on the outside. So he's somebody who, even though he's a little bit undersized relative to what people would normally expect, he should be able to hang outside if they need him to. I think if they acquired him and the way they're viewing their defensive backs, the fact that he didn't play a lot of nickel last year wouldn't prevent them from doing it. I think they would look at, he's done it in the past. We think he's got the skill set. I think he would be somebody who, if they had to play tomorrow, him and Bland and Thompson would rotate nickel looks depending on what they were doing. But
what was Bland's nickel percentage last year compared to before? I'm just wondering, did he play more outside and therefore not as good?
He's typically played, so he played nickel a lot his rookie year, I think it was, because he was tapped to go in there because they needed him. 2024, that was Jordan Lewis mainly. So he wasn't there as much, even the little bit that he had played. But, if you look at it, he was in the slot last year for 200 of his basically 650 snaps. So about a third of the time, which is... 2023,
it says, while he's excelling, played 52% of the team's overall snaps there in the nickel.
Yeah, so 2024 and 2023, he played significantly less in the nickel. Significantly. The most he ever played in the nickel was his rookie year, 22, but 25 last year, he played there about a third of the time, which was significantly higher than he had played the previous 2 years.
Hang on, RJ's getting a phone call.
Oh, he already hung up.
What is... How? How does this keep happening?
Julian.
Well, he's at my house, so he's probably hungry.
Can you bring me a sandwich?
I could. He's.
Tell him to walk to the freaking cabinet.
He's probably gonna ask. He's probably gonna say, "Are you here?"
Call him back on speaker. See what he does.
He might curse.
Well, Eric, different from Chiafalo.
That's just the norm around here.
There we go. Turn on the music, Pepe. Hey.
Hello?
Yo, what up?
I just caught Pudgy licking so much water out the toilet.
Oh, that's cool. I hope there's not pee in it. What do you need? I'm at work.
I was just going to tell you that.
Oh, that's good, bud.
No text.
All right,
that's it. Thanks. See ya.
Poor dog, man. He's thirsty.
That's Peyton's takeaway.
I hope it's not out.
If his water bowl is empty, I'm going to hurt you, Chop. You better hope that water bowl is not empty.
He did not get. He sleeps with Julian when Julian's over, so he did not get up this morning. So I didn't put any food in there, and I didn't put any water in there.
Oh,
because I didn't think of it right. And I usually am very on top of that.
So he's drinking out of the toilet.
Yeah, the problem is that the toilet in their bathroom hasn't flushed in about a year because it doesn't flush.
Really?
I've tried everything.
I have very weak toilet pressure.
Very weak.
Very weak flushing power in my toilet.
No one's allowed to poop in that toilet. They got to go to a different toilet.
Really?
It's right next to the
Is there a nice orange ring right around it in that thing?
It's
the ring of death?
Very nice orange ring.
Yep.
It's cloudy. The water's cloudy.
Yuck.
Your Peyton is seriously getting worked up right now.
Listen, Sarah's home. Sarah could have given him water.
Well, so can Julian. He's 13.
He doesn't know. He wakes up. He brings that dog out in the living room. Never lets him out. Never. I don't even know. If you ask Julian where the food and the water is, I don't know if he knows.
You should record him of doing it. Give me a tour of the house. And you should be
that's a great idea. Now, he will never let me record him.
Right.
He lets me record him. I'll do it.
That's a little creepy.
He's always letting me. He's always letting me record him.
Where's Rima too? Where's Rima? Get Rima over there.
Yeah. He's always. How many different things have I actually? How many different audio bits?
You know my segment.
How many audio bits have I recorded with him that you have blocked?
All of them.
3?
I haven't blocked him. He blocked him.
No, you did.
Jana doesn't want to either.
By the way,
with the kids,
Kobe Durant and Deron Bland over the course of their career have played the exact same amount of snaps in the nickel.
All right.
It's varied when they've played them.
We've apparently been saying the name all wrong. The RJ Choppy ruling is in effect.
Travis Etienne.
Excuse me.
Etienne.
Yeah, I think
the Dolphins running back.
I think he's wrong. Travis Etienne has told us that it's not exactly how he pronounces his last name anyway.
So growing up, it's Travis Etienne. So it'd be like Achane. And that's how you always said Travis Etienne. But when I went to college, I kept telling them my name like every day. And like after like 4 weeks, they just couldn't get it. So I'm like, man, it's Etienne. Like how you say it is how you say it. So that's how that became. And it kind of took off because it was easy for the pronouncers to say it. I didn't have to just tell them. I didn't have to correct them every day to say my name. And just when I kind of just started learning more about my last name and how it came about and things like that, it just kind of stuck and made sense. But I'm very much open to being Travis Etienne again, just being myself. I don't have to correct people here on how to say my name each and every day, and I kind of love that, and that's just get back to me.
No one attacked this guy after I heard him talk about it. That was a very nice, lighthearted smile on his face. He's not worked up about it.
Nope.
He's not fixing. This is like if I make a restaurant reservation or go somewhere, someone calls and is Shan? I never correct them. That's what he's doing.
Right.
It's not worth it.
You're normal. You're a normal human.
Well, people would say it's normal to tell people how to pronounce your name. Now, if it's someone that I'm going to interact with a lot or in a radio interview and they're doing the third reset and they Shane Sheriff, I'm like, guys, you got to get the name right.
Yeah.
But what do I care? What do I care if I go to the restaurant and they're like, party for 4, Sheriff? I'm like, yep, that's me.
Yeah, sure.
College. Not one college friend calls me by they all say Shan. Not one.
They all call you Shan. Yeah.
Everyone. It sucks. It's a terrible name as an alternative, but it burns up a lot of energy correcting.
It's a lot of energy. Yeah. It's a lot. I get it. And I could see how he's like how that pronounced. But
I cannot see a
So that's the thing to me. He is from Louisiana. It's French Creole. So to me, it's like I agree with you usually on the Bullock stuff.
Yeah,
I would agree with you that like you don't get to tell me it's Bullock. That's Bullock.
It's been established for the last 1,000 years.
When it's a unique spelled name like that, where I need to be told how to pronounce it in the first place, then I don't care if he comes back around and says people just had a hard time. So if he wants to be H-Chan, he's H-Chan then.
It's like I said like the name Tatiana. Like a lot of people say Tatiana, and I think it's supposed to be technically Tatiana. That the T and the I next to each other. I get it, but this is like Dan Gadzurek. It was established in college. Brett Musburger, whoever said it first. Screwed you over.
Are we getting 2 brand new teams added to this league? Crosstalk with the KNC Masterpiece is next.
Stray. More new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 through 2025.
Celebrate, we're well.
All right, Tolos, that's right now. Call number 10 at 877-881-1053 wins a pair of tickets to see the Dave Matthews Band at the Dos Equis Pavilion in Dallas on Saturday, May 9th. That's caller number 10 at 877-881-1053.
Towards the end of March, there is going to be a vote held to introduce Vegas and Seattle as new franchises into the NBA.
Both of them.
Yep.
They're going to get both of them.
So the Mavs aren't going to move there.
But
it's just going to be a brand new franchise.
Wouldn't it be funny if the Mavs moved there too and they got two Vegas
franchises?
Yeah.
So that means Memphis and Minnesota go to the East.
That's what people are speculating.
Makes sense. Memphis, and I think they're both on the, they're both on the east side of the Mississippi.
Well, thank you, Carmen Sandiego.
They're on the Mississippi.
Is that how we decide if it's on the east side of the Mississippi?
I mean, that's, to me, the east versus west is Mississippi, right?
There's just so much more land on the west side.
There is.
Because the population's on the east side.
But half the land's unfertile.
Alec Medford is in for Kevin Hagelin throughout the week here on KNC. Is Kevin going somewhere?
Oh, he is upset. Yeah.
With
Duke seeding?
His wife. Duke seeding, aren't they one?
Yeah.
Huh.
What's the problem?
Typically, he will send her and his son to the beach during spring training so that she can have something to do while he's gone.
So nice.
And she has spring break this week because she's a teacher. Noah has spring break. And so she requested that he go to the beach with her.
And what beach?
Florida. She has family there.
I was saying it'd be funny if it's like February, you're going to Galveston.
Yeah,
dirty ass water.
And I think it's also Jacksonville. So
I like Jacksonville.
Yeah. So
hey, St. Augustine beaches are nice.
Yes.
They really are.
Are you
Very
nice.
You could drive on the beach there.
Yes,
you can drive your car. It's
you
cool.
can.
So he gave her his he let her know his displeasure because he does not like the beach. He doesn't
wear shorts.
He doesn't wear shorts. He doesn't like to be outside in the sun and wet at the same time. He hates sand. So like all of these things, he's like, you go have fun, and she's like, no, we go have fun.
He has to be in shorts though, right? He has to wear a bathing suit.
You know what? The one time we went to the beach in Oxnard, he was wearing gym pants.
Jacksonville, well, see, Oxnard is not muggy. Jacksonville is muggy as hell.
Yeah.
Yes. There is humid.
But he also says that he does not let weather dictate the way that he dresses.
No.
Well,
my gosh, it's going to be 55 degrees for the high in Jacksonville tomorrow.
He'll be happy with that. Daytona Beach, apparently all hell's breaking loose.
Oh, no, what's happening?
Shots fired and people running in panic. So that's Daytona Beach.
It's about an hour south of where he is.
What is the ultimate spring break? Did y'all ever go hit the big places?
Padre, yeah.
No.
Twice.
No. I don't remember spring break in high school.
I don't either.
I remember being out for like a week. My kids out for
We went up to the
12
front
days.
yard.
I went back. I was talking to some buddies from high school, and I said, "Do we have it?" And they go, "Yeah." They just called it Easter break. They called it Easter break.
Interesting.
It was
We
around
always had
Easter.
baseball tournaments during spring break, so I never really got a break. We'd go down to A&M and play.
What's coming up on the show?
World Baseball Classic. What an epic evening it was for America last night. We start off that way. And then at 10:20, Mavs Sarge Super segment. And we're going to figure out exactly what the Cowboys need in the rest of the rounds of the draft at 11 o'clock this morning.
Condolences to Brian Broaddus. He lost his mother yesterday. So if you send him a tweet or a message or a DM, old Double B going through it right now. And I wonder if he'll be on the show today.
I do not think so.
You don't think?
No. I know he's already skipped a couple things this morning.
Yeah.
So I don't think he will be.
That is a man that loves to work. And so if he's already skipped a couple things, he's hurting.
Did he ever get you back in any way over the weekend or on Friday? How did the peace offering go?
I think it worked because he never said anything. In fact, he sent me
or
something.
someone else took the envelope.
No,
I watched him open it.
No, he got it. But he was, I thought...
He wasn't offering to give it back?
No.
He's like, no, I'm taking it?
No, it's like I paid I paid respect to Don Corleone.
How much was in there?
$100.
Okay.
I think he used it to end up buying them a lunch.
Wow.
G-bag.
How does he
brings G-bag
feel
lunch
that-
every Friday, so I think he just ended up using it on that.
How does he feel that you gave him less than you give a waitress that you just want to keep coming back to the table for?
No, I mean, I think Brian would understand that, but that's how I would look at that.
So I just got to be a victim to one of your bits for a little bit for you to be like, I will pay you $100.
No, you just have to make the. Do
you think it's a little soft to buy your way out of the revenge?
Yeah.
You think it's a little soft versus just taking the revenge?
Yeah, because it doesn't hurt him back.
Right.
No.
It's part of his wallet, and he's told us many times he doesn't care about his wallet.
Right.
That's right.
So it doesn't hurt him, which I also understand you don't hold grudges based on your hurt feelings, which I do. I definitely do. That study definitely is true on that. Guys, is he going to knock that whole thing out in this one sitting?
God, the dog can't even get a sip, and Choppy's
Stop
just
it,
chugging
okay?
a
I
gallon.
filled the water bottle up last night. I'm sorry.
I hate watching you eat and drink.
Oh,
God.
I
hate it. It makes my skin crawl. I don't know why. It's just like, I'm going to pick up this gallon jug and I'm going to chug it as much
but you know
as
what?
possible.
Listen.
4 big swigs.
This isn't just water anymore. I put some of my stuff in here.
What stuff?
It looks crystal clear.
Creatine, baby.
Oh,
Just throw
okay.
it in there,
Okay.
yeah. All day, just a daily dose. That's why. Very sharp today. Very sharp.
You almost forgot what you were going to say.
Oh, yeah.
He paused right there.
Brain is working at
You have been good today.
6 out of 10, the brain today.
So did it not kick in until after you filled out your bracket?
Man, I hate my bracket.
Yeah,
I filled
I know.
it out.
You hate it.
I filled it out, and I started going through this thing, and I'm like, man, I really put myself into a corner here because I hate my Final Four.
You do?
I can't see a single team winning the title.
Who is it?
It's Duke, Houston, Michigan, and Arkansas. I hate it.
Is that 3 ones?
It's one.
two.
It's two ones. Houston and Arkansas. Duke. I can't pick Duke.
Here's what's amazing about you idiots.
I know.
Every year we have a contest. I watch.
And every year you win.
Every year I don't lose. The goal is not to come in last.
Exactly.
I have never in 15 years ever come in last.
Be close to the top is what I'm always shooting for.
But do you know how I do it? I wait for RJ's tips tomorrow based on fact.
It's a brilliant thing.
I don't want to hear his opinions. It's just upon fact and what has happened over the years, all the trends.
Yeah.
They're still
and I
good.
write down every trend, and I fill out my bracket based on it. And I never lose.
Never lose.
And these 3 idiots continue every year to lose, and they have all filled out their bracket
I've never
before
lost.
tomorrow's segment.
I've never lost, and I went back and referenced Choppy's segments yesterday when I filled out my bracket.
We don't know the trends this year.
I'm not going to be
Swayed by
held
1 year.
hostage by 1 year trends. I'm going to go what carried year over year that he referenced, and the stuff that didn't, I'm not using.
But he can't wait.
No,
He's
I
so
know.
in love with the tournament. He's got to fill it out, and rather than follow his own tip sheet.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to go back to the drawing board here. I got too many upsets. I got Wright State.
He had in the first round one of Peyton's Final Four teams losing.
Who?
Virginia.
Oh yeah.
Listen, enter that into the station one. Guaranteed lock that finishes up better than what you do tomorrow, than your redone one. So at least keep track of it.
do
So
two
you
of
think
them.
this will be better than the one I do tomorrow?
Yes. Okay. Because your brain's working against.
Brains.
That's right.
Yeah.
Too much stuff.
Creatine, baby.
Yeah.
Right. Go study something on the planet.
Or the creatine bracket is probably the best one. This one's gonna be your sharpest
Yeah.
for the whole week.
Yeah, I wish I knew about this. That was a brain thing before, this week. I thought it was just for.
Is this the first time you've taken creatine?
No.
You just didn't know the brain impact.
I didn't know the brain impact. So I was taking it here and there. I didn't know.
You should make tomorrow's bracket like a BCAA bracket. Some bicarbonate amino acids. Just try all of them.
Every day a different one.
Yes, every day. Just see which bracket works.
HGH
Wednesday.
And then
Some D-bloat, get some D-bloat or
Andro
something.
Thursday.
Deca
And then boom, let's see. And then you take that for the rest of your life till you drop dead in 4 years.
I got my heart.
Cocaine Friday.
I have my cardiologist appointment tomorrow, so we'll see.
That's
see
the
where
way
I'm
to
at.
do it right there. Cocaine Fridays.
Yeah,
good for you.
I took my blood pressure over the weekend. It was like 150 over 102.
Your skin color is
We don't do
matching
that
your
then.
shirt. Like, I'm seeing it in your face. It's really bringing out the pink in your face.
It really is. Well,
Right?
it was a sunny weekend.
Yeah.
It was.
Like, turn around. Like, look at the. He's pink.
Yeah.
Pink
And
everywhere.
that's not like a rash or
It
anything.
could be the
That's some sun.
creatine.
It could be.
Could be. I'm scratching. I'm itching, baby.
See, I've always had a formula when it comes to the tournament. I just would sit down with all this information and create my own strength of schedule and points scored, points against, and just that's how I would figure it out. And I always kind of land right about there. The trends I don't listen to very much because I felt like the first 2 times I listened to them, I screwed myself over because I was like, oh, this one's going to go against the trend. So I said, screw that. So, but everybody has their own system that they do it.
Have you filled one out, Alec?
Some of them just guess.
I have not. I wait till the last possible second. I do listen to RJ's tips every year, but I wait till the last possible second to try to get all the info that I can because I know that even what I think is probably still miles wrong. So I try to wait. So we're going to see this thing out, probably make it tomorrow morning after the segment, and then I'll come into crosstalk with one.
Boy, I don't know what it is with everybody around here, just these self-loathing, pessimistic fans. But like old Texas Tech grad Jacob Ray back here is just going like, Tech's losing in the first round. Watch, they're going to lose to Akron. It's happening. I'm telling you, it's happening. They're going to lose.
They're without their
stupid
best player,
team.
right?
So yeah, but they're not going to lose to Akron. Akron's not bad.
I picked Akron.
I picked Akron.
How far do you have the? Well, before you answer, who do we guess is his college basketball team these days?
Oh yeah, I would guess it's Texas.
Pick Duke. Duke's my team this year.
No, but who's your favorite team? College basketball.
Oh, Texas.
Okay.
And North Texas and Texas Tech and Alabama.
Yeah. How far do you have the Longhorns going?
I mean, I don't think they win tomorrow.
See?
Oh wow.
There's another one.
But they suck. They got 18 wins. They've lost 3 out of 4, I think, or 5 out of 6.
Man,
How many colleges have you been in attendance for a game and been cheering for that team?
1, North Texas.
No, Mean
That's
Green.
not true. Didn't you go to an Alabama game where Alabama
Texas
Oh,
sucks?
they meant
Sure.
college basketball.
No, I mean sports in general, college sports.
Yeah, but I didn't cheer for Bama.
You were wearing their stuff at a game.
No, I was not.
Where's the Alabama picture? I'm getting it. You were wearing
you
Alabama
want to put a
gear.
bet on this? Bet $100 right now.
Where's the Alabama gear?
Yeah,
Look
just-
at my
You're gonna have to
Instagram.
call Broadus for it.
Yeah, that's right. Texas is a what seed?
11.
They're at 11.
Oh.
They're in the play-in.
Oh,
Yeah, they're NC State tomorrow night.
NC State tomorrow night.
12:20. The NCAA tournament teams you've always hated for whatever reason. Why do you hate that team?
Ooh,
Man,
who's second behind Duke?
Kentucky.
Duke's gonna get a lot of hate.
That's
Kentucky
Kansas for
growing up.
me. I hated that Jacques Vaughn Kansas team. We're going to go 34, 39-0. That's what we're going to do.
If I saw Scott Padgett walking down the street, I'd punch him in the mouth. I hate Scott Padgett. I hate Saul Smith. I hate that whole Kentucky era was awful.
Ron Mercer, I loved him.
Oh, I hate
You hate
that.
Pitino?
I hate Pitino.
Calipari?
Calipari, not as much. He's whatever. But I really hate Rick Pitino, and I hate all those Kentucky teams.
You hate
from
Will
the-
Chambers?
No, I love Will Chambers. But late 90s, early 2000s Kentucky basketball, I hate those teams.
Julian asked me who the best college basketball player ever is.
Did he ask you that at 9:30?
No, and I said, in my lifetime, I'll say Christian Laettner.
Yeah.
Right? And so he goes, let me see some videos. So I showed him some videos, and he goes, oh, white dude? No way. I'm like, oh, here we go. Here we go.
No, see, I did like Cal because that was the first team I ever cheered for in the college tournament was UMass when they lost to Kentucky.
Oh, that was a fun team. Camby, Lou Rowe, cheating, Trevieso.
Well done. All right, we're back tomorrow.
Great team, baby.
It is Alec Medford in for a vacationing on the beach. Kevin Hagelin. The KNC Masterpiece is next.
When sports news breaks this morning, we 105.3 The Fan.
We're back here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan. Corey Majors alongside Alec Medford for the entire week as Kevin is at the beach somewhere in Florida. I believe Jacksonville. I might be wrong about that. Do you remember where he said, or did he just say?
I don't. I keep telling myself it's Jacksonville just because that's the one place I go to somewhat frequently, used to at least. So yeah, I could see him. That's his kind of scene.
Yeah, that definitely is. That definitely is his kind of scene right there. Maybe it is. We also have Jacob Ray in with us for the entire week. You here all week?
I'm here Monday, Wednesday, Friday. It's gonna be a rotating chair.
What the hell is that?
Back here.
What do you have? You have something else you got to do on Tuesdays? And
I do
Thursdays?
have something else. I'll tell you in the break.
Okay, my apologies. I didn't.
He's an important man now.
Personal thing.
I'm everywhere.
Nice.
I'm everywhere.
Nice.
All right. He's turning into Broadus. He has 17 jobs.
How the heck are we doing? 877-881-1053. That's the fan text right there. You can also hit us up on the Twitch and the YouTube and listen in on the Odyssey app or on your radios in your cars. Or if you have like a radio that you have in the garage. This is what Dawson used to do all the time. He would get home after his shift when we were on nights. He would go sit out in the truck and turn the radio on. Now, I always told him make sure to have the garage door open if you're going to turn the truck on.
That's right.
Because you don't want that situation to happen. And he was like, I got you, Major. So I appreciate that on Dawson's part. How the heck is everybody doing today, though?
I'm doing good. This win needs to stop. Like, just stop. Give up this act, whatever you're mad about. I don't know what it is, because yesterday I tweeted about it and somebody at Total replied, and they're like, it's definitely a 10-2 on the wheel day. Yeah, it's been like that. Even the drive in this morning. I drive an SUV now. I drive a full-size car that is heavier than my old soccer mom car, and I was still getting pushed around going down 67, heading towards here, which, hey, thank God for spring break, because there was no traffic. But that wind had other plans for me. It's made everything impossible. I have to have the hair tied back because even walking through the parking garage, I just had like a mask of my own hair on. So it looked like I was trying to invade the building, which was not good. So I had to go ahead and tie the hair up for the day, probably for the week if things are going to keep being weird. But yeah, the sinuses are going crazy, but I'm feeling good.
Is that one lady that's kind of watching Alec walk in with the hair mask, and she's just waiting, and then he uses his card, and she's like, okay, he's good. Unless he took somebody out in the parking garage, and then that's another situation.
Maybe that's why Jacob's not going to be here tomorrow.
I drove home yesterday from the Las Colinas area, so we were driving down the bush, and we were coming back around 11 o'clock in the morning, and I was barely touching the gas pedal. And I was like, what's going on? And I had a tailwind that was just shooting me straight across the highway. That was awesome because I needed to get home a little quicker because we forgot about something. So we had to get home a little bit faster than usual. So it turned out all right. Jacob, you doing okay?
Doing great. I went to the Arlington Grand Prix yesterday, got some nice sun, so I got a sunburn on either side of my neck. So I'm actually okay with the cold weather. You know, it kind of sucked if I was driving up to work and had the sun blazing on it all morning. But no, I'm feeling good. I like Alec. I was getting blown all over the road today, so we made it in safely, and yeah, we're good to go.
Aiden heard that too. That's a good thing. So we'll be able to use that as a drop.
Peyton is shaking
Friday,
his head.
I do believe. Thank you, Jacob. One of the from the 817. I'm great. U.S. Paralympic team won gold. We also beat Canada too. So we're going to get to that in the next segment, as a matter of fact. Nice job, U.S. Paralympic team. Sled hockey, America rules again. From the 641, one of y'all needs to take over Kevin's dumb dad jokes for the week. It's the only thing that gets me through the week. I do want to help them, all right? So we got to figure out exactly. We haven't divvied that up.
You know, I actually thought about that this morning. And so I was like, if I'm taking Kevin's literal seat, maybe I need to bear some of that weight. So I was thinking, and I thought of he loves math, right?
Yeah.
So I thought of a really good math joke, but I don't want to say it.
Okay. Because you don't want to be ashamed of yourself?
No, because I'm 2 squared.
That was the joke, y'all. So I hope you're happy.
I'll be here all week.
Texter who just texted in things. From the 469, doing pretty good. Sean. Nope, I'm not Sean. 85 yesterday. Played golf with 2 buddies of mine. I've been friends with for 20 years. Took a picture together. And yesterday, grateful, setting up for this Tolo going this afternoon. Thanks to your wonderful marital advice, Corey.
That's nice.
Hey, man, trying to figure out just, how to keep it together is one of the things that I've figured out for a long time. So I appreciate that. We are 19 going on 20 years. This will be a 20-year anniversary with my wife, and she is awesome. All right, guys, so let's dive in a little bit on what happened last night, because last night was baseball, in my opinion, at its finest. Once I knew that the U.S. and the Dominican Republic were going to be squaring off with each other, I was like, there's nothing else I want to do but sit on the couch and watch this game, because it is two extremely talented teams going back and forth. What's going to be the best factor in this? Great, hearing John Smoltz last night, great defense versus great offense. The great defense mattered so much. Let's go to cut 3 here. Aaron Judge last night made one of the most significant plays in the third inning.
And Ketel Marte, who shows off that bat with a base hit to right. Tatis heads for third. Throw from Judge. Right there. He's gone. Judge, touchdown Tatis. Thrilling stuff.
And Tatis, just couldn't believe it. He sat there at third base and just stared at the board and stared at it, and he was out by a good 2 feet. And the throw was perfect. It, again, looked like he didn't even try to throw it that hard. Maybe that's just the power that this guy has. But Aaron Judge in right field, why do people keep testing him? It doesn't make any sense to me.
As soon as he fielded that ball, I just had a feeling. I don't know what it was. There was no look on his face or anything. It was just, he's got this. And he threw that ball, 96 miles an hour? It was absurd. And I think sometimes this might just be me. You can let me know if that is something that you think as well. Sometimes I get blinded with his offensive prowess, and I forget he is a damn good right fielder.
Oh, yeah.
And he is a powerful, powerful man, all 6'7" of him. He uses that entire frame, gets behind the baseball, Jacob Stop with the 6-7 motion.
Mm-hmm.
I sometimes forget how good he can be defensively just because he does mash every home run every year. And we think about him in the MVP race because of what he does at the plate. And then I see him with his second outfield assist of the tournament. He's been incredible defensively, and I just forget how good he is sometimes.
And he's, you know what? I know we hated the speech because it was the most boring speech, but he's the right leader for this team. When, you know what, let's go ahead and hit cut 4. Cut 4 was the 4th inning, and this was essentially the inning that decided the game.
The 9th pitch, turns on it, sends a fly ball to right center field. Gunnar Henderson has tied it up.
And that moment right there, you see he hits that home run. Once he crosses home plate, he did his. Did you notice the U.S. team, Dominican Republic team, they're all over the place. The excitement, the energy, maybe it did cost them. Smoltz talked about that a lot last night. How do you keep that energy up in a game like this? I remember talking to Derek Holland once about his game against Detroit in the playoffs. And I was like, hey, can you explain the adrenaline? And you only went 4.5, maybe 5 innings, something like that. And he was like, dude, every pitch is so different. And so you're their energy is fun. It's electric. The U.S. energy is business. When they got done, every one of them was small fist pumping. It wasn't a big it was just yes, we did it. And they were excited, but it was just a different kind of excitement. But Gunnar Henderson crosses home plate, does his little boom on the plate, and the first person he wants to talk to is Aaron Judge. And so, that's why I'm looking at this going, okay, that's the right leader for this team. They all have a lot of respect for him, and they know when he comes to the plate or even when he's doing in the outfield, making some diving catches, he's there putting it out there, as he said, putting it out there and being aggressive for this team. And then right after that, I left the room for a second because there was a pitching change. Because after Henderson hit his, I think it was Smoltz is that needs to be his last hitter. You can see he's starting to lose it a little bit. The next pitch almost goes yard. And then I was like, I got to go. They pitching change. I leave the room. I come back in and I look at the scores 2-1. And I was like, what the hell just happened? And I looked at my wife. I was like, did they hit another home run? And she goes, yeah. Because she wasn't paying attention. She was tick-tocking. But it was the kid, Roman Anthony, that stood up the plate.
Blue. Fly ball right center field. Rodriguez and Tatis going back. It is gone. Roman Anthony gives the U.S. the lead.
That dude right there, I'm terrified of what he's about to do to this league.
There's a couple of youngsters on this team, including Henderson, that I'm starting to think, like, baseball is in very good hands.
Mm-hmm.
The rest of Major League Baseball, probably not, because you got to play against them. But no, some of the things that you've seen, especially from Roman Anthony, who was a very hyped prospect going into his professional career, and for good reason. But sometimes we pin those unreasonable expectations just because we know what can be and what could be. And in major markets, big situations like he's in, you see a lot of scrutiny, and then you see what really can be in the big moments like this. And one thing about Gunnar Henderson, he was actually a replacement. He wasn't even supposed to be in the lineup that game, but they benched Alex Bregman because he was over. He was not doing too well. And I just love how simple it can be sometimes when you look at trends. We were talking about it with your March Madness bracket. Sometimes you look at the trends and you say there's an obvious decision to make. And I heard Joe Davis on the broadcast say, well, they put in Henderson because he owns Luis Severino.
Right.
And I was like, does he? So I went and looked at the numbers, and as I'm searching it, he hits that home run on the 9th pitch. That makes him, including the WBC in his career, he is 8 for 10 facing Luis Severino in his career with 2 home runs, a double, and 5 runs batted in.
Ownership.
That is ownership. That is pure ownership. And I love how simple it can be is, hey, in the major leagues, this guy has dominated him. Let's go ahead and just give him the chance. Probably should have been in from the start, but you put him in this game. He does wonderful things. He looked good defensively, too. And you talk about the defense that has been shown in this tournament so far, really by all teams, but the U.S. has dominated defensively, too.
He made 2 exceptional plays. One of them, he didn't make the play. He just let the ball go foul. And then the other one was he tried to turn the double play, but didn't speed up too much. Got the lead runner. That was important. So watching that happen was great. But you're right, the ownership part of it. And also, Bregman, they basically told him, DeRosa was like, Bregman's going to be our starter. You're going to be on the bench. And he was like, that's fine, but I'm going to make you make a decision on me. And so they put him in. He hits 4 hits in the first game he's in. And he's like, well, maybe I do have to make a decision on this kid. He's got a little something going on. Yeah, Gunnar Henderson, special moment right there. And go ahead and leave the dude in. Sorry, Mr. Bregman, we appreciate your time. You're still in preseason form. So that's where you are right now. This is a team that's like, they're all in this electric minds. But can you imagine being like, guys, we have Bregman coming off the bench in a pinch hit situation. Okay, I'll roll with that. I don't love the dude, but I'll take the bat if I need to get one like that. The 7th inning, Bednar had a moment. I was terrified. This is the thing. The rest of the night, I was just like, game is too close. This game is too close. Over and over. Every time a little hit would happen or something, I was like, oh my gosh. Because that lineup for the Dominican Republic is just stacked. Yeah. From 1 to 9, it is loaded with dudes. And their bullpen, everybody throws gas out of their bullpen. You're just like, what the hell? So maybe that's a good thing, because maybe that was, kind of set up. But Severino had 6 strikeouts early, and then each one of those guys had some really good innings. Griffin Jacks comes in for U.S., shutdown inning. That was awesome. Bednar gets into trouble, stranded 2 runners at second and third, and with a pair of strikeouts. Huge moment. But then the end of the game comes. And I'm nervous, Jacob. I'm sitting there like watching Mason Miller go. He's one of the most dominant, if not the most dominant closers in the game right now. Mike said he'd trade everything he had if he could get Mason Miller on this team. And I'm watching this guy and I'm nervous because I keep hearing how both sides are like, this might be bigger, just as big as a World Series for me. The fact that these dudes are taking it this seriously, and they're taking it this seriously because the stars are on the field. It's not like they're saying that and they're not making their way out there. Paul Skeens is pitching in this game. It meant something to them. These dudes on the other side, it means something to them. So that's where the nervousness started to come up. And then I watch Mason Miller burn one for 102, and I was like, okay. My thought was, oh yeah, this dude's an expert at this. He lives this life. He knows exactly what he's doing. I need to trust him a little bit more because he's the best at what he does. That's why he's on the mound right now. And I know the guys at the plate are the best at what they do, but I can be a little less nervous for this because that's what he's feeling right now. He was in his groove. That being said, was that a strike?
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. But you take what you get.
Take what you get.
You know, I told you before the show, if it benefits my team, I'm going to say, you know what? It happens. The human element that I've been asking for to keep in the game, it happens. It's going to happen every now and then. You're going to get some blown calls. If it went against us, then yes, I would have said, hey, can we get ABS in for the finals? Like, please, something, just so we can save the quality of this tournament. But no, it was going to happen. And you knew that the strike zone, ever since what, like the fourth inning, you knew that it was going to be It's going to be a hit or miss.
A little bit different.
Especially the bottom of the zone seemed to be a little bit tricky. I think it was Corey Blazer who was behind the plate for that game. Seemed like the bottom of the zone was 50-50 for him sometimes, and seemed like really anything vertically was giving him trouble.
Yeah.
So I was like, you know what? You're going to have to live with that. You're just going to have to live with that. There was one on Will Smith. There was a strikeout on Will Smith that you could see it in his face. He was like, nope. I think it was a low breaking ball that was not a strike that he got rung up looking. And he was like, I'm a catcher, dude. I'm one of the best in the game. I know that's not a strike, but he's like, oh, we'll just take that to the dugout and let everybody know, hey, you might want to swing at everything in the dirt tonight.
Yeah, on a pitch like that situation, though, with Miller, up there doing that thing, on a pitch like that, I thought that he would have swung. I really thought he would have swung at a pitch like that, knowing the strike zone, as he even looked like he was walking to the dugout. Now, I know that could be I'm tossing my bat to the dugout, but he kind of had that look, and then he kind of did I can't believe it. But it was a little low. But you know what? The strike zone moves sometimes. Mm-hmm. By the way, the Jets are trading quarterback Justin Fields to the Chiefs, according to Jordan Schultz. We'll get more information on that. I think that's actually the best place for him. Hey, Mahomes likes to run around. He likes to run around. I think Andy Reid will come up with some creative ways to use the guy, but that might be the best thing for Justin Fields' career. If Andy Reid can't do anything with him, then nobody can. Coming up next here on the KNC Masterpiece, it's time to dive in to exactly what happened over the weekend with the Stars and the Mavs. It's the Mavs Stars Super segment next on The Fan.
Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Back here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan, Corey Majors alongside Alec Medford. We also got Jacob Ray in studio with us today. That is the selected group for your entertainment this afternoon, and we hope that you love it. Right now, we discuss the Mavs and Stars Super segment. Tonight, the Stars square off with the Mammoth. What an amazing name that they have. But I think we're all kind of just waiting patiently for Wednesday when they play against the Colorado Avalanche again. But over the weekend, the Stars did have their moment, and it was Thomas Harley that really put this one away. On the Fan.
And the Stars will get to the puck. 2 gone by in overtime. Harley against Edmondson. Thomas Harley scores!
That was... They made it more difficult than it needed to be. But that is what the Stars sometimes do. A lot of people got kind of upset about the Otter goal that he kind of hit with his glove and it slid between his legs, went into the net. But even still, the Stars now have tied their franchise record 15-game point streak, going 14 or winning 14 of 15 games in the process. The 99 team won just 12 in that stretch, but they also had a 15-point stretch. So this is awesome. The Stars are playing at a high level. Matt Duchene says we're going to be in a lot of these games here coming up. You can't get too low when a team ties it. It's going to happen. We got different guys stepping up at different times. I think that's the thing, Alec, for me that I love is the depth of this team. If they are all playing at their best, which sometimes in the playoffs it changes a little bit, but the depth of this team does have the talent to be able to, oh, you know what? We got a goal scored on us. We're in a tough situation. We're going to come out on top.
You mentioned how this team will make it more difficult than it needs to be at times, and they're on a 15-game point streak, and maybe a few of them look similar. And I was reading up on it last night. Mike Heika for the Stars website, he put together the best analogy to represent this streak that they're on. He said it's like a quilt. You look at a homemade quilt, the fabric, the swatches, they can be really, really different. And sometimes the stitching patterns can look different at times as well. But when you stand back and you look at it, you're like, okay, that's impressive.
It really looks nice.
You know, like, it doesn't matter if they win by 4 goals. It doesn't matter if they win in regulation or not. You stand back and you look at the big picture and you say exactly what you said. The depth of this team and the way that they create opportunities to win games, no matter how they've played through 3 periods of hockey any given night, they will manufacture ways to put themselves in the best position like they did in this game. And at this point, I feel like they can do no wrong. I remember, I want to say it was the 23 season where it felt like there was a lot of stuff where it felt overcomplicated, going past regulation and winning games, and I didn't leave those games feeling great.
Yeah,
I
was
think
you're right.
I was like, it's a win, but they played terrible. They cannot play like this in the playoffs. This season, I see the resilience, and I see, really, I think it's defensively is what I've seen. I'm like, I've seen enough defensively to where I'm like, it doesn't matter if it goes to OT. They're going to impress me in more ways than one. Their post-regulation hockey has been really good defensively, and that's giving me a little bit more, I guess the sense of urgency isn't as high for me anymore as it was in years past. And the 2 deadline moves that you made have proven to be the right moves, because with Jim Nill, you know, he said it himself, he gives away those high draft picks like they're candy, and the salary is super high, so you can't make headliner moves, but you can still make the right ones. And it seems like they're plugging and playing everything right, playing it by ear sometimes with some of the injuries that they've had to deal with throughout the season, but the Renaissance continues. Everything's perfect in Stars world right now. I even said in our prep email, I was like, I don't really have anything to say other than the Stars are just being the Stars. They keep impressing me in ways that I didn't know that they could.
That's what Harley said too regarding the ice. He's like, there's a lot of open ice out there. Speed and skill are 2 things I'm really good at. So, that helps me whenever we have overtime situations like this. Wyatt Johnson scores his 36th goal of the season, 72nd point of the year, new career high for him, still 16 games to go, so he can add on top of that, too, which is awesome. Michael Bunting gets his first goal with the Stars, his first goal, power play, extends the Stars' power play 12 consecutive games, which Glenn Gulletson, we just discussed this last week with our friend Robert Tiffin, as he brought to the forefront the Stars are good at the power play. Glenn Gulletson teams are good at the power play through this regular season. They get better in the playoffs. So prepare for that. But this is the line that got me. Glenn Gulletson at the end says, we can still grow. Other teams are going to push us at different points. We've got to stay mentally strong. He thinks this team can still get better. And that's the point that I'm starting to try to figure out is this is already a team that's missed the cup multiple times. Glenn Gulletson comes in. Obviously, he had a situation where he had to gain trust of players because Otter's heart was broken by DeBoer. The Stars, the whole group was kind of broken in that situation because they were like, how much further can we get with this group, with this coach? And then this coach threw our netminder under the bus, and that's our guy. And so all that's going on. Gulletson has to try to wrangle that back in. So he's like, I know I'm really good at strategy. And that was something that he even said before the season started. When it comes to strategy, I probably overthought it too much and thought I was too good at that stuff. And that's how I was going to win it, when it was really the players that mattered. And I needed to get to know these guys, understand them, and figure out how to push their buttons. And he's doing a really good job of hey, he called them out in Tampa after that game and was like, we got to play a little bit of a different style of game. Otherwise, this crap's going to keep happening, essentially. And they turn it back. They've turned it on since then.
Oh, yeah.
And then now he's like, I really like this team, but we can be even better than this. And I love the way he's kind of feathered this in through the season of just delicately growing the trust with the players. Yes, y'all are good. I'm going to demand more of you. And that's telling me, that's one of the reasons that, I'm going ahead and saying cup. This is a cup chase. You've narrowed the margin right now to 3 points in the division. This is all fun. This is all exciting right now with this Stars team.
It is exciting, and it just makes me think what they could do if they, added a superstar into the mix. I don't know, maybe like a Mikko Rantanen, if they add him later on in the season. They're playing so good without their best player. It's absurd. And to echo what Gully was saying, Matt Duchene seemed to think a similar note. He was saying this part of the schedule post-Olympic break, it's tough. They're playing some really good teams down the stretch. And he mentioned, he's like, in the third period, we got a little tired. That's something that needs to change. We need to be ready and geared up to play 3 periods of hockey. But he was like, this part of the schedule is such a grind, and we're all aware of that. So we're trying to adjust, and we're trying to get the energy level back up. So once everybody does that, he's like, that's the nice thing about having a roster, as you mentioned, that has depth, is somebody's going to step up. Mm-hmm. But we can't ask another body to step up every single night. We need to give our best effort. So
it also can't be a bunch of dudes just looking around the room going, who?
Yeah.
That's the thing I think that this group is, all of them right now are like, I'll do it. And so that's why the results are happening. I'll do my job. I'll do the defensive side. I'll do the nasty stuff that it takes. They're not looking at going, well, when's he going to be here? When's Mikko going to save us? That's not where they are. That's not their mentality. I love that right now. I had a buddy this weekend. And I don't want to say it out loud because I don't want it to turn into a drop. He basically said he's not a Mavs fan anymore. And he's a casual Mavs fan. And you need the casual fans over time. You have the hardcore fans, and I know they got offended, they got hurt and everything. But when it comes to this team now, I have a hard time trying to figure out how I'm watching them. Because they won yesterday. They were really good yesterday. It was fun to watch this team yesterday. Cooper Flagg was a tough dude out there. As a matter of fact, this is one of his great plays.
Out of a timeout, the ball in the hands of the #1 overall pick. Cooper with a driving spin, a floater.
Oh, he earned that. That was such a tough shot.
27 points, 10 assists, 6 rebounds, a couple of block shots. Like, he's doing what Cooper Flagg does. They said, you know what? Daniel Gafford out. PJ Washington, you're our center. And so they did a small ball type game yesterday. PJ Washington, as Jason Kidd called him, our new center PJ, gets out there, has a pretty good game. Everybody had a really solid game yesterday, and Najee Marshall doing his job too. When you're watching the Mavs right now, are you in this mindset of, well, I just hope they lose? Or because I'm watching them, and if they win, I'm like, that's a win for me. And if they lose, I'm like, that's also a win for me. No matter what, there are guys on this team that we discussed last week that have to be around, and they're doing the job.
It's tough because I really want a premium draft pick to go alongside Cooper Flagg. Everybody does. It's the easiest way to get this team back into relevance and to make them at least a play-in team is to try to get one of those top players, one of those top 4 players that we keep talking about every week. But as a lifelong Mavs fan, it sucks watching them play miserable basketball. Like, they're not just bad. Some nights they are miserable at playing basketball, and I hate watching that. Like, I have to turn off the game sometimes because I'm just like, there's no flow, there's no chemistry, there's no ball movement, especially after coming off the mid-foot strain for Cooper. He even said it himself, he needed to slow down a little bit. He was pressing. In some of those first games of him coming back off the injury, I was like, what is going on the floor right now? It has been abysmal. So I do get a sense of like pride and a sense of relief whenever I see you go into a game where you were a 15.5 point underdog and you win by double digits. I like that against a pretty good Cavs team as well. It's fun, but I know the repercussions that could come from it. So the moral compass for me spins a lot.
Oh, yeah.
When it comes to the Mavs, because I'm like, some nights I'm like, yeah, they looked good and they lost. That's awesome. And then some nights I'm like, this sucks, dude. Just win the game.
Yeah, I think I was just like happy that they won. You know, I think I was just like, I'll take the win. It's a Sunday. Cool. I don't need a crap Sunday.
That's right.
You know, I'll take that. We also did get over the weekend another American gold, another victory over Canada as the sled hockey team wins 6-2 in the Paralympics. And I'm not gonna sit here and act like I was locked in on this game, but I was paying attention to how good this team was. I had a couple of days at the gym where I was watching them play, and I was like, dude, this is awesome. This is so much fun to watch. But I'm more impressed with the fact that Canada has all the tiers. My wife is like, I think that they're okay with it. I think Canada's perfectly fine with us because they understand what's going on in our country right now. And I was like, stop that. Canada's furious about losing hockey games, okay? So at the moment, head-to-head World Baseball Classic wins, 1-0 for America. Hockey gold medals, 3-0 for America over Canada. Stanley Cup does not go to Canada, so 1-0 there. World Series wins. Toronto lost the World Series. They don't get a Super Bowl because they don't have a team. So they're 1-0 there for America also. And then Hockey Heroes dating Tate McRae. So we're 1-0 there. So, like, we are just dominating Canada and everything. And congratulations, America.
So what is the point of Canada? Like, at this point, the things that I thought you were good at and that I just associated with you for years and years, you're not good at any of them.
Better step up.
That's 5 straight now for the Paralympic hockey team. Sled hockey is our thing now. Regular hockey is our thing now. Baseball, our thing. Heck, maple syrup. Kevin said Vermont has their own maple syrup tasting bar. We're stealing all of your shticks, man. What's your deal, Canada?
Coming up next here on the KNC Masterpiece.
Losers.
We have a new starter, or we have a starter for opening day. He has been announced, and we'll get even more after that. Baseball Nuggets next on the Fan.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation 2.
than anyone, all priced to sell. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 through 2025.
Back here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan, Corey Majors alongside Alec Medford. Got Jacob Ray with us. Aiden's out there making sure that you can catch us on the Twitch and the YouTube as well. And you know what? We would love to hear from you. 877-881-1053. Do you like the announcement for the starting pitcher for opening day? Nathan Eovaldi is set to start the season opener at Philadelphia on March 26th, and then Jacob deGrom will have the home opener on April 3rd. And I just saw somebody text in, and they were like, hey, we need deGrom for opening day, because last time deGrom was on opening day as a starter, it was against the Phillies. We won the World Series. I love Evo, but I want the World Series. Listen, I want the World Series too. Just as bad as you. I thanked Nathan Eovaldi for our last World Series.
That's right.
Because I've tried to do that with every single Rangers player that was on that team. Fortunately, I did get Simeon before he was traded away. He might have been the first one I thanked because I saw him at Jared's event.
Yeah.
And I just he was walking with one of his 5 kids or something, and I was like, I walked straight up to him, and he set the kids down, and then I was like, hey, I just need to say thanks, and he was like, well, you're welcome, and I was like, that's it, I just thank you.
Yeah.
But I think if I remember correctly, that opening day was here, so that was a home opener. And it was deGrom against Philadelphia. It didn't start off great, but it ended up great. And this one's on the road. So deGrom opening at home, that's 2 out of 3 there. I'll take the 2 out of 3 for that. But let's hear from your manager and Nathan Eovaldi on opening day from the Rangers Sports Network.
Evo will be our opening day starter. Pretty easy decision, even though we have, Jacob and Gore, right behind him. Evo is, obviously coming off the injury last year, and where he's at right now, the leadership he provides, the standards that he sets.
I think they're all very special, and whether it's the first or this one, I take a lot of honor and pride in going out there and being able to represent the Rangers, and opening day being able to get that first start. I want to be able to start the season and finish strong. No, going out there, giving a strong quality outing, set the tone. Everything that we've been working on in spring training coming up to this point, being ready to go at the beginning of the season. You're going to be going up against their ace, and you're setting the tone for the season.
That is he's so business forward. Nathan Eovaldi is, and just hearing. One of the things I love about being at spring training and getting those interviews with those guys, and then going into the dugout or the clubhouse and talking to them, is you do get a good idea of how they feel about other guys. A lot of times, and I try to avoid it if at all possible, some of the conversations about themselves, because it seems like this Rangers group loves to talk about their teammates. And hearing how they all feel about Eovaldi, that breakdown that we got on Eovaldi, and he knows exactly how to get me out from Josh Smith. He's so detailed. I learned more about Eovaldi from them, and I learned more about all their other teammates from the teammates. So that's a great thing. I love that that's the dude that's going to be business for you for the 3rd year in a row. He's going to step up on the bump, and he's going to set the tone for things, because he goes. When he said on the air with us, I wish I was part of the World Baseball Classic, there's no doubt in my mind he would be like, you need me to start? You need me to close? What do you need? I'll do whatever it takes for us to get a win. If it's horseshoes, he's out there going, I'm going to beat you at horseshoes. That's just the way that he competes. That's just who he is. So I love that he's the opening day starter again. And now we actually have a little bit of consistency. There was a time, 15 years or something like that, where we didn't have the same opening day starter. Yeah. I think it was Kevin Millwood that we got a number of times in a row. So I love that this consistency that we're getting right now. And I do love hearing Skippy. He's like, look, I know you could probably make a case for all 3 guys, so I shouldn't say it was that easy. It wasn't that easy of a decision, because there is a good case for him, deGrom, and even Mackenzie Gore to go out there and be the opening day starter.
It's exciting, and I like it just for the fact that you mentioned that the consistency of it. It's just further cementing his legacy as a Ranger, which I enjoy. And I know that means something to him, too, that the team keeps on leaning on him in those big situations. But, the home opener, opening day, whatever it is, it's ceremonial. There's something to be said about getting that nod. It's not just, are you the best player? Part of it is, you're a Texas Ranger.
Mm-hmm.
You represent this club better than anybody on this roster. And the fact that we've seen him do it before, it's just so cool to see the same guy getting the nod over and over again. I'm getting that same luxury now that other teams have had for years or have had in years past of, it's kind of not really a question. We know our guy. And, he did great things and he had incredible success in the postseason with Boston, but he's being known and becoming more and more a Texas Ranger. He's going to retire, hopefully, a Texas Ranger.
I hope so, too.
And everybody's going to refer to him because of the 2023 run and the opening day starts and the stats that he's put up in the back end of his career when people are kind of questioning, what is he really? They're going to be like, yeah, he was a Texas Ranger. Whenever you talk about him at the bar with your buddies, that dude was awesome as a Ranger. So I just enjoy that he's getting the nod once again.
Oh yeah, no, absolutely. It's a lot of fun, and then knowing that DeGrom is there too. You're just like, oh yeah, we have really good starting pitching, but can we hit the damn ball? That's the question that everybody's. No matter what, can we hit the damn ball? Everybody's going to be. Yeah, it's fine. We can have all this great pitching. But if we can't, and that my whole childhood, Alec, I don't know exactly how your childhood was. My whole childhood was we can hit the ball. Can we pitch?
Yeah.
Can we win a 15-14 game? That's basically what it came down to pretty much all the time with the Rangers, and now we completely flipped it. And they're still trying to figure out some of the guys that are going to make their way onto this thing. And right now, Andrew McCutchen has impressed. 39 years old, gotten out there and just done some work. And your manager right now is very impressed with the work that Andrew McCutchen has done. He gets up, gets his opportunities, he gets on base, swings. He's in his first 12 plate appearances. He had 3 doubles, 3 singles, and walked 4 times. Those were in his 4A games. So 3 doubles, 3 singles, and walked 4 times. And that's going to be something we're going to talk about a little more at noon today, the competitive at-bats that the Rangers are having and how important that is because they're just not swinging at certain pitches. But, man, if I can get one last hurrah out of Andrew McCutchen, a dude who's also a very vocal leader in the clubhouse, this could have a huge impact on this club.
I expected nothing when they signed him just because he's 39 years old, and he, even in his first interview with Jared, he kind of made it sound like this is my last run. This is probably my last year playing Major League Baseball. So I was like, it'd be cool if he made the team. I don't really have expectations for him because I just don't think that's fair at this point in his career. I know what he's capable of, but I'm like, I'd rather not have expectations and let him surprise me. And he's done exactly that. And if I'm going to ask somebody who's pushing 40 to come in and platoon DH for my team, I'm going to ask them to do one thing, get on base. Mm-hmm. Just get on base as consistently as you can. I don't care how you do it. Just get on base. And that veteran presence has shown early on, 5 walks so far that he's drawn through yesterday. He's been patient. Like I expected him to be at this point in his career. He knows the strike zone well, but he's also been aggressive. He's got a few doubles to his name now. I mean, the OPS in a short sample size looks incredible. If he's going to have that level of patience for you, every few days, and really complement some of the hitting that you have, some of the younger players that you have that you could be platooning in this situation, I like it, especially because Jock Peterson isn't exactly impressing me in spring training. Not that I expected him to, but I haven't seen much from him. There hasn't been many other people outside. We talk about the Cam Cauley hype train, stuff like that. There hasn't been people that have really impressed me. Jake Berger's done great work, but if I'm going to add a veteran to this group, I want you to draw walks. I want you to get the count up high, knock a base hit over the first baseman's head. I don't need you to be this power hitter like I'm asking Jock to be. Just show me a little bit of consistency getting on base, and he's doing just that. It's exciting because I expected nothing.
Also, Mark Canha, who signed a minor league deal earlier in the spring, he's turned it on lately, 324, 343, 500. That's his slash in 13 games. He needs to make sure that he's crushing those lefties, though, because that's probably his best opportunity to make this squad Osuna only had 3 at-bats for Team Mexico. Not exactly what we wanted. So far, though, 4 for 8 with a walk in Cactus League play since he's gotten back. That's where Kevin is like, I want Osuna in my game. And he proved that he can be an exciting player. It's the consistency at such a young age that we still got to keep an eye on for the 23-year-old. And Ezekiel Duran has made his way back into life as the utility player. It's kind of I feel like there's a combination of him and Tyler Wade in that backup infield role. Who's going to be at third base if Josh Young has some extended time on the injury list, or if Seager does as well. Both of those guys have had that history, so you got to make sure you have some dudes that can play those positions. But right now, Ezekiel Duran looks like he's made his way. He's slashed .303, .439, .545 with equal parts strikeouts and walks. So far, 1.22 OPS with 2 home runs and that versatility defensively. This was early in camp. Whenever we talked to Skip, he was like, and now because like he said, I challenge these guys to show me. He has a clean slate with everybody. You have a clean slate. All you have, there's no expectations, but there's also no pat on the butt right now. Yeah. Because you're having to earn it. And with Boch, we won the World Series, guys. Congratulations. And when was the time to kind of put that slate clean again? Right now, this is where the Rangers are with that. So nice to see for the Rangers. Really looking forward to what this season can bring as we get closer. And you can hear every single moment of the Rangers season right here on 105.3 The Fan, your home of the Texas Rangers. Coming up next, the Cowboys have to get the first round right. But what about the rest of the draft? We do it next on The Fan.
The more time you give, the more our crush.
Hello, baby. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
Back here on the KNC Masterpiece, before we get into some Cowboys draft discussion, the Java House Grand Prix of Arlington took place yesterday. It was the first time in like 40 years that they'd done any racing here in like that in Texas. And quite honestly, in the DFW area, I thought it was awesome. 877-881-1053. Were you interested? Were you trying to keep an eye on this thing? Did you make it out there? Because we did kind of have that discussion heading into the weekend of, I thought it would get more hype going into the weekend. You mentioned this morning, everybody you know was there.
Yeah. It was weird. You open up Instagram, and because Kevin talked about it going into the weekend last week, he was like, it's a big deal, but it doesn't feel like people are like hyping it up, like, yeah, I'm excited to go and everything. And then I open up Instagram Saturday, Sunday morning, everybody is there. Every single person. I even hit up a friend, our old friend James. I hit him up on Sunday. I was like, hey, you want to go get lunch or something? He's like, nope, going to the Grand Prix. I'm like, since when? And he was like, I got tickets this morning. It seems fun. I'm like, so, and Jacob went as well. So, like, everybody was there. And it was cool to see that the turnout was as big as I anticipated. But, yeah, man, it seemed like people were even more intrigued than I thought.
I know Jerry was doing his thing on TV.
Oh, yeah.
And he's like, oh, what happened to my stadium? What'd they do to it? And he loves that stadium, like being a highlight of what was going on, being the backdrop of this race. I thought there were some really cool features that they had, like that Rangers corner that you could see as they were turning around that. The one thing that I don't know, and this is for any IndyCar, F1 friends and families. Whenever you see that kind of race, did you think maybe the streets could have looked a little nicer? I thought everything else looked dope. Like, I thought the walls looked great, the fencing looked great, the track was awesome. But I was like, could we have not put some just resurface the ground? But I guess that's not necessarily what they want. Like, they wanted those concrete streets to kind of have that feel for the tires. Is that what you understood too?
Yeah, and I feel like there were definitely some logistical things that went into it for the rules and regulations side of it, but also as a resident of that area, living like 15 minutes away from the entertainment district, like seeing those roads, I'm like, yep, those are the same cracked, old, broken roads that I've driven on hundreds of times. So if anything, I'm like, it's authentic.
Yeah.
I really liked it because it literally was in the middle of the heart of Arlington, and they didn't do anything to really change it outside of the protective measures like the walls and stuff that they have to put up. But everything, like you said, the Rangers corner and how you could see the stadiums in the background and you could see the intersections that you drive to get to your parking spot for a Ranger game.
Yeah, that's
like,
true.
It felt so authentic, and I think that's honestly part of what they were trying to achieve was, like, we want it to be IndyCar, but we also want it to be like, this could be in your city. I think it was a good sales pitch for the rest of the country, too,
sure.
Where it's like, if you have these kind of like entertainment hubs, like Arlington has become, we can build something inside and around it, and we can bring you revenue. We can bring you a whole new fandom.
Oh, for sure.
I thought it was just really authentic.
From the 214, I lived nearby. It was amazing to see. All the exposure for the city was awesome. I did see somebody I follow on Twitter. They were like, I was outside doing some yard work. All of a sudden, some VFM 112 Cowboys go flying over. I presume, he said it scared the crap out of me.
Yeah.
And I was like, I presume that was for the flyover before the race.
It was so sick. It was so sick. That was probably the best part of the race for me was the flyover. I mean, it shook the stands.
Yes.
Those things could have been flying more than 2,000 feet off the ground.
What was that energy like then at the place with the cars going by and everybody, like, what was the vibe like out there? Was it party scene?
It was a good turnout. It was the bleachers that I was in were packed. I'll be honest, I'm a NASCAR guy. All I've ever been doing NASCAR races, so I was expecting like the really loud cars. It wasn't as loud as I thought, but it was super interesting. We were right off pit lane, and there was this part where guys leaving pit lane would merge onto the street right on a turn. So there was like 4 or 5 times where it was like, this guy's coming on, you got the leader coming around, and it's like, are these guys going to hit? And they never did, but
well, and
some close calls.
There's a positive thing there. There's a positive thing. I know the last time we had anything like this around here, they didn't like July, in the middle of July, and they were like, let's make sure it's as hot as possible because it's Texas. And they had dudes passing out, cars overheating. One dude almost like passed out and died because he was trying to push his car across the line.
Whoa!
So they said, let's do March. Maybe it'll be a little bit nicer. We ended up getting 90-mile-an-hour winds or whatever yesterday, and so it got delayed just a little bit, but ultimately it worked out. Like, ultimately it ended up working out weather-wise, and I thought it looked amazing, and they did a really great job. Congratulations to everybody that was involved in the process of getting it there, because when they first announced it, I was like, huh? What? And then I kind of looked at the track, and that's whenever I started thinking to myself, oh, okay. From the 214, track surfaces vary. It makes it challenging, and different track was absolutely great. I love to hear that. From the 214, I live nearby. Amazing to see. All the exposure for the city was awesome.
Yep.
And from the 214, as a race car driver, we love characteristics of tracks like that. So thank you for informing me, because I grew up at the Devil's Bowl Speedway, where that track was mud, kind of, and then out at Texas Motor Speedway. Like, I'm just trying to get to know this sport a little more, especially if bring that back.
Yeah.
Let's do it again, man. From the 214, they're using F1 strategy with street courses. Think of Las Vegas F1 race. I was at that track in Vegas for the Super Bowl a couple years ago, and that was an awesome place to be at, to kind of see how that all felt. So I'm starting to learn a little more. And from the 817, a couple friends of mine dressed up in racing suits and got in for free, and people were telling them to be safe in the track. They are musicians.
Hey, fake it till you make it. I've definitely had some friends that have pulled some stunts like that, wearing like fake security jackets and stuff and getting into venues that are very prominent that they should not have gotten into.
We did get the breaking news earlier this morning that Justin Fields is going to be traded. Have we gotten compensation on that yet?
A 6th-round pick.
Sixth-round pick.
That makes it for next year. So that makes it now 10 picks that the Jets have in the 2027 draft.
Okay.
3 of them are first-round picks.
Yeah, they need them. And they'll probably use them ineffectively. They'll get a good player and then waste their potential like they have with most players. I hope Aaron Glenn's group doesn't do that, but we saw how tough it was for them last year. So hopefully they'll be able to use it. Hopefully they don't get in the way of the Cowboys and their draft strategy, though. We have been pushing real hard when it comes to what the first round is. We've been trying to make sure we have the first round locked down to really understand if there's a player that's drafted in that first round in the 12 or 20 picks, was it the right player for the Cowboys? And obviously what they're doing is they're true fit looking. When it came to free agency, I think the additions that they made are all specifically true fit guys. They didn't go out of bounds to get a player that was expensive, in my mind, because he's a good player. They were like, does it fit us? Now, Crosby, completely different deal. That dude fits every system. He'll be your system at that position. They didn't get it the first time around, and now here they are not trying to panic to go make a move like that either. I'm waiting patiently where they are on that, but both sides pretty much seem to say we're done there. But when it comes to 12 and 20, we want to make sure, because look at Jalen Thompson. Perfect fit for this defense. P.J. Locke completely understands this defense because he's played with the defensive coordinator before. So he has a great conversation there. Should be some very open conversations. I think Rashawn Gary is a right fit for the position that they're going to ask him to play. He can slide down into that 4-3 left defensive end, but also play some outside linebacker for you. So he's going to have a lot of different names and ways to go about it. Joseph Hoyt posted over the weekend his Dallas Cowboys mock draft. Round 1 at 12, Mansour Delane. And I keep seeing other people putting Jermod McCoy up there. I think I've just done I am trading back even if it's McCoy. Are you in that place too? Or are you like, no, the talent's just too much even though he hasn't played for a year?
I'm in that place for multiple reasons. One, I just don't want to take a hurt player that's not going to work out at the combine and not really doing too much to instill any faith in that. Too, Jerry said it himself, no redshirt years. We can't afford that this year. We need guys that can play. So I think that he's not even a wipeout situation for me. He's a stay away. So, yeah, I would be moving back if that was the case.
The interesting part that he did here was he made a trade at number 20, which this is becoming more fascinating to me as we get closer to the draft. I was talking with a buddy over the weekend, and he was like, I'd much rather trade 20 than 12. I said, I understand that. But you might be at a position at 12 where the best player is an offensive tackle. And are you willing to take somebody below that probably isn't going to be the best player just because you're at 12? Or would you rather try to get the value out at 12? So this is going to be the dilemma, is what value do I want the most? Because if there are certain players that if they're at 12, we're taking them no matter what. We've made our list. But at 20, I can be talked into a lot of things too.
Yeah.
So he trades down to 27, trades with San Francisco, which allows him to pick up either C.J. Allen or Jacob Rodriguez. Now, my hope, my desire, my dream is to get C.J. Allen with that 20 pick, which if I need to trade down and get it, that's fine. And my hope and dream is that somehow they're able to swing a second-round pick and go get Jacob Rodriguez. If you put those two in your middle linebacker spots and just said, go, good luck, guys, and you got DeMarvion Overshown out there as well, your linebacking group has now solidified with young talent for the future. Jacob Rodriguez is a fantastic playmaker, so I love it. Now, with that 58th pick that they get from San Francisco in the second round, he went with Keontae Scott out of Miami. So he said either Rodriguez or Allen at 27, but we're going to get a defensive end, Keontae Scott out of Miami. And this is a dude right there that he's a playmaker. He got the big stage too, had his opportunities to play big on that stage, and he thinks he can fit Parker's system as well.
I like it.
Defensive back. I'm sorry. I don't know. Did I say defensive end? I thought that maybe. You are in need. You are in need of secondary still. You're still short. I know you got Delane, but even at that point, you're still hoping that you can add a little bit more to your cornerback system.
I really do like I like the idea of moving back off of 20 because I understand what you were telling your buddy, and that totally could happen. I bounce back and forth between what scenario I think is actually going to play out. And here lately, I've been thinking that 20 is going to wipe you out before 12 is going to.
Okay.
I don't know why. I just feel like those 8 picks in between, in the middle of the first round, there's going to be a run of defensive talent that you're going to be like, oh no.
Yeah. No, and I see that.
So I like Joe's idea here of moving back off of 20 to get that extra pick because I think Scott might be one of the better, you just mentioned the term, true fit. If you want a true fit defensive back for this team, Keontae Scott might be one of those guys on that list where he is a true fit. And for more than just on the field stuff, he is a vocal leader.
Yes, yeah.
And this guy, if you're trying to change, I know people hate the word at this point, if you're trying to change the culture on defense, this is the kind of guy that you do it because he might be a DB, but he loves to tackle. Mm-hmm. He loves to tackle, and he loves doing it the right way. 13 tackles for loss last season. He's very quick, twitchy. But he's got his flaws because he is going to be a day 2 guy. He's not going to be perfect, but you could ask him to play a few different spots as well. He could play the nickel, and I think he could start at the nickel for a lot of teams. Like, he's got that level of talent and leadership. I just like the idea of moving off of 20 in general at this point. But what you do with that pick and the extra capital, up to them. But you need a linebacker. You still need more corners. My dream would be some combination of C.J. Allen and Scott or Jacob Rodriguez and Scott as Joe Hoyt put together in this mock draft. But I think that's the most likely scenario as I sit here today. More things can shift and change. Maybe other teams make other trades to address needs, and maybe your needs look a little bit easier to get at 12 and or 20. But Right here today, I think 20, you could be sitting there like, we should probably move off of this pick because there's going to be a team that needs an offensive tackle or something at 20, and they can't afford to wait.
One of the guys that I saw on this list also, we'll ask our Texas Tech expert, Romello Height. Would you be good with an edge at Romello Height, Jacob?
Absolutely. He's a really solid player. He definitely got some of the David Bailey treatment in a sense of like he wasn't the guy you circled when you went against the Texas Tech defense. He's really good. He's a really fast edge rusher, like kind of David Bailey's that big, strong, but he's also fast and athletic. Romello Height's kind of more the lengthy speed rusher, I guess you would say, without as good of pass rushing moves. But he was productive. He had double-digit sacks last year for the Red Raiders, and I think he could definitely develop. I think he was a 3-time transfer. He came to Tech from Georgia Tech, so he's a big Tech fan. But yeah, he'd be a great option later in the rounds for sure.
All right, I love that. I love those ideas. Some other names on there we'll discuss throughout the week as well, but that is a little bit of draft talk as we get closer and closer. Will be your home for Dallas Cowboys draft right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next here on the KNC Masterpiece, it is time for AM on the FM.
We got the question of the day, plus, hey, let's talk more about Texas Tech. Hopefully it's performative. Next on The Fan.
brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Back here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan. And earlier, Alec, we were on the TV. We were watching Logos show on MLB Network.
Yeah, it was weird.
They've now turned it over to the hot stove where Connor Griffin's getting his play, and that's why Kevin's really out. He went to go find Connor Griffin. He's in Florida watching the Pirates. He's watching the Pirates because he's such a big Connor Griffin fan. He wants to get the update on that guy before he really gets rolling. But right now, it is time for AM on the FM.
What does this button do? Please, please, do not push the button. You have no idea what it...
Alec, you be quiet.
Alec, that was awful. 1 for Alec, 0 for Peyton.
Don't you dare touch that dial.
Don't you dare do it. It is time for AM on the FM. My name is Alec Medford, the man that they call the pride of Mansfield, Texas, and now the mayor of the Medfordplex. 877-881-1053. That's sticking. That is the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys text line to answer today's question of the day. Plus, the Texas Tech athletic program is under fire for something that went viral.
It's stupid.
Over the weekend.
We just convinced ourselves we were going to take Romello Heights.
Well,
Is it his fault?
This might not have affected him, but it could affect everybody from now on. We'll get to that here in just a little bit. I'm going to tell you some of the national days today, but first, the question of the day is going to be based on today's date. Today's date, if you look at it numerically, is 3/16. I introduce you to 30 years ago when a certain UNT alum had this to say.
You sit there and you thump your Bible and you say your prayers and it didn't get you anywhere. Talk about your Psalms, talk about John 3:16. Austin 3:16 says I just whipped your ass.
He didn't plan, so my understanding, he didn't plan for like a marketing strategy behind that.
Nope.
It turned into something, right?
It turned into something. And in pro wrestling, that's what happens a lot of the time is you have an idea and you think, oh, it might get the crowd hot for a second. And then it goes nuclear. It's just like when Mike really got into wrestling and Jey Uso was mega over with the yeet stuff.
Oh, yeah.
And he was doing the dance and whatnot. Like, yeah, it was just kind of a fun, like, oh, this will get the crowd hot for a moment. And then every city wanted him to do it. So this really turned Stone Cold into Stone Cold Steve Austin. So today, being 3/16, it is Stone Cold Steve Austin Day in my heart, and the question of the day based on it, what is the loudest crowd reaction you have ever heard? 877-881-1053, Twitch and YouTube, because one for me, I have plenty. There's like 3 that are tied for first for me, but I can vividly tell you about WrestleMania 38. In Arlington, Texas, at AT&T Stadium, when Stone Cold Steve Austin's glass shattered and he came out when Kevin Owens called him out on the KO show to main event night 1 of WrestleMania. That reaction, when I tell you I could not hear his music, it was so loud. After the glass shatter and his music started playing, I could not hear his entrance theme. It was so incredibly loud. And I was part of it, obviously. Everybody was going nuts, and everybody kind of knew that there was a chance he was going to wrestle a match.
So it was already starting to boil a little bit.
It was starting to boil over because he came out and he had his knee braces on. And we knew he's at least going to hit someone, which he hasn't done in forever. And he wrestled a full-on match that night that was not announced ahead of time. So there was anticipation building all night. Like, is he going to come out with the knee braces on? Is he gonna whoop some ass tonight? And he did. That was one of the loudest crowd reactions I have ever heard. So I want to know, in honor of Stone Cold Steve Austin, what is the loudest crowd reaction you have ever heard?
I got a couple of them. One of the moments that I wish I'd been able to hear was it was a random ass Rangers-Oakland A's game, and Nelson Cruz is at the plate. And I'm in the press box, and you've been up in the press box many times. It's a funeral up there. It is quiet. Yeah. And so we're up there, and there's a hanging slider that Nelson Cruz just obliterates. And I couldn't hear anything from the stands. I just heard... Like, that's all I could hear, and I was like, dang, I wish I was out there. But the two that I vividly remember, it was the Indianapolis Colts came into town, and the Cowboys stopped their undefeated winning streak. And in that game, Peyton Manning was, doing everything he could to Marcus Ware and company. We're not allowing anything to happen. That was like once the Cowboys fans knew that, oh, they're here to play today, that's when it just became loud and never stopped staying loud. Every third down, whenever it happened, like that place just went nuts. But it was the loudest one that I can remember for sure. I snuck into Game 5 of the NBA Finals when the Mavericks played the Heat and beat the Heat. Jason Kidd, Jason Terry, both hit consecutive threes. One of them was in LeBron's face. I believe that was Jason Terry's. And I texted Sean Heath, our friend, the PA announcer for the Mavs. I texted him and I was like, "You got to love your job right now." And I was like, "This room's amazing." And he was like, "It's the easiest job in the world. I don't have to do anything right now." Like, they're doing it all themselves. But it was Jason Kidd's moment. He gets the ball. The whole room went silent. And I'm standing up in the press box. That's how I got in. I snuck. I knew people. Just was able to just stand there and watch the game. Stood the whole time. Didn't have a chair. And I'm watching. So I get a view straight down to the court, and all the people are kind of there. But as soon as that ball went in the air, it was quiet. And it felt like it lasted an eternity. And then all of a sudden, it hit. And that place, everybody in synchronization, hands straight up in the air. And the volume hit the roof. It hit the roof, and everybody knew we're about to win the NBA championship. Not that we were winning it in that game, but that they can't beat us. They can't beat the Mavericks. We're about to show them. And I think that was also right around that time where you'd gotten the cough video that had leaked out and everything. Yeah. So that was another moment where everybody just they knew. And that was that room was the loudest room I've ever heard. It was awesome.
There's some great responses coming in from the 817 2013 Sweet 16 Michigan versus Kansas. Trey Burke, game-tying three-pointer from deep to send it to OT at AT&T Stadium. That's a great one. From the 4-3-2, the game-winning goal at the Winter Classic. I need to go to that whenever it's at AT&T Stadium. I cannot wait for that. I love this.
We should do a show trip for that.
Dude. That would be so fun.
Awesome.
That would be so fun. I need to get to a Stars game, period. It's been too long. But from the 682, I love this because it's so random. Michael Young walk-off home run versus the Royals. Random-ass game me and my buddy went to around 2006 or 7.
Those are the best. You just go to something random and then all of a sudden you get there and it turns into an epic game that you didn't expect, or a no-hitter just happened to happen on this night. Like, those are awesome.
Yes, I've mentioned it a few times on the show now. I was at the game where Adolis had 3 home runs against the A's. I'm like, how? Why? It's like in the middle of May. Like, what is going on? And that was still one of the coolest moments I got to be a part of. From the 9/7/2 May 1st, 1991, Nolan Ryan's 7th no-hitter. Jacob, the loudest crowd reaction you have ever heard.
Yeah, I got 2 for you. So this one was a couple years ago. It was the night that the Cowboys retired Jimmy Johnson, or put Jimmy Johnson into the Ring of Honor. It was that CeeDee Lamb touchdown, the 90-yarder.
Oh, yeah.
It was the crowd reaction as soon as everybody realized he caught it and that there was nobody in front of him to stop him. That was one of the craziest plays, one of the crazier throws I think I've seen in the NFL. And then number 2, taken back to my childhood, was the Derrick Rose game winner against the Cleveland Cavaliers in the playoffs that he banked in. After they had already lost to LeBron in the first game off a game winner. That was insane. They always say the United Center is one of the most live crowds. It's a shame that they haven't had any playoff basketball in there in a really long time, but yeah, that was just an insane atmosphere, and it was fun because I think the whole city of Chicago was not fans of LeBron, because that was right after it came out that he chose the Miami Heat over the Chicago Bulls when he left the Cavs originally. But that was a ton of fun. That was my first real big, like, wow, I was here for a big moment type of thing.
So many people saying Game 1, 2023 World Series, Corey Seager.
I mean, Broadus and Wolchuk left the game.
Oh.
That specific moment right there, like I remember watching it and wishing I was celebrating with that crowd, because as a Rangers fan, again, this was a moment where we all felt like we believed this team could actually win it. We saw it, and we have Corey Damn Seager. We have Adolis Garcia. Like, those two guys will save us in these situations. So, yeah, that's one of those moments. Somebody said there's nothing louder than the starting green flag, the starting flag and the green flag at the Indy 500. I've never experienced the Indy 500. That sounds like something I have to do.
I could believe it, because I always forget how many people end up showing up to those events at races at Texas Motor Speedway. I forget the size of just the mammoth nature of those complexes and those courses. I always forget. And then the engine noise on top of it. I'm like, that stuff, I don't get how y'all can hear after a couple of events.
The 214, the Crabtree catch. That was at Texas Tech, and I remember watching that game, and that crowd was insane. College football crowds, they are just waiting to pop. They're just like a wrestling crowd.
Yeah.
They're like, I think NFL, baseball, I think those crowds are like, I paid a lot for this ticket. The college football crowd's like, the party after this game if we win. Like, that's what they're all excited about, what's going to happen next. So they're waiting for a huge moment. And that was an electric game that just turned out to be that much fun.
And then from the 480, when Texas fans booed Brett Yormark at the last Big 12 championship game at AT&T Stadium.
Really?
That's such a wild stray. But yes, I do remember how loud that was. That was incredible. I got some videos from some friends that were working that game on the Texas side of things, and they're like, it was as loud as you think it was. It was incredible. So yeah, that's actually a valid response. Cheap shot, because yes, Brett Yormark, not the most popular guy in town, but it was legitimately that loud. It was impressive. What's not impressive is Jacob's alma mater.
Oh, no.
Oh, this is impressive.
It's impressive how stupid it is. So Texas Tech went viral over the weekend because they posted a video on social media talking about how they do not allow their players to lift weights lighter than 40 pounds anymore. So all of the sub 40-pound weights have been removed from the weight racks, and they showed it on video that they are not going to allow that to happen anymore, and they think that it's cool and all, but in reality, you're going to hurt people by doing that, because there are going to be guys that need to warm up. They don't lift as much. Like, I'm sorry, the kicker's not going to be going in there picking up 40-pound dumbbells to warm up for some shoulder flies or something. No. Like, there are smaller athletes that, even wide receivers, the skinnier slot receivers, they're not going to be in there doing all that. So, yes, in the video, you will not find a 10, 15, not even a 25-pound dumbbell anywhere in that specific room. So all you have to do is go on Twitter, Instagram, and look it up. They are very proud of it. In the video, they are very proud because they think it's some cool meathead thing of like, no, we're going to get everybody all beefed up and stuff. No, you're going to get people injured. You're going to hurt your athletes. You're going to be the reason that you're going to lead the conference in most games missed due to injury because you're over here trying to curl 40-pound dumbbells and you're snapping biceps instead and tendons are getting ripped off the bone. What are we doing, man?
I will say thanks to Men's T, I'm in the 40 to 75-pound range with the dumbbells.
Look at that.
I have, but it did take me a while to work up to it. All right, so that's the important part.
So what I'm hearing is you're about to enroll and get your extra eligibility, and you're going to go play some Texas Tech football.
Yeah, wait to be the gray-haired dude on the sideline for Texas Tech.
I would pay to watch Corey Majors suit up for the Red Raiders for one game, even if it's in one of those fluff games in a Week 0 matchup or something. I want to see you play a single snap. That would be amazing.
It would be fun. That is good stuff right there, Alec Medford. That is AM on the FM. Coming up next, it's time for some gridiron gravy. Could these 7 guys be overlooked free agent signings? Next on The Fan.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation, tune in for the
vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. #1 Chevy dealership in the world, 3 years straight. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 through 2025.
Were you surprised over the weekend at the Grand Prix of Arlington when Jerry Jones hopped on? He had the hat on. My first thought was he just has a blue hat with a little Nike swoosh on it, and then he kind of turned and the star glowed. It was shiny, and I was like, oh, there it is, because Jerry's a marketing guy, and the first thought was, I know I got this huge stadium behind me in this shot while I'm being interviewed, but how am I going to represent the Cowboys in an IndyCar conversation? You know, I got to figure out how to. He's said this before, and I know it drives people nuts. But it's what's made them successfully rich. He said, if you want to be in an art museum, I want the Cowboys on your mind. If you want to look at a wine magazine, I want the Cowboys on your mind. So he wants the brand to be all over, and it was all over Indy over the weekend. Now, or the Grand Prix this weekend, I was surprised that he didn't just do his short stint on the race and talk about his stadium and then say, thanks, guys, I'll see y'all later. But immediately the questions started coming, and as we go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy. Yep. Dip it and rip it. Gridiron gravy is powered by Men's Tea Clinic. So he immediately, they start asking questions, Alec, and they're like, hey, can we talk about this offseason? Can we talk about your Cowboys? And he was more than happy to have that discussion, too.
I love how we were talking about this a little bit earlier. That wasn't, I guarantee you, that wasn't even his intention. You know, it was like, they're hosting this in my backyard. I'm going to come here and talk about how massive of a success it was. And he did talk a lot about that, how he wanted it to feel like a big deal, and it looked like it felt like a big deal. And then it's just within 5 minutes, so you're wheeling and dealing with this team. What do you think about this defense and stuff? And yeah, he was more than happy to talk about how he's allocating all of his time and assets to the defense, which he's just echoing everything he's already said. But that's still the #1 priority on his mind going into April is we have assets remaining. We're probably going to dedicate all of them to fixing a historically bad defense.
I'll tell you, this is a quote from Jerry. I'll tell you, when you have the challenges we had last year, there's no place else to go but up on the defensive side of the ball. This is my favorite part because this tells you that he saw what we saw. Had we played a lick of defense last year, we would have had ourselves, I think, a real playoff run. A lick of defense, and I think that's exactly how we all felt on that. Yeah, that's what he added that whole, I don't know that since we've had free agency as we know it today, where it's really very viable, most teams involved very actively making deals, if you will. I don't know since that has evolved and come about that we've ever had this kind of reshaping of an aspect of our team. And that aspect, as he said, was so bad that they had to completely reshape it, so much so that even on race day, the Cowboys get their opportunity. But that, again, like that's part of, hey, we have this stadium. We share the space with the Rangers next door. Can we create something awesome? And they absolutely did when they had that race over the weekend. Congratulations to Arlington for putting on a fantastic show. Let's see that one come back. Travis Etienne, who we learned over the weekend it is not Etienne.
Still blows my mind.
Are you shaking your head? You're upset?
No, I'm not upset. It's just I know I'm going to screw it up so many times this season because I have a feeling, I'm not saying they're Super Bowl bound or anything. I have a feeling we're going to be talking about the Saints a little bit more this year.
Okay,
and
good.
He's going to be a big reason why, and I'm going to screw up his name.
So you have become our Saints expert.
For some reason, yeah.
Very similar to Zach Wolchuk being the Bears expert. You have now suddenly become the Saints expert. You get breaking news on the Saints all the time. The Saints running back says that he and Tyler Shuck are both hungry to win a title in New Orleans. I mean, obviously, being in New Orleans, you're going to be hungry. That's just the way the city is.
Shout out Zion.
Tyler's a great person. Talking with him and being with him last night, you can get a sense the hunger. You can sense that he wants it for the city as well. And that definitely was a factor because of the rookie season that he had. My question to you is, no matter how hungry they are they going to be able to pull this thing off?
I think that they're going to be competitive soon. And there's a very specific reason I say that, because obviously we joke that I have weird amounts of information on what their team building process is, but I was paying attention because Mickey Loomis and that group, that front office, was kind of the founding fathers, if you will, of some of the salary cap finagling that you see today, even with the Cowboys and other teams. They didn't create it, but they were the first team to exploit the void years. Remember that phantom extension that they gave Taysom Hill, where it was like $100+ million that he was never actually going to get? They just added it on so they could void all of those years and spread out his cap hits. Well, they have officially processed 7 free agent contracts this offseason. None of them have void years. They have finally dug themselves out of the hole that they put themselves in with their salary cap. They are now, it's like whenever you finally, let's just say in some world you're making a ton of money and you're not taking out a loan for a car anymore. You're paying it off right then and there. You're saying, I'm committed to this piece right now. You know, I'm not going to say I'll worry about the numbers in 5 years or whatever loan term you get. They're like, no, we're going to pay to get good players in here and we're going to bring them in now. So I think there is a change in energy in that front office, mainly because Loomis, the GM, probably knows that he's almost done. Like, there is no reason he should still be employed there after the awful roster building he has done the past 5, 6, 7 years. So, yeah, I think they could be soon. I don't think they will be this year, but I think they have the right minds in place now.
The guys in charge for the Green Bay Packers, they have some concerns about their ability to compete. Ed Policy said he fears the impact of the NFL economics. He said, if you think about other teams, they have deep-pocketed owners, most of them worth significantly more than that, and they could sell less than 10% of their team, give up no controlling interest, and raise a heck of a lot more money than that. He's looking at the other 31 franchises around and understanding that the Packers are in a place where they got to figure out how to generate more revenue, and they are owned by their shareholders. Their fans basically own it. He said, we're soon to be the only stadium without naming rights. That's not a threshold we're looking across anytime soon, but we might be a little more aggressive with some of the other entitlement inventory we just hadn't taken advantage of, like the training facility entitlements and the Titletown campus. Just saw this morning that New Balance has the training facility for the New England Patriots. The New Balance Athletics, that's... The Star is the Ford Star Center. It's just all of the ways that you can create revenue and money streams. Now, that doesn't change the fact that everybody has the same cap they're dealing with.
Yeah.
The owners can make the decision of whether or not they want to go over and how long they can go over and those things, but it doesn't change. The money that they have doesn't change that. That being said, Lambeau Field presented by Google, or like that would be kind of wild. They face values for Packers home games are going up 3 to 11%, and there's more to do there that they think they can do. But they say that if they want to be a top 3 team in terms of demand, right now they're in the middle of the pack as far as their price is concerned.
There's going to be positive and negative effects from that for the Packers and their fans, right? The negative ultimately being you're going to see prices of tickets, concessions, merchandise, whatever. It's all going to have to go up to compensate. And that's just the world that they're going to have to live in, being the type of organization that they are. But it can also open up new opportunities for them to be even more creative about like merchandise packages with ticket sales and, new events going on at the stadium for the fans. Like how the Rangers do Rangers Fan Fest. Ice kind of ruined an ice storm, ruined everything for it this year, but you've seen stuff like that do massive numbers for other teams. So they have room to be creative and fun with it while also benefiting the fans, but ultimately it's only going to raise prices in the end. And I don't want to see Lambeau Field get a name slapped on it, a corporate name slapped on it, because I'm mad that Arrowhead has one. It's still Arrowhead to me, but it's technically what, GEHA Field at Arrowhead? I'm not calling it that. I'm not. And nobody should, but that's just the world that they chose to live in because money is cool. And it just goes back to the idea. I know this conversation came up, I want to say like a year ago, about certain owners maybe being cash strapped. You know, like they have these assets. Is it all liquid? Probably not. So, you know, they're like, yes, we have a salary cap we have to work with, but we don't exactly have a ton of money on hand. So it's a weird world that they're going to have to navigate.
You know, it's really like the Lincoln Financial Field, the link. That's smart. The Globe. Call it Globe Life Field, the GILF. The Globe is definitely that. I thought that, and I was like, you're still getting Globe Life in there.
Yeah.
So the customer is happy, and it's the Globe. AT&T Stadium, they didn't have a name.
Yeah.
So it became AT&T Stadium because they didn't have a name. It was just the stadium. You know, the ballpark was the ballpark. No matter what, we called it the ballpark forever because that's what it was to us. It is kind of interesting to see how these names come about, and those naming rights can be sold and then changed. That's why I think it's good to have a name that your fans can call it, and then have the other one that the national broadcasts and the finance. But the stadium needs to be something that fans can connect to for a very long time. So the Globe, I hope Globe Life sticks around for a while because I'd really like that.
I like the other name you called it.
GLF. Globe Life Field. Guys, coming up next here on the KNC Masterpiece, is Brandon Nimmo the leadoff hitter the Rangers need? Next on The Fan.
station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
We're back here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan. Getting ready to talk a little bit about Brandon Nimmo and the effect he's already having on this thing. And can we see that carry over to the regular season? But before we do, wanted to say congratulations to some North Texas teams that did some really good work over the weekend. Conference 2A Division Final. Lipan wins 47-34. Dallas Madison gets their state championship. Paradise gets a state championship. Kimball, Carter, Frisco Heritage, Mansfield Summit.
That's right.
Gets a state championship in hoops. North Crowley and Little Elm. North Texas absolutely dominating the state championship run here. Nice to see that. And congratulations to all the kids that got their state championships. I love to see that. Some people complaining about how easy it is up here in the North Dallas area or the North Texas area. Sorry, Houston area. Y'all got some other things y'all need to come up with to be able to take us down up here. So good luck to y'all. Denton Ryan girls and Dallas Lincoln girls, Decatur girls, Argyle girls also win, and the Lancaster girls. Congratulations to, again, all the state championship winners up in the North Texas area. That's, man, basketball in this area is on fire right now, and you got to love that. Okay, so when it comes to spring training games, we all take it, as we say, with a grain of salt.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's the first state championship in school history for Paradise, by the way. So congratulations to them. The game, however, on Saturday was awesome. The Rangers beat the Padres 22-2 on Saturday. I know that, Jacob, you were locked in on that game all day long.
Dialed.
There were a lot of things that happened, a lot of really good positive things, but I think the 22 runs, powered by a 6-homer, 4 in the third, 13-run third, 6 homers, 4 in the 13-run third inning, the biggest inning for the team in a spring game since records were kept in 2006. That's just insane. And they also did something else really special. The Rangers walked 16 times on Saturday. That is their now second consecutive game with double-digit walks. Also their highest total in a spring game since records were kept again in 2006. They walked 11 times against Colorado on Friday. They've had double-figure walks 3 times in 22 games this spring, and they've walked 121 times already. It's the most in the major leagues. They are simply refusing to swing at pitches that aren't in their own personal, what they call, nitro zone. Now, this is... Alec, you remember when we were out in Surprise, Kevin and I kept talking about the catchers doing some work out there, and I reached out to some people, and they were like, "Oh yeah, they're trying to understand the strike zone of ABS, so they're trying to work that." And the hitters do this all the time. They spend hours at spring training working on what's a strike and what's not. And that, I mean, so you'd think, oh, they go in there and hit all the time. They go in there and they spend time making sure they won't even swing at pitches for like 20 minutes because they're working on, was that a strike or no? And you're just trying to train your eye, not your body and bat. You're trying to train your eye. And the Rangers have what they call nitro zone. The nitro zone is where you get the most impact, where you're going to be able to absolutely crush the ball. And the way that Mike described this to me, and this was because Mike Piazza described it to him this way, is that nitro zone starts as the size of your fist. So wherever it is across the plate, it's that small. If the pitcher doesn't throw one right there where you know that's my pitch, you do not swing. If the umpire calls it a strike, now it's the size of 4 fists. All right? So every strike you get into it, it expands just a little bit more across the plate, up and down in the zone. And you heard last night, if you were watching the game, John Smoltz talking about the quadrants that the pitchers were using, Severino and Paul Skeens, and they're trying to pitch all around those quadrants within the strike zone so they don't leave one hanging over in your nitro zone. So that's where the Rangers are right now, is they're creating this nitro zone, and it's a over and over mentality. Go back and look at that World Series run and how many times they forced pitchers to give them a pitch that Corey Seager could put out of the park. Like the swings that Seager and Adolis were taking, they weren't out of the strike zone. They were right in their honey hole. Is that a thing I can say? Yeah, they were right there. Yeah. And it was swing as hard as you can because you forced them into that moment. So that's what the Rangers are doing so effectively already in these spring training games. Now, again, 22 runs, not necessarily something I'm walking around going, let's just brag about this all the time. It was a preseason spring training game. But that's a positive right now, is you are training these guys are training themselves in this time to not swing at junk. From 972, Manfred has ruined baseball. Write this down. ABS and strikes is going to extend the times of games. The people running baseball are idiots. I wonder, now that they've reduced the times of games, will it take it back to extending? Because ABS was very fast.
Yeah, it's quick, and they've capped it. You only get a certain amount of challenges per game, too, so it's not going to be like every other pitch, head tap. That would be egregious, and that would extend the time of games. I really think it'll add per game like a minute, if that, because there's no conversation after that, because the computer just told you if it was right or wrong. So you can't argue it after that. Science and math just told you, hey, this is right, hey, this is wrong, so you just get back to playing. I don't think it's going to add too much.
Now, that Saturday game, you could probably say to yourself, 4 of the first 5 hitters in the lineup got on 4 times. So that's effective. Let's talk a little bit about Brandon Nimmo. He reached in 5 plate appearances with a walk, 2 homers, a double, and a single, and he scored 5 runs and drove in 4. The other guys, Wyatt Langford, Andrew McCutchen, Josh Smith, all had effective games as well. 3 for 3 for Wyatt Langford with a homer and a walk. Andrew McCutchen, 3 for 3 with a walk. Josh Smith, 1 for 1 with a grand slam and 3 walks. By the way, Josh Smith is on fire right now. Yeah. I hope that carries over, because what he's doing right now is trying to this is interesting. He's trying to tell them, I want second base. It's mine. And doesn't matter who else wants to be here, it's mine. But as we discussed with Cam Cauley, if that happens and then you get sent down, or you don't get what you want, or you get to the regular season games, it's got to keep going. It can't just cool off because spring training's over and you've achieved your goal. That being said, Corey Seager, he was only able to manage 1 home run and a walk. So a little bit kind of a letdown from Seager, but it's all right.
You've been keeping an eye on him, and you warned us about this exact thing. So,
but Brandon Nimmo, here's one of the things about what I'm liking from him is he's going up to the plate hitting lefties also, and he's going up to the plate and he's been an effective bat already, hitting against left-handers, hustling, scoring runs, and over the last few years we had 1 year of an extremely effective Marcus Semien at leadoff. And there are other years where we were like, nah, is it good enough? We knew we had pop at the front of the plate, but when it comes to a leadoff hitter for me, I'm always, if you can hit a home run, that's good. I appreciate it. But I need you on base. Whether it's scratching out a grounder, whether it's double out, I need you on base, and I need you working pitchers. Because working pitchers is now going to allow me to see more pitches and allow the guys behind me to see more pitches and allow these opportunities for the guys behind me, if I'm on base, to score 2 runs or 3 runs. And what Brandon Nimmo is doing right now is right in that vein of he's doing those things that it takes to be the leadoff hitter that the Rangers have been pursuing for quite some time.
Quite some time indeed, because I even think about, we were doing a Rangers segment last week, and I grabbed a Corey Seager highlight of a home run, and in the call, Eric Nadel just happens to say at the end, and keep in mind this was weeks into the season, he said it's Seager's first home run with a man on base of the season. And it was multiple home runs deep into the season for him, and I was like, This is weeks into the season. That's how abysmal the lineup in front of him was, just at a consistent manner, just being so consistently inconsistent at getting on base. And I know the ABS is going to help. It might hurt in some instances, but I think just an overall change in messaging and how they're attacking this, like you said, as early as the first week of spring training, working on drills where you're identifying even a new term that's at least new to us, a nitro zone, where it's like, hey, this is going to be where you work. And like you mentioned, the analogy, the idea of just building it as the umpire works with or against you, it shrinks or it grows with that, and a new focus on that. And getting a veteran guy like Brandon Nimmo to do that instead of asking somebody who's a little bit less experienced. Now, like Evan Carter would have been a decent option just because we know he knows the strike zone well. And he even told you guys, like, hey, I act like the umpire just isn't there. So, like, the emotion isn't necessarily at them. I'm just like, that's a ball, but okay. So, like, he knows pretty well, but I'll take the guy that I know Nimmo hasn't been a leadoff hitter in quite some time, but I'd rather have the veteran presence there. I like what he's doing so far. I like what this team is doing so far in spring training, because it seems like we kind of got lost from that. And especially if you want to talk about the year after the World Series run, like Adolis Garcia. I know he's not on the team anymore, but he was such a free swinger. And then he refined things that 2023 season, and then he kind of reverted back to free swinger, chasing high fastballs outside of the zone. If we can just get this central focus of, hey, we're going to make the strike zone smaller. We know that we have technology on our side now, but let's kind of put that on the back burner and identify our core principle of being do not chase, especially when you have guys coming up behind you like Corey Seager, like Wyatt Langford, guys that can absolutely mash. Let them do that. That's their job. You need to get on base. So I've got a nitro zone. You touch that nitro zone, I'm going to show you something powerful. That's what I want. This core group of guys at the bottom of the lineups, 8 and 9, and then Brandon Nimmo. I want you guys to just say, I have a very, very specific goal. Get on base. It's that simple. That's all I'm asking for.
One of the guys that's still kind of struggling at that right now, Jock Peterson hitting 172, but guys, Sam Haggerty is at 355 right now.
That's good.
Sam Haggerty is having himself a spring training.
He is.
And that's one of those dudes, like, you keep an eye on him. We've been kind of keeping an eye on Foscue, who's hitting 444. There's some dudes right now, and again, this is spring. Some pitchers are just working on their fastball. But there are some promising signs around this lineup. I think the most fascinating thing is it's competitive. Canna, Haggerty, Peterson, you have options that you're like, okay, if they can perform like this in the regular season, they can give us some actual work that's going to be productive at bats for this team. And it does sound like Skip's kind of got his mind on where he wants those guys to be. On Sunday, the Rangers did make 5 cuts. Cam Cauley, right-hander Gavin Collier, infielder Jonah Bride were 3 of them. They're likely to be assigned to AAA Round Rock. Now, this is what I go back to when it comes to talking to Kennedy and it comes to talking to Jared and the people in that clubhouse. Cam Cauley, the special player that everybody was falling in love with, and G-Bag, the nosebleeders, were able to get him and have a great conversation with him, weird him out just a little bit. These guys, he's one of those guys that they were like, he'll probably end up back at AAA. Now, what he does at AAA has to be a completely different. He has to keep doing that. So if Cam Cauley can still stay hot, you'll find him up here at some point. They'll find a way to make him part of this club at some point. Jose Corniel made his first appearance on Saturday, was optioned to AA Frisco. And then catcher William McIver, who we never got a chance to talk to, but I was told that dude absolutely, like, he is a talker. And also we watched him hitting. He's a monster, dude. He is a monster. So hopefully he went to Round Rock. So hopefully we'll get an opportunity to see him at some point. But now we're starting to see it thin out even more and even more. I cannot wait. And from the 972 says chance Jock doesn't make the team. I think they're going to give him every chance possible until he until they're like, we have the option instead of you, but financially, they still owe them some money. And so I think that's one of the reasons they're like, we have to squeeze everything we can out of you before we say you're done. But right now, because of how competitive it is for some of these other spots, and we'll talk about the pitching, the rotation, and the bullpen tomorrow, because of that, we are now seeing that this Rangers team might have some good bats and good at-bats on the way. Coming up next here on the KNC Masterpiece, it's time for the Expressway, ladies and gentlemen. We'll get into some NFL overreaction or reality, but we will also ask you the team that you hate when it comes to the NCAA tournament next on The Fan.
They say the
experts.
Back here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan, we do have some NFL overreaction or reality joining us here in just a moment. But before we do get to that, I wanted to finish up one thing about the Rangers discussion that I was regarding Brandon Nimmo. A, the answer is yes. He's the leadoff hitter that I've been looking for. But B, the other thing about him is he is hitting lefties. So the fact that he is hitting lefties and the fact that he's a veteran and the fact that he's hitting in front of Josh Smith and Evan Carter, I think this is extremely important for the production of those two young players because he can go up there, provide some insight to what he's looking at, what he's seeing. He's early in the lineup, so he's going to see some pitches. He's working these guys. It gives them, it's kind of like when you have a lefty pitching one night and a lefty pitching the next night, or a righty, all right, so you get to see some things about how this pitcher's doing it, and you're going to be looking for this. If you see that, drive it. And I think that's going to be a good thing for Josh Smith and Evan Carter because both of them have to prove that they can do it. Josh Smith's having a very good spring hitting left-handers right now. And so since both of them, have to prove they can do it, and they have somebody that's already doing it, and it's a veteran, and he can provide a little bit of calm for them. I think it's that's just a conversation I would have Skip. I would say if I'm Skip, I'm just like, hey, if you don't want to talk, go talk to Nemo. Talk lefties. Figure it out. Become one of those white-hot teams. And those three guys are going to be key essential pieces to whether or not this Rangers team can actually get to that next level. But right now, it is time to talk a little NCAA men's tournament. The teams have been announced. The first four start tomorrow night, and everybody's very excited about that, I presume, because the first four is the most important four, correct?
Is it?
No. Look, man, I'm one of those guys, and I am just like a lot of people out there. When it comes to college basketball, I pay attention now. And I will go look at what has been the trends for these teams so far, and then how can I adapt those trends to how it will look during the tournament. Kevin will watch every single stupid basketball game that you could possibly see. I remember one night I was driving home, and I hadn't gotten home yet, and he's like, Corey, are you watching this Cincinnati Northeastern Illinois game? And I was like, I didn't even know that was a school. Why are you watching this? And he's like, it's a good game. And I was like, dude, it is like November. What is happening right now? It was so early in the college basketball season. I didn't even know college basketball had started yet.
That's right.
But he is a big-time Duke fan. That being said, 877-881-1053. We all probably kind of hate Duke a little because they're entitled, they're good, they're always good. They always get one of the top-rated players in the country out of high school or some prep school, and they always have a number one overall pick that comes out of the school that you're just like, how do they just keep doing it? It's the program, and that's what we always say is fall in love with the program, fall in love with the school, not the coach. But for a long time, Coach K was a key to that.
Yeah.
Well, now John Shire, I like to call him John Cryer. Kevin gets upset about that too because he's a Duke fan. He just picked up where Coach K left off when it comes to being able to recruit some of the greatest players across the country. So we all kind of hate Duke a little bit. And there was a whole documentary called I Hate Christian Laettner. Which I never really understood because in that era, I really wasn't a college basketball guy yet. So I was like, why does everybody hate Christian Laettner? And then I saw it. I understand now. I get it. But 877-881-1053. And it can be this tournament or whatever moment it was that in your lifetime you started hating a team every time they're in the NCAA tournament. For me, it's because I have screwed up. It's my fault. And it's not because I grew up an OU fan, but I hate Texas in the NCAA tournament. And here's why. Every year, I pick them to go further than they should. Every year, I'm like, you know what? This is the year that the Longhorns put it all together. Every time, I'm like, you know what? This is the time that I'm going to take them one extra round too far.
Sure.
And I do it all the time. And then they'll lose in the first round, and I have 3 straight rounds of Texas. And I'm like, thanks a lot, guys. Why did y'all do this to me again? And I heard Peyton this morning. He was like, they're not going to win tomorrow. And good luck to them and everything. But Texas is the team that it's not that I root against them. I'm rooting for them. You can text in the team that you root against. That's perfectly fine. There are plenty of them. Duke's one of them. I bet Arizona probably has some people. Michigan, UConn, for whatever they beat your team, whatever it is. Tell us who's the team that you've always rooted against, or you just hate them whenever it's tournament time.
See, I root against Texas, so I always have them as one of the first out. So that's not a mistake for me. I never thought of how you phrase that. There actually is a team that I do the same thing with. Jacob, it's the Texas Tech Red Raiders.
Oh, no.
I do that all the time. I have them going further. No, we're not going to fight like you and Kevin did on Twitter the other day.
There we are.
Are we? I mean, Bobby is in the building, so he can make that happen. But no, I always have them going. I get some weird sense of confidence in Texas Tech every year, and I don't know what it is. I have no affiliation with them, for them. I'm not a fan of them. I'm not against them. I just always think that they're better than they are for some reason, and there's no explanation. I might find one game leading into the tournament where they look really, really good, and I'm like, they might be on upset watch. And I have them going 2 rounds further. I do it every single year. And here lately, I've invested too much faith into Houston as well, even though they are good. But I've invested too much into them the past couple years. I think I had them winning like 3 straight years, and that didn't go well. But in terms of just hate watching, there's not many teams, but there are a couple. Texas is one of them, just because I was born and raised a TCU fan, and we haven't been relevant. I get it. So I have to hate on somebody.
I'd love to see TCU hoops relevant. That'd be awesome.
I would love it too. And there's been a couple years in the past, 5-6 years where I thought they might have had a chance to at least be fun, and they just weren't. But Texas just gets that by default. There's no real reason. Like, they're usually good at stuff, and I admit that. I just hate watch. Another one that I just hate watch, Gonzaga. Because nobody knows where they are. Nobody knows what they are.
Oh, hold on. Like, the point is, during COVID, I said Gonzaga was a West Coast team. And Mike goes, huh? And I was like, yeah, they're on the West Coast, right? And he goes, I mean, they're in a state that's on the West Coast, but they're, like, inside the state. And I was like, huh. I just always assumed Gonzaga was, like, overlooked the Pacific Coast.
Yeah. See,
news to me. You're right. I didn't know where they were.
Does anybody actually know? I don't think so, because they're only good at one thing, and that's why I hate them, because they are so good. That program is awesome, but they choose to be good at one thing. It's like Texas, I can hate watch throughout the year because they're pretty good at just about anything, so I can hate watch because they're good at all of the sports. Gonzaga, I'm like, you show up once a year, March, and you ruin my bracket every single year. That's why I hate them, because they're good.
They're a Cinderella team that is perpetually a Cinderella team. Like, they show up and they do what they do, and you're like, we should have known it's Gonzaga. They popped up out of nowhere, and then every few years you're just like, yeah, they're still doing their thing. So that's one. You got one, Jacob, that you can't root for them no matter what during the tournament?
Yeah, before I was a Texas Tech fan and alumni, I was a big Duke fan, grew up a big Duke fan, so I was rooting for all those teams, and I was under the impression through all my years of watching basketball up to that point, I thought that Duke team was Zion, Cam Reddish, and R.J. Barrett was the best college basketball team ever.
Makes sense.
I would have died on that hill. So for me, it's Michigan State. I can't stand Michigan State. One of my best friends growing up was a huge Michigan State fan. His favorite player was Draymond Green. His favorite legend was Magic Johnson. I hated Draymond Green. I hated that they beat my Duke team that I loved. So for me, it's Michigan State. And then since I'm an alum at Texas Tech, I hate Virginia.
Oh,
I can't stand them.
Hold on. Explain that to me.
Virginia beat him in the national championship.
Oh, gotcha. Okay. Yeah. All right.
Yeah, so I can't stand them. I don't like the way they won. I thought it was, bad officiating in the end, but we live, we learn. Lubbock turned into a crazy town that night. But
you know what? I was on your side.
Yeah.
I was on your side the whole way.
A lot of people were.
I do remember that now. I remember being like, this is miserable. From the 817 Houston, cannot stand them. They have a cakewalk to the Final Four, especially being the 2 seed and still playing in Houston for the second weekend. Massive advantage. I agree with you on that. I don't hate Houston's college basketball team. because I didn't know, like, they're kind of the same way, like Gonzaga, where they just keep showing back up every year, and you're like, how are they doing this? How are they an effective team like that? And it doesn't matter. They just show back up every year with somebody good, like Kingston Fleming right now, giving you the real goods. By the way, Darius Slade did retire. He announced his retirement moments ago from the NFL. He did one of those things where, like, all the jerseys that he played in, and he's just like, see you later, football. So congratulations to him.
That was just purely a procedural thing. I thought he had been done for a minute.
Yeah.
Like, where has he been?
He made the announcement, though.
Oh, so it's official.
Chilling.
Even though we knew it years ago.
From the 817, of all the Texas fans that are obnoxious, I've never spoken with one that actually went to Texas, which is why that person hates Texas. So.
That's a great point. That is a great point, because I can think of at least 5 in my life that I'm dear friends with. One of them graduated with a degree from the University of Texas. And no, not UTA, not any UT system school. He actually went to UT Austin and graduated with his bachelor's there and still lives there and works for the school now. So he can talk all the talk. Those 4 other people, they didn't even get accepted in. So I don't want to hear it. I just don't.
By the way, when it comes to Michigan State, I understand like the battles between Duke and Michigan State, and usually it felt like Duke came out on top a lot in those situations. But I have a lot of respect for Izzo, what he's done over the years.
He's done a lot with like not talented teams.
Yeah, just being able to get where like that Elite Eight is always his sweet spot, dude. And I don't know how he does it, because you're right. He doesn't always have 5 or 6 of the best blue chippers out there. So I do have respect for it, but I'll respect your hate. I mean, I'm not gonna go down and say this your hate can't be existing in this situation. By the way, winners and losers of the announcement of the bracket, Miami of Ohio getting their chance to dance is really a win for them, considering how much hate they've gotten over the last few months. It feels like winning 31 games does actually matter. Miami finished 37th in the WAB despite not accumulating one quad 1 victory, mostly due to away game domination. So congratulations to them. Auburn held out. Somebody texted in, they always hate the Eagles. I think that's just like they're just consistently hating on the Eagles. And they don't even care which Eagle it is. They just want to throw one out there. From the 254, they hate the Longhorns. They hate everything about them. They hate Austin, Texas. They also are an Aggie. So, like, I think that's one of the things that goes with it. From the 972, any team coached by Rick Pitino. He may be a good coach, but he's a vile human, and everywhere he coaches ends up getting penalty after penalty after penalty, and they don't like him. I will talk a little more about Rick Pitino later on in the show. I don't think that he's a great human either, based on the things that I've been told. How he was in the throes of passion with a woman at a restaurant and had to sweep all the stuff on a table and make sweet love to her. Have you not heard this story, dude?
I just love the detail that you're going into.
Dude, evidently this happened.
Yes.
There was some other stuff that went down. He asked one of his assistant coaches to do something to help take care of a situation. That assistant coach fell in love with her, and now they're together. He's got some stuff in his past, is all I can say. From the 214, it's not just for Kevin, but it's Duke, because they're Duke. From the 817, let's go Jayhawks. Is that Fred that texted that in?
It has to be at this point.
He's the from the 469. TCU is becoming more relevant in basketball. They will make the tournament this year. Plus, they won the NIT a few years back as well.
They did.
All right, let's get it. Let's go see how that goes down. From the 469, we also took the Arizona Wildcats to overtime, top ranked. Yes, very good stuff there. Gonzaga is in Spokane, Washington. Thank you. I really appreciate that.
You could have said it was in the middle of Oregon, and I would have said sure, I guess.
From the 682, I'm a Nebraska fan. I loathe nothing Michigan and Michigan State. I put too much faith in Kentucky a lot, though. So Nebraska, they also hate the Michigan area. Would you rather have Zion Williamson's career or R.J. Barrett's career?
It's got to be R.J. Barrett's, right?
Because he had the moments.
Yeah.
Contracts. I got to go check those contracts and see how that feels, though.
Ooh, that's a great point.
Which one, and not just the contracts on the court, the contracts with the shoe deals, because I feel after the one blow up, They probably were like, hey, we better go ahead and make good on this guy.
Does child support count in the negatives column?
I was about to say contracts with adult entertainers, that too.
NDAs.
From the 214, hate Duke and North Carolina. They're a Virginia alum. Here's the thing about North Carolina. I changed my mind when I watched them win the championship with Larry Williams, and it was just happened to be Jesse Holley's team that won the championship. So I didn't realize, like, I'm hosting my first show with Jesse Holley ever, and we're talking basketball, and he's talking UNC, and he said when I won my championship, and I was like, the hell did he just say? And I went and, like, looked it up, and I was like, holy crap, you were on the team with Sean May? And, like, I went through the whole list of players because I remember watching that whole tournament and just being like, this team's fun. Like, they were just a really fun team. I loved the way that they played. I was like, this is awesome that I'm hosting a show with a guy that did that. He's like, I also played for the Cowboys. Yeah, but you also won a championship. Like, that's something we need to dig into here. So that was a cool thing. But then his stories about the run at UNC.
Yeah.
And whenever they got the two courts, and you can go in there at any point, and you're going to see a star-studded crew of former UNC players that are just in there having at it, and they're just hooping. And that right there, like, talk about those games that guys like Rolando Blackman and Mark Aguirre used to run over at Harry Stone Park. And I'm just like, this is awesome. So that's what when it comes to UNC, I have a soft spot for them. But I understand how Kevin hates them. Like, that is a bitter rivalry that goes back and forth because of those right there. From how many Cowboys fans have played for the Cowboys? Oh, okay, that's a different thing. A&M has got to be the worst. Hated USC. They've always hated USC is what somebody put out there. The UCLA and Baylor. They hate UCLA and Baylor. And then UNT, SMU, TCU combined from all local media. They're wanting more love from that. I got you. I went to UNT. Go Mean Green. I'm always excited whenever we do something special. And from the 903, I hate the Rangers because they stole Mike Bassick from us.
Oh.
I didn't steal him.
We lent them a pivotal piece of their broadcast.
You need this for success. We've seen how this works.
We saw that they were saying, RSN, we have this great new idea. So how about we just lend you a piece of our great ideas?
Yeah.
Mike Bassick.
Mike Bassick's one of the greatest ideas out there.
Yeah.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, it is now time for some NFL overreaction or reality. All right, this is where Kevin usually asks us questions.
That's true.
We react to those questions.
Mm-hmm.
However, Kevin's not here.
Oh.
Where he is, nobody knows.
Nope.
Not a single person.
Just like Gonzaga.
Has a clue where Kevin could possibly be. Although, I will say, I don't think he is on a bender right now. All right, so I don't think that based on the fact that I think he's really given some thought to his opportunities out there. Do you think he's on a bender? Are you suggesting he's on a bender?
I mean, I'm always... I know that crosstalk last week might have skewed things, but I'm always down for a good conspiracy theory.
All right, here is overreaction or reality. The big wave of free agents is actually on the way. Or these guys are done. Tyreek Hill, Christian Kirk, DeAndre Hopkins, and Keenan Allen are all still free agents. Overreaction to reality, 3 of those are done.
Ooh. Wow. I'd say reality. A lot of the times, once you escape the first week of free agency, it's like there's a reason you don't have a market. Like there was even some of that was being thrown around for some guys that were still available on day 2 of free agency, where it's like people around the league will start to say like, hey, multi-time Pro Bowler, maybe an All-Pro at one point. He doesn't have a market for a reason. That's why I was trying to tell people about Reek Woolen. They saw that he was a Pro Bowler. He had great numbers at one point with Seattle, but when you're a multi-time Pro Bowler and you're a unrestricted free agent and nobody wants you day one, there's probably a couple of reasons. And then you listen to guys like Bobby Belt who are very well informed and have watched the player, and they're like, Yeah, there's a few different things that other defensive coordinators out there just don't really like and don't want on their team, and it's just not a true fit. Going to keep using that word. So I'd say reality, just because if they weren't done, then they wouldn't be out on the market still.
Overreaction to reality, speaking of, and we're going to do a lot of market still people here. Overreaction to reality, the Cowboys should kick the tires on Joey Bosa.
Reality. It's a reality because you need as much help as you can get at this point. I'm not really looking for the sexy name, even though at one point he definitely was.
Yeah, he was.
He was. Him and his brother were both, they were like the terror twins of the NFL for a while. And I think that you could get incredible value out of him if he just stays healthy. You get him on the field, I think that you're going to like what you see because that stuff doesn't just disappear overnight. Now, you saw it with Jadeveon Clowney this past season. It's like one of his marquee things was he's not exactly the athletic freak of a pass rusher that everybody thought he was going to be coming out of college. But even in his past couple stops, he was still a very good run defender. Mm-hmm. And he showed that here in Dallas. So if you can even get one good quality out of Bosa, I think that you won that deal. No matter what. And going into the draft, we were just talking about this earlier. I think that there will be, in those middle picks in between 12 and 20, I think there's going to be a run on edge rushers. Mm-hmm. That's just how I feel today. So if you can add another body that has shown something in previous seasons, and he's been a Pro Bowler, he's been a guy that's showing up on highlight tapes, I don't need him to do all that. I just need you to rotate in and give me some good snaps and stop the run a little bit here and there, get some pressures here and there, and I'm good.
Yeah, for me, it's the simple fact that left defensive end area, if he can fill that void, I still think you need a bigger body there, but that left defensive end area is just right now, they don't have a person there. And Bosa has the strength, I think, to be in that area. It's not my favorite thing, but I would definitely kick the tires on it. Overreaction to reality, his mom just doesn't want to have to travel and pay attention to 2 games. She wants the Bosa brothers in San Francisco. So she's like, hey, bring them here because she doesn't. I think it's just because she doesn't want to have to pay attention to 2 games. She just wants to watch one.
See, and I respect it because I'm all about just being effective and efficient. I understand you want to watch either one TV screen if you're not traveling or you want to catch one flight per week. I get it. But, Mrs. Bosa, I'm trying to give you multiple chances at greatness here. If they play on 2 different teams, then there's 2 different chances for your family to get another Super Bowl ring attached to it, and another trip to Disney and stuff. So, hey, I think it's win-win. You're giving yourself double the opportunity to be at a Super Bowl, to be at a parade. Now, is that actually going to happen? I'd assume it would be a 1-year deal. Is that actually going to happen this year? I wouldn't put money on it, but I'm giving you the mathematical chance to have 2 times as many opportunities at greatness in the Bosa family.
Overreaction to reality, you really would have watched Cam Scatterbo try to outrun a baby hippo.
Oh, reality. I want to watch him. I don't want to watch him outrun one. I want to watch him headbutt one. Like, I want to watch him run towards one, Oklahoma drill style. That's what I want. Because we're doing these celebrity flag football games and stuff where they're getting all kinds of money pulled in with sponsors and whatnot. And I think you could slap a sponsor on literally just getting him to run head on with a hippo. I seriously think. Power rank the animals that you want to see Cam Scatterbo just Oklahoma drill straight into. I think the hippo is probably at the top of the list.
He said on the Rich Eisen show, I can get away from like a baby hippo maybe. That's about it. But yeah, a little bit over a jog because he's recovering. He said he's about 17 or 75% right now, trying to get back to that. That being said, I went and looked it up.
Oh.
Pygmy hippos and baby hippos can run up to 19 to 30 miles an hour.
What?
And, Alec, I'm not sure exactly where we stand on humans right now. What's the fastest miles per hour from humans typically? Is it like 21?
Yeah, like 21 is like an elite athlete. I did not know those chunky little things can move like that.
You got to keep up with mom. And mom's like, hey, you better get your legs moving pretty quickly. So, yeah, pygmy hippos, 19 to 30 miles an hour. Underwater speeds for baby hippos, 12. So they're not quite as fast. Have you ever seen that video, though, of the hippo, like, swimming along next to the boat and it, like, jumps up out of it? I don't know if it's AI or not. Terrifying, though. Those things the adults can swim super fast. They're very agile and territorial and capable of short, powerful bursts of speed, charge, protect their young. But the baby hippos, dude, still about 12 miles an hour. So I don't know if he can outrun. He was saying he could outrun the speed at which they swim, because he's not outrunning one on land. Are you watching a video right now?
Watching a video of a baby hippo running.
They're little powder kegs.
Oh my gosh, they can move.
Yeah, man.
They can zoom.
Yeah, be careful.
Yeah, Cam Scattaboo's in trouble.
Good luck, Cam Scattaboo. Overreaction or reality? Kevin O'Connell is going to get the most out of Kyler Murray.
Reality. This just felt like a match made in heaven. It really did. You talked earlier about the Justin Fields trade that happened this morning, sending him to Kansas City, and you're like, oh, that was the one perfect spot that made the most sense. We were saying it, you and I, all along. Whenever the rumblings started coming up at the combine, like, yeah, Kyler's probably done. It's like, well, if anybody's going to fix him, it was one of two people for me. It was Kevin O'Connell, or it was, if they traded Mac Jones, Kyle Shanahan. And I was like, one of those guys is going to get a hold of him. They're going to just completely retool him and bring him back to life. And the perfect scenario was Minnesota, because he can easily win that battle. He can easily beat J.J. McCarthy in a quarterback camp competition. There is no way that he shouldn't win that, because I think Kyler is still good at football. I think he played for an awful franchise that did nothing to help him until the very end when they got Marvin Harrison Jr., which he missed some time, which not good to start his career. And he even had a little bit of a case of the yips too, where he was dealing with some drops and just some inconsistent play. That team did nothing to help him in the end. I mean, even before he got hurt, it looked like he was the most comfortable passing the ball he really had been ever in the NFL, in my mind. So you take that to one of the best offensive play callers in football, who made Sam Darnold relevant again. I think Kyler's going to be just fine. I'm not saying Pro Bowl, All Pro or anything, but I think you're going to watch him and be like, yeah, it's Kyler Murray.
From the 940, hippos don't swim, they run on the bottom and gallop. I consider anything that's underwater swimming, even if you are running on the floor, but I appreciate what you're talking about there. I really do appreciate that. And then from the 3-2-1, those baby hippos don't bother with dumbbells under 40 pounds. They're like Texas Tech. They're Texas Tech hippos, is what we're going to call them from now on. They're just straight up strength training all the time.
I can't stop watching these videos, dude.
I get it. I totally get that. From the 214, why is no one entertaining the thought that Kyler Murray is done? He's not going to not good to begin with. I think that you know what? There is a possibility. It's just about the motivation. If Kevin O'Connell can get motivation out of Kyler Murray might be able to reach it. His athleticism's there. His arm's there. It's just he's never really figured it out. I'm with you. I have questions still about what his desire to be, great at this game, because to be great, you have to have that hunger, and I just don't know exactly where he sits on it. Overreaction to reality, Troy Aikman is kind of right when it comes to training camp. Troy Aikman says that easier training camps are leading to more early season injuries. He said, Wichita Falls is the hottest place on earth. Back then, you did 2-a-days in that kind of heat, day after day, 2 practices. The restrictions probably for the better. Players aren't taxed as taxed as they were. But I think they only wear pads like 1 day a week or one time a day. They have walkthroughs, and then after, I don't know how it all reads, but it's pretty fair, player friendly and favorable. And a lot of it, whenever they negotiate the CBA, owners tend to always win in the financial side of things. And players, well, all right, then we're not going to practice as long, and we're not going to practice as often. So then they can tend to get those concessions when it comes to how much time they're actually at the facilities. And he does not think that is a win for the players. He thinks it's actually a bad thing for the players. Overreaction to reality.
I'm with him. I would say reality. It's something that we talk about a lot. Like, OTAs are very minimal. It's really just conditioning more so than physicality. Training camp, they have very strict limitations. It felt like Mike McCarthy got fined $1 billion for how many times he did too many padded practices in camp and whatnot. They're very strict about it. And I understand why. Obviously we're trying to protect brains around here and whatnot, and it's very important work, but I was just reading about this after I saw this last night. I want to say it was Ryan Poles with the Chicago Bears, the GM. Throughout the season, he kept on talking about like a phrase that he would use. I think it was him and Ben Johnson would say getting some callus on their players and getting them calloused up, for the season. And then they ended up leading the league with most games missed by injury. And they were saying that same thing is like, well, if we could get them a little bit, beat up going into the season, it sounds counterproductive, but you get the body used to the toll it's going to take through a 17-game stretch. And hey, it's not news to anybody if you've been listening to the show. Soon it's going to be 18 regular season games before you know it. It's only going to get more difficult. So I don't know what the concession is. I don't know where the middle ground is, but they need to get either more work in, just in terms of quantity, or the quality of work needs to be ramped up a little bit more again.
Coming up next here on the KNC Masterpiece, some of the best free agents still remaining, and I want to build a amazing team in baseball. Ooh. We'll do it for $150 million next on The Fan.
What? When your friends say...
WBC-FM and HD1 Dallas-Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
We're back here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan. Corey Majors alongside Alec Medford.
Yeah.
And we do have Jacob Ray with us. Bobby Belt's back up in the studio. I know we're experiencing some stuff with the G-Bag Nation, a couple of different things going on there. We look forward to chit-chatting with them coming up here at 1:40, and we'll turn things over to them at 2 o'clock for the rest of their show. Looking forward to that. But right now it is time for the C Block, starring me. So, Corey, where are we going with that? And I did find, I know it's always a weird thing whenever I send it back to myself. But I don't know what else to do.
I mean, the rest of the week, I could intro it for you if it feels more natural.
Seems like an interesting approach. We'll see how it goes. We'll see how that goes.
Okay.
Yeah.
We adapt.
We're at a crossroads now when it comes to NFL free agency. The Cowboys did not do enough to complete their team, in my opinion, but they still have work to do. And that work includes adding some players. Now, we're at the point where there are, as we discussed moments ago, some significant names that are still in the market. Not as many defensive names as I'd love, but there are some names out there that'll make people go, ooh. There are also some names out there that people have no clue who they are. However, I wanted to find the groups of guys who got paid in the middle or bottom of the market that have already been paid and see exactly how we think that these guys are going to help out their team, because this is what I call the bargain bin right now, but you can still get bargains earlier in free agency period.
Sure. One
team got one, and CBS Sports seems to think it's really going to pay off for them. It was a player I wanted. We'll get to that player in just a moment. Mike Evans. Mike Evans signs a 3-year, $42 million deal, $14 million a year to play with the San Francisco 49ers. So now Mike Evans, Kittle, who has a long road to recovery, and Christian McCaffrey, and in a Shanahan-style defense, can be an exceptional addition. Worth up to $60 million is what this contract sits at. What are your thoughts on where Mike Evans and his bargain is at $14 million a year?
I think it was a really good deal, on top of the fact that across the life of the contract, it looks like only $16 million is guaranteed.
Wow.
Like, they are really banking on the idea that if he's going to play out that contract, he's going to hit incentives. Mm-hmm. So that was them.
It's a very shrewd contract, too, yeah.
In a way, it's them saying, he's not going to do that. Yeah. Not because they want to bring him in, obviously. The way they pitch it to him is, you have the chance. If you stay healthy and you play amazing, you could get $60 million. We only think you're going to get about half of that. So whenever I saw that figure come in, one, I thought the average annual value was a great deal for them. But two, the guaranteed money on top of it, this is a really good deal, and it's just the most 49ers thing ever. It's the most John Lynch thing ever. They get a future Hall of Fame type of receiver, guy that's won a Super Bowl, been there, done that. He is the epitome of consistency. You bring him in on a pretty cheap deal. That's a great deal for San Fran.
You and I were looking a lot at the numbers when it came to safeties, because we were trying to figure out the number we were comfortable with for Jalen Thompson. I think we landed in the exact number that we were liked. We didn't get any more than they didn't pay any more for him than we wanted to. They actually paid probably $1 million less than we wanted to. Kobe Bryant, however, signs with the Bears, 3 years, $40 million, $13.3 million average salary. Over the last 2 seasons, he wins a Super Bowl, played really well, mostly deep safety, 908 snaps there. Also can line up in the box or slot on occasion. Versatile, and now he goes to the Bears with Dennis Allen. And that's just terrifying to me that they added better players to a Dennis Allen defense that's already really good, and they have the offense that they have. What are your thoughts on Kobe Bryant's deal Is that a steal, or is that that feels like right to me?
Yeah, that's one of those. It feels like the bowl's of porridge. It's not too hot, it's not too cold. It's right there in the middle. It's perfect. It was about what I thought he was going to get. I thought in the $40 to $45 million in terms of total money. I thought that would be the number he floated around, depending on how many years he took. And everybody's going after the 3-year deals because it allows them to hit free agency again, when they're ideally still in their prime. So everything about this deal fits. The guaranteed money at just under $26 million fits. Really good player, like you said, that fits what they're trying to do identity-wise on defense. I think both sides got the good end of this deal. I think it was a mutually beneficial deal. Good player, got good money for a reasonable amount of cents in terms of cents and dollars for the Bears.
This one's the one that hurts me. And it shouldn't hurt me that much because I think I started buying in and seeing the defense like this, but the Cowboys still have plenty of opportunities to correct this thing, to add some players in the draft that can change my mind about the way I see it. I have a lot of pipe dreams, though, that put a lot of players on this team. Nakobe Dean, 3 years, $36 million. That's $12 million a year. If the Raiders get the type of play out of Nakobe Dean that he has shown that he can play at, this deal is amazing. He also is next to Quay Walker, who evidently the Cowboys wanted as well. Cowboys couldn't land either one of these guys. Quay Walker, similar contract, $12 million for Nakobe Dean. If it wasn't the health question, he's probably getting more, and the dude was off the market super fast. But here we are, $12 million a year for Nakobe Dean. Is that a steal?
If he plays all of the games, it's probably a steal. I think the entire package is knowing that he has availability concerns. So I think, again, fair. I think it is a fair deal for both sides. I don't think either side really won the deal. Now, if he does play all of the games, I think that he's going to play at the level that we saw him play there at the end of his run in Philadelphia. I think he's that good. I think he's that smart. Playing alongside one of your best friends in Quay Walker, also, I think there's something to be said for that. The connection there, the natural chemistry of knowing that I probably know where my guy is going to be every play, and I know he's going to be doing what he's supposed to be doing, along with the other additions they made on defense, the Raiders did. I think that it's going to be just fine. I think if he plays the games, it's fair. That's a big if, though.
Here's a guy.
Now here's a guy.
Leo Chenal.
Yeah. Wolchuk was big on him.
Linebacker now for the Commanders.
Gross.
3 years, $24 million a year, $24.25. That's $8.1 a year. He doesn't turn 26 until October. He can defend against both the run and the pass, play different spots along the front, and Dan Quinn's probably going to be like, yes, I'm going to do with you what I wanted to do with Micah. And this number is the one that really just kills me. His 5.2% missed tackle rate is the lowest among linebackers since the start of 2023. 40% of snaps at linebacker, minimum 125 tackle attempts is what you're going for there.
Yeah.
He lined up at linebacker 45.8% of the time, and on the defensive line 49% of the time. So that's where you look at these numbers, and 5.2% missed tackle rate, better than Bobby Wagner, better than Ernest Jones, better than Quay Walker. Leo Chenal he's the best tackler out there, and he's for $8 million.
That is the most Dan Quinn signing ever.
Yeah.
A guy that does not miss tackles, that plays numerous spots on the defense, and just one of the unsung heroes of the NFL when you look at his numbers. Nobody was talking about him in any kind of crazy, outlandish manner this past season, but he was putting up incredible work and incredible tape, and awesome. You go back and watch him, he was awesome. All the numbers match what you watch with him. That is the most Dan Quinn thing ever. The same thing he did with Jaron Kearse. Mm-hmm. Everybody was like, who the hell? And then he ends up being the star of that defense because he played multiple positions and he looked awesome doing it. It's a Dan Quinn signing, and I hate it.
Tariq Woolen for 1 year at $12 million to the Eagles. I know a lot of people are like, dude, Super Bowl champion. They know Reek they've seen him over time, and they're like, he's really good. I think that there were a couple times last year. There were a couple times during that Super Bowl run where he made some boneheaded moves and then got burnt. It is 1 year at $12 million, and he is playing with Quinyon Mitchell and Cooper DeJean. Now, Christian Parker not being there could be a huge factor in all of this. And Christian Parker being here, I think, is a big factor in the fact that Woolen is not here. However, if Woolen still has something left, and I know he's not an old player, he's not 40, but if he's still got a little bit of that in him and can come back, it could be worth up to $15 million. But is that a steal at $12 million for Tariq Woolen?
The answer to the question changes with context because I don't think it is for Philly because he's not even a starting corner for them. When you think about it, he's not. So they're paying north of $10 million for a guy that ideally, just on paper, isn't playing that much. Which is interesting, but again, we talk about it all the time with the way NFL defenses are evolving. Base defense doesn't exist anymore. He's going to play probably a good chunk of change because Vic Fangio loves to show all kinds of different looks. So he'll probably get good burn, but there's something to be said. We just talked about it in the last hour. The people around the league would tell you there is a reason that a multi-time Pro Bowler does not have a market. Because, like you said, the boneheaded decisions. If you, just to put it in context for Cowboys fans, I 100% believe this would be the truth. If you didn't like the mistakes Trayvon Diggs was making on defense and coverage, you would hate the decisions that Tariq Woolen would make in the system that we think Christian Parker is going to implement. So, for his accolades and just stuff on paper, $12 million? Sure. Mm-hmm. I just don't think he's a fit very many places right now.
By the way, newly signed Jets cornerback Nashawn Wright led all NFL players in performance-based pay for this past season. He had 5 interceptions, 3 forced fumbles, 2 recovered. He earned an extra $1.44 million based on his performance from last season. Other players that got some money, Ronnie Hickman of the Browns, Elijah Wilkinson, Nick Scott, a whole list of other players that existed on this based on their performance from the season. No Cowboys were added to the list. So it's an unfortunate thing, but hopefully they'll be able to add to that. On a performance-based pay program, it's a fund that's created to use like a supplemental form of player compensation based on how they actually performed in the playing time compared to their salary. So that is something that they added to this. Congratulations to him. And then the last one on this list, Alec, the last one to like completely, this is shocking to me. I think it's a deal. $11 million annual average for Jalen Thompson. 3 years, $33 million. Cowboys don't usually do a lot of dipping into the market, but Thompson, a very versatile safety, should work well with Christian Parker. That's $11 million is a steal for me.
It's a steal. I love everything about the deal, and we talked about it whenever we started floating names that could be had in the free agency market at that position, and we were like, the only reason he's not getting talked about more is because he played in Arizona. Mm-hmm. That's the only reason NFL teams aren't salivating over him is because they didn't get to watch good football being played around him. So I love the deal. I really do. I think they absolutely nailed it. Right at the number, like you said, if not a little bit less than we were expecting. I think they might have had one of the best value signings of this free agency.
Fantastic work there. Coming up next here on the KNC Masterpiece, is beers the solution for all team camaraderie? We do it next on The Fan.
On 105.3 The Fan, this segment's brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Rocking along here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan. And, Alec, you have some hockey news in the hockey world.
Interesting. The World Cup of Hockey will be returning in 2028. It was previously held in 1996, 2004, and 2016, with Canada winning the last two. The teams have not been announced as of today. There will be 8 teams, 17 games played in total in February of 2028. The host countries have been announced, though, as it will be, games will be played in Calgary, Prague, and Edmonton. So we do have some host cities that are going to be running the show here, but you can imagine that the U.S. and Canada are going to be involved. They did say that the best countries for hockey in the world will be involved, so you can take your educated guesses on that. They're not ready to officially announce them yet, though, but they gave very few details outside of that. But the exciting thing that they did mention is that there will be NHL rules in this, meaning if you get to the championship game and they need something called overtime, you'll get 5-on-5 hockey. You won't get 3-on-3.
Oh!
So
I love 3-on-3 hockey. I don't
do?
know. You do too, Jacob? Okay, good.
Okay.
I thought I was alone in this, but when I saw, I'll be honest, I thought Canada had the best 3 on the ice at the time. It just turned out that McKinnon got stood up and Jack Hughes stood up for America. But I just think the speed of it all is a lot of fun, and it's just different. So I like it.
Yeah, so we'll get more details maybe even as the week goes along, but basically the format is the top 3 teams in each 4-team pool will move on. The number 2 and number 3 will have an elimination game, and then the semifinals from there on. So it's going to be exciting because Calgary will also have a new arena by then. Scotia Place will be open and operating, so a fancy new arena for these games to be hosted in. So more hockey excitement, and it's going to involve NHL players. So you can imagine this is just going to be madness and pure fun come February 2028. But it's exciting to me, at least, because the 4 nations already got me amped up. And then the Olympics with NHL player involvement. You saw how amazing that was, obviously 10 times more amazing with America taking the gold right out of the hands of Canada, because what do they even do anymore? But yeah, this is going to be fun.
You said, I can't believe they named the venue after former Angels manager Mike Scotia. That's wild that they would do something like that.
Yeah, it's just like how Hagee's mom built AT&T Stadium.
Right, yeah,
We're doing right by everybody around here.
The 940 Canadians trying to bring the Hockey World Cup back so they can try to win something, since all they do is lose lately.
That's right.
There've been a lot of losses. Sled hockey, men's Olympic hockey, women's Olympic hockey. They just keep losing to America, and that's unfortunate for them. It's great for us. But as you are talking about the building a new arena, let's talk about this for just a second. The NBA is going to hold a vote at the Board of Governors meetings to explore adding expansion teams exclusively. That's going to be in a couple of weeks exclusively, and that's going to be March 24th through the 25th. In Las Vegas and Seattle, the 2 franchises targeted for the 28-29 seasons. There is momentum for stakeholders to approve surveying what industry executive projects will be bids of $7 to $10 billion for each team. And that was this morning from Shams. He said the first vote's going to allow the league to explore purchase processes for Vegas and Seattle. There will then be a potential final vote later in the year to finalize the transactions to 32 teams. If the bids reach necessary threshold in both voting rounds, 23 of 30 governors must vote in favor. So Las Vegas and Seattle. Now here's where I think Seattle absolutely deserves it, because somebody came in and stole their team right from under their noses and said, let's put it in Bricktown. It's seriously, like right outside of their arena is Bricktown of Oklahoma City.
Yeah,
it's just kind of their little river walk area, and it's a lot of fun. There's a lot of good stuff there, and they built it on bricks. But it was weird that you have Bricktown, and then you just said let's put an NBA arena in here, and then Kevin Durant was there for a while. But Vegas, I guess Vegas deserves it because it's becoming the new hub for everything sports, in addition to the fact that most of these entities are now saying we're completely fine being associated with gambling.
Yeah. The NBA really at the forefront of that. You've seen a lot of the conversation from scandals to promotions, everything in between. There's been a lot of tie-in there, and a couple of reasons it makes sense for Vegas. One, it's just the entertainment capital of the world. But for one, you have tourism, you have the entertainment aspect of not just live sports, but live entertainment at the Sphere, and the gambling lifestyle with casinos and everything. There's just a lot of foot traffic. It makes a ton of sense. It's why the NHL wanted to get their feet wet there. It's why MLB is working towards that, we think. It seems like they just keep getting further and further away from it. It's weird. But also, a city that for some reason has been struggling financially, it seems, by all accounts. That revenue is just down, and they're bringing in these massive events and entities to try to drive local revenue again. So it makes a ton of sense to get another anchor of attraction there that's not just casinos and restaurants and resorts and blah, blah, blah. That's why they upcharged New Orleans to get WrestleMania there for a second consecutive year. They're wanting all the help they can get in the entertainment landscape. So it makes a ton of sense from the city's standpoint, but it also makes a ton of sense from the league's standpoint, just uncharted territory that they can go and try to expand this thing. It makes a ton of sense. There's an arena there already, and things are just rapidly getting built as well. So I don't hate it. I like the Seattle move better. Just because, like you said, they deserve it. Mm-hmm. They've been asking for years. Yeah. They've been so sad.
And what do they even have?
A
Super Bowl champion.
Yeah, Sam Darnold. It's not going to last forever.
The big dumper.
That will last forever. The dumper's going to be huge forever. There's no denying the size of that.
I guess they got the Kraken.
Yeah.
And that's,
I guess,
Kraken. Somebody texted in and said, why would the NBA expand? I think it needs to shrink in order to remain relevant. Here's just what I know. The NBA revenues in 2024 went up. They were at $10 billion revenue in 2022, and they were over $11 billion in revenue in 2024. So, you can think I don't pay attention to the NBA, but the numbers show that they keep going up in revenue. And so, now you want to take that over the top even more? Let's buy a team for $7 to $10 billion.
Yeah.
And then on top of that, those teams are now going to be running and reporting revenue as well. So it is, you can think it's not a successful business model right now. $11 billion is doing just fine for them. So I think that's one of the reasons that they want to expand. And quite honestly, I was having this discussion with my buddy over the weekend, and it was about the NFL. And the NFL, they're like, look, we know we have everybody in the U.S., but we got to figure out at some point how to capture an audience outside of the U.S. So they send Kevin Hagelin to Germany, and they're like, hey, we want you to teach the kids about baseball, but while you're there, teach them about football also.
Mm-hmm.
But again, they send games to Germany, they send games to Spain, they send games all over the world, because being a global entity makes you so much more money than being just a U.S. product. So the NBA, while they are still trying to figure out how to grow within this system as well, they still have their eyes on becoming a global entity as well. That's what they truly want. They've talked about that for years, and that's exactly where they are. And comparatively, the Cowboys are worth the entire NBA. Yes, the NFL is a far superior product when it comes to financially being able to rake in the cash. But the NBA continues to go up. That's a real thing that's happening.
And another thing, the other owners are going to clamor for this. They're going to vote for it. You know why? That $7 to $10 billion.
A share?
Yeah, that $7 to $10 billion per franchise. So multiply that by 2, you're looking at least $14 billion is going to get split amongst all the 30 existing teams. So that's hundreds of millions of dollars that the owners are going to get just for adding those teams. And then you run the risk of some of your players getting taken out from underneath your feet. Sure. But at the expense of a few $100 million, I think they're going to be okay with it.
Is beers the best way to build team camaraderie?
Yes.
877-881-1053. How do you build team camaraderie? Now, you missed it. You were there at Sean's.
Oh, yeah, I was on my deathbed.
Yeah, you were dying. And and Jacob and I were there at Sean's. We had a good talk. Probably wouldn't have had that talk had it not been for the ability to be able to have beers around each other.
Absolutely.
Just because we did, it was a different setting.
Yeah.
But I think that the whole day, I think the whole group had a really good day. It was a lot of fun.
Great time.
Nobody punched anybody that I know of. I left a little earlier.
I would have.
But it was a lot of fun. Rasmus Dahlin has told the secret for the Buffalo Sabres' secret to success this year. He was asked how they've been so good, how did they work on their brotherhood, and he quite simply said, drink beers. And evidently there's a lot of people saying, from Don Tibbett says, a fresh 30 of Guinnessy Light, I've never heard of that, has made its way into the locker room. The boys are absolutely buzzing. This is after one of the games. And evidently that's what they're doing. The Sabres were 14-14-4 before firing Kevin Adams. They've gone 29-6-2 since then. And Dahlin says it's because they drink beers together. And it's just a way where they just kind of have, it's I talk about Shoresy a lot. I don't know how many people out there have checked in on Shoresy, but one of the things that they do after every game that they win a game, they get a stick. Now you're like, okay, sticks are cool because you play hockey. I get a drumstick, the ice cream. Somebody gets the game-winning stick, and what happened was the players are like, well, that's cool, but I want a stick. Everybody wanted one, so they just get celebration sticks after the game, and that's their way of doing it. Instead, they have beers together, outside of it, but they have a stick together after a game to celebrate their successes, and that is what one Rasmus Dahlin says is the difference for the Buffalo Sabres. That could also be the difference for Rick Pitino. Rick Pitino went out there and had a pretty good coaching session against UConn, and after the game, he walked up to the podium with a beer in his hand, a press conference beer. He walked up and had a press conference beer in his hand, and that's something that I just don't think about that often when I see Cowboys coaches. I always see Miller Lite bottle sitting there, but he's not drinking that.
Yeah.
Because they got to sponsor Miller Lite. But I never think of the coaches sitting there having their beer at the press conference. But that's Rick Pitino, a man that just breaks all the rules.
Yeah, as you told me earlier in the show, sometimes the rules don't exist, especially when it comes to bars and sweet love, as you said. So I think a press conference beer is that's Bush League, if you ask me. I think that's kind of weak.
Oh, really?
He needs like a whiskey Coke up there.
You know what? This wasn't in a bottle, though. This was in a
stadium
cup,
pour?
a stadium cup. Yeah, one of the little see-through plastic cups.
Oh, yeah.
From 214 Shores. He's one of my favorite shows ever. From the 9404. I can't read that, but I appreciate your text. So thank you very much for texting in that quote from one of my favorite shows. All right, coming up next here on the KNC. Oh, actually from the 940. Ping pong, cards, other competitive games. Ice cream is a great way to build team chemistry, says Cody.
You didn't read the full thing.
I didn't. Okay, hookers and ice cream are a great way to. Bobby's shaking his head yes there. Coming up next here on the KNC Masterpiece, why is Bobby Belt sitting in this room before G-Bag? Next on The Fan.
Coming up Tuesday morning on Sean and RJ, did the stars stay on fire? 2 more Dave Matthews ticket giveaways in the 7 o'clock and 9 o'clock hours, and RJ Choppy's tip sheet to win your bracket. It's Otolo Tuesday on The Fan.
The tournament is back. The upsets are inevitable, and Underdog is the best place to get in on all of the action because you can make picks and win money right now in Texas. And playing on Underdog, it's easy. Just pick whether your favorite players are going to go higher or lower on stats like points, rebounds, steals, and more. Get your picks right, you can win up to 5,000 times your cash. This week on Underdog, I want you to take a look at Darren Peterson. All of the talent in the world, but take a look at that point total and consider going lower or for Darren Peterson. I know it might feel wrong, but I think that's the way you should go. What I want you to do is go ahead and download the app today. Use the promo code MASTERPIECE to score $50 in bonus entries when you play your first $5. That's promo code MASTERPIECE. Underdog. Make picks, win money. Must be 18 or over and present in Texas. Terms apply. See assets.underdogfantasy.com/web/play and get terms_DFS_.html for details. Concerned with your play? Call 1-800-MY-RESET or visit ncpgambling.org.
I'm Pat Boyle here to help you beat the books with Westwood One Sports. The Spurs visit the Clippers tonight in L.A., and with Kawhi Leonard doubtful to play, the Clips offense is going to suffer. The Clippers have been one of the best-rated offenses in the NBA in the last 15 games, but this season, when Kawhi doesn't play, they're in the bottom half of the league. The Spurs have been a top-5 defense all year, and they held the Clippers to their season average in the most recent meeting when Leonard played. If he's out, let's go under on the Clips team total points. I'm Pat Boyle. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
I'm Boomer Esiason. My mom died from cancer. She was only 37 years old. She didn't have life insurance, and that was devastating for my family. That's why having life insurance is so important to me. Ethos makes it fast and easy. Get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. You can get up to $3 million in coverage with no medical exam.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Are your investments in the right accounts? What's best, traditional or Roth? Are you receiving all available tax deductions? Are you paying as little in tax as you can? These are all questions you can't afford to get wrong. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth, and in many cases, it's not what you make, but it's what you keep that makes the real difference. Trajan Wealth and Trajan Tax work closely together exclusively. No more guessing about whether you should do a Roth conversion, or if maxing out your 401k is really the best
All price to sell. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevy registrations 2033 through 2025.
Back here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan, Eric Chiafalo just walked in with maybe the sweetest Odyssey shirt I've ever seen in my life. Did Eric Chiafalo make this shirt himself, or is there a way I can get that shirt?
There was some Super Bowl theft, dude. I thought you were part of that.
I got a polo.
You went with the polo?
They just what a sucker.
No, Jess had that whole box over there.
Oh, my God.
So there was a bunch of stuff in there.
You know, I've never been a huge fan of orange. But this orange looks good.
You never been a huge fan of what?
Orange. Orange.
You make it with an A, like an A-R-R-R-R? Orange?
How do y'all say it?
Orange.
It's time to chit-chat with the fellas from the G-Bag Nation.
I'd
Brought
move
to you
on,
by
too.
D&M Leasing. Thank you, fellas, for being here today.
Do you say horrible or horrible?
Horrible.
Yeah, look at
and
that.
Strawberry. And water. You know, my mom says water instead of water.
Is she from the Northeast?
She's from New Mexico.
That's the Northeast,
and then
some
in the South,
depending on how you look at the map.
But then my grandfather says whoosher, you know, and he's like, hand me that whoosher right there instead of a washer. And so I'm just like, I don't know where that comes from.
What is a washer that you would be handing over? Like, you mean for like tools?
Like screws
tools?
and bolts and stuff like that. Yeah, working with Wendell around was always fun. How's it going today, guys?
Terrific. My mom says winda.
Okay.
And warsher.
My grandmother said warsh. Warsh was a big one.
Huh. Yeah. She's from Indiana.
Wednesday.
My U.S. history teacher, Mrs. Steele, said Washington.
That's not right.
That being said, y'all did have the Ron Worshipper shirts for a long time.
Yeah.
That was awesome.
Well, we were having fun with how people would add that R to wash. So we made wash rags.
Nice. Now, Bobby Belt is in studio right now. I'm going to call attention to it. Can we let the Tolos know what's going on here?
Yes, we should. Brian's going to be out this week, and for those Tolos that were with us a couple of weeks ago, he had a scare with his mom, and then over the weekend we got the text message that Mama Broadus had passed. So with a heavy heart, we will broadcast this week, and we're not quite sure when Brian's going to be back. You know, it's hard to say with one of those situations.
Yeah, I mean, if there's all the years that we've worked with him, I know he loved his mom a lot, and so that's that probably hit him pretty hard.
He was a mama's boy, and so I don't know exactly when he will come back, but we also know how married to the game he is.
Mm-hmm. He is one of those guys.
It is draft season, so it'll be tough for him to stay away from the microphone.
She was a big G-Bag listener too. She would listen like pretty routinely to him on the air.
Now, she didn't like the AI video of him just tearing you up.
She did not like that video of AI Broadus beating me up.
She's like, I raised you better than that. She thought it was real.
I did too for a little bit.
It looked really
good. Even though I knew he just sent me a video of me and Kevin fighting, and I knew that wasn't real, but still somehow I was like, maybe Broadus really did snatch him up like that and just give him one. I really expected, though, in the end of that video, a kick. I really thought there should have been a kick while Bobby was down.
Right.
But
he's got gout. He can't do that.
Yeah.
He fights like a gentleman.
Yeah. Okay.
I just love how Bobby appeared to be laughing the whole time. You know, like he was quite enjoying it as he was escaping.
This is what I wanted.
Being assaulted. I love that video.
There's never a good moment to hear something in the middle of the night. Last night, what is the thing that you have woken up to in the middle of the night that you were like, where is my weapon? Over in the middle of the night, maybe 3 or 4 in the morning, my son got up to turn the hot water on because our hot water heater is kind of busted, so we just have to push the button all the time. And I guess he went to get a drink of water. I'm asleep, dead asleep, in the middle of a dream where Kevin is trying to give me my testosterone from Men's Tea. So that was a weird dream too. Let's.
He wanted to poke you.
Yeah, he was like, "Here's the needle," and I was like, "That's too much. Don't do that." And anyway, and like in the middle of it, all of a sudden I just hear glass shatter in the middle of the night.
Ooh!
And like I'm instantly sitting straight up in bed, Now I have to put clothes on because that's, so I get the shorts on, go find the baseball bat. You got the little Louisville Slugger. It's about, it's a red one about this long.
Enough to do damage.
Yeah, just something
Work
that where
tight spaces.
you can work within the hallway if needed to.
Yeah.
I remember one time running down the hallway with a club, like the golf club, a driver. That's not going to work.
No, too long.
Yeah, and it's going to break in half. Yeah. This thing's really going to do some damage. I hear glass rolling around. I hear all sorts of other noises as I'm walking down the hallway, and my son had knocked a glass off the counter. And so it hit the floor, shattered. It was a mason jar, kind of like yours.
Oh, wow.
And
moonshine.
And then he's like, I got some glass in my finger. And I'm like, it'll be fine because it's 4 o'clock in the morning.
Right.
Yeah.
It's going to be fine. Don't worry about it. Pick all this up off the floor. And he's like, I got to go fix this. And no, pick this up off the floor. You can bleed on the floor. That's fine. Just clean it up off the floor. If we get up, we're going to walk across this not thinking about it.
Yeah.
And then I wake up this morning, later, and come back in. All the glass has been picked up off the floor and set on the counter.
Oh.
He just left it on the counter without, do you put it in the trash, put it in the recycling? You can do anything else with it, but he just left it on the counter. Even the little, glass particles.
The shards?
He took the dustpan and just, dumped it on the counter.
Oh, my
God. What are we doing here?
Yeah.
And I haven't talked to him this morning because they have spring break, so I guess he got up a little later, but I haven't talked to him about what his thinking was and how he was processing that. But in the middle of the night,
about 15?
He's 18.
He's 18.
Yeah, he's got a lot to learn here.
He should have advanced beyond that stage.
Yes.
Maybe he's trying to teach you a lesson about lack of specificity. Like, hey, you got to be really clear about what I'm supposed to do.
I said
with this.
pick it up, and he was like, well, it's up off the floor.
Right.
Yeah,
I
it's on
did
the
it.
counter.
Yeah.
I kind of like it.
He could have known what to do, and he was just like, I know what to do here, but he's got to learn to tell me what to do.
Glass break in the middle of the night, though, it would be because you're like, is that a window?
Yeah.
Like, did someone just crash through my window right now?
Oh, and also, as
or
I'm
did the
walking down
wind
the
pick
hall,
something up and just launch it in because it was so ridiculous?
That's what
last
I was
night.
thinking. Yeah, is like the neighbor's garbage can or something.
Maybe so, yeah.
Had whipped across your yard.
Our gutter did fall off, so that stunk. Yeah, one of our gutter parts just kind of, but it didn't go through the window. But the other thing, too, is you're walking down the hall. Instead of turning the lights on and looking around, he had his little flashlight out. So now even my mind,
he was looking like a crook.
I just stood there at the end of the hallway waiting for somebody to round the corner, and then I was like, it has been too long, and I want to go back to bed, and I'm just hoping it's the kid. And so I went, hey! And he was like, oh, I'm sorry, Dad. So that was another, turn the lights on, son. So we got a lot of work to do with him.
So many mistakes last night.
It's okay.
Declare your presence. Identify yourself.
Yeah, exactly. Let everybody know.
Don't look like a burglar.
My wife woke me up one time and she said there was a snake in the house.
Oh, really?
And I was like, oh, my gosh. It turned out to be a little garden snake. But it still was a nightmare because I'm half asleep and it's on me. And this thing is moving around ridiculously fast. So I had to cover it up with a box and then just scoot the box all the way to the front door and then behead it.
Well, it's a garden snake.
It feels
you
like
have to behead it.
Such an aggressive response.
That's actually a good snake to have around.
Yeah.
I know. Like your son, we are all working and learning on things. So next time I'll get better. But I was freaked out. I thought there was a huge snake. Turned out to be a little one. But it was moving at such a quick speed that it felt like a threat.
I get that.
You don't want him to get away and go hide somewhere in your house. Now you can't sleep.
Exactly.
See, I actually had that same situation, but it was a big snake. It was a copperhead. And that was terrifying.
Yeah.
My goodness.
Over by Joe Pool Lake, we get gators sometimes during the summer. You get copperheads, you get cottonmouths every now and then. And it was 5 in the morning. I think Dad was getting ready to go to work himself, and he was like, copperhead almost just got the dogs. And I'm like, are you kidding me? So I'm like, boxers and everything running downstairs, making sure my dog's good. And there's a beheaded copperhead in the grass. I'm like, yeah, that's a dangerous snake. That's not cool.
That's awful.
That was terrifying.
My mom was telling me her pool guy, recently he was going to help somebody else with her pool, and he opened up the thing and there were 6 copperheads in the filter. And he just put the filter back on and went went back inside and was like, I'm not messing with that at all. And the lady, she was like, what are you talking about? Ran out there, opened it up, and picked all of them up and threw them into the back, like over the fence. Just kept throwing, just snake, gone. Terrifying. Yeah, I don't mess with snakes, dude. They're not fun. Somebody did text in and say, what happens if you get back home and that thing is super glued back together? I'll have another discussion with the kid, I think, is we'll have...
Is there a chance it's still on the counter?
Probably, maybe so. Yeah. Just little glass particles all over the place, and he's probably still sitting there going, I don't know what to do about this bloody finger. What am I supposed to do here? What do you guys got coming up on the show, Graham, today, Gavin?
Pure Gold as always, Majors. Thanks for asking. Bobby is going to be with us for the next 3 hours, and he'll have Krusty's Corner. We're going to ask him questions about how the Cowboys offseason has gone so far and what we might expect next right out of the gates here.
Ultimate team player, Bobby Belt right there.
Really owed it to him after tormenting Brian in his time at the media.
All right, that's the G-Bag Nation. We've been the KNC Masterpiece. We'll be back at it tomorrow. Until then, you've been Masterpieced.
Tolo means turn it on and leave it on. Thank you for making 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey app part of your day every day.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Presented by Robinhood. Learn more with Robinhood at Robinhood.com/yourmoney. Kyler Murray is getting a fresh start with the Minnesota Vikings. Murray signed a 1-year contract for Kevin O'Connell. Kyler's focus has been questioned in the past, but we'll see if a fresh start can get the most out of his potential. O'Connell is the coach to try, and he will likely get that out of Kyler. I'm Chris Black.
Did you know about 1 in 3 people with plaque psoriasis may also develop psoriatic arthritis, which causes joint pain, stiffness, and swelling? Does this sound like you? Listen to what it sounds like to be a million miles away. Tremfya guselkumab, taken by injection, is a prescription medicine for adults with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis who may benefit from taking injections or pills or phototherapy, and for adults with active psoriatic arthritis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Imagine being a million miles away. Explore what's possible. Ask your doctor about Tremfya. Visit Tremfya.com or call 1-800-526-7736.
All right, fellas, let's talk about your hair for a sec. If you're losing it and have it all. Top-rated physicians, modern technology, and best of all,
Back Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Thanks for making us part of your day as we are off and running. General at your service at ease. Broadus is out. Send that man some love on social media. Let him know that he is missed. Lucius Alexander's in the Pimp Cup here. Master Control 75 and 635. Fixing to go 5 flawless like it's nothing. We do have Eric Chiafalo. Wolchuk is out this week on paternity leave. So let Wolchuk know he's missed as well. And Bobby Belt's filling in. Bobby Belt's going to do the next 3 hours with you, talking sports, talking football. Thanks for joining us, Bobby. How the hell are you?
Absolutely. Excited to be here.
What a win. Thank you, man.
No problem. I was excited to do it.
So, let's jump into the Cowboys conversation. By the way, if you are going outside, take a jacket. This cold wind will cut right through you.
Dude.
It's definitely not appreciated.
I got in here at 5:45 this morning, whatever it was. And I was like, it's cold. By the time I walked out, it had gotten colder, and by the time I walked back in this afternoon, it was colder than it was this morning.
Yeah. So I guess we're going sub-freezing tonight and into the morning. So be ready for that. It's the last gasp of winter here, 2026. What's next for the Cowboys, you think, Bob?
They've got two pressing things that are still, they don't have players to fill the position right now. So I had talked about this a little bit at the end of last week, the idea that the Cowboys and 31 other teams generally approach their team-building philosophy as we want to eliminate as many liabilities as we can. So when they go into the draft, they're like, all right, let's make sure that we've got something. If we had to roll the ball out there tomorrow and play football, do we have somebody to do everything we need to do? And even if that's to get you by, just a very bare minimum, they don't want to be pressed into doing anything. So you don't know how the draft board will fall. So let's say you go in there and you have not covered yourself on edge, at all. You don't have somebody you think can start edge for 17 games if you absolutely had to. Then what they would look at is they go into the draft and they go, all right, well, Bailey and Bain, David Bailey from Texas Tech, Ruben Bain from Miami, those are the only two guys we think could start at edge immediately. And now they're both gone. Or maybe you think, well, we'll be able to get this guy here at 12, and then somebody likes him more. Atlanta loved Michael Penix at 8. I'm sure there were a lot of people in the teens who thought, well, if we want Michael Penix there, we can get him. So you just don't know how teams are going to fall in love ahead of you, so you just always want to cover all of your liabilities. And right now, they have two very obvious liabilities of you cannot even play football tomorrow if you don't have those. And that is they do not have another defensive lineman for the 3-down lineman looks because they've got Quinnen Williams and Kenny Clark. They don't have an end right now. And they don't have an inside linebacker to play next to DeMarvion Overshown. They have bodies they've got Justin Barron, the undrafted free agent from last year, who could stand there. But in terms of actually saying this guy needs to play for several weeks, they don't have anybody now. So that's why between now and the draft, they're going to get two veterans at those spots. They're going to get a defensive end. They're going to get a linebacker at the very minimum. And then I would imagine whenever they get that kind of settles them down for their acquisition on the defensive side of the ball, and then they'll go to the draft and look for two pieces there.
It really feels like they need multiple linebackers to me. Why wouldn't, with your 3-down linemen, though, why wouldn't Obanya, Quinnen, Clark work there?
So I don't think that they view Otito Ogbonnia as a guy that they can have out there regularly. I think he's rotational, and they think he could do some stuff, but I think they definitely feel like he's more of a nose, which if you thought Kenny Clark was going to be an end, that'd be fine. But, Christian Parker had said to us when we were in Indianapolis that Kenny Clark was the best in the NFL, in his opinion, when he was in Green Bay, was the best in the NFL at playing this scheme as the nose guard. And so they clearly have a plan for Kenny Clark in the middle of the defense. Quinnen Williams in those looks will be one of the ends. And then from there, they're probably going to look for a veteran who can be an end in the 3-4 looks and be a defensive tackle that they can rotate in on the 4-down looks.
Alrighty, so at 877-881-1053, we are getting some feedback to you being on the show.
It'll be good or bad. You're going to get some intense feedback. Some will be good, some will not be good.
214, I've been wanting for Bobby to be on G-Bag since he got to the Fan. It's been, 6 or 7 years now? 5-6 years you've been on the Fan?
We were, what was it? It was, it's coming up on 5
Coming up
November.
on 5 years. Yeah, it's been a good run. You've done guest segments, but this is the first extended stay we'll have, Bobby. 254. You can already tell Bobby's in one of his moods again and about to start doubling down on takes. Thank you, 254.
We don't double down on takes here. I did fill in on G-Bag one time on President's Day early on, and Broadus was here, and Lucius was running things, and I was talking about how much I disliked a certain company, a certain restaurant, and Lucius had to like turn on the mic and go, I don't have any dump left. That is a sponsor. You got to stop talking, dude.
Oh, that's right. I remember that. Left me out here butt naked. I was like, Bobby, what are we doing, baby?
I was like, whoops.
Slow down. You're killing the company here. What are we doing?
Time out.
Yeah, I was like, whoops, that was wrong. So I've not said a bad word about them since.
Okay, repping for the homeschool kid says the 817-469 says Bobby knows ball. Yeah, a lot of good stuff here. What grade do we give the Cowboys so far in that first week of free agency, Chief? Weigh in on that one before we get to Bob.
Oh, I would say a B. I think a B is fair. You know, I would have liked them to be more aggressive. I would have liked them to not ignore the linebacker spot, probably get a little bit more from an edge rush standpoint. But Jalen Thompson and Kobe Durant, that stuff is pretty good. In big picture, I like the Osa move. I do think that's a half step back type situation in the immediate, but big picture, getting a third for Osa and saving all that money in the future, I like that.
Yeah, I don't know. B kind of seems like it might be too strong.
C minus?
C plus, maybe?
C plus? I'd be totally fine with that.
Yeah.
I'm literally between y'all, so it's B minus.
Yeah.
For me.
Okay.
I feel like that maybe they took a step back, but then a step forward, but then the half step back with Osa. I think if they're better, it's incremental. And I think one thing we do around the Cowboys is we minimize the players that leave and we exaggerate the players that have arrived.
Yeah, and I think that's probably a lot of fan bases. But yeah, so here's the thing. I think just on a cold read of who have you acquired, I'd say that's a B minus. Christian Parker believes that I'm going to create this fully fleshed out defense and this scheme, which is going to look for really particular players and look for really particular measurables, look for really particular mental processing. And he believes that it all comes together to be a unit that plays at a higher level. The whole, the sum is better than its individual parts. But so all I can grade right now is just, I know individually what these players are and what they still haven't acquired. So I would say it's a B minus. If Christian Parker's right about the way he views how they're going to play as a unit, well then, yeah, we could look back on it and go oh, that was an A because Christian Parker believed it was going to be this, and he ended up being right. I just can't possibly know if he's right about his valuation of how they would fit in and how that would all come together. And it's his first time calling a defense and designing things, and so he's putting himself out there, though, because you could make an argument the three defensive players they've purged, Solomon Thomas, Oso Odigizua, and Jadeveon Clowney, essentially, the three that they were talking about bringing back that they've just said go. You can make an argument those were three of the more stable week-to-week players you had on defense last year.
Yeah.
And Christian Parker is, to his credit, putting it out there and just saying, no, I'm going to say they don't fit. Yeah. And fitting what I want to do is the most important thing.
And ultimately, Christian Parker is going to be evaluated by what happens over a 2 to 4 year period. I'm not looking to evaluate Christian Parker here, but
sure.
But for the 2026 Cowboys, I think we're back in a spot hoping you can nail the draft pick so hard that you get the star players because they didn't go out and do enough in free agency. Maybe there's a trade to be made. There's still 2, 3, maybe 4 linebackers that they could sign that would make the group better. So I'll continue to be patient and be hopeful. But, right now I kind of feel like they're spinning their wheels a little bit, and maybe this is just the early first stages of transitioning to the new scheme.
Yeah, look, I think they could still, if you're just going off the free agent market, they don't have any difference makers left. If they're exploring the trade market for a linebacker and end, they might be able to find some guys there that have you go, oh, okay, that's great. This is not who they're going to go get. But for instance, if they go get Fred Warner in a trade or somebody like Fred Warner in a trade, then you stand back and go, okay, well, I'm kind of cool with everything else they've then put around Fred Warner and Quinnen Williams and these guys that you have on the team. So they've still got, a ways to go in terms of they're going to make 2 more acquisitions. We'll see how it goes. And the big thing here is you were not going to turn that unit from what was legitimately, by advanced metrics, one of the worst units in the history of the NFL. Really, really bad. And even just by an eye test, watching guys who don't know high school coverages where they're supposed to be standing. Like, that's so bad that it's like, you allowed 2.88 yards per drive last year, which is one of the worst marks in modern NFL history. It's bad. You're allowing 3 points every drive. They're at least getting a field goal. And if you can just get 2 more stops per game with an average defense, just bump your defense up to average, get 2 more stops a game, and that offense can play at another level, you've swung your record probably 5 games at that point. If you're able to get 2 extra stops a game, that swings your record pretty heavily, and you're in the playoffs.
That'd be exciting at this point. You know, missing the playoffs definitely makes you appreciate getting to the playoffs and the potential there, the excitement in there. And, we'll see what else is in store. Still a lot of offseason on the cards. Okay, we got World Baseball Classic. We also have March Madness, providing some more variety for your sports plate here on this Monday. We start with Alabama star Aiden Holloway arrested on a felony drug charge 4 days before the team's supposed to play in the NCAA tournament. The team's second leading scorer charged with first-degree possession of marijuana and failure to affix a tax stamp. I'm not sure how the tax stamp comes into
felony? How much weed did he have for a felony?
He had a pounder.
Okay.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay. Hey. I see you, big dog.
Yeah.
I see you.
That could be personal, how some guys are, going through it.
You're just stocking up,
Yeah.
Stocking up, get a good deal on
Did
it.
the car smell like weed or something?
bulk.
Did he get pulled over? Like, how did they catch him with all this bud?
Yeah, let me pull up the article here.
A pound is going to smell anywhere you put it, too, unless you got a shrink wrapper.
You better have some serious
deep freezer or something.
Aroma proofing situation going on there. But it kind of read to me like maybe somebody informed on him. And like they sent some folks over to do a little bit of a raid on him.
Yeah. So they entered his home. They don't really say why. Tuscaloosa police said agents for the West Alabama Narcotics Task Force searched a residence Monday morning and found more than a pound of marijuana, paraphernalia, and cash.
He must have opened the door. Never opened the door.
Yeah, so it doesn't really say like what alerted them to why would they be going to his house? Maybe somebody snitching.
He got like a senior backup or something. Somebody who's like, "This is my last shot."
Yeah, I'm trying to get some madness time.
I need this. I need this time, man.
Son, is there anything else you can do to get on the court? Maybe talk to coach. Well,
there's a phone call I can make.
One thing.
I've been sitting on this idea for a while.
You bring it up. So the tournament underway tomorrow with your play-in games. UT and NC State, a couple of 11 seeds on True TV at 8:15, and before that you're going to have Howard taking on UMBC. That's the University of Maryland, Baltimore County. They are the Retrievers. I'd never heard of the UMBC Retrievers up to this point, but they got a nice family dog logo.
Who was it?
That was pretty cool.
Like an Airbud looking thing?
Yeah, pretty much. Oh
Airbud. Yeah, I see that.
Yeah.
They were the UMBC. They were the ones who beat Virginia. When they were the number 1 seed back in 2018. They were that first 16 to beat the 1.
Okay, all right. So
you said they're playing Howard?
Yeah, they are. They are playing Howard. Little play-in game situation tomorrow. Wednesday, SMU's going to take on Miami of Ohio. The committee saying the Mustangs were the last at-large team that got in, so congratulations to them. Tech's a 5 seed. They're going to take on Akron on Friday early afternoon, and Tech is a 9 seed. They're getting ready to play Ohio State on Thursday. All right, you have Duke, the number 1 overall seed, Arizona, Michigan, and Florida, the other number 1 seeds in their respective regions. Watch the story on the Boozer family last night. Did you guys see that?
No.
On SportsCenter? Okay, so the 2 Boozers at Duke right now, the reason they were born was to save their older brother. All right, brother has the sickle cell anemia, right? And it was bad, and they did not know if he was going to be able to survive his childhood even. So mom and dad are trying to save Carlos Boozer, the NBA great, the Duke great. So mom and dad are looking through their family trying to find a donor that could do a bone marrow transplant to save their first son.
Yeah, Carmani, I see
Carmani, right? Okay, so nobody in the family could donate their bone marrow. There wasn't a match. So they said, well, what if we had more kids? And the doctor said, well, you could, but it's not a guarantee that it would be a match. So they did in vitro, where they are able to study the embryos and find embryos in a petri dish that were a match for Carmani and also didn't have the sickle cell trait.
Oh, my gosh.
They plant both of those in mom in vitro fertilization because there was only a 60% survival rate on these embryos. Both of them come out. They take some bone marrow from the umbilical cord. Next thing you know, like 2 years later, they got 3 kids.
And the oldest is fine.
So they saved Carmani's life.
Unbelievable, dude.
Yeah, pretty.
So you
pretty
always
cool story.
owe them.
Yeah.
Slice of pizza. I'm getting
Like you can't be the older brother bully. Like you're like, dude, you kind of owe us.
100%, dude.
I'm borrowing the shirts. Anything I want out of your closet, bro. I don't want to hear nothing. I saved your life, fam.
You're getting my hand-me-downs now.
That is an all-time story, especially with these two guys going on to be unbelievable athletes and having insane futures as well. Like, wow, dude, that is a great story.
Yeah, incredible time to be alive. So I guess they did the first version of this story like 10 or 12 years ago, and then this just got an update and obviously sent it off into much more awareness and into the media cycle, much bigger now that the kids are crushing like they are. Okay, we got the top 10 on the other side. We got the G-Bag of the Day champion replay for you. I suppose you got Wolchuk's broadcast responsibilities here for us, G.
Yeah, let me handle it. On this day in sports history, we had Tanya Harding pleading guilty for her Nancy Kerrigan fiasco. So we have the top 10 sports scandals of all time, 877-881-1053. That's next here on The Fan. But Tolos, I know as parents we would all do anything to give our kids a bright future, but some kids need a helping hand to get there. And that's why I'm here to ask you to donate your old car to Cars for Kids. It doesn't have to be running.
Of course you are. When your business partners with Amazon Hub Delivery, you simply drop off packages to Amazon customers in your neighborhood. Get started at amazon.com/hub delivery.
Welcome back. Segment's brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels are the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. Bobby's filling in for Broadus today. He'll have Krusty's Corner actually coming up at 3:40. It's time now for us to go into the Pimp Cup, where Lucius Alexander has your G-Bag of the Day champion.
Crazy, because you never come at me, pause that fast. I'm still trying to log in. Oh, hold on, Bill. Yeah, it won't let me do anything until I log in.
I did hear from Wolchuk already.
Oh, you did?
He's been out. He texted me, he asked me, he said, hey, you got any recommendations for where to take a 2-year-old on spring break?
Yeah, he's grasping.
I was like, I don't know, Arboretum or something? Kids like running around looking at the nature and everything. So I think he was going to try that.
I'd say maybe the Galleria Mall has a good playground for kids. You know, those mall playgrounds are good.
Man, there's only like 3 malls left that I feel like in DFW are full. Like they're legitimate, like everything running out of the malls.
Yep, a lot of closed shops.
Which ones?
Galleria, North Park, Grapevine Mills.
Okay, I can smoke a bag of that. All right, our winner and champion of G-Bag of the Day so far. This is going for 2 today. We'll be going for 2. Dude was just jamming in his car, man. His old lady called.
It's hard to find trouble when the trouble finds me. Wrong place and wrong time, so right my life. And I can't wait to lose and play this game. Oh, you bitch.
What's this?
Hey, baby, what's happening?
Yeah, bro.
Man, he was getting it freaking hard, dude. That's like clock out on a Friday, singing for the weekend ahead, dude.
I'm sure that song was on repeat. That's probably the 4th time he heard that song at that moment.
Yes,
he's loving it. Yeah, that's his jam.
I love you get a song and then all of a sudden you just pepper that thing.
If I'm willing to sacrifice my like music time in the car to talk to you on the phone, like you need to know that means something. Like I'm showing you like real affection if I'll take my car ride home to talk to you instead of like jamming out to music.
I have answered you.
Yeah, if you talk over my podcast or you talk over talk radio and I don't say anything, I really love you.
Yeah, I get real passive aggressive. Like, all right, let me pause this. And like I'm in the car with my wife, and I'm like, okay, clearly you got crap you got to say, so I'm gonna just go ahead and stop this.
Press pause and look in the eyes. What?
Do you need a heavy sigh?
Yes.
What? What's
that? Hold on here. Let me get the remote, honey. I'm gonna rewind this for you. We'll get you all queued up. Is this guy's buddy recording him, or did he pull like his own dash cam footage?
The Garmin thing? I guess whatever you call it. When you can see video. I think they're pretty cool because like in the accident situations, you don't have to explain your story. It's right here.
Yeah. Yeah, no, and they'll like it's a continuous running stream, so if you get in an accident, it'll automatically clip the previous 30 seconds so that you're covered.
Genius.
Oh, you bitch. Hey, baby.
Hey, baby. Champ faces the Challengers coming up at 5:30, right before LA live time now for Wolchuk's Top 10 220.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. Okay, well, Bobby just kind of gave me a pretty good idea there. We were going to go with the sports scandals, but then I was like, I got a top 10 list of things dad needs to do with the kids when mom is sort of out of town. Whew. Is that a good move?
Yes, I think so.
Top 10 things as a dad that you try and make fun time to kill time with the youngsters. Now, this can vary based on their ages for sure. So this list won't be tailored specifically to Wolchuk, who's basically dealing with newborn and 2-year-old. Mm-hmm. That is a different ball of wax.
That's insane, yes, because you got not only the little one, but an agitator as well. Now, the first time I took Abby on an excursion, the Mavs were having a championship celebration down at Victory Plaza. I forget exactly what it was, but you could go down there and get a picture taken with the championship trophy. So this wasn't the parade. It was something months later. Yeah. So I took Abby down there. We got a picture, but it's got to be some sort of activity, where you're cruising around and killing time.
Yes, the drive is actually good for you.
If you just sit there and try to make her stop crying for 8 hours or whatever it's going to be, that'll drive you crazy.
If you could go back and do it again, would you do it like Zach and Eric and space the kids all out really tight, or have you liked the setup of the gap there?
Oh, I like the gap. I might have made the gap shorter, but I couldn't handle more than one.
Yeah.
One true baby young kid.
One complete bag of unpredictability.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure. But what an interesting dynamic to be being in the fatherly role of the 4-year-old. And then also at the same time, you got to be the dad that's parenting the 14, 15-year-old.
Yeah.
What an unbelievable dynamic that is. Because it's two different hats.
Yes.
Two totally different hats that you're wearing.
Yeah.
So, I mean, that is pretty fascinating.
That has its own challenges.
No question.
Because 14, 15-year-old doesn't want to break down and be self-aware of how I should be role modeling, right? So you get the 14, 15-year-old that's despising and resenting that they got to pitch in with the babysitting and all that. Bobby knows what I'm talking about.
Yeah, they haven't embraced the role.
Yeah, so instead of being helpful, they're making it worse by trolling and traumatizing the little one. So, you got to protect the little one's sort of innocence.
Yep.
And their, need for a wholesome household. So, yes, I've had to break that down several times.
Okay, 877-881-1053. Dads, what are your go-to activities when you are the only parent for an extended period of time? Maybe it's a weekend, maybe it's a full week. Walchuk's wife is still working, but the kids are on spring break, so he's in the trenches by himself. He doesn't have that phone a friend opportunity. You're not tagging in and tagging out. He's just all hands on deck right now, and he's only got 2 hands.
Yeah.
So that is difficult. At number 10, it says, the story reading, the making up tales, that kind of deal. I don't know about your kids, but mine, especially my older one, is always randomly. We could be anywhere at any time. Dad, will you tell me a story?
Yeah.
I mean, wanting a story at not just the usual, hey, it's bedtime, we're getting a story. It's like, hey, I want a new story, and I want it to be one I haven't heard before, and I want it to be funny. And we're out somewhere. That's we're not doing that right now, okay?
No, that's more workable, I feel like, the new story every time. The worst is when they go, tell me that story you told me last week. And I'm like, I don't know. That was something I just made up on the spot. I have no idea what the details were. And you start telling me, no, that's not it. And you go all right, well, you tell me the story. You tell me the story then.
They know the details better than you do.
Yeah, I made it up once on the spot. I'm glad it stuck with you, but you tell me the story.
That's really good. Yeah, making up stories all the time. Do you usually do the make-up stories, or do you tell, maybe you'll take a real story from your past, but maybe you don't want them to know it's you or something, so you just tailor it, throw a different name on there, and you try to get the lesson out of it at the end, but they don't have to know that it was you.
Tell them about Mom's earlier wild days. Our earlier wild days as a couple, but just change the names.
We got the weirdest story stuff going on right now. Remy doesn't want the book read to her. She wants to try to remember the story and, quote, read it to you.
Oh.
Okay. Or she wants me to take a stuffed animal and act like the stuffed animal is reading it, but not saying the words out loud. You just make a stuffed animal noise when it's time to turn the page.
Oh.
So there is a lot of eccentric weirdness going on.
Oh, yeah.
I would say with the story reading in our house right now.
I believe it. Shout out to Ed and Denton. Walchuk went from baby dolls to babies in a matter of 2 years, dude. 251 has an 18-year-old daughter and a 10-month-old daughter. That's quite a bit. A lot of love for the Dallas Aquarium.
Yeah.
That's
a good cheat sheet, right there. But one of them, he has to that's a 2-year-old? What's the youngest one he has?
Yeah, it's 2. A few months old.
Well, he was
a few months. Yeah, I don't know. That's going to hit the same.
Yeah, I don't know if he was breaking them up, but he had said specifically he was asking about the 2-year-old.
Okay.
Yeah. For the 2-year-old, I mean, that's
zoo aquarium is always dope. I used to take Sean real cheap, bro. I used to take him to the Joe Pool where they have the fish you can feed. and there's ducks and turtles coming up and everything. It's like 25 cents to get some food. Oh, man, killed all type of time.
All day, dude.
Oh, the fish, Daddy, the fish. Yeah, here you go, buddy. I'm looking at all the moms walk by.
Yeah, I mean, even just as simple as like a McDonald's run, you know, and it's like, hey,
back when they all had playscapes.
Yeah.
They don't all have playscapes.
They don't all
anymore.
have playscapes, but if you have one in striking distance, it's got the playscape. That can keep you going for, especially for a 2-year-old. Like they can rock on that for quite a while. It's also tough when it's not super nice outside. You know, when it's that windy and you can't just go to the park or something simple. But that seems like a pretty good one right there.
Now, I am child abduction paranoid.
Oh, yeah.
Like, so I don't know if I could be out with the 2-year-old while also having to handle an infant, because I don't know if I'd be able to be aware and confident enough. You know, I got to be able to take off and sprint. I need to be ready to fight. I need to be ready to do tug of war. You know,
Yeah.
I got a very healthy amount of paranoia. Like, I can't walk in a parking lot without holding hands because I'm worried about somebody popping out of a van and going.
Wow.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So it's top of mind.
Right.
Like I am a Navy SEAL with PTSD on leave. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, you're twitching at any movement. Number 9, you have the zoo, the museum, the arcade, that kind of stuff. At 8, you have like mini competitions around the house. That's something we've been doing lately.
Absolutely.
You know, we can take the tennis ball and make it like it's a bowling ball for them, and then I'll like sit down, keep my feet a certain distance, and then they got to roll it between the feet. We're killing mad time doing that.
That's perfect.
Getting the competitive juices flowing as well. A lot of crying involved. Everyone cries when they lose or they miss. That's part of the hazards. But it's a fun way. I'm sitting in the most comfy chair in the house, and they're bowling.
Yeah.
And I'm actively involved in this scenario.
Winning.
You know, it is a total victory move. Number 7, it says dads taking care of their kids all by themselves create like video messages. You know, like videos for mom or something. Like the Snapchat stuff, I will say. Just pulling up the Snapchat deal, and then there's a bunch of different filters.
Yeah.
And they can just enjoy, like, their face turning into all sorts of goofy things, or your face turning into goofy things. They laugh at it. That's actually a pretty fun one.
I've got a video still of when Laura was 2, and I was trying to distract her a similar way, and I tried to make a video, and I said, say hi to mama. And then she went, Mama, and she realized Mom's not here. And she hadn't realized it until I said it then, and then she was inconsolable.
Oh,
I was like, damn it.
That's a backfire in a
it
big
didn't work.
way right there. Number 6, teach a life skill or dad survival lesson. Okay, that could get a little bit difficult. Number 5, movie marathon. Absolutely. Like at some point, you've earned the right to get that screen time. You know, if you've been active enough, by the time you get to the afternoon time, all right, let's settle in. Let's throw a little something on. Number 4, the wrestling, the rough housing, the piggybacks, all that kind of stuff. Huge win.
That's how I got this scar on my nose from my dad playing Bronco Bulls. Shout out to my old man.
I love it, dude. Yeah, the wrestling stuff is amazing. Like setting up the pillows on the bed and then you're slamming them down.
Oh, yeah. They love the over and over. Just pick them up, throw them into the pillows. Pick them up, throw them into the pillows.
Hold them up like an airplane and launch them onto the bed.
Yeah.
That's a fun one. Let's see. At 3, do like a cooking situation, like baking situation.
Yes.
You know, you're baking cookies.
You want to get them involved in all of your chores.
Yes.
Right? So you're cooking dinner, you're cleaning. Up until about 6 or 7 years old, that's just as good as playing to a little one.
Yeah.
They'll be like, cool, I'm helping dad.
Right.
And then they get wise.
Yeah.
They're just spitting they have like a spatula and an empty pot. There's nothing going on.
This is great.
Brown this ground beef for me, honey.
Number 2, outdoor adventures, the parks, things like that. No question about it. I mean, just getting in nature in general. Can you be chasing squirrels a little bit? That could happen. And then number 1, the forts. And my kids are just starting to enter the fort area. You're taking pillow or like couch cushions and stuff and trying to dial it up. That's a good one. And with the girls, you can do like the little like act out. Yeah, like we're acting out Mary and Joseph like on a regular basis. They want me to be baby Jesus, Mary, Joseph. Let's go. You know, I mean that is a constant one. But the forts and all that kind of stuff, that's huge. Wolchuk, good luck, my friend.
Floor is lava. That's another good one.
Floor is lava is amazing.
When you get the kids on floor is lava, that's good. But then they don't ever let it go. It continues.
It goes forever.
Yeah, great advice, man. I just want to know what your manger is. Is the couch the manger?
Yeah, they'll pull like a cushion off, and I'm like cuddled up into it, acting like a baby. It's embarrassing.
Okay, can the Cowboys afford to totally ignore their offense this offseason? We'll talk about that coming up at 3 o'clock. We got Krusty's Corner. Bobby Belt filling in for Broadus here for the first couple hours of the show today. But news bag coming up next, Chief.
Yeah, let's take a look at the weekend that was, featuring a future Mav, hopefully, a sports lie, and a pimp job gone wrong. That's next year in the nation. But Tolos, if your financials have gone wrong and you're ready to take care of your financial future, good news for you. Do what Walchuk and I did. Look no further.
Rolling with the News Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
I mean, shout out to all the videos that I saw this weekend, the St. Patty's celebrations from across America, including right here in our backyard. It got pretty buck nasty wild, okay? I don't know that anybody was crazier than the city of Boston. The Boston St. Patty's Parade, I mean, just fight video after fight video after fight video. But I haven't done a St. Patty's Parade in a minute.
This is the St. Patty's weekend is a top 3 weekend every year to avoid Dallas.
Yeah,
like to just not go into uptown, not go downtown. Like I will stay away from the uptown area around St. Patrick's Day,
unless you do want a day drink.
Yeah, but if you want to go,
of people,
but
it
can be it'll if you're not going there, just find another route because it's going to be ridiculous traffic and everything. If you're going to look for somewhere to go hang out that's not for that, avoid there because all the bars are going to be packed. And if you just don't want to get into trouble, avoid it generally.
Isn't St. Patty's isn't it the best college holiday out there? Like St. Patty's Day in college
4th of July.
Like 4th of July,
Halloween can get really good depending on where you're at.
That's true.
What the weather's like. But yes, I would say St. Patty's Day just because of the time of year that it hits.
Yeah, it's usually you're getting like really good weather.
Yeah,
and it's like it's beautiful outside. It's crawfish season,
spring break,
and the spring break atmosphere. Like it's just for a college kid, it's all time vibes. That's at St. Patty's time. But the videos from St. Patty's celebrations across the country were pretty hilarious this weekend. Now, I think the biggest thing from my sports viewing, watching Darius Acuff play basketball.
There you go.
Once again. Oh, my gosh. SEC title game, Arkansas, Vanderbilt, let's go. 30 points, 11 assists, and he was 5 of 8 from downtown, just putting on a real performance in scoring at a high level, doing it in a bunch of different ways. So the defense is definitely fair to question. There's a couple of times where you're like, okay, you didn't really care at all on that possession, Darius, but you're dropping 30 tonight, and you're doing it efficiently. You're getting everybody involved. Again, 11 assists. This dude is the real deal from a point guard standpoint.
I didn't watch that game, but I watched him play Friday night against Oklahoma, and he had 37 points in that game.
Yeah, dude.
I mean, he's the real deal. I think I would like a little bit more floor general out of the guy. Like if I was nitpicking, it's kind of like in between the unbelievable offensive plays that he's making, I would like a little bit more, hey, I'm in total control out here, but that's not what they're asking him to do. I think maybe he can do it. But yeah, I would say it's legitimately a 4-player race when you're approaching this lottery. Like if you have one of the top 4 picks, you're imagining you're getting a franchise-changing player.
Yeah, for sure. Like you mentioned, it was 37, 5 and 5 on Friday night, but this dude has just gotten better and better as the season's gone on. He's a true freshman, and he's definitely more of a scorer first, probably, as opposed to get everybody involved guy at the point guard spot. But you're seeing that part of his game develop quite a bit from the beginning of the year to this point, and now he has games where he's dropping double-digit assists on you and everything like that. So this is a guy from a Mavs standpoint. Like we will get more into this over the course of the next couple of months as the NBA season comes to an end and we start looking at that NBA draft. But he's going to be a guy that is going to be talked about plenty. And if the Cowboys are in, or if the Mavericks are in range for this guy, oh my gosh, I think it would just be fantastic. And maybe he can fall because he's not like we've learned. Building around, like having your centerpiece be the undersized guard is probably not the greatest way to go about trying to win a championship. But I think from a Maverick standpoint, it's like you already have your building block piece. You have that in Cooper Flagg. This is now adding somebody to that, whereas maybe some of these teams that are going to end up picking in that top 3 to 5, maybe they don't quite have a guy yet. And so they're looking we need to get our Cooper Flagg, and then Acuff can be that more complementary piece to the transcendent guy. And the Mavs have that in Cooper Flagg. So I think that makes a lot more sense for them. But undersized guard, it'll be interesting to see where teams sort of stack him up in what is going to be an outstanding draft class. I did see radio voice of the Mavs, Chuck Cooperstein, he says, I don't care how tall Acuff is. And he's like 6'3". He says, dude is a natural point guard, winning instincts. The team that has a need for a point guard who passes on him because of size is going to rue the day they do.
Doesn't matter. That's what Coop's telling you.
He's saying size in this instance doesn't matter. Maybe for Cowboys linebackers, it does matter.
Sure.
But
it's all about perspective.
But that's something that he's the guy that I am most excited to watch. Like, of all these awesome teams in the tournament right now, and Arkansas is pretty legit, it's like, if you told me I get to watch one game, I want to watch Acuff. I just want to continue to watch this guy because I do think from a Mavs standpoint, he will be something that we're all kind of clamoring for.
The size doesn't matter as much as how good of a defender you are. And if you're under 6'2", your chances of being a good defender are pretty low. He's 6'3". He's 190. A lot of the metrics say he's around an average to slightly above average defender in college. And as long as your effort is there with his athleticism, he should be just fine in that category. But the problem is, and it's why I would really hesitate to build around guys like Damian Lillard, John Morant, Trae Young, is when you get into playoff series, those defensive liabilities, whether it's an undersized point guard or a heavy-footed big, they just get hunted.
For sure.
Yeah.
And he's got the makings of somebody that, he would be the guy that they would be targeting, you know, as it stands right now, but still super young, and that would be something that you would have to develop. But, offensively, there's no question that dude is an absolute dog. Darius Acuff, the point guard, true freshman from Arkansas. He'll be somebody to watch all throughout this month of March here. Now, we had the SGA continuing his 20-point streak consecutively, and he did it.
Barely.
It was barely. It was barely. I think this is the sports lie of the weekend.
Yeah.
He says, I didn't care about anything besides winning in that game as the Thunder beat the Timberwolves, and they were asking him, did he know the 20-point streak was sort of at risk of ending? He's like, no, I wasn't even thinking about it. Wasn't even thinking about it, despite the fact that he was still in the game up 15 with 90 seconds to go. They had a 99% win probability. Then he was forcing uncontested shots, and then, of course, he gets his 20th point at the free throw line.
Yeah, and he was sweating that thing hard.
He was, dude. That was a pressurized situation, bro. The video game and the crowd, everything is shaking on screen right there.
More egregious, Bam or Shea?
What would? Oh, wait.
The more egregious attempt to get to a number.
Well, I think Bam's for sure. It's not even one that I would criticize because I understand it.
At least that's what I'm saying. At least that's history. I'm getting close. Put me over the. This is just I don't want to lose my 20-point streak. That seems even lower stakes to justify being in there chucking.
Yeah, I mean he's reached that point now where it's his and his alone, his 20-point streak of passing Wilt, and so maybe you say, hey, I got it, and so what does it really matter anymore? On the path to it, I don't know that there's been a ton of instances where it feels like, oh my gosh, he's doing everything in his power to get that 20th point, because we contextualized it, and on his streak, a lot of the time he's getting 20 points through three quarters. But for yesterday, there was no question. This dude was doing everything he could to get that 20th point, and he did the thing where it's no, I was just trying to win the game, even though they were winning by a considerable margin there at the end while he was still playing. Now, maybe the funniest moment of the sports weekend, I would like to take you to some college baseball, believe it or not. And this is Choppy's Tennessee Volunteers. Was he fed up about this? Was he a little bit sick to his stomach with this situation?
Didn't even say a word about it. I don't know that he follows it that closely.
He just kept his mouth shut on it because you have Tennessee taking on Georgia. And this is bottom of the ninth. You're looking to walk this thing off if you can. Georgia had an epic comeback in the game. Now, Tennessee's at the plate down 1 with a man on, I believe, first base. Home run, 2-run, you're ending the game right here in the bottom of the ninth. And this is what happened.
Weekend of SEC play. Well hit. This one to left field. This one going back at the wall. He made the catch!
Oh, he caught it.
Gosh! Cole Johnson at the wall!
Cole Johnson just robbed a home run to win this game for Georgia.
Unbelievable! The Georgia team mob scene in right field.
Now, the funniest part about this I have sent to your DMs is the pimp job that the Tennessee batter gave, slamming the bat down, slow playing it, and then it's an outstanding robbery at the wall.
Yeah, great extension, no doubt about it.
It felt like a no-doubter homer, and this dude thinks he has just won the game, and unfortunately, he gets it robbed, and then he's sitting there with egg on his face after spiking the bat like Gronk would a football in the end zone.
Yeah, it was a John Sterling-esque reaction from a player where you misjudged. You thought that was a home run. You thought it was out, but no, it was caught right at the wall.
I will acknowledge he understood the dimensions of the ballpark well, and that's
true.
Almost no left fielder would get that. I mean, he had to climb. He had to get up.
It was a great play by the outfielder.
I would say that left fielder can definitely dunk with the amount of hang time that he had.
Big time bunnies. Big time bunnies on that guy. There it is. Newsbag weekend edition.
Thank you, sir. Can the Cowboys afford to totally ignore the offense? We'll ask Bobby Belt that question and several others about this football team coming up next. It's the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
But first, I want to tell you about my number one most favorite local family-owned roofing business here in the DFW. And, of course, that is Greystone Roofing and Construction.
G&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
Here we go. It's hour number 2, G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Thanks for making us part of your day. Bobby Belt from the morning show, Sean and RJ, 6 to 10 weekday mornings here on The Fan. He's riding with us throughout the day, talking sports, talking Cowboys, helping fill in for Brian Broaddus, who, if you missed it, is out indefinitely following the passing of his mother. So condolences to the Broaddus family, friends and family. And, send Brian some love on social media. Let him know that he is missed and that he is loved. Alrighty. Bobby, got some Cowboys questions here for you, and got these from your email.
Yep.
Said these are topics that we could discuss this afternoon. And I want to start with this one about offense and whether or not the Cowboys are seriously going to not do anything offensively, which Steven told us there at the Combine, said we're not going to do much of anything. Can they afford to do that?
Yeah, so that's going to be because obviously everything you're doing to structure the defense right now and to make the defense competitive and to turn your team into a competitive football team, your targets on defense are being made in mind with, we can just do that again. We can do what the offense did last year, or we can do better, depending on what it is. And so you may look at it and say, okay, Tyler Booker's going to be better next year. It'll be another year where Cooper Beebe's under center. Tyler Guyton hopefully going to be able to improve a little bit. We've got Pickens here playing for money again because I don't think they're going to get an extension done. I think they are going to just try to have him play on the tag. Javonte Williams is back. It'll be another year at Jaden Blue. So I think in their heads they're thinking, this is good. We're set up. We're fine. It'll be as good as last year or it'll be better. Those are the only two options. And the only thing that I think should be considered is there's still some variables here. George Pickens was great last year. You need to be open to the possibility that George Pickens you saw last year was peak George Pickens. You don't know. The Rangers got into this in 23. When the Rangers had a certain, had certain production in 2023, they talked about into the future, well, guys will get better. Josh Young's going to get better. Evan Carter's going to get better. This will be fine. We're 3 years later, and they're still talking about that as their strategy to improve their offense every year. Is just, well, that'll get better eventually because we saw him do it that one time. So the thing that I think bears monitoring for all Cowboys fans, or something that even Cowboys fans should be asking themselves, is should it just be a slam dunk that we don't invest in the offense at all? I would not do this, but I saw a mock draft the other day. They had Dallas taking Mekhi Lemon at 20, which would be absolutely insane to me. I don't think you can take a wide receiver with either of those two first picks. If you have something in the third round, maybe.
If he got to 20 and you really didn't like Cassius Howell and Akeem Mesidor,
yeah.
I would
try to bail out. I would try to bail out is what I would just try to trade out.
Yeah, let's trade back, get a linebacker and a safety.
But I think you have to investigate, all right, what is Javonte Williams' likelihood of replicating a career-high season? What is George Pickens' chances of replicating a career-high season?
I like Pickens' chances better than Javonte's.
Yeah, I do too. But I think that both of them, in certain circumstances, are capable of doing it. The running back position is such a offensive line dependent position. So yeah, if you're banking on, well, Booker's going to be better, Beebe's going to be better, like those sort of things. Okay, then you may be able to flesh that out a little bit. But there's still, I think, we have not gotten a firm answer as to what the hell they were doing with left tackle at the end of the year. Why they were shifting things around the way they were, why they moved Tyler Smith, what they plan on doing about that moving forward. Tyler Smith is going to be at left guard, that's fine. But does that necessarily mean Tyler Guyton is just penciled in there? Are they going to try to push him at all? They really seem to like Nate Thomas last year. Maybe they say, well, Nate Thomas should get some sort of a shot. I think you're just looking at it and saying, there's still uncertainty about how you want to structure the offensive line. And maybe you just say, we want Thomas and Guyton instead of Steele. Or maybe it's we want Guyton and Steele or Thomas and Steele. However they want to mix and match it. I think they still have long-term questions about the offensive line. The tight end depth is a question. They don't really have dynamic tight end play. Ferg has been good, but you have not seen Ferg elevate to like a really dynamic seam threat. the way that you were kind of hoping he would be. And then you liked what Ryan Flanoy did last year, but as he's settling into the third receiver is like, hey, yeah, we can bank on that's the guy. Because if you don't feel like for sure that's the guy, this is a 3-receiver league now. That's a starter. And that would be at that point a hole that you have. And so I do think there's at least a case to be made or something that just says, all right, let's just slow down, and we're throwing all these resources at defense, and we need to because we've got to get this defense caught up. It cannot be that bad again. But just if you look at it and go, okay, do you need to explore the trade market for something else, whether it be defensively so you can cover yourself and pick something offensively with one of those 3 first picks? Or do you say we got to just go make some sort of an acquisition for a low-end, high-upside offensive player on the free agent market or in the trade market or whatever else to just cover ourselves a little there because we are banking a lot on, it's just never going to stop. It's all going to keep going and growing and being awesome.
Yeah, I think that Kobe Durant signing changes the picture at corner quite a bit. Mm-hmm. And if you get to 12 and your linebacker is gone and Caleb Downs is gone, and then the 3 edge rushers, if you consider Reese an edge rusher, if Reese, Bain, and Bailey are gone, like, what are you doing at 12? And I think the best thing you could do for the long-term health of the roster overall would be to take a tackle if he's there.
If I told you I've got, and let's operate on the super optimistic end, and I tell you, these 3 are all capable, or these players are all capable of the same ceiling. But that ceiling is they're going to be a Pro Bowl player. They're going to functionally be the same player, just at different positions. So if I tell you what's staring them in the face at 12 is a Pro Bowl tackle for the future, it is a Pro Bowl edge rusher, a stand-up guy, or a Pro Bowl cornerback, which are you taking?
I'm taking the edge right now. Yeah.
Chief?
Yeah, I think I'm taking the edge as well.
I think that's probably where I'd go to, just because I want solid. Right now, I don't have much rotation with my edge rushers. But I think there's a if you're talking about this window that they're clearly trying to open up, Sean had kept resisting the idea of us referring to it as a window. So we've just kind of adjusted and said, all right, they're not in a 3-year window. They're trying to open one. They're trying to just shift money ahead. They were $50 million over the cap when this started. They've spent $65 or something since then. So you're talking about they freed up $50 to have the space. Like they got $50 million out, spent $65. They've shifted a lot of money.
Yeah, they have.
They do not have very many switches left to be able to to flip and create money. That's pretty much dried up. So they're putting everything on credit right now, essentially. And so they're telling you, like, we're going like super in here and we're going aggressively towards this direction. If you're trying to maximize that, you are going to be picking very heavily based on need rather than just who's the best. So I think I'd agree with you that the Durant signing, and specifically, all right, I've already invested in Revel. I've already invested in Bland. I've got Durant now, and Jalen Thompson should be able to play some nickel for me. I think maybe they do look at it and just go, that's a tiebreaker for us. We have 4 guys who can play corner. We need 4 corners. We got them. Like that can be, and if Carson is a 5th, is just a depth piece of just like there's an emergency break glass in case sort of situation, then maybe they start looking at tiebreakers. And what originally cornerback I think was definitely at the very top, I think now they could be looking at it and just saying like, okay, that's going to break a tie for us. We may need the edge rusher more. Mm-hmm. And I wonder if the right tackle were staring them in the face, if they would just go, we just can't leave that.
It really made sense when you were looking at corners and safeties, like taking one of those at 12 and then feeding them in at 20. That's like, okay, this draft's lining up well. But what they did at safety and then adding corner, and the middle linebacker situation is very interesting as well, because Styles is probably not going to be there at 12, and then these guys are a reach at 20. And I think with their inability to cover on the second and third level right now, your pass rush isn't good enough. So there's just so much work that needs to be done as far as bringing in quality players that can be in position for me to believe that Christian Parker's first season with the Cowboys is going to be successful.
Yeah, and look, I would say this. I think that their defense is better today than it was at the end of the season. I know that there's been some resistance to that, and maybe the individual parts aren't better, because like you did move on from Osa, and you did move on from a guy who was solid for you in Solomon Thomas, and Jadeveon Clowney was a good player last year. So maybe it's in a talent vacuum, not better. But what I think they look at it is the way these pieces all fit together and the way that these players process things, which is such a huge thing for Christian Parker, then I think what they would say is, like, we're at a point right now where we can operate as a defense at a higher level. I don't think they're allowing 3 points per drive with this unit right now next year. Now, it doesn't necessarily mean they may be bottom 10 until they get some of these other pieces in here, but I don't think that they're at a place right now where they were as bad as they were for the majority of last season. And do they start looking at it at any point and just going, all right, let's create a little bit more margin over here because we've at least settled on this. Like now that we've gotten this to a stable point, not a good point, but just it's stable, right? Then what we can do from here is try to potentially, if we see a value in another spot, like, well, we can't really neglect that. That player's so much better than these other guys that are needs.
Do you think they're better than last year mostly because of the coaching aspect? Is it just mostly because Parker for Eberflus? Or do you think these players, like, I think Jalen Thompson is a true upgrade from what you had.
100%.
Gary is probably slightly better than Clowney, but it's not like worlds different.
It's not like ridiculous. It's not in Madden terms. It's not you just traded an 80 player for a 90. It's not like that.
Right. This is like an 87 to a 90 or whatever it is. But like, so I'm wondering, is it based on the players that they've brought in, or is it mostly just because we know that Christian Parker is going to be more competent than what Eberflus was?
Both. So my contention the whole time, and I know Zach argued about this a few different times during the season, or especially early on, the idea of like, Matt Eberflus did not just become a dummy overnight. There's no way that he just became a moron, basically, when it comes to football. And I don't think he did. That's not it at all. I think he's stubborn. I think he's stubborn as hell, and that's a big part of it. But I think what you had was, I would also say, Kyer Elam, bad as he was throughout his career, which he had not been a good football player. Kyer Elam did not become unable to process where he was supposed to stand in cover 3 overnight, where he was supposed to be in cover 2. And universally in that secondary, none of them knew where they were supposed to be. And those are guys who have played in the NFL, started several games in the NFL for teams with Dallas, outside of Dallas through their entire careers. And it's like, okay, do I think it's more likely that all these players all of a sudden forgot where they're supposed to stand in high school coverages, stuff that would get you benched in high school for not knowing it? Like, do I think that's more likely, or do I think it's more likely that the guy who got driven out of Chicago for having trouble communicating with players and was told by Jalen Johnson to get the hell out of the locker room right before he was fired, of just like not even hearing it, was the guy who had problems communicating in Chicago and maybe didn't take enough time off to figure that stuff out? Did he come in here with communication problems that then leaked over to your team? I think, and basically hired that same staff in Chicago? Yeah, I think that the Parker aspect of it is helpful because it's anybody.
Right.
He was a below replacement level coordinator last year, Matt Eberflus was. And so if you bring in somebody who, I think Christian Parker is going to be really good. Do I know that for sure? No. But I think that there's enough evidence of Fangio disciples going out and being able to at least put a solid product out on the field that Parker plus the acquisitions together makes me feel like, all right, this does seem to fit so strongly with what Fangio schemes want to build that tells me I would hope that's at the very least somewhere between middle of the pack to just barely in the bottom third.
Yeah, man, it's going to get better because Deron Bland is getting healthy. You know, you put him back on the field and get him healthy. He was off the field at the end of the year, and you had Donovan Wilson and Malik Hooker, and now you have Jalen Thompson and Malik Hooker and P.J. Locke. So I think the talent is marginally better. The coaching should be significantly better. But, you know, I think going back to how we opened up this segment, like to what extent should you be considering offense, I don't think the offense is so good that you just need somewhat respectable defense. And the opportunity would be to give Dak Prescott more time, to give your running back better holes. So I think at 12, considering your edges, your linebacker, and your safety are likely going to be gone. Like offensive tackle, is it Malinois? Is it Fano? Like Monroe Freeling? Like which one of these guys do you really like? And let's take a tackle that can replace Steele or, you know, be a much better long-term option than Tyler Guyton. I don't know why they've seemingly moved on from offensive line so much.
Yeah, I think that they trust their evaluation, and then they felt like, hey, we had a group last year that was supposed to play that never really got healthy enough to play together. We're changing out parts pretty consistently. So I think they believe, all right, if we can get settled in this year two with, we went out there and won a game against the Jets. It was the Jets, but still, we won a game against the Jets where it was like all different offensive linemen going out there and play. They had like one starter out there, and they were able to manage it. And so I think for them, they look at it and say, it's more time on task. It's a unit that should be together, but banking on health can always be a dangerous thing, can be a dangerous aspect of it. But yeah, I think that if the right player is staring you in the face and you've gotten cleaned out from other options, offense may not be something that you can totally neglect. I think they're a good offensive unit. If Dak's healthy, if they play exactly the way they did last year, and like I said, they get 2 extra stops per game. They flip. They beat Green Bay. That's no longer a tie. And then they flip 3 to 4 other games, probably. And so at that point, they're a 10 or 11 win team. So yeah, if they can duplicate the offense, which is a lot, I would say the thing that's gotten me killed on the morning show, I think one of the biggest things you could do for your offense is move on from Brandon Aubrey. Because I think it's just become way too much of a comfortable crutch for their offense to just go, we're past the 50, we're good. Let's scale it back. Let's not jeopardize too much because we know we can get points.
Yeah, my biggest thing is when the run game's not getting first downs and you're getting pressure on Dak. There were too many games like Arizona and Chicago and Denver where it felt like that version of Dak that got flustered in the playoffs, and if that's happening in 5 of your 17 games, I can almost guarantee you're not going on a run in the playoffs like that. And maybe your goal is just to get back into the playoffs. And if that's the case, then what are we really doing?
Yeah, I think that for them, they think the offense will just naturally be better. So they believe that the offense will be upgraded just on that alone. So they'll go, okay, be a little better there. If we can jump up the defense to just being middle of the pack, well, I mean, that's a team that could win 11 games, and I think they looked at the NFC last year. I think they had a ton of regret when they looked at it at the end of the year, and they said, this was the year we had this offense in this conference and this league, which was devoid of really top-tier quarterback play for most of the year. They looked at it, and they were like, we blew that.
All right, we got Bobby Belt here in studio with you from the morning show, helping out, filling in for Broadus. He'll do Krusty's Corner, as a matter of fact, coming up at 3:40. We got the C-Note next, Cowboys news of the evening, and a confirmed 30 visit amongst the news items this afternoon. We'll get you up to date on that and more coming up next year. It's the G-Bag Nation of the Fan.
But, fellas, you're losing your hair, and you need a simple solution that works. You want the best modern technology with top-rated physicians, something that's guaranteed to work, and that's why, boys, you need Advanced Hair. They have completely redefined hair restoration, from the experience itself to their unmatched results. Whether you have a
taking care of your project from the evaluation and planning to setting up, maintaining, and taking down the equipment when the project is complete. The Texas Authority in Barricade Rental. BuyersBarricades.com.
Welcome back. It's the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Segment's brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels are the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. Every day at this time, we give you the C-note, the Cowboys news of the evening. A lot of condolences coming in on the Franklin injury attorney text line is, yes, Broadus is out. His mother passed away over the weekend, and we look forward to his return when he is available to do so. But as you can imagine, a lot going on over there for Brian. So send him a note on social. Crown Global Media, his Twitter account still hacked. Yep. Saw Jordan Lewis join the hacked club over the weekend.
Such a bummer.
Yeah, it is. You hate to see it. It's tough to see. Okay, Joseph Hoyt tweeted, this is an interesting one. Cowboys are going to host Renee Conga on a 30 visit, all ACC this past season at Louisville, 6'3", 300. But from what I could tell, just trying to look him up, it looks like he's an undrafted free agent dude, like maybe a 7th-round pick, definitely a day 3 pick at best, but the Cowboys want to get a closer look there on Renee Conga, defensive lineman, Louisville. Brian.
Yeah, a lot of times that can be 30 visits used to mean a little bit more for them in terms of breadcrumbs for who they're looking at. A lot of times they use those now for... It could be because they're interested in the player. It could be they don't have a medical on that player and they need to be able to get a medical. It could be that they've just got some outstanding issue with that player that they're like, well, we just got to find out if he'd even be on our draft board. So we need to be able to get him in here and talk to him. Sometimes I would not imagine this is the instance with him. But a lot of times they will bring somebody in there to come visit, but the purpose of the meeting is we want to find out about your teammate. We want to hear about it from you.
Okay.
And so
different perspectives.
It could be something like, for instance, if you really liked Sonny Styles, you might bring Arvell Reese in for a visit, even though you're not going to take Arvell Reese because you can't, and you can go through the motions, but throughout the process, you just want to hear various questions that are peppered in there that give you kind of a perspective, like how was that defense actually run outside of what these two guys, Caleb Downs and Sonny Styles, are telling us, that kind of a thing.
Dang, dude, can you imagine your Arvell Reach like, wait, I wasted my time to come up here?
Yeah,
just
why
so
am
you
I
could
here?
ask me about Sonny Styles. Like,
Well,
hopefully,
no.
hopefully they feed me pretty well.
Yeah,
you know? They feed you pretty good on a 30 visit. They're showing you the works.
About years ago, so I don't remember which hotel they used to put guys up in, but they used to put players up at a certain hotel, and I don't know. I don't think I can say who it was, but it's not like a really well-known player, but they brought somebody in for a 30 visit, and they were like, y'all are covering this tab or room service? And they ran that up, and that changed the rules. The Cowboys called somebody about that, like, hey, it was not cool.
Yeah.
But he ended up in Dallas in the end. So he did end up here, so they weren't that mad.
I mean, I could imagine maybe, a $500-600 a day bill? But some of these dudes, they could consume so much. You know, you start getting into $100 steaks and whatnot. Maybe you could run it into the 4 figures.
This was a large 330-pound individual.
Oh my gosh, yeah, that's heaven on earth, dude.
Yeah.
Like, just open tab, let's go.
Give me that tomahawk steak, 2 of them.
Yeah.
Elsewhere in the C-note, Troy Aikman not a fan of the Jerry Netflix documentary. His quote in a podcast, Jerry had editorial rights, so I think whenever anyone has editorial rights, it's probably not a good thing that someone gets to slant the narrative in their favor or however they want it told. What I noticed was there were sound bites that were just used randomly, like when they wanted those used, like, oh, that'll work here, but that's not when it was said. So that's what bothered me, and of course, I'm sensitive to how it reflected on me. It's hilarious how Troy Aikman has been, a pain, I think, in Jerry's behind for so many years with a lot of things that he said.
Yeah.
And I appreciate the honesty that he's usually bringing.
He is, for me, somebody had asked me recently, like, who would be your dream interview if you just got it for 15 minutes within sports? And Aikman was one that I was thinking really hard about, where I was like, I think Aikman checks a lot of boxes for what you'd want in an interview. But no, I thought this was interesting, like these comments, because it's also like, did any of you come away from the Gambler documentary feeling like, Troy Aikman looked awful?
No.
I don't know what.
Yeah, I was just racking my brain like, wait, what did
I don't
they
know
throw
what
him
he
under
thought
the bus?
reflected poorly on him. Like I thought he was generally thought of as kind of like one of the adults in the room.
Right. Yeah, but I mean, I can understand his perspective, at least in terms of watching it and not feeling like, oh, that was super reality basing on timing and everything like that. And they just kind of threw stuff together from different timelines and made it seem like it was something else. I get why he would feel some type of way about that, but I don't remember him coming across anything other than just everything we know about him, the legend that he is.
Now, unless I guess he could have been like, I'm going to use this opportunity to get this story out, and then none of that was in there. That could be it. That he felt like stuff. That he felt like, hey, I went in here to talk about some stuff, and this angle wasn't even covered.
You know, sometimes I think we celebrate when people get pissed off, like Jeff Bannister, the former Rangers skipper. It was legendary when he would get ticked off or get thrown out of a game or, almost fight the Astros. Like this stuff is great. Maybe Troy Aikman, though, and Banny was the same way. I guess there was some embarrassment after you lose your temper.
Right.
We're all celebrating it like, look at that, give him hell, Troy, give him hell, Banny. But they're like, well, that wasn't what I was really all about. That was me in a weak moment. Sure.
And it's like that tells a bigger story than like what my usual day-to-day nature was. I that's fair.
We got Ty Simpson to the Cowboys stuff, Bobby. What's this? Albert Breer fanning the flames on the idea that maybe the Cowboys could take Ty Simpson. Now, that'd be an offensive shocker going back to the last segment that I don't know if I'd endorse, but I do like Ty Simpson, I think, more than most.
Yeah, I really love Albert Breer. I think if I could create like a cheat sheet of like, hey, national people, when they talk on the Cowboys, you should listen to them, because of the connections that people know that they have. Breer would be like one of the guys at the top. He still is very well connected in Dallas. And so he causes you to sit up a little bit and go, okay, like what does Albert Breer have to say? So he was doing his MMQB podcast recently with Connor Orr, and they were trying to run down the list of like, all right, well, where's the Ty Simpson landing spot? Would it be this team? Would it be this team? They're kind of running down the list, and Connor Orr goes, Cowboys at 20, no. And then he starts trying to move on, and Breer goes, And they're like, what are you saying? So he said, quote, I only hesitate on that one because I think they're going to start to put young quarterbacks in the hopper soon. Which, sure. But, Albert, I would assume, given what you know about the way this defense played last year, down near the bottom of the list would be.
What an all-time luxury pick that would be.
God, I don't know that there's a move they could make that would make people lose their minds faster than if they drafted a quarterback in the first round.
Especially as polarizing as Ty Simpson is.
Yeah, it's not even a guy with like unbelievable traits where you're like, hey, there's a world where this guy becomes incredible. Like this is an undersized guy who's not super athletic. It's like what he doesn't have many starts under his belt. Like what are we talking about?
Now I guess there is a section of the fan base that has always wanted Dak out. So I guess there would be some people that would just naturally celebrate it that way that probably wouldn't freak out. But I would think anybody who's like, fans, hey, let's try to win in the next year or two, I think that fan would probably be pretty upset if that was the pick.
But in 2016, when they took Dak, they were considering first-round quarterback options there at the end of round one with Paxton Lynch, was it? And then the Michigan State guy as well. Yeah, Connor Cook.
Yeah, they had liked if Wentz or Goff would have been in their range, they would have loved that. Couldn't get them. They then wanted to trade up and get Paxton Lynch. Couldn't get him. They wanted to select Connor Cook. He got picked a pick before them by the Raiders, and they were saved from that, and then they just kind of went, okay, I guess Dak. And they ended up taking him, and it ended up working out. But, yeah, I don't know. To me...
And Tony had to be around the same age, wasn't he?
Tony
34?
was 36.
36. So he was a few years older.
Yeah, a couple of years older. I think, and this is something that we've kind of referenced already today, I think they're so committed to opening up a window right now and shifting money into the future that I think they're just saying, at the end of 3 years, Taxman is coming on all of this.
Yeah.
And Dak is probably going to be about ready to get on out of here. And so at the end of 3 years, if it hasn't worked, we'll go, okay, and then everybody's out of here. We'll eat the financials of it and be bad for a couple years and use those high draft picks on trying to replace the quarterback now.
Yeah, you can't justify rolling more dead money. It's going to be well into the 9 figures and a fourth contract for Dak Prescott. That would be surprising. So are we thinking 2028 is likely Prescott's final year with the Cowboys?
I think right now that if you were to just set like odds on when would be the highest odds on that's probably his final season, I think 28 makes a ton of sense because I would imagine they'll get to the end of this 3-year run and either they'll have succeeded and they'll have done what they tried to do, or it didn't work, and now your quarterback's 35 and has the injury history, and there's all this money tied into it, and you probably just say, you know what, let's reset here.
Yeah, the contract seems like you're playing this thing through 2028, and then if Dak's still playing at a high level and everything, then maybe you circle back on another deal or something. But
a lot of stuff is lining up to end up in 28. Just Shoddy's contract is up in 28.
They got $174 million of dead money on Prescott's contract right now,
and they're gonna shift more money on more contracts the next 2 years.
All right.
It's gonna arrive one day, and they're gonna all right, here we go, because we're just paying this.
Well, let's get that damn window open, man. Whatever it takes,
tear it open,
push it all into 2029 and 2030, and draft your next quarterback there. Sounds like a plan to me. Okay, Krusty's Corner's coming up next. Bobby in for Brian today. What do you have in store for us, bro?
What the hell are the Dallas Cowboys doing with all these offseason acquisitions? We'll talk about it next on The Fan.
But if you're looking for that brand new vehicle in the 817, I bring you great news. Tolo's, the all-new Alliance Hyundai. It is here, and it is conveniently located right there in Fort Worth, I-35 and Golden Triangle. And, hey, I worked in the car business for a couple of years, and let me tell you, man, my buddy Ryan Watson, he's the owner, big-time Tolo. Him and his team are doing things second to none. Their commitment to honesty, top-notch service, and treating every customer like family is absolutely the real deal. I've seen it firsthand, and it's why people keep coming back. And right now you can score incredible deals.
On 105.3 The Fan, slightly different alignment here today. Wolchuk is out on paternity leave, and Broadus is out following the passing of his mother. Okay, so we have Bobby Belt in studio with us, and he's going to handle Krusty's Corner, brought to you by Greystone Roofing. Go to greystone-roofing.com. Here's Bob.
Hey, kids! Your old pal Krusty's gonna teach you 5 new words.
You're not wrong about that.
Thank you for playing that, Lucius.
Number 55, Brian
Thank you for playing that, Lucius. Got some questions for my guys here. You know what's funny? That clip of Broadus, the you're not wrong about that, that is me. That's AI. That's not Brian. That's me, and then it's Broadus filter swiped over it.
Oh, I did not realize that. I thought you found him saying that because it's one of his favorite phrases. But that's a really clean...
It's the most diplomatic way he disagrees with you.
Yeah.
You're not wrong about that. But, like, he doesn't want to just say,
but
like...
here's why I'm more
that's
right.
That's dumb. That's like, you know, when he used to do the stuff, the pre-draft stuff with Jeff, KT, Dane, everybody... Whenever there was a disagreement, like they were telling him he was wrong, he always had his Packers Super Bowl football above him in his office, and he would just point to it. And that's all he'd do, just point like, you going to tell me? Yeah, I think I win the tiebreaker. All right, so I was looking on Reddit earlier today, and I saw a post on the NFL forum, and I think it captures some of the emotion that you've seen from a few Cowboys fans right now. And it had asked, what exactly are the Cowboys doing? And they're like, why'd they move on from a guy like Oso Digizua? And this wasn't even a Cowboys fan. It was just somebody from the outside trying to look at it. Then when they moved on from Oso Digizua, they moved on from 3 pretty solid defensive players for them, like we had talked about last year with Solomon Thomas, Oso Digizua, and Jadeveon Clowney. They have not gone really above and beyond the way that people were wanting them to. There's no Trey Hendrickson deal. There's no Max Crosby deal. It's a lot of... Yeah, I guess that guy's solid. But how's that fix what we're doing here? So I wanted to take a look because I had a conversation with Hagee about this on Friday, a little bit off the air, of just the idea of, I think some people are wondering, like, what is this? What is it supposed to look like? Is this just supposed to be, like, here's your solution. Jalen Thompson is playing safety. We're going to hope Bland and Revel are better, and this is what we're doing. So as you look at things right now, they have the following players as rotational defensive players, guys that will be in the rotation for sure. Quinnen Williams, Kenny Clark, Otito Ogbonnia. Those are the 3 that are like you're locked in on the defensive line. Edge rushers right now guaranteed Rashawn Gary, Donovan Ezeraku. Outside of that, you don't know. Linebacker, DeMarvion Overshown. That's it. Corner, Deron Bland, Savone Revel, Kobe Durant. Safety, Jalen Thompson, Malik Hooker, PJ Locke. Now, we mentioned earlier today, they're still going to acquire a veteran on the defensive line. That's coming at some point before the draft. They still have to go acquire a veteran at linebacker. They don't have enough players there right now. Everything else, all right, in theory, if Rashawn Gary and Donovan Ezeraku have to play 100% of the snaps, yeah, I guess they could. Those could be your edge rushers, but you don't want to have to do that and then just rotate in Marist Liufau, who they've moved to edge, and rotate in James Houston, potentially.
Sam Williams.
Yeah, stuff like that. Sam Williams. Like, you don't want to necessarily lean on that as being the crux of what you have. But let's just say that's what they have. So they're going to acquire, I'm just going to put a couple names in here right now. Jerry Tillery, who former defensive tackle, first-round pick from Notre Dame years ago. Christian Parker, when he was a defensive analyst for Mike Elko in 2017 at Notre Dame. Tillery was on that defense, one of the better players they had. Marcus Dixon, who's your defensive line coach here now, he was in Minnesota a couple years ago when they brought Tillery over, and he had one of his better years that he's had. And he's big guy, 6'6", 290. He can play edge, and he can play defensive end in a 3-4, tackle in a 4-3. So we're just going to put him as a free agent and say, all right, we're going to put you on here just for the sake of trying to process where your options are.
Kind of like a poor man's Osa.
Yeah, just to have him there as like, look, we're putting you here right now as just, you're a placeholder for the sake of argument. Patrick Queen, we'll put at linebacker, who I don't know that they want to go that route and trade for Patrick Queen, but I think they at least kicked the tires and investigated it. But again, just for the sake of, you need to have liability exposure minimized, then we'll put Patrick Queen there at linebacker and say, all right, that's your group. So you head into the draft now and you have 12 and 20. And again, for this exercise, let's say 12 Styles does fall to you, which I think is possible. I don't think it's likely necessary. It just depends. You guys had done the article from The Athletic, the Mike Sando article, a couple weeks back, where they asked 4 high-ranking personnel people for like, hey, project the top 10 right now. 3 of those 4 had Styles and Downs out of the top 10, just getting through to the other side and not having a problem. So I think that focuses more on, like, maybe we forget sometimes how, for lack of a better term, caveman-like at times older personnel people can be. Of just like, this is the way it's been done, this is the way we do it. They don't value off-ball linebacker or safety the same way they value other positions. But let's say Styles gets to you at 12, and then Keldrick Falk, who's the edge rusher defensive end from Auburn, is there at 20, which I think is possible, and is definitely a 3-4 fit as being able to be hand in the ground end or potentially do some stand-up stuff. But if you end up with Falk and Styles, then here's just a picture to illustrate of like what Christian Parker's trying to build here. Let's say you go up to the line of scrimmage, you're playing whoever next year. You're playing the Giants week 1, like they seem to do every year. So the Giants are coming up to the line of scrimmage. Jackson Dart is walking up, and what he sees the Cowboys in base personnel. And the Cowboys have 3-4 defense out there, and they are running with so you've got Quinnen Williams on one edge, you've got Rashawn Gary on the other, Kenny Clark inside at nose guard. Your linebackers are, let's throw out DeMarvion Overshone, Sonny Styles, they're both out there. And then you've got Ezeraku as an edge out there. We're doing just 3-3-5 or 4-2-5 in this instance. So once you've got Bain, Ezeraku as edges coming up, you've got the linebackers in the middle as Overshone and then Styles. And then in the secondary, you've got Jalen Thompson and Malik Hooker as your safeties. And you've got Kobe Durant and Deron Bland as your corners. There's nothing particularly intimidating about that. They're solid players, whatever they are. But Jackson Dart gets up under center, and he has 5 seconds before he's about to snap the ball. And right before he's about to snap the ball, all of a sudden, everybody on the defensive line shifts and kind of moves over to the left a little bit. And now Bain has walked up from a stand-up linebacker who puts his hand in the dirt. And now Ezeraku has walked over, and he's standing in the middle, and he's mugging in the A-gap, and he's looking like he's going to blitz. And now your linebackers over here, okay, well, we've got, Overshone still in the center. And then you've got potentially Styles still in the center, unless it's a 3-receiver look or it's some sort of look like that. And then what they do is we're rotating Jalen Thompson down to the nickel. And now it's Thompson, Thompson, Durant, and Bland as your corners. And now Hooker's your safety, and Styles just drops back and plays safety. Or Styles stays in the center, and you're trying to figure out, all right, is he going to be a linebacker, or is he about to drop, and is he about to be a safety? Because the flexibility of Gary to be his hand in the dirt or to stand up, Bain to be his hand in the dirt or to stand up, Thompson can play safety, he can play free or strong safety, Thompson can be a box defender, Thompson can be a nickel. Kobe Durant, who you just brought in here, can play inside or outside. Didn't play much inside last year, but he can play both, and he's played as many snaps at the nickel over his career percentage-wise as Deron Bland has. Bland, inside, outside. PJ Locke can play safety, or he can play in the box. Kenny Clark can be nose guard here. He can slide over and be a tackle in a 4-3. Quinnen can be a, head-up, 4-eye in the 3-4 look, or then he can slide over and he can be the defensive tackle. Everybody they've acquired so far
is super versatile.
Very versatile. And people died around here at the term position flex for years. They hated the Stephen Jones position flex. We just want somebody who's good at a bunch of things. And people always go, okay, but just give me somebody who's good at really good at something. Don't just give me somebody who's jack of all trades, master of none.
Give me one of them orbit backs.
Right. That's what you're looking for. We want to get Tavon Austin 25 touches a game. We want to do a lot of different things. I think what you're seeing here is they want 15 rotational players on defense, roughly, who they operate as if they're 22. Because every single one of these guys on defense can play something else. And Christian Parker had a line in a podcast he did a couple years ago when he was with the Broncos, and we had played it on the morning show at one point, where he had said, look, when you are playing as a quarterback, the first thing you've been taught to look for years is the safeties. You look at the safeties first, He said that has changed so much now, and the biggest tell a lot of times is the nickel, the guy in the slot. And so he said, what I prefer to do is instead of having you cheat to one side, like, all right, let me have inside leverage, let me have outside leverage, let me be here because I got to get to my spot as quick as I can, because I want you zeroed up. I want you head up every single time, because no matter what you're doing, I want it to look exactly the same to them, so that when they snap the ball, they're like, I have no tell of where he's going. And so Jalen Thompson being a guy who can play in the nickel or play safety, or Kobe Durant who can play inside outside, guys who can be flexible, and why they want that hybrid safety nickel player, why Caleb Downs is considered such a valuable player. The idea there is that when you've got it lined up like that and you're not giving a tell at any point, but they have seen now on 4 separate plays that when they snap the ball, that guy has done 4 different jobs, or that guy has been 2 different positions even though he's looked exactly the same. They are not about, and why I think a lot of people have said, give me the edge rush or get me the pressure. This scheme is not going to be about getting to the quarterback. They are going to be about confusing the quarterback. They would rather confuse the quarterback than speed up his clock. They don't want to. They say, screw the timing, screw him getting the ball out a second earlier, making him rush a decision. There's a lot of really good quarterbacks who are able to improvise and do some different things. No, what we'll have you do is you can stand back there for 10 seconds and you have no idea what to do because you don't understand the coverage concepts. The Fangio system does a lot of man-match stuff. It will be zone and then transition to man in the middle of it. Or it'll be man and then transition to zone. It is an incredibly complex scheme, which is why the mental processing is so big to them and why they've tried to identify, all right, what can you do? So I think flexibility, mental processing, those have become such bigger things to them rather than just the raw talent. And they believe, hey, we had a dominant defense in Philadelphia with Nakobe Dean and Reed Blankenship, who were 2 below-average players statistically. And we were still able to, with 2 of those guys out there, as a unit, be able to control things. And I think that's what they're trying to build right now.
And that's why it probably made sense to move on from Osa. They need players that can defend both, pass and run, as well as possible.
Yep. I think they felt like Osa's a lot of money and is going to be limited in what we're going to be able to use him in. It's a lot of money to have invested in somebody who's just playing rotational snaps every 3rd play.
Terrific stuff, Bob. Thank you so much for stepping in today.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's been great to have you, and I believe we're going to have Bobby Belt for 1 more hour here in the G-Bag Nation on your home of the Cowboys and Rangers. And I believe we have a baseball conversation coming up next, don't we, Chief?
Yeah, let's go around the bases where a former GM says this has been the most impressive Ranger in spring training next in the nation.
All right, I want to chat with you about my friends at Men's T Clinic, though. If you think you might be one of the 1 in 5 men suffering from low testosterone, it's time to jump on to Men's T Clinic. G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Thanks for making us part of your day. It's time now to get the up-to-date report on your Texas Rangers, who are, we're 10 days from opening day, bro. Unbelievable.
Wow.
Next Thursday, live in Philadelphia, you're going to have your Texas Rangers and Phillies and some afternoon baseball opening day style. Here's the Chief with more sports.
Yes, we know who's going to be the opening day starter for your Rangers, who's been the most impressive during spring training right after this.
You don't know how to play first base. Scott? That's right. It's not that hard, Scott. Tell him, Wash.
It's incredibly hard.
There's no crying in baseball. You play ball like a girl.
Hey, for those that don't know, life-changing, the Tommy John underwear.
Could tie it with one swing.
For the third straight year, it'll be Nasty Nate Eovaldi, opening day starter for your Texas Rangers. Very, very exciting. Fourth pitcher in Texas Rangers history to make at least 3 straight opening day starts, and Eovaldi is a fan favorite. Like, I think if you polled Rangers fans, Eovaldi would be probably 1 or 2 on everybody's list of favorite Rangers.
2, I would guess, yeah. Behind Seager.
Yeah, I mean, Seager would be, no question. I mean, that would be another one that would be super, super up there, and rightfully so. But Eovaldi, he's so likable in every way, and every time somebody talks about him, it's just the most glowing thing, and then you just know you're going to get the best version of him when it matters most at all times. I'm super happy for him that he's going to go 3 straight years Rangers opening day starter. What a stud.
Yes, he is, and you wouldn't have a World Series without him. I think on top of that, if you polled the clubhouse, if you polled Rangers employees, he would win in a landslide.
Yeah, I agree.
He might win against the field.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a good point, dude. He's the absolute man, and I think that's part of it. I mean, Schumacher was talking about just how respected he is as a leader and all the things that he brings to the table on the field and off the field. Eovaldi is that dude, and we love him, and we can't wait to see him next Thursday. It's going to be incredible. And then it looks like with off days, it'll line up for Jacob deGrom to start the home opener against the Reds. So Eovaldi starts as the opening day pitcher, but you'll get deGrom for the home opener versus the Reds. What a luxury we have with those two fellas. Now, speaking of Corey Seager, Schumacher said he's everything and more that I hoped he would be as a teammate and contributor off the field. So signs pointing in a nice direction there. And I thought it was cool that Seager was the guy that a lot of those players named when we were in surprises, like biggest ball buster and competitive guy just in the clubhouse and things like that.
Yeah.
They clearly have a nice relationship. Like he does things, you know, he has his own regimen that he likes to do, routine, that kind of stuff that is maybe off and secluded, but all the guys seem to appreciate him. And almost every day that we went in there in the clubhouse, he's on the ping pong table with somebody getting after it. So I think that's encouraging as well.
Most talented guy on the team. I'd want to play some ping pong myself. I bet he can handle himself quite well there. But I heard he was also in an extra good mood this year because they got Marcus Semien out of here. Just a little jokey joke.
No, it doesn't hurt. I don't think it hurts at all. And the guy that they basically replaced Semien with, Brandon Nimmo, friend of the program, long-winded Brandon Nimmo. Looking forward to get him back here for a players show at least once or twice during the season.
The monologue.
Yeah.
I think we could book him for one and just cut it up and have about 20 weeks worth of content.
We could, dude. He is another super likable guy, and he got the jersey number 24 from the youngster Michael Hellman. And so how did he repay him? What did he do?
$100,000.
Did you see this?
Yeah, I know the answer. I'm not a fan of this move.
Brandon Nimmo gifted a Rolex to Michael Hellman, who gave up his number 24 to Nimmo after being traded to the Rangers. You don't like the Rolex bit?
No, it's a super nice, generous gift. That's not what I'm saying
Just
at all.
give me cash?
Yeah, whatever you spend on it, just give me the money for it. It's a little bit like the like, this is a $20,000 bottle of wine. Okay. It feels like that is way more than it should be based on the enjoyment I'm going to get out of it. I'm not going to wear a Rolex
Can I sell it to
very
somebody
often.
for $20,000 right now? Or do I got to drink the 4 glasses of wine?
Right.
Yeah, do I actually have to wear this watch?
I would sell a Rolex for half of its value just to get the cash. And because I'm going to get more value out of that cash than I am out of the Rolex.
Oh, man, that's a bad idea,
I was going to say, you strike me like, Lucius, you strike me as like you could rock a Rolex.
Got a Movado on right now,
See, yeah,
baby.
I'm not a timepiece, right? That's what their timepieces.
Yeah,
that's what the community calls. I'm not a timepiece guy. I'm a look at my phone to see what time. And I know a lot of times people don't even wear those because like
they
to
hold
check
their
what time it is.
value. And, they hold, like, if you got the right paperwork on it, you can hold their value. They go up in value when things get a little crazy out here.
Man.
Okay,
I wouldn't just sell it half the price.
If I do, just call you.
Yeah. Do the whole damn thing,
Yeah, so Lucius, you'd be pretty fired up right now.
Oh,
Michael
absolutely,
Hellman
man. Hell
getting
yeah.
that Rolex.
I wouldn't stop hugging that dude. I appreciate you, man. So much, man. It's going to be a good season, bro.
What's the nicest gift someone could give you that you would be like, I have no use for this no matter how nice it is?
Ooh, I mean, a watch is pretty far up there because I don't like wearing them.
Yeah,
it just kind of.
Well, that's like a special occasion watch, right? Like, Lucius, you're not just wearing a Rolex.
Not all the time. No, that's why I have the Movado on throughout the days, because in case something gets scratched or,
right.
I'm not out of.
You got your daily driver watches.
Thousands of dollars.
Yeah.
You could give me a Mercedes-Benz, like, really nice 15-passenger van. And I'm like, this costs a lot of money, and I appreciate it, but you could have.
You're
gone
not
smaller.
road tripping with
you
that
could have
thing?
gone smaller, and I would have liked that.
I would. I'd be all over those. Those Sprinter bands are sick. I mean, especially if
I like them, man.
I just decked out one.
It was windy yesterday.
Yeah, you'll get blown off.
Afraid of that damn thing.
It's really tall.
The overpasses.
Yeah.
Get high centered in that thing, get blown right off the freeway.
That's true. But those things pimped out
They're too narrow. You need a wide base with something that tall. High center of gravity.
Yeah, I mean, generally, I would be looking for the cash probably if I'm Michael Hellman in this scenario. Just like give me the cash or like a big time. Yeah, look that up. Or like a big time vacation, all paid, where I can go somewhere sick, nasty.
He has made
about
$618,414.
Okay.
Yeah, about 3 months of work is all you got. And you're probably rat holing that, thinking, I don't know if I'm going to have any more big league months.
Does it say what brand, like what model this is? The Rolex?
No, there's a video of him gifting it, but it's in the green box. It doesn't really specify.
Because apparently it can be between $5,000 and $100,000.
Okay, so that's a pretty wide. I would think, I'm going to just guess this is like one of those $20,000 Rolex.
Sure. Yeah, probably got him a Submariner. Those are like 10s to 20s.
Okay, yeah. Which is, I mean, super solid, but congratulations to Brandon Nimmo on the 24, and congratulations to Michael Hellman on his new timepiece.
Bro Bible says it's a $25,000 Rolex.
Oh, okay. All right, cool. I mean, and they are as trustworthy as it gets.
Yeah.
I love me some Bro Bible. Now, when it comes to who has been the most impressive Ranger in spring training, I think early on there was no question it was the youngster Cam Colley.
That's right.
That was the dude who was just hitting the ball ridiculously hard.
110, 113.
Yeah. He had a 113 exit velo, which only a handful of Rangers had a handful of times last year. Like that's a monster number.
I think Rowdy had a few of them.
Yeah, Rowdy. I don't know. Rowdy may have had one. I had the list a couple of weeks ago when we were in Surprise, but Rowdy maybe one. Berger had a handful. Seager, Langford, Bombi, but that was pretty much it. Maybe Jock had one. But Cam Colley was that dude. Now, it looks like in The Athletic you have Jim Bowden, who is a former GM himself, and he's gone through every team who's been the standout in spring training. I was a little bit surprised. Evan Carter is the name that he drops. Now, that's exciting. It says Carter was the 2020 second-round pick. His major league debut, we all remember, unbelievable, key bat in the World Series. His past two seasons have been filled with the injuries and underperformance. 2024, he hit 188 in 56 games, followed that up with a 247 average last year in 63 games at the big league level. He's now finally healthy, in arguably the best physical shape of his career. How about that? We got it. And is looking like the player who first arrived in the majors 3 years ago.
Hitting bombs.
He has a great blend of power and speed and can run the ball down in center field with strong jumps, good angles, and range. This could be his breakout season. Do not sleep on him, says Jim Bowden. Now you have Chris Young, a quote from the president of baseball operations saying, Evan has been extremely impressive this spring. He's more physical, continues to demonstrate a great approach and a dynamic blend of speed and slug while playing elite defense in center field. So you get the tip of the cap there from CY.
Yeah, I think a lot of these were guys that Bowden had reached out to. So, I think this may have been Chris Young's pick. But like when they asked, I think he asked like who's been the most impressive in spring training, and I think this was his answer. Is how I gather it from reading it there. Bowden's hilarious. We were going to interview him one time, and I jokingly said to Bassick, I was like, I'm going to make reference that he knows you. Bassick was like, do not. And I was like, no? And he goes, no, he hates me. I was like, oh, okay, all right. Avoid your name.
Yeah, I think Bowden did some weird roster stuff with him back in the day that cost Bassick some money, or like tried to demote him, I think, without having cause. So Bassick had been trash talking him for about 10 years or so on the radio, got back to old Jim. If Evan Carter can have anywhere near the kind of spring training he's had, where his OPS right now is over 900.
Yeah.
I don't know if you can come up with many other positive developments for the Texas Rangers that would be more promising. Now, he's got to be able to do this against left-handed pitching as well, but it's really just been health that has prevented him from being at least one hell of a platoon outfielder. You know, the platoon thing is working well for him. I don't think we need to be afraid of that as fans. If it happens, it happens as far as him hitting lefties. But if he doesn't, as long as he stays healthy, he can be a very, very successful, almost everyday outfielder.
Yeah, I mean, he's hitting 222 right now in spring training. On base of 353, slugging 556, OPS, as you mentioned, just over 900. He's got a couple of bombs there. So, and he's drawing the walks still, and like the plate discipline has always been really, really strong for him. So
6 freaking walks in 12 games, bro.
Yeah, that's super strong.
I think you're right.
Especially when you add in the slug factor.
I think you're right, Dawson. Like if you were going to tell me I could get out of any of these guys who have been down.
Yeah.
You told me I could get one of them to be, hey, you're going to get 100% of what people expected him to be by this point. I think Evan Carter might be the one that would be like, give me that. That'd be the most impactful way to get them winning games.
Well, and this is from a Bobby who's been a little bit doubting.
I'm a big Rangers homer, and I get accused of it all the time, that I'm glazing them out here, and I got to be more realistic about it.
Are you starting to buy in a little bit more? You starting to get a little bit of that spring training hopium?
Look, there's no more optimistic day in a sports fan's year than the Major League Baseball fan on opening day. It's like there's 162 of them. This is great. Everybody's even. Kids are out of school. It's
got 5 beers in me.
We're watching baseball on the day. It's such an optimistic time. It's really hard to steal your joy on opening day.
Yeah, we need to hit a little opening day.
They just need to hit.
Opening day party situation.
Rangers.
No doubt about it. And Jock's still been struggling, but we've seen the numbers. When he struggles in spring training, he's had good regular season years. Okay. Yeah. So last year he was actually really good for the Rangers in spring training, and then we know what happened. So he continues to suck, which is exactly what we want to see. Shout out to you, Jock, doing what you need to do.
How about that for glazing, Bobby?
Yeah.
Add that to your toolkit.
Hey, I read the same article. I know what you're referencing.
All righty, it is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Could the Max Crosby trade rumors make a comeback in the foreseeable future? We'll ask Bob about that. Take your thoughts on the Franklin Frankel injury attorney text line, and we're back here on The Fan.
But Tolos, I want to tell you about my number one most favorite local family-owned roofing company here in the Metroplex. Of course, that is Greystone Roofing and Construction. Brand new year, same story with Greystone being number one, and you got to be careful of the storm chasers. 'Tis the season for the door knockers, and you need to know who's on your roof, and you do when you use Greystone. You can visit greystone-roofing.com. That's great with an E, stone-roofing.com, and you'll see for yourself why homeowners across the
Welcome back. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. This segment is brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels are the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. Did just hear from Broadus at the break. He's going to be back on Wednesday. So we look forward to Krusty's triumphant return here to the G-Bag Nation. And he said tomorrow he's going to get everything lined up, and he'll be ready to rock on Wednesday, and we'll resume our coverage and build up to the draft. But we have Bobby Belden here with you today. And I got one question, buddy, to set off this segment of conversation. Do you expect the Max Crosby trade storyline to come back at any point this summer during the season? Like, where should we be with the Cowboys and Max Crosby moving forward?
So it's the whole way everything played out is obviously fascinating because I don't know if I know everybody always drew the Prix comparison of like, hey, the what happened where the Dolphins failed him on the physical. I'm trying to think of just a trade that went down that was that big and was undone for whatever reason a few days later. And the only one I could come up with was spring of 2004 when Terrell Owens got traded to Baltimore. And he was like, I'm not going. Mm-hmm. And he was doing interviews on SportsCenter. He's just like, nope. And then that created such just wild chaos around T.O. as a player and acquiring him and what that would mean and what you would have to give up. And like, okay, well, I mean, all right, if we give something up, is he coming here even? Like, are we going to get an opportunity to find this out? So for very different reasons, one was somebody just being a malcontent. The other is a question medically. But that's the sort of chaos that's been introduced by the Crosby stuff. And so I think Dallas, because their doctor is relatively close to the situation that happened and to the team that ultimately said, no, I'm not going to work. I think that Dallas, when you heard all the reports coming out about an hour after the trade was reversed, you just all of a sudden started seeing a bunch of reporters all saying, Dallas out, Dallas out, Dallas out. I think they were trying to figure some things out for a second, then they went, not going to work for us. So unless a price comes just really, really far down and they then can feel comfortable with the risk that's associated with it. Like some of the chatter was that if Baltimore had just given up a first-round pick, maybe they would have just sucked it up. But 2 was just too much to him. If it comes down like that and he still wants to go, which there's been doubt introduced to that in the last week of does he really want to go anymore, then, yeah, they could get involved. But I think the understanding they had of the player they were acquiring when they were really making a strong push 2 weeks ago was tied to a different medical than they believe he has now.
So do you think if the Cowboys had traded for Max Crosby, they would have backed out as well?
No, I don't. I think they would have just been a little like, okay, we're not doing business with you anymore. Or they would have just had potentially, because what they talked about was Baltimore had brought in, Diana Rossini mentioned this, 4 or 5 other doctors to be part of this group evaluation, and that they had settled on this as consensus. If they had other doctors involved in it who were not, the same ones that Baltimore brought into the process, along with Dan Cooper, maybe it's a little bit different, and maybe they just go, okay. But there were a lot of people who just said, you should have known what this was. And so I think there's clearly something that spooked Baltimore about it and scared them away from it.
Scared a lot of teams away, didn't it?
Yeah. And so anybody who uses, has trusted Dan Cooper's evaluation before and done anything like that, I'm sure those teams would throttle back. But Dallas was, they were ready to give up real capital to go get Max Crosby and live with what they knew was a potentially longer-term injury concern. And to me, I just look at it and say, if you are just trying to tear open a 3-year window, and the report has been that Crosby should be fine for the next 2 years, it's long-term concern, then to me it's like, all right, that shouldn't matter, then go get him.
Yeah. Yeah, I do think if he comes back and plays well, but the Raiders don't win, that it's got to be something that you have in the back of your mind once this season starts. Mm-hmm. I mean, we get to midseason and half of the cap hit has been consumed already. If the Cowboys are above 500 but still are having a hard time getting off the field on 3rd and long, maybe they've lost a couple of fourth quarter leads, and now your 2026 draft is in your rear view, it could really work out to be an unbelievable blessing for the Cowboys to have Max Crosby still out there.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, I think that I still think that I know a lot of people have viewed it when you look at tiers of edge rushers. Pretty commonly, people will talk about, all right, Myles Garrett, T.J. Watt. For several years, it's been Myles Garrett, T.J. Watt, Nick Bosa, and Micah Parsons. That those have been the top 4, tiered edge rushers. And that just a step behind that maybe is Crosby. I have always thought Crosby was on that tier with them. And I've always thought that Crosby should be ahead of Bosa. So to me, I would go ahead and take the risk. If this is truly about just really going for it and trying to maximize the window, to me, it's like, all right, well, then take the risk. Go after it. Try to make something happen. In fact, now would seem like an even better time because unless the Raiders are just not going to move off of that request. But the biggest problem is how much Crosby has sort of changed his tune, which I initially felt like was, okay, you're publicly changing a tune because you're trying to build back value. So hey, we don't even want him to go anywhere. Crosby's like, I'm more than happy over here because he knows they want their return, so that he's willing to play ball a little bit and create a little bit more of okay, let's go get him. They clearly seem content enough to keep him, and he wants to stay there. Let's make the payment to get it. But then, I mean, there's been some stuff in the last couple days, whether it's been on Twitter or interviews or stuff like that. He sounds genuine about, I'm here. And I think that maybe because as mad as I was at them for crossing what I thought was a moral line as a football player, the Ravens, it shows me grass isn't always greener on the other side. Every organization is going to potentially screw you one way or another.
Yeah.
And in the end, maybe what the Raiders did was less offensive to me than what Baltimore did.
It seemed to me, though, a lot of this Max stuff in the public has been PR. I don't want to be seen as a guy that's asking out of the Raiders because I have this relationship with the fans. And I think now his public statements could be most easily explained by there's not a market for you anymore, or there's not a market good enough for the Raiders to deal you. So there's not a win for saying I want out because that's not going to happen.
Right, and then maybe he, like I said, he's definitely been more firm than previously. Previously, he just kept saying things like, don't believe all the rumors you hear. And so it's like, okay, but what does that mean? Are you saying you don't want to play anywhere else? Because he would never explicitly say that.
Yeah.
He's kind of said that lately, but you're right. I think there's definitely an angle of that says he's trying to, the thing that could be behind that is trying to build back value and say that, no, I don't want to go anywhere. You're going to have to really pay up if you want me to move because I don't want to go anywhere and the Raiders don't want to move me. And so if you guys want to move them off their spot and convince me, you're going to have to give up a lot. It may be a just sort of mutually beneficial position for them to publicly take. But it does sound really genuine recently from Max Crosby that he doesn't want to move.
All righty, it is the G-Bag Nation here on 105 through the Fan. We're chatting with Bobby Belt here in studio. Bobby Belt, Cowboys insider with Sean and RJ, 6 to 10 weekday mornings here on 105 through the Fan. Where are they with nickel? It's been really the off-season or the season of the nickel position with more and more attention being paid to the advantage that Seattle has with Nick Emmanwori or that the Ravens have with Kyle Hamilton. Sure. I'm still not exactly sure what kind of nickel players Christian Parker wants. But they did the tender thing with Reddy Stewart, so they have a small corner version. They have Jalen Thompson, a safety version who's played some of that. You mentioned Kobe Durant. He's played some slot corner, but it seems to me that if you want that new prototype hybrid nickel safety, he's not on the field, and I don't have a nickel corner that I'm feeling really good about matching up with the CeeDee Lambs of the world on the inside either. So I would say, edge linebacker, but also that nickel position, it seems like it needs quite a bit of work here as this offseason continues.
Yeah, I mean, I think that obviously if Caleb Downs from Ohio State is staring you in the face, I think they would be all over him. I think they really and that's the prototype for what you're looking for in terms of just super smart, super athletic. I know that the testing doesn't always show that, but there is a difference between, field testing in Indy and just athleticism on tape and functional athleticism, the way you play. He is everything that they would want at that position. And somebody who, it's like, if he had to go out there and be the nickel corner the entire game for 17 weeks, Caleb Downs could do it. Caleb Downs needs to be our free safety. He could do it. If he needs to be our strong safety, like he'll do whatever. He's talented like that, and that's smart. So I think that, yeah, Downs would be somebody that they would immediately go, love it. Take him. Let's go. Let's rock. But if they don't get him, I know there's been a lot of talk about Dylan Thieneman at 20, for instance, from Oregon, the safety, who can do some of that nickel stuff too, is a really good athlete, is really smart. I think they do like Thompson enough as that hybrid guy that they would say, all right, if it's not Downs, I don't know that I'm willing to pass on an edge or a linebacker or somebody else who's close enough to Thieneman here. I don't know that I want that enough, because I think Thompson can do a lot of that for me. I think they think Thompson is a really unique, undervalued piece by the NFL. I think that they absolutely believe that Jalen Thompson is going to be a difference maker for the structure of their defense.
So if you're playing Jalen there, you're comfortable with Hooker and Locke on the backside, or do we want to add another player there with pick 92?
So I think that they very well could still look, to get somebody in the draft. This is a pretty deep draft for safeties. You could potentially look to add somebody as another depth piece to kind of bring you along a little bit. But I think the reality is just that it's kind of like that flexibility that we talked about at 340, where Thompson can play the inside, can play the nickel, and PJ Locke is then back there with Malik Hooker. Well, okay, as soon as Thompson goes back to safety, well, Bland can play the nickel, or Kobe Durant can play the nickel, and they can rotate that as much as they want. And if they were to add Thieneman, then you're really looking at Thieneman and Thompson and Durant and Bland and all these guys who can play inside at the nickel and then play the boundary and play safety. And that's the whole vision here, is just let's make this as difficult to read pre-snap when you see us lining up as possible.
I love it.
Until you find that perfect guy to fit that specific role that is your...
Yeah, I mean, you got to add your Kenneth Murrays, right?
Yeah, well, good night. Hopefully. You could play with 10 guys and be better.
You were playing with 10 guys when Kenneth Murray was out there.
Yeah, dude.
The Rowdy Tellez of football.
It is time now for a mixed bag here, Chief. Where are you taking it today?
Yeah, we have some WBC and March Madness combo pack for you next in the nation.
Okay, I want to chat about D&M leasing with you before we get there, though, because if you want or need a brand new vehicle, then I think you're going to love time now for a mixed bag. Here's Eric Chiafalo.
Dude, Bobby just gave me, what was that candy you just gave me?
Oh, those little Bueno bars, those hazelnut Bueno, they're so good.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah,
that's been in your wheelhouse for a while?
Maybe just a couple of months.
Yeah?
Actually, we have a family member who's in the military in like Germany or something. And he sent us like this care package of the candies that are popular in Germany, and that was one of them. So that kind of set me off on the trail. And then I started noticing them at little 7-Elevens and stuff. So I started hitting those up pretty good. Yeah,
so
there's some sort of a Kit Kat wafer in there.
Yeah, it's like a little Kit Kat. You remember those Ferrero Rocher candies? Those little gold wrapped hazelnut candies that people used to sell.
That I do.
It's like that. It's like if a Kit Kat was a little like lighter and airier and had that hazelnut taste. But man, they're good.
Golly, that was really good, bro. Yeah, our buddy Tony in the 214 is asking if there's any Jared Verses in this draft. Do you feel like Ruben Bain is a little bit like that? Is Ruben Bain a little bit Versey?
Plays like him, or is like a stud, like the way that Jared Verse is a stud?
Yeah, maybe Tony can specify on that.
I would say, like in terms of like a stud, like Jared Verse is a stud, it's David Bailey.
Oh, David Bailey.
David Bailey from Tech. David Bailey is like one of 3 players I think in this entire draft who can be a star.
Wow, it's him and Downs and.
Yeah, it's like him,
Love,
Downs, and then Love would probably. I really like Jordan Tyson from Arizona State if he could stay healthy. He reminds me a lot of Malik Neighbors.
Okay,
I'd throw in Arvell Reese there.
Yeah, Arvell Reese could certainly boom.
Reese, I just don't know how a team using him wrong or just kind of screwing with him and not knowing what to do with him could really screw that up.
Mm-hmm.
But no, Bailey. If Bailey were to slip out of the top 5 and Cleveland wants out of pick 6, and they said 6 and 39, because the rumor has been that Cleveland wants out of pick 6. If they said 6 and 39 for 12 and 20, I would go. I'm taking Bailey, and then I'm just taking my chances at whoever's there at 39.
Wow. Yeah, Bailey would be that stand-up edge rusher for you.
Yeah, I mean that to me is going to be a 15-sack player at some point.
Yeah, he's a dog, and Wolchuk would throw a party because he's a Red Raider guy.
Yeah,
it's only a matter of time before he gets the double T's tatted on him somewhere.
Where do you think he would?
It's only a matter of time.
He married into that family, and you might as well brand him.
What if he got the double T's tattooed on his double T's?
I think on his double D's.
Yeah, his double DTs.
One on each?
I think
sure. Or just right in the cleavage.
Yeah, that's his squad now, dude. He loves them. David Bailey would be next level. If we get an update on that question from Tony, then I will relay that to you. But the WBC last night, man, that was pretty dang electric.
Yeah.
Gosh, dude, Dominican Republic, what a squad they have too, and it came down to the wire. That was certainly a bad call, I guess. What?
Goodness,
you just got to swing in that situation no matter what. Is that the move?
I don't think so. I think that was far enough out that you should feel comfortable that this umpire is not going to screw it up.
I couldn't believe that.
Yeah, and they had. Like there were 2 strikes in that count. I think
it was full count.
Yeah, and 2 of one of them was one. There was that last one which was egregious, but I think there was even one earlier in the at bat that was not great either. I just, to be completely honest, yeah, sure, all right, you walk him, and then that changes the complexion a little bit. But I'm also looking at it and going like, I don't think you're getting a hit off of Miller anyway. So you're probably striking out on the very next pitch.
Miller,
very next at bat anyway.
Miller is I mean, my gosh, that dude, you're sitting fastball because he's going to throw 102 on you, and then here comes a breaking ball at 89, son of a gun.
Maybe that's it. Maybe the ump blinked and missed it, and he was like, I guess it was probably a strike.
Yeah, I think there was some Team USA love going on in there. Which, listen,
we should have had an impartial Canadian umpire.
Yeah, well, I would prefer not. I'm glad we got what we got, but Dominican's not happy about it, and USA wins 2-1, and that was playoff type atmosphere. Aaron Judge was like, yeah, that was better than like a World Series type crowd. Like this was next level.
Yeah, which makes sense. Like, I mean, people are going to be super intense. Anybody going to the World Baseball Classic is like a really big fan, but I also. Did you hear the Aaron Judge locker room speech from a couple weeks ago?
Yes.
I would not judge his Jonathan Gannon intensity as like, yeah, this is the guy who I went judging how intense an atmosphere was. He's just like, yeah, we're going to win this.
I think his speech, along with the DeRosa situation last week, is the biggest indictment of the World Baseball Classic. They need to send the players and managers through PR school to at least start convincing the fans that they care.
Yeah. Well, I mean, also, like, you got to remember, DeRosa is an Italian name. He could have been on the take and thrown it for the Italians. So.
100%. 100%.
I think that's the likeliest outcome.
Yeah, that might be that whole, what is that? That's not Dunning-Kruger. That's Occam's razor?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
The most likely explanation is the simplest.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah, the simplest explanation is the most likely one.
I will say that Aaron Judge beamer to third, oh my gosh. What is it, like 95, 96 miles an hour? That was a freaking rocket, dude. That was next level nasty impressive, and the pitching was dominant for both sides. But Team USA advances, so kudos. Now you also have the March Madness stuff taken off, and everybody's building out their brackets. We'll have the morning show bet payoff. Hopefully we get Peyton back doing some solo live radio for a good half hour or whatever.
His suggestion for the bet payoff was the dumbest thing I've ever heard in my life today.
What did he suggest?
So he was suggesting that, I was thinking for the bet payoff this year, like, we could send you to, like, a city in America you don't really want to go. It's like, I said, what? He was like, yeah, like if you lose, the other three have to pitch in to pay to fly you to a city like Memphis, and then you've got to stay in Memphis for 24 hours. And I was like, your solution for the bet payoff of losing the bracket is for everybody else to pay you to go sit in a hotel room with no kids, no spouse, silence for 24 hours. This is spoken like somebody who doesn't have kids and is not married yet. This is the dumbest suggestion. I would pick 16 seeds for the entire Final Four if that's the payoff.
Yeah, for a family man, that sounds like a little slice of heaven.
Just a nice 24-hour trip to a Memphis hotel to just watch TV, do whatever guys do in 24 hours in a hotel room.
Dude, DoorDash food like crazy.
I would sleep and watch Dateline NBC for 24 hours.
Get a bottle of whiskey or two. Let's make the most of this. You could send me out to the middle of a field in a cinder block box, and I'd be like, wow, this is very peaceful. I need to lose these things more often.
Give me that Aaron Rodgers darkness retreat. That sounds like a joy.
Let me see that bracket. I'm taking all 10 through 17 seeds.
Hell yes.
Do anything I can to lose this thing. I know Sean was calling you guys out because he feels like he never loses. He never loses. And
he has not lost. He has not lost the bracket before. He doesn't win every year, but he's never lost. And that's the big thing. We just don't want to lose, because then you have to be Peyton and tell the whole world about how you got duped by a Snapchat bot.
Okay, I haven't heard this clip yet, but we have a Mick Cronin clip in here, Lucius. And is this another installment of Mick Cronin, UCLA's head basketball coach, being a bleep hole?
Choppy was arguing earlier today that this clip is like so great. Look at him, and Sean and I could not be in more disagreement that this makes Mick Cronin sound like a total douchebag, and so I think you guys need to break the tie.
Okay, add it to the list. Here he is, Mick Cronin.
What were you hoping to find out about your team this week, and what did you learn?
Well, you are assuming that I was hoping to find out. I'm with them every day. I already know. So I wasn't hoping to find anything out. So I'm not sure what because you're assuming that I was hoping to find out something with your question. I never said I was hoping to find out anything. I'm hoping to find out what time we're leaving and if I can get into a good restaurant tonight.
You probably can't get into a good restaurant because you've pissed off like
the most unlikable guy.
The worst.
His team hates him. The media hates him.
God, he's such an insufferable douche. And he
that was hilarious, though.
I know everything about my team. I can't believe you suggest I don't know everything.
It's giving what do you know about tackling downhill? The Sean Payton back and forth with where it's like, dude, just answer the question.
At least he finds a way to be funny, though, and Sean Payton can't be funny.
I think that sounds funny. I don't think Mick Cronin's trying to be funny.
No, I agree. He just has that. He has that element in his skill set where unintentionally it is still funny, all while being a total jerk.
It's like Greg Popovich with an Eric Musselman resume. It's like, dude, just stop it. You don't get to act like Popovich.
Okay, well, let's hear from Rick Pitino now. Let's go into the halftime locker room of St. John's, who is able to win the Big East tournament. And this is him at halftime, and he's digging into his guys.
Where is your toughness? Where have you guys been raised that you're so weak mentally that you just give up when something doesn't go right for you? Don't you know what adversity is all about? That's the game of life, not the game of basketball. You don't get down when things go wrong. You dig in and get tougher. Your whole life's going to be adversity. Learn how to deal with it.
Bang, dude.
Wow.
That's tough. That's tough guy Rick Pitino right there. That's him at his best.
Yeah, I heard he called them $22 million of give up, something like that.
Yeah.
Called them out for their money. Yeah, I think the NIL era is getting the best of these coaches at every turn. I mean, the women's coaches are in on it now. The football coaches, the basketball coaches might be the worst. They're feeling the pressure cooker the most.
Big time.
But yeah, I think it's gonna require a different skill set than I think your traditional sports coaches have brought to the table.
Mm-hmm.
You know, there is a grace or a mindfulness that I think a lot of these guys don't have, and it's a bad look. It's not good for the brand of their school.
That doesn't fire you up as a player? You're not ready to go take on adversity after that?
I mean, he kind of called out my parents.
Yeah, you insulted where I came from.
Yeah.
Everything else was cool except for that first part.
Yeah.
Who raised you?
Yeah. It's. I mean, that's not good.
And Patino's quit tons of stuff, though. Like, I mean, jobs and other things that have led to extortion attempts. So, I mean, Patino's not really one to lecture anybody about not seeing things through.
He sometimes only has 15 to 20 seconds in him. With a resume like his, you got to be careful.
He's one of my number one all-time college basketball villains. Because when I first started watching college basketball, I hated Kentucky and I hated Pitino. And Pitino was just such a... It was one of those, they're too good, and so I hate everything they represent. Of just like, there's nobody who can beat you, and it's irritating.
He's got some vampire vibes about him, too, when you just look at his face.
He does, dude. There's something weird about him. Bob, thanks for sitting in with us.
Absolutely. It was a joy. Appreciate y'all.
Bobby Belt, 6 to 10 weekday mornings with Sean and RJ here. It's the G-Bag Nation on 105 through the Fan. We have a couple of hours to go. We'll go 3 wide from now until the end of the show. Fred and Blake coming up at 7 o'clock. Of course, G-Bag of the Day in L.A. Live, about 30 minutes away. Chief, what is next?
Football's finest. What did free agency reveal about the Cowboys next in the nation? But Tolos, I know as parents we would all do anything to give our own kids a bright future, but some kids need a helping hand to get there, and that's why I'm here to ask you to donate your old car to Cars
or visit ncpgambling.org.
This is the exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Shoot, yeah, it's hour number 4, G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Thanks for making us part of your day as we got the Expressway coming up here in 20 minutes. G-Bag of the Day and LA Live and NFL Draft Big Board Report. Yeah, we have 2 hours of sports content still on the docket for you, and here's Chief with football's finest.
Yes, sir. Plenty to get to. We had an NFL trade. What does it mean for this team right after this?
But at the end of the day, it's about taking it a day by a time, a day and a day and a day, just continuing to do that.
You cannot lose games in the NFL and still win.
To win games, you have to win the game, not lose the game.
It doesn't matter. He pulls another rabbit out of his head.
Okay, so Justin Fields gets traded from the Jets and goes to Kansas City. How about that? They were surely just going to cut him loose, but Kansas City stepped up and said, we'll go ahead and we'll give you a little 6th-round pick action to take in Justin Fields to be our backup quarterback. A little bit of an insurance policy for Mahomes coming off the ACL. So what a great landing spot if you're Justin Fields, getting some tutelage from Andy Reid, learning from Pat Mahomes a little bit. And if Mahomes is unable to start the season, even though everything he's saying, he's certainly planning on being ready for week 1, but you never really know after a major injury like that. So Justin Fields going to Kansas City, and even with Mahomes being healthy, I would have to imagine creative Andy Reid will find a way to get Justin Fields a little bit of package from time to time. The athleticism, the running ability.
Yeah. I mean, there's lots of ways that this could go well for Justin Fields. You know, he's a player that had the Steelers at 4-1 in 2024. And then Russell Wilson comes back, and no one's going to argue that Justin Fields is a winning NFL quarterback week in, week out, taking you on a playoff run, but he could win playoff games. You know, he has enough, and you pair that up with Andy Reid and a running game in Kansas City, if they can get their defense going, like this is, I think, perfect for Justin Fields at this point in his career, because nobody's trying to make you their starter. So can you get to a good, positive place that's going to have some success? And if Mahomes, can't be right for week 1, you're going to get a chance to prove yourself in a great environment.
Other quarterback news, according to Mike Florio and Pro Football Talk, not a single NFL team has checked in with the Saints about trading for quarterback Derek Carr, who is retired. Saints still hold his rights, and Carr had said that he'd be willing to unretire to join a Super Bowl contender. But it doesn't look like any NFL team has gone as far as kicking the tires and picking up the phone, calling the Saints and seeing what that would look like. Which I understand. If you're trying to win a Super Bowl, you really trying to go get Derek Carr?
No, not at this point. Definitely not willing to give up any more than a 6 or a 7. What's up to Bob? I think, but Derek Carr has as much of a chance of helping a team win as a Kirk Cousins or an Aaron Rodgers, maybe more than an Anthony Richardson. I think he's got a place in this quarterback-starved league, especially in the context of this draft, this free agency cycle. There's not options out there. I think a team will be interested in having Derek Carr, but at this point, not giving up somebody for him.
Yeah, I mean, I would think like maybe if I'm in the season and I'm a true contending team and my quarterback gets hurt and it's like, wow, in a pinch, I need somebody who can come in here and just be competent. Maybe I'd be willing, like emergency, hey, let's go get Derek Carr and he can be our quarterback for a few weeks or whatever if the season's going on and I'm a team that's really trying to stay afloat to make the playoffs or go do something. So that would be the main thing. But at this point, nobody's overly interested in Derek Carr. Congratulations to Josh Johnson, who finds a way to keep his NFL career alive. He turns 40 years old in May. We saw him versus the Commanders this year.
We were supposed to meet him at the Super Bowl.
We were.
Some fell apart there.
Yeah.
Didn't quite join us, but yeah, he's played for half the league, right?
He's played for, yes, it feels like at least half the league. Tampa, Cleveland, Cincinnati, San Francisco, Buffalo, Colts, Giants, Texans, Giants again, Texans again, Commanders, Lions, Niners again, Baltimore, Jets, Niners again, Denver, Baltimore, Commanders again, and now he goes back to Cincinnati to be a backup quarterback there. So, I mean, almost half the league is a revenge game for him.
I mean, if you get traded to a new town and he's in your social circle, you just call him and ask him, give me the lay of the land here, bro. What's the best dinner reservation?
Yeah, no kidding.
Where should I live?
This guy knows the cities very, very well, bounced around in an incredible way. Just a journeyman backup quarterback who has continued to collect checks in the NFL for dang near 20 years now. I mean, it is insane how long he has been at this thing, just being a backup. And
you got to be an absolute blessing for the starter, right? Like your personal communication skills. You're helping the assistant coaches get the game plan ready in ways that they don't want to let out of the building. No one's going to imagine that Josh Johnson is going to come in and help you win a game at all. Like, you might have a better chance with Phil Rivers.
Yeah,
but
you just need a body.
He's the perfect teammate.
It's amazing, dude. Okay, you also have, it looks like Troy Aikman says that he's still going to be working with the Dolphins in some capacity here. He helped the Dolphins hire their general manager from Green Bay, and then he helped them hire the head coach, Jeff Hafley, who also comes from Green Bay. So he's going to maintain some level of a consulting role for the Dolphins, and I guess it sort of scratches that itch of being a guy who wanted to be a front office dude. Like, he certainly had those aspirations, and then did the broadcasting thing, and I guess, just quality of life, being a broadcaster, you can still be a dad and do all those things. If you're in a front office, if you're a general manager, 24/7, 365, you're consumed.
And the money exploded. Like, you can get 20, 25 mil a year now to be an analyst, where when he started, it was probably a couple $100,000. You're kind of working and taking advantage of your celebrity. But when the TV money jumped the way that it did after the new collective bargaining agreement was signed like 7 or 8 years ago, and suddenly Brady and Romo are into the 20s, and Aikman got to renegotiate his deal with the perfect timing. The money is just outstanding. But I'd be really interested to see what Troy Aikman could do, because I think it's a guy who's competitive as hell. He doesn't settle for failure, but he also has no problem cutting through the BS and the nonsense.
Right.
Like, he'll tell, and for that reason, I don't think he would ever work for the Cowboys. Like, no. Jerry just doesn't want that level of confrontation and being told he's wrong.
Yeah.
So you got to massage it a little bit, but I'd love to see Troy get a shot still.
Yeah, I mean, he would be a guy, like, how much credit is he going to end up getting if for the first time since Marino, the Dolphins can actually get something turned around and be like a legit, consistent playoff team for an extended period of time, and not just have the random pop-up year every once in a while. Yeah. Like, if the Dolphins can become like a respectable organization over the next like half decade or whatever, and it's these guys that he's put in place there at the GM and as the head coach, plenty of teams are going to be reaching out to Troy.
For sure.
They're like, dude, help us out.
And maybe he parlays that into an even bigger role that requires his more permanent presence. But for him right now, like, the consultant is such an amazing job.
Oh, it's beautiful. I'm going to collect a check. I'm going to give you some advice. If you take it, great. If you don't, great. If it works out and it was my advice, awesome. Like, whatever.
I'll text you my thoughts, and if you want more details, you can call me.
Yeah.
And I'll explain to you what I was thinking about in the shower this morning.
And I'm going to send you an invoice over, too, by the way. Send that back.
Yeah, that retainer. Yeah. Get on retainer with somebody and just send them some text from time to time and let them know your thoughts. I mean, that's pretty incredible. And that's a guy that has, he does have a pretty solid perspective week in, week out, getting to meet with coaches and players for all these teams. And you can see, okay, clearly I know why this team sucks, or wow, okay, I'm starting to get a feel for why some of these teams are legit, and you're able to hand off some of that knowledge to, in this case, the Dolphins. We'll see if it works out for him, but yeah, he's going to continue to consult for the Dolphins here for the immediate future. Darius Slay retires from the NFL after 13 seasons. Really solid corner, Super Bowl champion, and he hangs him up. He was in Pittsburgh, right? And then they moved on from him, and he didn't want to go to Buffalo. It kind of ended weird for him this year.
They cut him, and then I think he was going to sign with the Bills, and then just decided decided that he didn't want to go.
Yeah, he's like, that was not the team I was trying to sign with here.
Yeah, but it got bad for him in 2024. I think he was on his last gasp as a quality player, and ultimately got the Super Bowl there with the Eagles. But yeah, it totally came wheels off last year.
That's a tough position to age well at. You know, at corner, you start dipping into your mid-30s. I mean, come on, that's a very, very difficult position. Now, The Athletic has an article about teams post-free agency now, what NFL teams' initial free agency moves have revealed about them. Like, basically, what do these teams think they are? Like, some of these teams clearly think they're win now. They're being aggressive. They're adding certain pieces to try and put them over the top. So there's sort of different tiers here.
Cowboys believe they're an offensive juggernaut that just needs to play not bottom 5 defense, and they can go on a playoff run. And I think they're wrong about that, Chief.
Yeah, and maybe the secret is just simply that it's not even that they can go on a playoff run, it's just that they can compete for the playoffs.
Yeah, we need to get back to being relevant.
Yeah.
Playing meaningful December games is enough for them.
So they have like the win now group, the rebuilding group, all that kind of stuff, and the Cowboys fall in the neutral positive group.
Okay. All right.
So these are teams that have a good to great quarterback and a good roster that needs a few adjustments. Their free agency plans and remaining needs make sense, although draft targets and issue areas are obvious. This is a happy and high ceiling place for a team to spend a few years if it can. Teams in this bucket are either great quarterback play or an improved position group or two away from taking a step forward in contention and into that must win or win now bucket. So it's the Cowboys, the Lions, the Packers, the Texans are all in that group, the Jaguars as well. So what she says here in The Athletic about the Cowboys were a fun watch last season, mostly on offense, despite their record. Higher levels of competence on defense are and must be the goal under new defensive coordinator Christian Parker, and their moves, including trading Osa to the Niners for that third-round pick, reflect setting the table to hit the draft hard on that side of the ball. And even if they may not, or Jerry Jones may not, say it publicly, their actions show their self-awareness as they've been in the mix on a few high-profile and mid-level pass rushers, including Crosby, a season after trading star outside linebacker Micah Parsons. Their most interesting move is putting the tag on George Pickens. That's what The Athletic says. I think they have it pretty solid, like neutral positive. I get it. You have a decent roster. You have a really solid quarterback, but you're still going to have plenty of holes, and it's kind of floating in that. Can you fight for a playoff team? Like all those teams we were just talking about, I don't know if we're thinking Super Bowl for those teams. We're thinking, okay, you could be a playoff team. And that's kind of where this thing's going if you can nail the moves coming next, which is mostly the draft.
Yeah, and I get it. I get neutral positive if that's what you want to see it. I would say that it's kind of a magic trick that Jerry just pulled off by saying we're going to bust the budget and then doing enough activity, moving around deck chairs. We're bringing in this guy, got a splash signing in Jalen Thompson, made the trade for Rashawn Gary that allowed them to be out there in the headlines. But I would just say, man, you've lost in back-to-back seasons, and if you have made the defense better, it's by a very, very slim margin. I think better than the way they ended the season, yes, because you're not relying on Donovan Wilson playing way out of position, and you got Deron Bland healthy. But it is a very marginal and incremental talent base improvement, and it's pretty much just represented by Jalen Thompson. That's their one legitimate upgrade that they've done, and you take away Osa from it. So I don't want to be labeled a hater. I think there's a lot of frustrated Cowboys fans out there saying, why won't you say my team has done a good job or they're better? I just don't see it, and in these off seasons where they don't do a lot, but the echo chamber is they've made themselves better. Look at this, look at that. I don't want to participate in that anymore. I think that's part of the problem of why Cowboys fans can't keep the Joneses accountable enough, right? It's because we allow ourselves to get tricked into believing it's different, but it's not. It's the same thing. And this team has lost so many football games over the last 2 seasons. I can't lean negative right now. I have to assume you're going to continue to fail at drafting defensive players because that's what you've done for a decade. So you want me to assume that 12 and 20 are going to be good? It's going to be what propels this class over the top? I don't have history that would make me believe that. The one good player they've drafted was an accident in Micah Parsons. Didn't even know he was an edge rusher.
Yeah,
they were taking a linebacker.
I know.
They can't scout defensive players.
What a play by me.
Yeah, hopefully this new coaching staff and getting a bunch of guys from the college ranks on the coaching staff, you have some familiarity, and that can give you a leg up on trying to identify who the studs are.
Yeah.
Like, that's something that's a little bit new to the process that hopefully can change, at least from a drafting defensive players, which has been a huge disaster for a while now. Hopefully that can change. And it has to if they want to even come close to the playoffs.
I mean, they don't know what a good corner is. They got Diggs in the second round because he could take the ball away. He was never a good corner. He could just take the ball away. And Deron Bland, average corner that had an incredible season.
Yeah.
Really an incredible season when it comes to the pick sixes. And both those guys have made history, but they couldn't cover really, not on an above average level. They're gifted at going to get the football, and that was enough along with Micah Parsons. But all those dudes are gone. They have no linebackers. How could I be leaning positive here? They don't have a linebacker.
I know, dude. The linebacker stuff is ridiculous. They got to get that cleaned up. They got to get it cleaned up ASAP.
Okay, we got to run. G-Bag of the Day coming here, and we'll get you updated on everything that's been breaking. And the latest is the Mavs get set. This is a massive tank game tonight. Tanking probabilities are on the line, and we'll get you fixed up, then get you over to the G-Bag of the Day on LA Live coming up next year on The Fan. I want to chat Frankels with you before we do anything else, though, because life's unpredictable. You never know when you or a loved one could be injured in a car or truck wreck due to somebody's negligence, and when it happens to you, we just highly recommend that you call the Frankels because they're the best at making the full recovery. They'll make sure that you don't settle for less, and getting you to settle for less is what the guilty party's going to focus on, especially if it's an 18-wheeling company, commercial vehicle, something like that. They have the best lawyers, the brightest folks that are going to try to get you to settle for less. So you want to fight back with the best personal injury attorneys in the game. That's the Frankels. Got to fight fire with fire. The Frankels name commands respect across North Texas courtrooms. They've been doing it for 3 decades. And you know what they did before that? They used to work for those insurance companies. And they learned all the tricks and tactics that they use to get you to settle for less. And now they use that knowledge to defend us here, the victims of negligence in North Texas. It's 214 or 817, then 333-3333. Jump online at frankelfirm.com, Principal Office, Dallas, Texas.
Buying, selling, and refinancing is a daily headline and conversation. Get the latest up-to-date information on the market with your questions to help your decision on the Texas Lending Mortgage Show. Saturday morning at 8 on 105.3 The Fan. The Texas Lending Mortgage Show is paid for by Texas Lending.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 877-CARS for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org.
7 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Carpal tunnel syndrome, heart failure that doesn't improve with common medicines. These are some signs and symptoms associated with ATTR-CM, or the cardiomyopathy of ATTR amyloidosis, a serious heart condition with symptoms that get worse over time. Amvuttra, vutrisiran, is a prescription medicine given by a healthcare provider that treats ATTR-CM in adults to reduce heart-related death, hospital stays, and urgent visits. In a clinical study, Amvuttra was proven to help people live longer and have fewer heart-related hospital stays and urgent visits over 3 years compared to placebo. Amvuttra lowers the amount of vitamin A in your blood, which can affect vision. Other side effects include pain in the arms or legs, pain in the joints, and shortness of breath. These are not all the possible side effects of Amvuttra. For prescribing information, call 1-833-256-2748 or learn more at amvuttra.com. Ask your doctor about Amvuttra for ATTR-CM.
Sean and RJ here with Base Power. Don't wait for peak storm season to prepare for it. That's why thousands of Texans are switching to Base Power. With Base Power, you get automatic whole home backup for up to 95% less than a generator.
For a limited time, get $100 off with The Fan while install slots are open. BasePowerCompany.com/TheFan. That's BasePowerCompany.com/TheFan, and take advantage of the $100 off offer by being a Tolo with Sean and RJ at Base Power.
Okay, class, let's begin.
Love your boots. I just sold a pair like that on eBay.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it took like 2 seconds to list, and they sold almost immediately. I've been selling everything lately. Some chunky boots, a faux fur coat I never wore, and a vintage chair that was more of an expensive clothing rack.
You know, I actually bought these on eBay. Wait, are you Kitty Sell Stuff from Brooklyn?
Okay, quiet, please.
Find what you love, sell what you don't. eBay. Things people love.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
If your home was hit by recent storms, you could have roof damage and not even know it. Even a tiny leak can quickly turn into thousands in water damage, toxic mold, and even dangerous structural issues. I'm Nick Post with K-Post Roofing, Waterproofing, and Solar. For over 20 years, DFW has trusted us to protect their homes and businesses. Don't wait, don't guess. Hidden damage is real, and it's costly. Let us be your peace of mind. Act now before a small problem becomes a major disaster. Schedule your free, no-obligation roof inspection now at kpostcompany.com. K-Post is your commercial and residential roofing, waterproofing, and solar experts, securing your world since 2004.
Platinum Chevrolet has become an all-in-the-family business for the KNC Masterpiece. Corey told me to go there to buy my brand new car. 5 years later and 4 new cars later, I love Platinum Chevrolet, and now we've got our producer Alec in on the Platinum Chevrolet business as well.
You walk in and you gently ask for GM Justin Rudd. He's going to be happy to see you and take care of you because he loves the Tolos. And the price you see online is the price you're going to pay. Visit PlatinumChevyTexas.com. Drive a little further to save a lot more. Chevrolet, together let's drive.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by Wild Fork Foods.
Don't let a busted bracket ruin your watch party. Celebrate wild savings on our Brazilian beef tenderloin. It's championship flavor at an unbeatable price. Visit any of our 9 DFW locations at wildforkfoods.com or free delivery options. Your home for wild savings for meat and seafood selection.
Yeah, buddy, welcome back. Let's hit the Expressway. We'll go commercial free to the top. We got G-Bag of the Bay is coming up at 5:30, and then LA Live at 5:40. Okay, Mavericks offense was too good last night. They beat the Cavs 130-120. We'll talk about what they have ahead of them tonight. The Expressway is brought to you by the On-Time Experts. Yeah, Chris Middleton got the memo last night. He was 2 of 9. And he got Tanker of the Night. And if Brian was here, he would remind you it's brought to you by Tanqueray. But the Mavs shot 50% as a team from 3, 15 of 30. Cooper Flagg had 27 and 10, so they got the win over the Cavaliers, a playoff-bound team, and got a little bit of revenge from Friday night's embarrassment. So now they are on 23 wins. They are tied with the Memphis Grizzlies, and it's 1 win better than New Orleans, who are in the draft lottery 6 hole right now. And look at this, the Mavs visiting the Pelicans tonight with the tip-off coming up at 7 o'clock. So what is the latest? Klay Thompson is out resting. Daniel Gafford is out with an illness. And Caleb Martin with the foot is questionable for tonight's game against the Pelicans. So you need as many positives breaks as you can. But the Pelicans have now won 6 of 10 as they have nothing to tank for. So this is a classic, on paper, a tank off. But maybe New Orleans is going to go out there and try to hoop tonight. Maybe the rest and the shots just aren't falling, and we can get a big L tonight for your basketball club. Okay, the NBA is holding a vote at the Board of Governors meetings next week to explore adding expansion teams in Las Vegas and Seattle. with the 2 new franchises being targeted to start play in the 2028-2029 season. First of multiple critical steps towards NBA expansion. First vote will allow the league to focus on Vegas and Seattle and have a bidding process for said teams. You're looking at between $7 and $10 billion, Chief.
It's crazy, dude.
For new teams coming in, that they basically have to pay the other owners. And so the other owners are going to get their share of that, which is like $300 million cash per team, just to allow. Now you do dilute your interest a little bit. Your share of the league reduces from 1 of 30 to 1 of 32. But man, that's one hell of a knot. You're getting over $500 million if you approve both these teams. And clearly Las Vegas is a growing power in the world of American sports. They're having tremendous success with their WNBA team, with the Raiders already being there, with the A's moving there, and with the basketball team. And now Seattle working on getting their team back. This would be 20 years to the season since they lost the Sonics.
Man, are they chomping at the bit here for this? Is this like a...
Yeah.
They're dying to get a team back up in there.
Yeah, it's a great sports town, and they've been basically scheming and dreaming ways to get the Sonics back since they left.
Yeah, would they just go with the Sonics again?
Yeah, oh yeah,
no brainer, right?
Yeah, it's too good to be true. A chance to get them back. You wouldn't want to throw down any other name on it. You just have to. Acknowledge the cautionary tale, and that is if your owner says, build me a new arena or I'm going to move this team, you got to hope that the nerds and the bookworms in town appreciate sports.
Yeah.
And that's one of the problems over there on the West Coast.
And I think they would I think it's either Minnesota or Memphis that would go to the Eastern Conference. So they would have some realignment from that standpoint.
Yeah.
Because you're bringing 2 new West teams in.
Yeah, 32 teams is the perfect way to do it. 8 divisions, 4 teams each.
Right.
Get a little bit more balanced schedule going on, and overall it's going to be, a positive for the league to expand there to 32. It'll probably be the last time they expand for a while. SMU, the last at-large team to get into the NCAA tournament. They're going to take on Miami of Ohio in a first 4 matchup on Wednesday for the right to get into the round of 64 when the actual tournament begins. First time since 2007, the Red Hawks of Miami of Ohio are in this tournament. They were 31-0 in season, including 18-0 in conference, and then lost to barely above 500 UMass in the first round of their conference tournament. So the funny thing here is SMU, maybe the last team in the league, but also maybe the best team that Miami of Ohio has played all year long. That's how bad their schedule was.
Yeah, despite being undefeated, they weren't a team that was overly respected. I think Ken Palm, they're like 98.
Wow.
In the country, so it wasn't like that was something that was, oh my gosh, this is a certified team that's about to go crazy in the tournament.
So their strength of schedule out of 365 teams was 361.
Oh my gosh.
So a big game tomorrow night for SMU. That game actually Wednesday night for the play, and then the actual tournament gets underway on Thursday. Texas is going to take on NC State for the right to battle BYU Thursday night at 6 o'clock if they get in, and then Texas A&M will face St. Mary's Thursday night at 6:35, and then Friday night it'll be Texas Tech against Akron. Actually, that's Friday morning at 11:40, and then the Miami of Ohio SMU winner would be scheduled to play Friday at 3:25. If SMU gets the win there, that'd be your next game Friday afternoon. All righty, it is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan, and every night at this time we go into the Pimp Cup where Lucius Alexander is your G-Bag of the day.
Yes, sir. Hey, there's somebody on the fan text. They said that Seattle was going to name their squad the Antifas. Oh, my God. Oh, my God, bro. Jeez.
Yeah, they're probably having some fun with that.
Jeez,
what should we call our new basketball team?
Oh, my God. Hey, speaking of basketball, Mr. Dawson, when is Howard going to play Baltimore again?
Is that tomorrow night? Yes,
it's tomorrow night. Okay, I was flipping through channels earlier trying to find it, bro. All right, let's get it.
You want to get True TV. You want to wear out a path to True TV here over the next couple of weeks.
They got basketball on every type of channel nowadays. I don't even know where to watch NBA games. For real sometimes. You got to go to the Animal Channel or something to find that damn thing. Hey, G, back in the day, we do it every weekday on the Fed at 5:30. My name is L.A. Lucius Alexander. Our winner and champ is a dude just driving in his car, chilling, man, having a great time. He's in the pocket. He's loving his country song, and then his old lady called him.
It's hard to find trouble when the trouble finds me. Wrong place at wrong time for right. And I can't wait to lose and play this game. Can't run from my... Oh, you bitch. Hey, baby, what's happening?
Hey, baby, what's happening? Hey, baby, what's happening there?
That guy, man. I want to see that video. I want to just see what this guy's face looks like.
You can't see him, unfortunately.
Oh, really?
Yeah, you can't see him, unfortunately, because the camera's facing forward towards the streets.
It's a great clip.
It's a great clip. Okay, speaking of another great clip, I don't know. Are you guys familiar with Golf is Hard on Instagram? Pause. Golf is Hard on Instagram.
No.
Can't say that I have. Very, very familiar with the difficulty of golf, though.
Yeah.
Feel like I'm flowing with the concept pretty good going in.
Well, the fellow who runs that page, I believe his name is Sarge. And he goes out to all these PGA Tour events. Like, he's hitting every last one of them up. And as the golfers are walking from hole to hole, he's there to motivate them. Some people are mad at his bit. They said, this is not golf. Anyway, Shane Lowry and Harry Hall were walking right here, and he's giving some motivation. Tell me what you think. Should this be allowed in the PGA?
You know what time it is? Let's go, Harry. Hey, 2 pieces of chicken, all you need. It's a whole bunch of pluses out there, like a little kid's report card. 2 pieces, that's it, Harry. Let's go, Shane. Step on down. Hey, all y'all need is a 2-piece today. So many pluses out there, man. Like I'm back in grade school. Let's go, Shane. You want me to lead today? Every day, man. I'm spending my parents' money, big dog. I'm like you, baby, the lucky clover.
So he's going to troll golfers and heckle them like they're playing in team sports, but at the golf tournament?
Yeah. It's kind of motivating. Here's another little clip just so you're familiar.
Let's go, Akshay. Stay with it, Akshay. Let's get one back. Let's go, cameraman. Let's go, Bonesy. Bone Thug. Let's go, Popo. Let's go, DB. A.K.A. the Baconator. The Baconator. Let's sizzle, dang it. Let's go. Sizzle, dog. I see you, Palm Beach. Cameraman, I love you, dog. Caddy Daddy. Big Mike Wolf. Let's go, Wolf. Yeah, Mike, I got you tonight, Wolf. Let's go, baby. I love you, dog.
Yeah, shout out to the Baconator, dude.
This is bit.
That's pretty good. I mean, going into a place like that, golf, it's so stuffy.
Yeah, but he's bringing a little vibe to it. People are upset. Some love it. Some hate it.
The players,
they seem to have a great time. They kind of
like
dap, fist bumps. They're laughing. Even to try to stay focused, they're laughing as he walks by. I think they like it.
He's keeping them loose.
Yeah, I like that. Remember when Kawhi Leonard had this great media day moment?
And what would you like people to know about you?
I'm a fun guy.
Hilarious.
Obviously, I love the game of basketball. I mean, it's just more questions you have to ask me in order for me to tell you about myself. I just can't give you a whole spiel. I don't even know where you're sitting at.
Oh, let's go to the NBA on Prime. Blake Griffin. He hit us with that Kawhi Leonard.
Yeah, I can't just give you all that. I don't even know where you're sitting at. That's one of my favorite quotes of all time. Yeah, I can't just give you all that. I don't even know where you're sitting at.
That's good, bro.
Blake Griffin might be what ESPN needs.
Yeah.
Snag him off that Amazon Prime broadcast.
They need something over there, boy.
Although I don't know if they can make time with all the commercials they run on ESPN.
How about that?
Man. That is too funny.
That's funny, bro.
I forgot what that whole context was and what made Kawhi laugh like that. He's just making himself laugh.
You gotta ask me some more questions about me to tell you. Let's go to the RJ and Choppy show. Which one of these fools is Chop? I believe this segment is called Worst Take of the Week.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Cool.
Every Friday at 9 a.m.
That's what I thought. Here's
Dawson's on that every single Friday, man. They can't stay away from it.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Well, you guys are not looking at it objectively.
Bunch of fanboys.
I'm right here. Let's go to RJ's submission for Worst Take.
You got one, Chop? I do. I have one for the great Dick Vitale. Now, this is one of the great Dicks of all time, okay?
Top 5 for sure.
He is on the Mount Rushmore of best dicks ever.
Wow.
Dick's seen it all.
Yeah.
Dick has seen it all, even with just one eye, he has seen it all.
Oh, my gosh. Wow, he leaned into that.
The Mount Rushmore dicks.
Wow. I think that jumped the shark a little bit.
Yeah.
I mean, he's certainly for college basketball dicks, right? But all time?
All time.
Dick Vitale?
Lexington Steel. Oh, yeah, you're right. My bad. Let's see. I was going to go in a whole other direction, bro. Whole other direction. Yes, it is a church day. I pray you got your blessing. Shout out to my Reverend Dr. Pastor Freddie Haynes. Hold on. Hey! Marvin. Now, I thought this was AI at first, but man, it is not. This is a real damn church in Houston. Solid Rock Faith Ministries. Some marriage advice right here. Oh, my God.
Don't hold back. My church mother said, when you get married, let that man shoot all his bullets. Let that joker don't have a nail round in him. Don't never send your man out the house hungry and horny.
Stop.
I'm trying to help you, Miracle, so when you get one. Oh, I'm trying to help you. Don't never send your man out the house horny or hungry. Or somebody else will feed him, and somebody else will give him some.
Oh, my God.
Wow.
It's real church, bro.
He had to really explain that just to make sure everybody understood.
Yeah, double, triple back on that thing.
Fellas are like hitting their wife on the leg a little bit. Like,
Yeah.
you listening?
Yeah.
Wake up, baby.
You
This
got
is
me
your
walking
time.
down here every day with a loaded gun, baby.
Weren't you just telling me midweek we got to make sure we go to church and pay attention to what the message is?
Yeah.
And then go home and execute it, live by that? You know, it's not just Sunday. This is Monday through Saturday operation, honey.
Yeah, dude, we might need to stick around for the second service just to make sure we really got what he was talking about.
Yeah. I finally saw what you were talking about today, honey. Maybe we should go more often.
I've seen the light.
We found our spot.
I've seen the light. All right, that's it for today. I got some more I'll play tomorrow.
All right, we got a man interrupted by his wife.
Hold on, fam. I'm sorry about that.
Country.
Let me do this one time for my mind because I think it's so funny.
Yeah, I can't just give you all that. I don't even know where you're sitting at.
Man, he did that so well.
Blake Griffin is a treasure. He is, man.
He is.
I think the basketball media world needs him. So I'll vote for Blake. Is it golf is getting golf is hard.
Yeah,
trolling
golf is hard.
Golf is hard trolling Shane Lowry and Harry Hall. Is it Blake Griffin? Is it the worst take of the week? RJ Choppy with a salute to Dick Vitale. That's a good one as well. Church clips. I'll go Blake Griffin though. Chief, how about you?
I'm going to give it up for that pastor right now.
Come on, bro.
Just want to make sure my wife's going to catch that at some point this week.
Gosh.
Wow. Lucius?
Yeah, me too.
All right. By a score of 2-1. And your new G-Bag of the Day champion. It's your church clip. It is time to stay in the Pimp Cup. Here's Lucius at LA Live.
Somebody on the fan text mad at me, bro. It's mad at me. Hey, let's get into a Monday, Friday edition of LA Live. Right into the great Rick James.
Well, all right, you squares. It's time you smoke.
You might have a point, though.
Fire up this funk.
You might have a
point. It'll make you dance to some of everything.
Oh, boy.
Everybody get high.
You ain't never heard a crackhead say, I ain't got no money today, so I ain't about to go smoke no crack. You ain't never heard that. Why? Because they do it no matter what. They get it done. Go out there today with that crackhead energy. Go be a crackhead. I mean, don't go smoke crack. I'm just trying to give some morning motivation, man. I don't know how else to say this. Hone in on that crackhead energy. Don't do crack, but be a crackhead. But not a crackhead. Just have a fucking good day.
Yeah, you know what? Use that energy right there for the week, y'all. This is the start of the week. Y'all know how we do. Write down those goals. That's what I do. You guys write down your goals for the week?
Ooh, no,
I need to do that.
I need to write more.
Yeah.
Okay.
When you said it last week, I made note of it.
Yeah.
But I didn't start writing them down.
Yeah, write down those goals. I'll write down mine of the week. I did it early this morning. I have to fall through the VA this week. The VA over there in Dallas because I'm trying to get my rating up. How about that? I got to hit up Men's Tea Clinic this week at some point because it's been a while. It's been a while. I want to get back charged up.
So what are you saying about the rating in the VA?
Oh, my disability rating. I'm trying to get that to jump a little bit more higher.
Okay.
Because some paper in my pocket. I'm getting old. You know what I'm saying?
There you go.
Okay, so you're trying to come across more disabled.
No. I'm pretty sure everything is what is the degenerative disc disease I have in my back. I'm pretty sure it's degenerated some more at this point.
100%.
Yeah. Got some bronchitis situations. I'm pretty sure those lungs, I haven't been helping them out at all. You know what I'm saying? I'm pretty sure.
There's a little user error in there.
I'm pretty sure. Yeah. And I need to go online and buy me some truck tires. See, I only got 3 things, man. You got to make it real easy for yourself. Don't write down a whole lot, because then if you don't make it, you'll be upset at yourself. You know, make it light.
That's a pro tip.
Yep. Hey, this is LA Live for Monday, March 16th, 2026. It is a Monday, Friday edition of LA Live. Welcome in, folks. Shout out to the now disbanded Dallas hip hop group PPT for naming today Monday, Friday. It's just the vibe here is just things I've seen or did over the weekend. And before I get into proceedings this evening, check this out, fellas. Tell me what you think. I was hanging out with my pops over the weekend.
Sounds fun.
Yeah, always a great time with my dad. I love my dear old dad. And my dad's friend Dave, he's got a ponytail. He wears long leather jackets. Dave think he's fly out here, right?
Dave sounds fun, too.
Dave's a cool dude, man. Likes to dance at the parties or something. By himself. He doesn't care, bro.
Okay.
Yeah, he's that guy. He took a woman out to eat on a date. And he said, this is what he said, she ordered a lot of food.
Okay.
So he was clocking. He was watching that plate over there. By the end of the date, she only ate one thing off that plate, though.
Oh. Did she want her to-go plate?
Yeah, he was ranting about this all day yesterday. She did not want a to-go plate.
Ooh.
She did not. So he ordered her food to go.
Oh, I'll take that food to go.
Yeah, I'll take what she left on her plate to go as well as mine.
Okay.
Is that a dating faux pas right there? Are you just supposed to let that make it? Or do you take that food from that date and go ahead and go? You did pay for it. Is that a dating faux pas, fellas? What do you think?
I think it is, but I mean, one strong violation would deserve another. So I think she was date faux pas-ing first, and he's just playing back at her a little bit. You know, I'm not the kind of guy to just throw money around willy-nilly just to make an impression upon you. I'm gonna pay for this food. I'm taking it home. Somebody's gonna eat this. Yeah. So yeah, I would say sure violation, but she violated first.
Okay.
Yeah, I got no issue. She doesn't want the food. She's not going to take it home.
She's not going to take it home. She ate one thing off that plate, but he said she ordered a lot of food.
Yeah. So then the date is now over, and we're trying to figure out to-go boxes. I'm like, you're not going to take that? I'm taking that 100%. I mean, without question, I don't even think there's any. Did she get upset about it?
I don't think so. He didn't say anything about what she said. I definitely gave him a hard time about taking her food to go. Yeah.
Was there a second date? Was there?
It's just a recent date.
I get making fun of him for it,
for sure.
But I'm like,
he's got some ground to stand on. You order all that food and eat it, lady. Like, this is just a date.
Yeah. Like, we're just gonna let this all go to waste here. Like, I'm gonna go ahead and I'm throwing that. I mean, a lady Tolo texted in right now in the 972. Like, I would be taking it. She would be taking it to go. You know, like. If she said she wanted to take it to go, I wouldn't have put up a fight on it. But if she's not taking it, it's like, yeah, I'm absolutely going to box this up and take it home. I'm going to get some use out of this.
I totally see Eric's point. Now, I don't think I would do this myself, but I think the appropriate follow-up question to determine the right course of action would be, has this relationship been consummated? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because if it hasn't,
yeah,
I think I gotta probably play it cool.
Yeah, I don't think so.
Okay.
I don't think so. I think this is a fresh new date situation.
Well, okay, so if you are hoping that the relationship reaches that apex of intimacy, then I don't think you should take that food with you.
You think she's going to judge you pretty hard on it?
I think she would judge you.
I think she's going to judge him for sure.
Well, what about now? Aren't you judging her more than she's judging you?
Absolutely.
Because you
For
just
sure.
ordered all that food.
For
I just
sure.
spent all that money, and hey,
Yeah.
all cool, man. If you're trying to tear it up, but you're not.
Yeah,
You're just
judged her.
leaving it here. I'm judging you more than you're judging me. So now I got the advantage. I don't even want date number 2. What do we? You know what I'm saying?
That's what I told him.
Yeah.
You don't want date number 2.
That's what I told him.
Unless
bro.
she was just an incredible time and maybe her tummy started hurting and so she didn't want to eat nothing. But yeah, I'm taking that food.
Fantex agrees with you, dog. By the way, Fantex agrees with you. I'll let him know. I'll let him know Fantex agrees with you.
Dave, you are, I would be fist bumping Dave. I'd be making fun of him and be like, but you did the right thing.
You stood on straight business, Dave. You look crazy out here taking her food. But on the first date, she's going to tell her friend, girl, how was the date? He took my food to go, girl. I guess he was starving or something out here.
Yeah, her perspective on that is, she's going to paint the picture like it's crazy, Yeah.
Yeah, you look crazy out here. Shout out to Tolo Julio in Duncanville. Shout out to Tolo Julio in Duncanville. He ran into my pops on Saturday at some restaurant. I was at a day party, and shout out to my dad, because this fool will give you the phone to a perfect stranger out here while you minding your business at a party. Will hand a phone over to a perfect stranger and make you talk to him. Hey, here he is. You want to talk to him? So shout out to my man Julio in Duncanville. I was pretty loose by the time I talked to Julio, so I don't know what I said to you, brother, but shout out to you, man. Shout out to you. LA Live is brought to you by Greystone Roofing and Construction. That is greystone-roofing.com. Did y'all hear what Lamar Odom said?
He said a lot. Which one?
He said a lot, man. He's been out of rehab for weed. He's been out of rehab for weed.
Was that court mandated?
And he's been talking. He was on the Double Coverage podcast, and Lamar Odom says Kobe Bryant visited him in a dream.
What?
And he just stopped. And he looked back at me and said, hello. The afterlife is not what people make it up to be. And then I woke up shortly after that. And it just made me think, like, what is he trying to say? Like, could be he missed everybody, It can mean a multitude of things.
A what?
Maybe he's still traveling.
Wait.
So wherever he has to go or have to get, I don't know what it meant. But I just take it as like, live your best life now.
Do you think that's possible? You think he seen Kobe Bryant in his dreams? I was thinking, my theory is he hasn't been smoking weed apparently. Maybe his dreams are just a little bit more vivid right now.
I've definitely heard about that.
Yeah.
I've definitely heard about that. You start dreaming way more crazy.
Yeah.
I know somebody was getting like nightmares, like intense nightmares, and it was miserable.
I kept falling asleep with these little pouches in my mouth.
Oh, dude.
Oh, man, the dreams are crazy scary.
Yeah,
I had nightmares every day of the week until I realized what I was doing.
That's what it was. Yeah, it could go any way. It could be the craziest, awful dream you ever had, or it could be such a special dream that you're waking up wondering if you're 13 years old again.
Yeah, can I get back in that dream?
Yeah.
You always try to get back to that dream, and it never happens.
Vivid nicotine dreams are crazy.
Scary.
I had a couple of those when I was wearing a nicotine patch, and it's like, holy crap, I feel like I've been hanging off a cliff for the last 3 hours.
Oh,
and it's not like time warp dreams. It's like you're living every moment minute for minute.
Bro. And like I just said, when you go to sleep,
yeah.
I mean, you wake up from the dream, you're like, oh, I want to go back to sleep and experience that dream some more.
Yeah.
And the good ones, it doesn't happen.